You foolish girl. How dare you try to jump into the river? You've completely shamed our family. I'll teach you a lesson. Wu Ling's eyes snapped open. Her hand shot out before she even realized it, grabbing the wrist that was about to slap her face and twisting it sharply.
Ah, my hand.
The sharp cry jolted Wu Ling fully awake. Her mind spun. What kind of sneak attack was this? You shameless thing. Why didn't you drown? Wu Ling sat up. Where was she?
Who was she?
A sharp pain ran through her hand, as if she had pulled a muscle. She looked down. Whose hand was this? It was pale and delicate, with no strength at all. And where was the large scar she had always been proud of? The room was noisy, full of people. The loud woman beside her kept scolding nonstop. Wu Ling was about to lose her temper when a sudden pain struck her head and strange memories flooded in. This wasn't the world after the apocalypse. She wasn't the fierce survivor who had relied on her powers to stay alive. She was Wu Ling, the youngest daughter of the Wu family. Unlike other families that favored sons, her parents had loved her dearly. They gave her the best food and clothes, let her study, and never made her do heavy chores. Because of that, the villagers called her lazy girl and spoiled miss. 3 marriage proposals had already fallen through. But her parents didn't care. They adored her. Unfortunately, that made her 2 brothers and their wives resentful. Not long after her parents died in an accident, her sisters-in-law tried to force her into marriage. Wu Ling was beautiful and well cared for, with fair skin and a graceful figure. Yet they chose a groom from another village, a simple-minded man from the Qian family. The reason? The Qian family offered a good dowry and was willing to negotiate further. Wu Ling refused, but without her parents to protect her, she was desperate and jumped into the river. She had just been rescued when she woke up. Her sudden movement startled Tianwan, the deputy leader of Yongtian village. What's going on here?
How could she have such strength?
Sun Shue's wrist was already swollen. After sorting through the memories, Wu Ling softened her fierce expression and sat quietly, looking harmless. She patted her chest and said sweetly, "That scared me. Why are there so many people here?" Hearing that, Tianwan set aside her doubts. "Child, no matter what happens, you mustn't do something so foolish. This is modern times. No one can force you like that. You need to talk things through with your brothers and sisters-in-law. Talk it over with them? That means there's nothing to talk about, right?" Wu Ling nodded obediently. "I understand. I'll make sure to talk with them properly." "That's good. You don't need to go to work for the next couple of days. Stay home and rest." It was best to keep things calm. If trouble started, how could their production team still be considered a model one? Tianwan was pleased with Wu Ling's sensible attitude. She left with the team members, saying a few more words about Wu Dong and Wu Shi before going. As soon as the door closed, her 2 sisters-in-law, Sun Shui and Gui Lan, changed their expressions. "You think you still have your parents to protect you? Let me tell you, this marriage will happen whether you agree or not." Wu Ling lifted her eyelids and glanced at them. "And what if I refuse? You think you have a choice?"
Huh.
Wu Ling smiled sweetly.
Ah.
After a while, the people outside noticed there was no sound inside and knocked on the door. "Be careful. Just teach her a lesson so she won't dare again. Don't hurt her face. It wouldn't look good if others saw." Still, there was no movement. Wu Dong and Wu Shi couldn't wait any longer and pushed the door open. They saw Wu Ling sitting cross-legged on the bed, her fair face calm and lazy. She raised her hand in greeting.
Oh.
Her 2 sisters-in-law were lying side by side on the floor, unconscious. "What did you do?" Wu Dong's eyes widened in anger. Wu Ling pouted. "They got sleepy and decided to nap on the floor. You better take them back before they catch a cold." Who would believe that? But after checking, the 2 women were breathing steadily. They really seemed fine. "You just wait. Next time, we'll break your legs ourselves. The Qian family will take you even if you can't walk." Wu Ling narrowed her eyes and slowly reached for the rolling pin beside her. In a soft voice, she said, "You really don't know how to behave. Didn't our parents teach you to talk things through? Don't you dare mention our parents. I'm telling you, With a loud bang, the hot-tempered Wu Dong fell to the ground, joining the two sisters-in-law. Wu Ling smiled sweetly, her eyes curved like crescents, and looked at Wu Shi. "Second brother, are you sleepy?" Wu Shi shook his head hard, trying to run, but under Wu Ling's gaze, he found he couldn't move his legs. "Good. Since you're not sleepy, shall we talk now?" Wu Ling smiled gently. She had always been someone who persuaded others with reason, earning her the nickname the one who listens during the hard times. No matter how people said it, the point was she listened. Early in the morning, before dawn, the loudspeaker played the East is Red and the radio news. The crackling sound woke everyone in the village. Wu Ling had slept well. After getting up, she put on her patched clothes and went outside, where she saw her second sister-in-law, Gui Lan, cooking something over the stove. Wu Ling smiled kindly, but Gui Lan looked terrified, quickly putting down the spoon and hiding in the shadows. "TSK, how unfriendly." Deputy Captain Tian had said she didn't need to go to work. Wu Ling ate a thin bowl of porridge with sweet potatoes, then dragged a stool into the yard and sat there in a daze. Wu Shi went to the Qian family to cancel the engagement. Luckily, they hadn't taken any betrothal money yet. He smiled awkwardly through the scolding, saying nothing about the real reason. What could he say? That Wu Ling was possessed. That would sound like superstition. If he said that out loud, he might not live to see tomorrow. At the threshing ground in Yongtian village, someone was reading the newspaper and shouting slogans. Below, a woman nudged Sun Shue's arm. "I heard your young lady jumped into the river. Is that true?" Sun Shui glared at her, unwilling to answer. Another person nearby turned around and said, "It's true. I saw it myself." Honestly, she really didn't know how to behave, right? What do you mean? Would you want to marry that foolish son from the Qian family? Her parents just passed away, and now she's being taken advantage of.
Poor thing.
Then what? Should they keep raising her forever? What can she even do? The Wu family spent so much money on her. They even secretly found her easy chores to do. She's had it too good. No one in Yongtian village didn't envy Wu Ling. Her family wasn't rich, but her parents had always loved her dearly. Sun Shue's face darkened.
She's part of my family.
What does it have to do with you? Just listen quietly. At noon, they ate sweet potatoes, corn porridge, and a small bowl of pickles. Wu Ling wasn't picky. She ate happily. "Yesterday, I talked with second brother about something. You were all asleep, but I think it's better if the whole family discusses it together." Wu Dong dropped his sweet potato on the table, quickly picked it up, and stuffed it into his mouth. Asleep? Hardly. After the meal, Gui Lan, as usual, went to wash the dishes. No one else dared to leave first, so they just sat there. When Gui Lan came back, Wu Ling finally spoke slowly. "I know you're all anxious, but don't rush. There will be plenty of time to worry later." Wu Ling liked to do things step by step and stay in control. "I'm not planning to stay home forever," she said calmly. "But when I get married and to whom, that's for me to decide. Understand?" Sun Shue's wrist was still sore and she was still shaken, but Guilan had recovered enough to speak. "You're already at this age. If you don't marry soon, you'll become an old maid. We're only thinking of your future. For my own good, you want to marry me to a fool? Would you want that kind of good fortune for yourself?" Wu Ling smiled at her, and Guilan quickly lowered her head. She couldn't bear that smile anymore. "So, you'd better start worrying. If you really want me married off, find someone with better conditions. If I don't like any of them, I'll just stay home forever. I don't mind." She actually thought that wasn't a bad idea. These people were mean but not very smart, easy to handle. In her past life, she had lived through storms and struggles. In this one, living lazily and peacefully didn't sound so bad. But the others didn't think so. That afternoon, Sun Shui went out with her swollen wrist to ask around. "Better conditions? Look at that lazy girl of yours. She doesn't work, just eats and sleeps. What good is a pretty face?" Sun Shui snapped. "Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if there's anyone decent around. And don't underestimate her looks. Can you find another girl prettier than her?" That evening, Sun Shui came back with a few potential matches. It was clear she was determined to get Wu Ling married off. Wu Ling looked through the list. A poor farmer, honest and hardworking, both parents alive. No, not good. Why not? That's already a good match. His family background is clean, and he's a strong worker who earns a lot of work points. Wu Ling shook her head. I don't like having people above me. Would his parents treat me like mine do? Sun Shui fell silent. Of course not. What about this one? He has 3 brothers, so the family's better off. Too many people. Too much trouble. Then this one's the best. He's a skilled worker in the production team. His first wife passed away and left 2 young children, but they're easy to take care of. If not for that, you wouldn't even have a chance. You've been to middle school, you wanted someone educated, right? Wu Ling didn't even consider it. Why would she marry just to raise someone else's children? Sun Shui was losing hope. She was starting to think Wu Ling really planned to stay in the Wu family forever. Wait, this name, is it also? Wu Ling took the red booklet and looked at it. The name written there, though a bit messy, was Chu Mu. Why did that name sound so familiar? Oh, that one? Don't bother thinking about it, someone said. He's just filling in the numbers. He's quite the catch, a retired soldier. I heard he gets a good allowance. Too bad his parents arranged a childhood engagement for him before they passed away. A retired soldier, a childhood engagement, Chu Mu. Suddenly, Wu Ling's mind lit up. She remembered. Wasn't that the name of the unlucky supporting character from the novel she once read? In the post-apocalyptic world, entertainment was rare. She had plenty of resources, so she traded for a novel to pass the time. The male supporting character's name was Chu Mu. Before leaving the army, he had already been selected for promotion, but due to a policy change, he didn't complete the process. After he got married in the village, the higher-ups sent a letter calling him back to finish the promotion and attend the military academy as an officer. Someone with such a bright future. He sounded more like a main character, didn't he? Unfortunately, his wife in the story was the complete opposite of the novel's heroine, a spoiled rich lady. One was educated and graceful, the other couldn't even read. One was beautiful and gentle, the other was rough and careless. Although Chu Mu started off better than the main male lead, his wife constantly caused trouble at the academy. No matter how patiently he tried to talk to her, she always made a scene, argued with others, and even spread false rumors. Because of her, Chu Mu's career was ruined, and he passed away young and unhappy. Next to such a troublesome woman, the heroine seemed even more kind, gentle, and wise. Even Chu Mu began to feel differently toward her. Despite the heroine's difficult background, she and the main male lead lived happily together, while the supporting couple fell apart. Interesting. Wu Ling looked at Chu Mu's name and smiled. So, she had entered the world of that novel. If she wanted an easy life, Chu Mu's situation was probably the best she could hope for. Even in the apocalypse, if she wanted to live comfortably, she needed to get into a big shelter. What could a small village offer? Endless bowls of sweet potato porridge? I think I can handle being the supporting wife, she said with a smirk. After all, she knew how to take it easy. Sun Shui saw her strange smile and couldn't help but remind her again, I heard he's very filial. He'll definitely marry the girl his late parents chose for him. You'd better not get your hopes up. Why don't you look at someone else? Is this ancestor too picky? But Wu Ling had already made up her mind. Go find out everything you can about Chu Mu, where he lives, what kind of work he does, where he usually goes. Whether I can stop living off others depends on your ability. Sun Shui shivered. Did that mean if it didn't work out, Wu Ling planned to keep living off her family forever? Just wait. Soon, all the information about Chu Mu was placed in front of Wu Ling. He has no family left. He was an only child, and his parents had him late in life. They pinned all their hopes on him, but sadly, they both passed away from illness before they could enjoy any comfort. He was engaged as a child to a girl from his village named Suehua. She's known for being hardworking and capable. She can earn almost a full day's work points. As Sun Shui spoke, she glanced at Wu Ling. What could Wu Ling possibly compete with? Her looks? Is this Suehua pretty? Sun Shui's eyes widened. Was she really planning to rely on her looks? I haven't seen her myself, but people say she's quite ordinary. Still, that doesn't matter. She's very popular among the nearby villages. When Wuling had read about Chumu before, she had thought he was a pitiful person and felt sorry for Cuehua too. Now that she knew more, she felt even sorrier for her. The girl was capable and strong. In that kind of environment, being bold and tough was the only way not to be bullied. If she hadn't gone to the military school, she would have done very well in the countryside. But she did go to a strange place with strict rules and constant comparisons to the main heroine. That wasn't her world. How frustrating must that have been? All right, you go ahead. I'll get ready to win him over. Win him over? What do you mean? Win him over, haven't you heard that phrase? It means using charm and beauty to attract someone. I've heard of it. Sun Shue's heart raced. But if someone finds out, they're both single. What's wrong with that? It's not like I'm going after a married man. I have morals. Do you really think this will work? Wuling felt insulted. Of course she could win someone over. Wasn't it just about being graceful and appealing? She could handle that easily. However, when Wuling finally found Chumu based on the information she had gathered, she realized something was off. She was actually better at winning people over with her character, the kind of strength and charm that made a group of kids happily follow her around. How can I quickly show my charm? Maybe I should impress him somehow. Before she could think further, Chumu was already walking toward her. To be fair, this poor guy was quite handsome, tall, broad-shouldered, with slightly tan skin, which actually suited Wuling's taste. In the novel, the male lead was cheerful and talkative, while Chumu, as a contrast, was quiet and serious, like an iceberg. Wuling stopped him and forced a friendly smile. "Comrade, I'd like to talk to you for a moment." Chumu stopped, standing straight. "About what?" "About marriage." Wuling grinned playfully. "My family is trying to find me a match, and I think you're quite suitable. What do you think?" A faint change appeared on Chumu's calm face, giving Wuling a bit of hope. "Let me introduce myself. I have a good temper, I look decent, and I don't like arguing. I don't cause trouble, and I stay calm." In short, she was just lazy. "I'm easy to get along with and like helping others improve." After all, if others worked hard, she could relax more. Wuling blinked her bright eyes and asked again, "So, what do you think?" Chumu stayed silent for a while before finally speaking. "What's your name?" "Wuling, from the Wu family in Yongtian village. You can ask around if you want. Actually, no need. If you want to know anything, just ask me directly. People outside like to gossip and they're not reliable." Wuling smiled sweetly. "We seem to be a good match. You won't lose anything by considering it, right?" Chumu didn't reply, just nodded slightly and walked past her. "So is that a yes or a no?" "Definitely a little iceberg," Wuling muttered, pouting. He had quite the presence. Maybe he could even make a name for himself in her world. Back home, Wuling reflected enthusiastically. "I still have many strengths I didn't show. The first time was too rushed." Sun Shui thought she was hilarious. Besides her looks, what other strengths did she have? Then Wuling threw the question back at her, looking confident. "You tell me, what are my good points?" Sun Shui hesitated for a long time before saying, "Your skin is fair, and your eyes are big." Say something I don't already know. How was she supposed to know what Wuling didn't know? Fortunately, this kind of trouble didn't last long. In less than 2 days, Chumu actually sent someone from his village to propose marriage. Wuling touched her fair chin, feeling so proud that she almost wanted to wag her tail. It seemed her charm had worked well. Maybe she really had a talent for this. Sun Shui and Guilin kept asking again and again, "Are you sure it's really Chumu? You're not joking with us, right?" How could I joke about something like this? I've arranged plenty of matches before. Do you think I'd make a mistake with this one? Manhwa, that's not what I meant. You know our Wuling didn't Chumu already have a childhood engagement? He asked the team leader to cancel it. Said it was an old-fashioned custom, and people don't do that anymore. Sun Shui and Guilin looked at each other in surprise. Could Wuling really be that charming? She actually made it happen? The delicate young lady from the Wu family in Yongtian village, who didn't know much about farm work, was now engaged to the young man from the neighboring village, Chu Mu, a retired soldier. During the village study sessions, many people came to ask Sun Shui, why would Chu Mu choose her? Just because she's fair and pretty? Sun Shui raised her eyes. What man doesn't want to marry a pretty wife? Isn't that obvious? That's not the same. My sister-in-law is from that village too. She said Chu Mu has always been steady and respectful, often helping out at Suehua's house. Their families were already planning the wedding. How could he suddenly change his mind?
What's so strange about that?
He just hadn't met Wu Ling before.
See?
No matter how honest a man looks, it doesn't matter. Deep down, they all like someone young and pretty. But what's the use of that?
Exactly.
Once he marries her and finds out she's not as capable as she looks, he'll calm down soon enough. Their words carried a hint of jealousy. Who wouldn't be, with Wu Ling's luck? By now, Wu Ling had started joining the others for work. It was the slow season, so the tasks weren't too heavy. She had the easiest job, working a bit, resting a bit, and occasionally sipping water from her bamboo flask. You're really something. That little bit of water has lasted you all afternoon. Don't tell me you're just being lazy? A Xiao from the same village spoke mockingly, grabbing the flask and shaking it. It was still quite full. I knew it. You're pretending to drink just to avoid work. Caught you. Wu Ling took the flask back and rolled her eyes. You try to control everything, heaven, earth, and even how people drink water. If you're that capable, why hasn't anyone made you the team leader? You. Axia's face turned red at once. How could Wu Ling dare to talk to her like that? Wasn't she usually so quiet that you could hardly get a word out of her? Oh, so you think you're something special just because you found yourself a retired soldier? What's there to be proud of? Wu Ling calmly shifted her squatting position. I'm just lucky.
What's wrong with being happy about that?
I'm glad I'll have a good life ahead. You should be happy for me too, but you're not. That's not very kind or supportive of you. You're the one who's not kind. You. Her loud voice brought over Deputy Captain Tianwan. What's going on here? Why are you chatting instead of working? Captain Tian, Wu Ling is being lazy again. She's been sipping water all afternoon, and her bamboo flask is still full. Axiu hurried to complain, and Tianwan turned her gaze toward Wu Ling. Wu Ling didn't move. She said slowly, I just don't want to waste water.
A small sip is enough for me.
Not like some people who don't bring their own water, keep going back and forth to the team's water bucket, waiting in line for ages to drink a big ladle, and then have to run off again soon after. Captain Tian, who do you think is really being lazy here? Axia had just come back from a short break when she caught Wu Ling, and now she waved her hands nervously. I didn't go that often, just twice. It takes quite a while to go back and forth even once. And instead of getting back to work, you came here to argue with me, wasting more time. Captain Tian, this kind of attitude isn't good. If everyone acted like her, running around, drinking water, arguing all day, no one would get any work done. Tianwan's eyes flickered. She turned to Axiu with a serious look. Have you finished your assigned work? I remember your area isn't here. I just came by to check in case she was slacking off again.
Check what?
You're only getting 5 points today. If this happens again, your year-end bonus will be reduced. Axia's face went pale. She didn't dare say another word and quickly walked back to her own area. Tianwan turned back. Wu Ling was still squatting there, smiling brightly. Captain Tian, look, I haven't stopped working for a moment. I'm doing well, right? Tianwan hesitated, then nodded slightly before putting on her straw hat and walking away. She couldn't help thinking that ever since the younger daughter of the Wu family had fallen into the river, she seemed different. Had she always been this quick-witted and sharp-tongued? After a while, Wu Ling picked up the bamboo tube again, pulled out the stopper, and took a big gulp. Strangely, the water level inside slowly rose back up on its own. This was the source of her success in the post-apocalyptic world, her water-based power. Her water wasn't ordinary. People said it carried spiritual energy. The crops watered with it in the shelter always grew the best, even better than those nurtured by plant-powered people. Wu Ling thought maybe she could start a small farm in this world too. Wouldn't that work? There she is.
Suehua, slow down.
Wu Ling noticed a noisy group heading her way. She rubbed her neck and stood up. She just wanted a quiet day to pull some weeds, but apparently that was too much to ask. That's her, the one brother Chu sent someone to propose to. 4 or 5 people stopped in front of Wu Ling, some with hands on their hips, others with arms crossed, all looking quite fierce. In the middle stood a strong-looking girl with tan skin and visible muscle lines on her arms. In their old world, only people like her could survive. Wu Ling admired her for a second. What can I do for you all? So you're Wu Ling, the one who stole Suehua's man? Wu Ling frowned. They're not even married yet, and you're already calling him her man? Aren't you worried that's unfair to her? Doesn't that bother you? The woman raised her voice. Stop trying to stir things up. You're the one who shamelessly went after him, and now you're pretending. Do you have any proof? Wu Ling lifted her chin slightly. If you're just making things up, I can go to the commune and report you for slander. Suehua stopped her friend and looked Wu Ling up and down. I just don't get it. Why would Moose suddenly stop wanting to marry me and go after you? You're so thin. What can you even do? Wu Ling sighed softly. Well, maybe it's because he used to be a soldier and has a strong sense of duty. Maybe he just wants to help someone less capable. You're already doing great on your own, but I'm not. By putting herself in the weaker position, Wu Ling made Suehua pause. Maybe that really was the case. In truth, Suehua wasn't that attached to the arranged marriage anyway. The chairman had said women could hold up half the sky, and she believed it. She could live a good life on her own, and everyone in the nearby villages praised her for it. She had known Chu Mu since they were children. He had always been quiet and hard to talk to. If it weren't for their arranged childhood engagement, she would never have chosen someone so dull. But when everyone in the village thought their marriage was settled, Chu Mu came to ask for a breakup, saying he wanted to marry someone else. That made Suehua very unhappy. She hadn't even complained yet, so why was he the one refusing first? And the person he wanted to marry was known for being unable to do any work and barely able to take care of herself. How was Suehua any worse than that? If Wu Ling had said it was because she was prettier and fairer, Suehua would have just scoffed and scolded her to vent her anger. But instead, Wu Ling praised her for being capable and hardworking. Her tone was gentle and pleasant. You know my 2 sisters-in-law, right? They can't wait for me to get married. My parents just passed away, and Wu Ling looked pitiful as she glanced at Suehua's strong figure with a hint of envy. She truly was envious. Why did she have to end up in such a weak and delicate body? It even made her clumsy at work.
You
have had a hard time too, Suehua said. Suehua, she's the one who took Brother Chu away, and you're feeling sorry for her? The girls who came to support Suehua were upset. If we don't teach her a lesson, she'll think she can get away with it. Wu Ling looked puzzled. Suehua doesn't even seem to care. Why are you all so worked up? Do you think you have a chance with him too? You're talking nonsense. We're just here to help Suehua get justice. Seeing their flustered faces, Wu Ling began to understand a little. It was all because Chu Mu was too desirable. Before, since he was engaged to Suehua, no one dared to think about him. After all, who could compare to hardworking Suehua? But now, why Wu Ling? Was being pretty enough to live on? If she could win him over, then maybe others thought they had a chance too. Wu Ling clicked her tongue. Doesn't look like you're here for justice. More like you're here to compete for a man. Then she sighed. Good people like Suehua and Chu Mu are really rare these days. Suehua couldn't help but smile. She loved being praised. Everyone in the village said she worked even harder when people complimented her, and she had to admit it was true. Oh, I didn't come here for anything serious today. I just wanted to see how you're doing. But really, you've only done this much work by now? You're not very good at it. Suehua had finished her chores early that day, so she squatted down and started showing Wu Ling how to do the work properly. You can't use your hands like that, not the other way around. No, that's not right. Forget it, move aside, I'll show you. Suehua couldn't stand seeing someone work clumsily. She pulled Wu Ling aside and quickly demonstrated. As she worked, she explained, your feet need to move with your hands, little by little. This way, it won't hurt your back. Wuling squatted beside her, copying her movements. Oh, so that's how it's done. Sister Tsuehua, you're amazing. You move so smoothly, you must be a straightforward person too. I really admire that. Wuling was good at saying such things. She had heard and used them many times before. Tianwan only heard later that Tsuehua had brought people to find Wuling. Her heart started pounding, and when she hurried over, she saw that Tsuehua had not only finished Wuling's work, but was also chatting and laughing with her. They looked like close friends. Tianwan pinched the bridge of her nose, took a deep breath, and walked over. Tsuehua, what brings you here? And with so many people? Oh, nothing much, just came to take a look. Captain Tian, maybe you could give Wuling some lighter work? Her hands are all red from pulling weeds. Her parents just passed away. It's been really hard for her. Tianwan. Wait, what exactly did she come here for? Not only Tianwan, but everyone else was wondering too. Whenever there was competition over a man in the village, it always turned into a big scene. Pulling hair and shouting were common. So, what was going on between these two? After Tsuehua and her group left, Tianwan looked at Wuling for a long moment, her expression complicated. Then she said slowly, you're quite capable, aren't you? Wuling replied modestly, you flatter me, Captain Tian. My parents often praise me too, but they always told me not to get too proud. Tianwan. Did she really think that was a compliment? On the way back, the people who came with Tsuehua were still upset. Sister Tsuehua, how could you just let that go? You should have taught her a lesson. Exactly. She looks so sly, who knows what tricks she's using behind the scenes. Tsuehua thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. No wonder in those old stories, only the clever foxes could charm people. There's a reason for that. Sister Tsuehua. Alright, it's not a big deal. Chu-mu has good qualities, and I'm not bad either. Wuling is right. I'm already doing well for myself. What kind of man couldn't I find if I wanted to? Her mother had told her so. She was quite popular. Tsuehua walked home confidently, and after a few steps, she saw Chu-mu. She raised her hand to greet him. Chu-mu looked toward the direction she came from. You went out of the village? Yes, I went to Yongtian village. I took Taohong and the others to meet that Wuling you're talking about. Before she could finish, Chu-mu's expression changed. It was something she couldn't quite read, complicated and helpless. What are you trying to do this time? Tsuehua immediately snapped back. What did I do? What do you mean this time? Can't you talk properly? She glared at him and said sharply, Wuling is much better than you. I should tell her to think twice. Chu-mu stared blankly at her back as she walked away, as if he didn't recognize her. After a long moment, he slowly turned and went home. He lit the kerosene lamp, and the flickering light cast shifting shadows across his face. He hadn't expected that after his gloomy end, when he opened his eyes again, he would be back at the time right after returning from the army. He didn't blame Tsuehua. Life with him had never been easy for her. Only endless troubles and disappointments. Chu-mu couldn't understand why they had been trapped in one problem after another, with no end in sight. He thought it must have been his fault, and he didn't want to drag Tsuehua into that mess again. Wuling's face appeared in his mind, fair and delicate, unlike most village girls. She wore 2 braids and spoke softly, saying she was easy to get along with, calm and kind. He hadn't expected that after Tsuehua met her, she didn't cause any trouble and even spoke well of her. How calm must she have been to do that? The Wu family was eager to arrange the marriage and barely mentioned the dowry, not that it would matter much to them anyway. Chu-mu was willing to cooperate, but how should one describe it? Sun Shui whispered secretly to Goelan, it looks like he just wants to get it over with. He doesn't seem to care much, hasn't even come home once. Goelan didn't mind. That's perfect. The sooner Wu Ling gets married, the better. Honestly, she gives me the creeps now. Have you noticed she looks even prettier than before? It's that kind of beauty that makes you uneasy. Goelan couldn't quite explain it. Wu Ling had always been pretty before, big eyes, fair skin, shiny hair, but that was all. Now, though, Wuling was the kind of beauty that made people unable to look away. Even her smallest movements could make others stare in amazement. I think she's taking our energy, Guilan concluded. You'd better send someone to the Chu family to ask if there are any taboos. If not, don't bother picking a lucky day, just get things done soon. When Wuling heard about it, she thought it was a good idea too. Mostly, she was just tired of eating Guilan's cooking. Thin porridge, sweet potatoes, and salty pickles. Pickles that didn't even taste good. The grain was locked away to keep her from touching it, but if she really wanted to, that thin door wouldn't stop her. My parents already prepared my dowry, Wuling said. Do you want to bring it out yourselves, or should we talk about it together? Wuling felt she was being very kind, almost glowing with goodness. Wu Dong and Wu Shi exchanged a look, then turned to their wives. Didn't you hear? Our parents left her a dowry. You said you were keeping it safe for her, right? Well, she doesn't need you to anymore. Go get it and make sure nothing's missing. Sun Shui and Guilan looked unwilling. The Wu couple had saved all the good things in the house for Wuling's dowry, leaving little for their sons. Now that the parents were gone, shouldn't those things belong to them instead? Wuling idly played with her fingers. I remember exactly what's in the dowry. If my sisters-in-law want to test my memory, I don't mind testing their patience in return. They could guess what kind of test she meant. Sun Shui and Guilan both turned pale, their voices trembling. No need, no need. We're all family, no need to be so formal. 2 nearly new cotton quilts, an enamel basin, a thermos, a kerosene lamp with a glass cover, and a camphor wood chest. It didn't look like much, but in any household, those were treasures to be carefully stored away. Sun Shui and Guilan couldn't bear to look at them for long. It made their hearts ache. A day was chosen, and Aunt Hua arrived with Chu Mu. When she saw the Wu family, her smile nearly reached her ears. I've always said this girl from the Wu family is born for a good life.
See?
I've never been wrong. Chu Mu brought Wuling a wristwatch and a stack of fabric coupons as a token of engagement. For me? Wuling said with a smile. Wu Ling reached out her hand without hesitation. Chu Mu paused for a moment before gently placing the watch on her wrist and fastening it for her. Her wrist was slender and fair, with faint blue veins visible beneath the skin. It looked delicate and graceful, easily encircled by his thumb and forefinger. After putting it on, Wu Ling admired it from different angles, liking it more the longer she looked. Then she looked up at Chu Mu with a sweet smile. Thank you, I really like it. Chu Mu showed little expression and only nodded slightly. Sun Shui and Guilan leaned closer to take a look. This watch must be hard to get, right? It wasn't just about the money. You needed coupons and connections too, otherwise it was impossible to buy. Sun Shui glanced at Guilan. Didn't she say he didn't care about Wu Ling? Was this what not caring looked like? Next, the two families began discussing the dowry. Aunt Hua, being an outsider, had to step out. Normally, Wu Ling, as a bride-to-be, shouldn't have stayed either, but she sat calmly, showing no intention of leaving. Since no one from the Wu family objected, and Chu Mu didn't either, the discussion continued. Besides the 3 essentials and 1 sound, there were also several pieces of fine fabric, 50 pounds of wheat, and a red envelope as a meeting gift. Everyone knew there was cash inside. Judging by Chu Mu's manner, it wouldn't be a small amount, but no one reached out to take it. Only Wu Ling waved her fair hand. Chu Mu looked around the room, then silently handed it to her. Wu Ling opened it and took a quick look, about 150 yuan. She squinted happily, wrapped it back up, and slipped it into her pocket. We're all family now, no need to be so polite. Sister-in-law, you haven't even served tea yet. Sun Shui snapped out of her daze, her eyes still red. Oh, right, I'll go now. She stood up but wandered around the room aimlessly, like a lost fly, until Guilan pulled her outside. Why is that girl so lucky? They had thought the Qian family's offer was already the best they could get, but then Chu Mu appeared. No wonder he's a retired soldier, Guilan said. I bet he saved quite a bit before coming back. He's the only son, so everything his parents saved over the years will be his. Sun Shui bit her sleeve, wishing she were still unmarried. She would have fought for him no matter what.
Guilan sai.
What's the point of thinking about it? No matter how much he gives, none of it will come to us. And that only made it all the more frustrating. After discussing the bride price, Aunt Hua came in. It was time to set the wedding date, decide how many tables to prepare for the family banquet, who to invite, and what dishes to serve. Before making any decisions, the Wu family always asked Wu Ling for her opinion, which left Aunt Hua quite confused. Why do you keep asking her? She's just a young girl. What could she possibly know? You're all married and have more experience. Wu Dong smiled awkwardly. It's still Wu Ling's wedding. She needs to be happy with it. That's right, that's how our family does things.
You know that, Auntie.
But Aunt Hua really didn't know. When the elder Wus were still alive, they did spoil Wu Ling, but weren't they gone now? Not long ago, people said the Wu family wanted to marry Wu Ling off to the Qian family, and the poor girl almost jumped into the river. Yet now, they all seem to get along just fine again. Wu Ling stayed calm. Yes, that's our family's way. Auntie, please go on. Chu Mu, standing nearby, glanced at Wu Ling several times. She caught his gaze, raised an eyebrow, and smiled playfully. Chu Mu quickly looked away, keeping silent. He had given Aunt Hua a generous gift, which was why she was working so hard to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. But now, Chu Mu began to doubt himself. Was this decision right or wrong? Would he end up hurting this young woman? Or himself? When Wu Ling noticed he wasn't looking at her anymore, she stopped trying to catch his attention, but she still watched him closely. He looked down. Was he shy? She thought proudly. Maybe she really did have a gift for this. When the people of Yongtian village heard that Wu Ling and Chu Mu from the neighboring village were officially engaged and saw the watch on her wrist, many couldn't help feeling jealous. Still, Chu Mu's status as a retired soldier carried weight, so people only gossiped behind their backs. My parents didn't give me good looks, one woman sighed. Otherwise, I could have married a soldier too. I'm hardworking after all. What's the use of being hardworking? Men like pretty women. We can't compare. They'll regret it when they marry someone lazy, who doesn't help at all. Wu Ling heard some of their talk, but didn't care. She had already decided to live an easy, carefree life, and she thought their words weren't entirely wrong. What's so bad about being lazy and enjoying life? Who doesn't want to live like that? It's just that there were no conditions for it. Many inventions in the future will come from people's desire to make life easier and more comfortable. How important is that quality? People also tried to talk to Chu Mu. Even though his parents were gone and he had no close relatives, the villagers couldn't bear to see such a good young man take the wrong path. Listen to me, one woman said. When choosing a wife, you can't just look at her looks. What really matters is that she's hardworking and willing to endure hardship. If she can't lift or carry anything, she'll only be a burden. That girl from the Wu family has been spoiled since she was little. She doesn't know how to do anything and will ruin the household sooner or later. Some even found out how Wu Ling had approached Chu Mu and tried to copy her idea, going to him to recommend themselves. I may not be as pretty as Wu Ling, one girl said shyly, but I have a kind heart, I'm hardworking, and I can do all the housework.
Could you?
Maybe think about me? By the end, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. In those days, it took all her courage just to stand in front of Chu Mu. But Chu Mu thought of Wu Ling instead. That girl had stopped him boldly, speaking with such confidence that, though it seemed absurd, her self-assurance was strangely compelling. It made him waver in his decision never to marry again. Chu Mu quietly turned down the other girl, but when the news reached the Wu family, they were anxious. You've already agreed to be with him. How can someone else try to steal him away? Don't you have any pride? Go see Chu Mu more often before someone really takes him from you. Then you'll regret it. Wu Ling, however, didn't seem to care.
We're not married yet.
It's fine if someone wants to try. Sun Shui was so angry, she wanted to knock some sense into her. Was this girl out of her mind? Guilin tried to persuade her kindly. Chu Mu's such a good match. If you marry him, you'll have your own say in the household. He just left the army, has some savings, and might achieve great things in the future. You should hold on to him. If someone else won him over, who knew how long it would take to find another man that satisfied this stubborn girl? It's fine, Wu Ling said calmly. You don't understand. Chu Mu isn't that kind of person. How well can you know him? You've only met him twice. What could you possibly know? Wu Ling just smiled. A lot more than you think. She knew that Chu Mu liked reading and playing chess. He was strong, had good stamina, long legs, and looked good in clothes. He enjoyed drinking tea and reading the newspaper, giving off a mature air. Throughout the story, apart from showing a little admiration for the heroine, there was no mention of him being interested in any other woman. I'm sure I'll get married smoothly, so you two don't need to worry, Wu Ling said confidently. Just as she predicted, Chu Mu followed the plan and submitted the application to the brigade. The Wu family were farmers with a clean background, so the approval came quickly. Unlike in the book, where Chu Mu borrowed a tractor for the wedding, this time he came quietly on a bicycle decorated with a red ribbon to pick up Wu Ling. Since the social environment didn't allow loud celebrations, the wedding was kept simple. A few nearby families came to join the fun and share a meal, and that was enough to make it official. After sending off the villagers who came to congratulate them, Wu Ling and Chu Mu finally went inside. Unlike most village homes with layers of paper on the walls, the Chu family's house was quite tidy. There was a chest of drawers covered with a beige cloth, a bed with a military blanket, a military bag hanging on the wall, and several wooden boxes stacked in the corner. As Chu Mu took off his jacket, he said, "You can rest first. I'll clean up outside later. I asked the team leader for leave, so I have an extra day. I'll organize the things I brought from home. Where can I put them?" Wu Ling asked. When she saw Chu Mu roll up his sleeves, the veins and muscles on his arms caught her attention. He looked strong and capable, someone who would do well even in tough times. She quickly looked away and pointed to an empty spot in the room. "How about there?" Chu Mu didn't answer right away. Did she just stare at his arm? Was she nervous? He quietly rolled his sleeves back down and nodded. "Anywhere is fine. Tell me where to put things, and I'll help you move them." Why did he stop showing off his muscles? How stingy, she thought with a small smile. Actually, there wasn't much left to clean up outside. Many villagers had helped, and as thanks, they were given the leftover dishes to take home. That was already a nice gesture of appreciation, and the women had done a thorough job tidying everything. Wu Ling put away the clothes and items she had brought from home, while Chu Mu, having finished his tasks, began to seriously explain the household matters to her. "There's still some grain at home. I saved a bit of money and ration tickets while I was in the team, and I got some help when I left the army. With the basic rations and work points, we'll be fine for now. You can keep doing light work like weeding and drying grain. The small plot behind the house is our private land from the team. I planted some sweet potatoes and pumpkins there. They'll be ready to harvest in about a month. I also have 2 chickens, and they should start laying eggs soon. All the savings are here. Count them carefully and keep them safe." Wu Ling glanced at him once, then again. This man was really honest. No wonder he could only be a supporting character. He just handed over all his savings like that? Chu Mu only wanted to avoid trouble later. In his past life, Suehua had been upset because he didn't let her manage the household right away. Someone must have said something to her, and she kept bringing it up, saying he never truly saw her as family. He really hadn't meant it that way. It was just his first time getting married, and without any elders to guide him, he hadn't thought of it. Wu Ling opened the cloth pouch. Inside were not only stacks of money, but also several ration tickets and a small notebook.
You even keep accounts.
You're quite careful, very good. That it's a habit from working in the team. Wu Ling flipped through it. The first few pages listed personal items. He was clearly thrifty. The more expensive ones were all for the wedding gifts. She stood up, went to the cabinet she had taken over, and pulled out a red envelope. In front of Chu Mu, she put the money from it into the cloth pouch. Chu Mu was surprised. "Why is that with you? Didn't you give it to me?" "Of course it's with me. I mean, dear brother and sister-in-law know? Did they agree?" Wu Ling smiled gently. "They know. My brother and sister-in-law are actually quite reasonable. They listen, they work hard, and they've changed for the better." Chu Mu didn't quite understand what she meant, but He was surprised that her family treated her so well. That was rare. Maybe what she said about herself the first time they met was true after all. Besides their red envelope, Wu Ling had only left a few fabric tickets for her pregnant second sister-in-law and one piece of good cloth for each of her two sisters-in-law. She brought everything else with her. You even brought the wheat back? Of course. I need to eat too, don't I? All this was what you prepared to marry me with. Wherever I am, my things should be there too, right? Chu Mu didn't know how to respond. He had never met anyone quite like her. In the city, he couldn't say much about the customs, but in the village, every family kept the bride price to help with household expenses. It was an unspoken rule, but Wu Ling took it so naturally that he felt a bit confused. Also, I'll take care of the pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and the 2 chickens. You handle the rest of the household matters, all right?
Humu hesitated.
Are you sure? You know my abilities are limited. These aren't heavy tasks, but supporting the family will depend on you. Wu Ling blinked her bright eyes, and Chu Mu replied, all right. He hadn't expected much from her anyway. He hadn't even counted her share of the work points. The fact that she was willing to tend a small plot of land was already more than he hoped for. Wu Ling was quite pleased. She liked working on their own land. With the special water she used, the harvest would surely be good. She also had experience raising chickens, and the ones that drank that water laid plenty of nutritious eggs. It suited her perfectly. The young couple discussed and divided their household duties. Then Wu Ling suddenly said, it's getting dark. Should we go to bed? Chu Mu paused. At this hour, most families in the village are just starting dinner. Oh, right. I got ahead of myself. Where's your stove? Chu Mu was puzzled. What did she just say? Wu Ling, unaware of her slip, went out for a bit and came back. Should you cook, or should I? You know I'm not very skilled. I've never cooked at home. But she had already changed the water in the jar. Chu Mu stood up silently, rolled up his sleeves, and said, I'll do it. Wu Ling's eyes lit up. This man really matched her well. He was quite capable. Dinner was simple. Thin porridge, cornbread, pickles, and some leftover dishes from the midday feast that the neighbors had sent over. When the porridge cooled a little, Wu Ling took a sip and praised, You're really good at this. The porridge tastes wonderful. Chu Mu said nothing. How could porridge taste any different? It was just rice and water. But when he took a sip himself, his expression changed slightly. He took another taste, as if in disbelief. Was it because of her compliment? Why did the porridge seem especially smooth and fragrant today, with a clear sweetness from the grains? It really was delicious.
See?
I was right, wasn't I? Wu Ling smiled with curved eyes. You're a natural at cooking. That's amazing. Chu Mu lowered his head and drank his porridge. Did he really have a talent for cooking? He had just discovered that himself. After the meal, Chu Mu washed the bowls, while Wu Ling went to check their small plot of land. The place was tucked away in a corner, probably just a random piece given to them when the land was divided. The good thing was that no one could see it from outside, so whether the crops grew well or the hens laid eggs, no one would know. Wu Ling used her special ability to water the field, then cleaned the chicken's water bowl and refilled it with spiritual water. She did everything while standing still. After all the struggles she had faced in the post-apocalyptic world, she had long mastered her powers with ease. When she finished, Wu Ling washed up and went inside to wait. It was already dark. Surely it was time to sleep? But to her surprise, Chu Mu still wanted to wash the clothes from the day. Wu Ling patted the bed. Leave them for tomorrow. You cook, I'll do the washing. I'm not completely useless, you know. Don't waste your energy. Really, on their wedding night, and he found washing clothes more interesting? Chu Mu's eyes darkened slightly. After washing up and checking that all the doors were locked, he returned to the room. Wu Ling was lying lazily on the bed in her inner clothes. The soft light made her look even more beautiful, and for a moment, Chu Mu forgot to breathe. He had married her instead of Tsuehua, and people in and outside the village often whispered that Wu Ling was some kind of enchantress. Chu Mu had always thought that was nonsense. But right now, it didn't seem so impossible to believe. Wu Ling smiled faintly and waved him over. The next morning, Wu Ling finally stepped out of the house. Aunt Yang from next door was standing on something to make herself taller and called out across the yard, "Xiao Wu. Did Xiao Chu go to work already? You're only just up?" Her sharp eyes swept over Wu Ling. How was it that they both wore patched clothes, yet Wu Ling somehow made them look so different? Wu Ling stretched lazily and covered her mouth as she yawned. "I've been up for a while. There's always so much to do around the house and no one to help. I haven't even had breakfast yet." That was true. Chu's family had no relatives nearby to lend a hand, but there was still plenty of housework to do. And Wu Ling was known for not being very good at chores. Aunt Yang clicked her tongue and shook her head. This marriage, she thought, didn't look too promising. In truth, Wu Ling really had just gotten up. She finally understood what it meant when people said, "What you read on paper is never the same as real experience." The novel only briefly mentioned that Chu Mu was strong and full of energy, but it never said just how much. She had no idea it could be like this. Using her special ability, she cleaned the house while sitting with one leg crossed, eating the breakfast Chu Mu had left for her. The food tasted different after changing the water source. Even simple grains had flavor, and the pickles made by the Chu family were especially good. Since she had married into this village, she needed to wait for her household registration to be transferred and her work points to be reassessed. Even in the best case, it would take about a month. If the production team wanted to make things difficult, it could take longer. During this time, even if she worked, she wouldn't earn any points. Some new brides from other villages would volunteer to work for free to show they weren't lazy. But Wu Ling didn't have to worry about that. After all, lazy was already her nickname, and she lived up to it perfectly. Besides, Chu Mu had told her not to worry about being treated unfairly. He would talk to the team when the time came. She had been touched when he said that. He really seemed like a responsible man. But what he didn't know was that soon there would be new orders from above, and the production team wouldn't be able to make trouble even if they wanted to. After washing the dishes, Wu Ling went to her small plot of land, then came back and set up a bamboo lounge chair in the yard. She laid a mat on it and stretched out under the sun. The bright, warm light covered her gently. She no longer had to hide in an underground shelter, always on edge, guarding against zombies, predators, or even other people. It felt amazing to live in a place where safety and sunlight were no longer rare. She lay there so long she almost forgot where she was, occasionally turning over so she could tend evenly like a lazy fish basking in the sun. A few small heads suddenly peeked over the fence, curious about the new bride from another village. Wu Ling opened her eyes and waved at them, inviting them in. Sitting cross-legged on the chair, she smiled and asked, "Are you all from this village? I just moved here. Can you tell me about the place?" A little boy tilted his head. "Why should we tell you? What do we get out of it?" A girl with two braids blinked and said, "What do you want to know? You're really pretty. Even prettier than Sister, who from the east end of the village. Oh my, this little girl is just so adorable." Wu Ling took out a piece of fruit candy. It was something Chu Mu had brought back from the supply store. Not much of it left, saved for their wedding to add a bit of joy. She hadn't wanted to give it all away. "You're such a good girl. Here, have some candy." The little girl took it happily, but didn't eat it right away. She stared at the colorful wrapper for a long time, then carefully lifted her outer clothes and tucked the candy into the small pocket close to her chest. The other children nearby stared wide-eyed and started shouting, "I know something too. I know everything that happens in the village." But Wu Ling didn't seem very interested this time. She just responded casually, not even offering candy or praise. The children tried hard to think of things to say. Most of it was childish talk. Where to find big bugs, which tree was about to fall and shouldn't be climbed, or where to pick up pretty stones. Still, some bits of news were useful, like when a movie would be shown in the open field in a few days, or when the supply store would get new brown sugar. Wu Ling was patient with children. In a world like this, every small life was as precious as a flame. As they talked, she gradually became the one telling stories. When Chu Mu came back, he stopped in surprise as soon as he entered the yard. He saw Wu Ling sitting in the middle of the courtyard, holding a big palm fan, fanning herself leisurely. Around her sat a circle of children. their round little heads forming a ring. You all. He had just said 2 words when the children in the outer circle turned to him at once, putting their fingers to their lips and whispering, "Sure." Chu Mu closed his mouth. Wu Ling glanced at him briefly, then continued her story. He listened for a moment. It sounded like she was telling a tale. Chu Mu set down his tools and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, but once again, he froze. The village didn't have running water. Everyone had to carry it home bucket by bucket, so people were very careful with it. Sometimes it wasn't that they didn't care about cleanliness, it was simply that they didn't have the means. After living that way for so long, it was easy to be looked down upon when going elsewhere. But now, he noticed that the kitchen, which had long been covered in grime, was spotless. Chu Mu stepped out and looked around the main room. Everything was neat and tidy. Through the window, he could see bed sheets and clothes hanging cleanly on the line.
She
Had done all this? Suddenly remembering something, Chu Mu hurried to the water jar. He needed to refill the household's water supply first. However, when he lifted the lid, he saw that the jar was full of clear, cool water, its surface gently rippling. After putting the lid back on, Chu Mu looked toward Wu Ling, who was still in the yard telling stories to the children, his expression complicated. Wasn't it said that she was spoiled at home and never did any work? This was called not doing work? Who had been spreading false rumors about her?
All right, that's all for today.
You should all go home now. The little children sighed in disappointment. A moment ago they had been quiet, but now they chirped like a flock of birds. Can we come back tomorrow to hear the rest? Did she escape the chase? She must have, right? Is that medicine really that effective? Does it taste bad? Wu Ling didn't seem annoyed. She patiently answered each question without giving away any spoilers, keeping her good habit of not revealing the story's ending, and gently sent the children out the door. You're back? You must be tired. I cooled some water for you. Have a drink first. Smiling, Wu Ling handed a cup of water to the man of the house. Chu Mu drank it all in one go, finding it cool and sweet, leaving him feeling refreshed. He set the cup down and said after a pause, "You've worked hard too. I'll go make dinner." Wu Ling stayed comfortably in her chair, waiting quietly. She had talked so much today that she was indeed a bit tired. "Xiao Chu, are you home? I brought you some freshly pickled radish," called Aunt Yang as she entered the yard. Seeing Wu Ling lounging about, Aunt Yang frowned slightly. "Xiao Wu, why are you still resting? It's this late. Why aren't you cooking?" "Brother Mu is cooking. His food tastes better than mine," Wu Ling replied naturally. Aunt Yang looked at her, wanting to say more but holding back. After all, the two had just gotten married, and it wasn't her place to speak too harshly. So she simply carried the bowl into the kitchen. Chu Mu was busy at the stove, his back to the door, when Aunt Yang came in, exclaiming in surprise. She reached out to stop him. "Xiao Chu, don't take this the wrong way, but what are you doing? Not just in our village, even in the whole commune. No man comes home from work and still cooks dinner."
Come on, stop that.
Chu Mu stepped aside from her hand, adjusted the fire in the stove, and then turned around. "Annie, did you need something?" Aunt Yang put the bowl on the stove and looked at him with concern. "I've watched you grow up since you were little. I even thought about letting my 3rd daughter marry you, but I knew she couldn't compare to Tsuehua, so I gave up that idea. But look at the one you chose. She even waits for you to cook before eating. If people heard about this, what would they think?" "It's fine," Chu Mu said. "Wu Ling isn't lazy at home. Cooking a meal isn't a big deal." "That's not the point," Aunt Yang said. "Cooking is something a woman should do. How can you be the one in the kitchen?" "No, I have to talk to her." Aunt Yang felt that Chu Mu had no elder to guide him. If a young girl started to control him, who knew what their future would be like? Chu Mu wanted to stop her, but the porridge on the stove was boiling over, so he had to take care of it first. Meanwhile, Aunt Yang went out and saw Wu Ling still sitting in the same place. She coughed loudly and sat down in front of her. Wu Ling smiled politely. "Annie, did you see Brother Mu?" "I did." "Wu Ling, I know you were well cared for at home, but now that you're married, you shouldn't be so lazy. Look, Chu just came back from work, tired as can be. How can you let him cook?" Wu Ling smiled, even more kindly. Oh, Andy, do you mean you want to help us cook? That's so kind of you.
When did I say that?
I mean, you should be the one cooking. In every family in the village, the women do the cooking and washing. That's how it's always been. If you don't know how, I can teach you. Wuling gently refused. That's not necessary, Auntie. You must have plenty to do at home. I even heard some arguing from your house earlier. What was that about? It sounded quite loud. It was just my family's. Aunt Yang stopped herself quickly. No, we're talking about you and Chu, not my house. Well, there's nothing to talk about with us, Wuling said cheerfully. We get along very well. When he's happy, I'm happy too. There's no problem at all. But your family, if there's something wrong, it's best to fix it soon. Otherwise, small problems can turn into big ones. A peaceful home brings good fortune, and if we want to build a better country, we should start by keeping our own homes in harmony. Aunt Yang stared at Wuling's rosy face as she spoke non-stop, her words full of reasoning like a village leader's speech. Aunt Yang's head began to ache. Oh dear, it's almost time for my family's meal, Aunt Yang said quickly. I'll be going now. We'll talk again another time. Wuling waved her hand. Auntie, take care, and thank you for the radishes. Aunt Yang hurried back home next door. After calming down, she stood there for a while, confused. Wait a minute, she had meant to act like an elder and teach Wuling how to be a proper wife, but somehow she ended up being the one taught instead? No wonder Wuling had managed to talk Xiao Chu and Suehua out of their engagements. She was definitely not an easy one to deal with. Aunt Yang raised her voice toward the kitchen. Is the meal still not ready? You only have a few things to do all day, and you still drag your feet. Do you want the whole family to go hungry? Hearing the neighbors start another round of bickering, Wuling quietly set the table. Just then, Chu Mu brought out the freshly cooked dinner. Most families in the village only had 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the evening. But the Wu family doted on Wuling, so they always added a small meal at noon, afraid she might get hungry. Tomorrow I'll go to the supply store and see if I can get something good. You're too thin, you need to eat better, Chu Mu said. Watching Wuling take small bites of the coarse cornbread and sip her porridge now and then, he realized she wasn't spoiled at all, unlike what people said. The rough cornbread was dry and hard to swallow, yet she never complained. Chu Mu decided to grind some wheat into flour the next day and mix it in to make the bread softer and smoother. He remembered that tomorrow the supply store would receive pork from 2 commune slaughterhouses. Normally, that kind of news didn't spread. Officials' families would take it all before anyone else knew. But he happened to have some inside information. With a small favor, he might be able to get some too. Wuling didn't mind. She would eat whatever was available. Having survived the end of the world, she no longer feared hunger. Every bit of food was precious to her. Also, Chu Mu added, if anyone comes looking for me in the next few days, don't let them in. Wait until I get back to handle it. Wuling paused with her chopsticks. Who would come? I just heard some talk. Maybe some relatives, they said they wanted to visit me. But I don't really know them, so don't worry about it. Chewing on a piece of pickled radish, Wuling nodded in approval of Aunt Yang's cooking. Relatives? Could it be that person? So they were about to make their appearance? They called themselves relatives, but they were hardly connected at all. They had only heard that Chu Mu had served in the army and that his parents had passed away, so they wanted to take advantage of him. That kind of thing was common in the countryside. As long as there was some distant family tie, people would claim to be kin. And since Chu Mu was newly married and soft-hearted, he wouldn't have the nerve to turn them away. He'd probably just treat them politely and let them stay. After she moved in, things got complicated. She started acting like an elder, taking the place of the in-laws, giving orders, and even promising to help raise their future child, clearly showing she had no plans to leave. Suehua was a strong-willed girl who liked to prove herself. When Chu Mu tried to ask her to leave, she refused, saying she didn't want others to gossip. She worked even harder to show she could handle everything. So, she worked hard during the day to earn work points, and after coming home, she still had to take care of that person. The young couple barely had time for each other. You could say that was when the first cracks in their relationship began. Wuling took a sip of porridge and obediently said, I understand. I'll listen to you. Chu Mu's throat moved slightly. He suddenly turned his face away, quickly finished his porridge, and left the table. Wu Ling was puzzled. What was wrong with him? That night, Wu Ling's eyes were slightly red. She leaned close to Chu Mu, smiled softly, and whispered, "So, you like it when I listen to you?" Chu Mu showed her through his actions that he did. When Wu Ling woke up, Chu Mu had already gone out. She got up slowly. On the table, her breakfast was covered with a food cover, and warm water was still on the stove for her to wash up. After eating, she cleaned the house as usual, then went to the small garden behind the house. "Oh, you've laid eggs already?" She reached into the chicken coop and found 2 eggs. After cleaning the coop and the water bowl, she praised the hens. "Good job. Keep it up. I'll find you some bugs later as a treat." Eggs were a rare thing in the village. Most families wouldn't eat them right away. They'd save them to sell at the market. But Wu Ling wasn't very ambitious. She just placed the eggs in an empty bowl on the kitchen shelf, planning to eat them that evening. "Anyone home?" "Bowed and, it's me, your cousin aunt." Wu Ling smiled. So Chu Mu had a childhood nickname? She went to open the door. An old lady carrying a sack rushed in, looking around curiously. "So, you're the wife Baodan just married? You look a bit pale and thin. Can you give my Baodan a strong son?"
Who are you?
"And who's Baodan?" Wu Ling asked softly, her tone calm and gentle, looking like someone easy to talk to. Granny Chiao was secretly delighted but put on a stern, elder-like expression. "Who else could Baodan be? It's that boy Chu, of course. How can you be his wife and not even know that?" Hearing the commotion and curious about why the Chu family suddenly had a relative visiting, Aunt Yang quickly came over from next door. "Are you here to see young Chu? And who might you be to him?" "I'm his aunt on his mother's side. When Baodan was just born, I even held him in my arms. I was the one who gave him that name." Aunt Yang was puzzled. She had been neighbors with the Chu family for years, yet she had never heard his parents mention that Chu Mu had another name. "I heard he's married now, and since his parents are gone, I was worried there's no one to look after things at home. So I came to check on him." Poor child, life hasn't been easy for him. As Granny Chiao spoke, she glanced at Wu Ling, whose face was rosy and skin fair, and frowned slightly. She doesn't look like someone who can handle much work. That's what happens when there are no elders around to guide the young. Aunt Yang immediately agreed, thinking the same thing. She quickly stepped forward to help. "Xiao Wu, why are you letting your aunt stand here talking? Invite her in quickly, and bring her some water to drink." Wu Ling, who looked gentle and obedient, shook her head. "No, Aunt Yang, you're too kind-hearted. Sometimes good intentions can lead to trouble." "What are you talking about, child? What trouble?" Wu Ling affectionately pulled Aunt Yang a few steps away from Granny Chiao, speaking in a mysterious tone but not lowering her voice. "Didn't the village secretary come to give a talk recently? I heard that in some places, people pretending to visit relatives are actually spies."
Aunt Yang Shifret.
"Don't say such things. How is it nonsense? You've watched Brother Mu grow up. Have you ever heard him mention an aunt like her? Or that he had a childhood name called Baodan?" To be honest, she hadn't. Wu Ling could tell that just from Aunt Yang's expression. Think about it. Brother Mu used to be a soldier. What if he came into contact with something secret? If she goes inside and finds something important, that would be a serious crime. Aunt Yang's face turned pale. Granny Chiao quickly shouted, "I'm no spy. I really am Baodan's aunt. You young girl, don't make false accusations. I just married into the Chu family, so I don't know much yet. But Aunt Yang has been their neighbor for years and doesn't recognize you either. So, how can we be sure you're telling the truth? Brother Mu is an honorable veteran. I can't hold him back." "Aunt Yang, don't you think that makes sense?" From the moment Wu Ling mentioned words like classified and execution, Aunt Yang's mind went blank. No, I don't know anything. I still have a lot to do at home. I need to go back first." "Didn't you say I should invite her in?" "I didn't. I don't even know her." Wu Ling acted as if she didn't notice Aunt Yang's panic and held onto her arm. "Then how about this, Andy? Help me call someone over. If she really is a spy, we'll be doing a good deed, maybe even get praised for it. The word praised made Aunt Yang's eyes light up again. In those days, political recognition was a great honor. Even a towel or a few extra work points were valuable rewards. And if the achievement was big enough to be reported to the brigade or the commune. Aunt Yang's eyes sparkled. Wait here, I'll go right now. She ran off, leaving Granny Qiao anxious and shouting as she chased after her. I'm not a spy. I'm really a good person. Leaning lazily against the gate, Wu Ling said softly, good people don't go around saying they're good. The team leaders always teach us to be modest and careful. You troublesome girl. Just wait till Baodan comes back. He'll teach you a lesson. Wu Ling actually looked amused by the threat and encouraged her with a glance. Really? Go on, say more. Maybe you'll scare me. Granny Qiao was stunned. She had never met anyone who wanted to be scolded. But arguing was her specialty, and she didn't need encouragement to keep going. Hands on her hips, she pointed at Wu Ling's nose and started shouting again. Wu Ling didn't get angry. She just leaned there calmly, her indifferent look making Granny Qiao even more furious. By the time the team instructor arrived with Aunt Yang, Wu Ling didn't even need to pretend. She already looked like a quiet young woman being bullied at her own doorstep. What's going on here? Instructor Xiaozheng, sent from the brigade branch, was highly alert and took Aunt Yang's report very seriously. He immediately ordered the others to restrain Granny Qiao. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm not a spy. I'm Baodan's cousin. There's no one named Baodan in our village. What's your real purpose? Take her back and make her explain everything clearly. Old Mrs. Qiao was stunned for a moment before remembering that she actually had proof. She quickly shouted, I have the papers. I was just too anxious. I have a family visit certificate. But whether she had it or not, they still had to take her back to prevent her from running away. Instructor Xiaozheng walked up to Wu Ling and said seriously, Thank you, Comrade Wu, for your awareness. We must eliminate all possible hidden dangers. Even after being scolded, Wu Ling stayed calm and gentle, showing quiet strength. For the sake of my comrades and neighbors, it's worth it even if I'm misunderstood. Instructor Xiaozheng's eyes grew warm. What a dedicated comrade. I'll make sure everyone learns from your example, he said. Aunt Yang stretched her neck, waiting to be mentioned too. She had helped call people over, hadn't she? Didn't that count? But Instructor Xiaozheng didn't mention her at all. He led his team away proudly. Aunt Yang felt disappointed, but she leaned toward Wu Ling and whispered. She said she is proof. Maybe she's not really a spy? Wu Ling shrugged. Who knows? I don't know her anyway. Better to be careful. Didn't you say you still have things to do at home? I won't keep you. She went back and closed the courtyard gate. Luckily, it hadn't taken long, just in time for her to enjoy some sunshine. When Chumu came home, a group of little kids were squatting in the yard, listening to Wu Ling tell a story with full attention. Wu Ling saw him and paused. Did someone from the team come looking for you?
They did.
I came back for a bit, but I'll head over soon.
Don't worry about it.
Wu Ling hadn't planned to anyway, so she went back to her storytelling. Chumu hid the meat wrapped in paper, then noticed 2 eggs in a bowl on the shelf. He froze for a second. The hens were already laying eggs? Both of them? He thought it would take another half-month. But he didn't have time to think about it now. He hurried out again toward the production team. At the supply store, he had already heard that their team had caught a spy at his house. He had been puzzled at first. Later, he found out it was Wu Ling's idea. He had to admit, it pleased him quite a bit. He wasn't close to this cousin. He had only heard his parents mention her once, and after tracing the family connections, they barely counted as relatives. They had never actually met before. Since this person's appearance in his previous life, his family has never had peace. Suehua looks visibly anxious and tense. When asked, she says nothing. She gets up earlier each day and works more each day, but no one can persuade her. Later, this aunt even wanted to go with them to the military school. Suehua couldn't take it anymore and told him the truth. She said this person expects her to serve her according to the old customs of serving her mother-in-law, just like her previous wife did. If she shows any dissatisfaction, He criticizes her, saying she is not as good as someone back home, and that marrying Chumu is lucky, but actually, she is far from that. Chumu immediately found an excuse to send her back. He didn't reveal where he was going for further study, but from that moment, Suehua's mood stayed tense. She became resistant and wary of everyone and everything. He also blamed himself for not noticing earlier, but this person is just trouble. When Chumu saw Grandma Qiao, he didn't reveal his identity right away. Instead, he first talked to Officer Xiaozheng about unrelated matters. Grandma Qiao didn't recognize Chumu's appearance and kept asking nearby people when Bao Dan would come. She believed that once he arrived, he would stand up for her. "You're still not telling the truth? You say you're here to see Comrade Chu. He's right here, but you don't recognize him." Grandma Qiao was stunned. She looked at Chumu and immediately reacted, crying and claiming to be related to him.
Humwes brau slowly furovet.
"I don't know you. Why don't you recognize me? I gave you the nickname Bao Dan. How could your parents not tell you? I've never had that name. If I did, my parents wouldn't hide it from me." Chumu kept a serious face. "Which relative am I to you?" "Oh, I'm your cousin's daughter from your aunt's side. You can call me Aunt, no problem." "I can't be lying to you. Bao Dan, you should tell them so we can go home together. Which aunt's daughter are you? And which niece of hers? My parents only have me as their son. They wouldn't hide anything from me. What are you here for?" Grandma Qiao got anxious. What is she here for? To enjoy happiness. Her hometown was hit by a hailstorm, and she was the only one left. She had suffered enough and, somehow, remembered she still had a relative. The nickname, Bao Dan, wasn't made up by her. She had actually given it to him once when she came to celebrate. She saw Chumu's parents' joy at having a child late in life and mockingly said, "Why not call him Bao Dan, meaning baby egg?" He didn't take it seriously at all and didn't even know about that name. But that wasn't important. The real point was that she managed to find out about Chumu's situation. Retired soldiers usually have good benefits, and since her parents had passed away, she thought she could fill that gap. She used a certificate she obtained by asking someone she knew before, even risking all her savings to get it. It wasn't easy to fool a young couple just married. If she could impress them right away, she could become their leader in the future. But she didn't expect that the delicate-looking girl would immediately start talking about spies. That was dangerous for her. "Baby, I really am your aunt. Is your dad called Chu Ping? Is your mom named Yaolon? Are those correct?" Chumu, however, refused to believe her and insisted he didn't know her. "My parents' names aren't secret. Comrade Xiaozheng, I think we need to find out the truth. Where was this certificate issued? Who approved it? I don't understand how the other side is so sure. No, we can't investigate.
There's no need to.
They're just following the rules. Isn't that just making trouble for no reason?" Old Mrs. Qiao hurriedly stopped her, but her suspicion grew in Xiao Zheng's eyes. "Our leader teaches us to be thorough and honest. We can't tolerate any falsehood. Are you hiding something?" How could old Mrs. Qiao say anything? She was the one hiding something. Her hesitation made Xiao Zheng want to investigate even more. He wouldn't let her go back with Chumu and kept her detained at the team for the night. Chumu's visit this time was quick, thanks to Wu Ling's arrangements. When he returned home, the children had just finished playing. Wu Ling was drinking water and saw him, then handed him his own cup. "So quick. What did they say?" "I don't know her. Her certificate looks suspicious. The team will investigate and find out the truth. That's all." Chumu took a sip and felt all his tension melt away. "Why do you think she's a spy?" Last night, Chumu had warned her that relatives might come. He thought he could handle it casually and, when he returned, make sure to bring her back. But Wu Ling surprised him with this unexpected news. Wu Ling naturally replied. She said, "Your name is Baby Egg. You're so brave and handsome. So how could your name be Baby Egg? It must be a lie." Chumu. Just because of this, his lips moved slightly, but he said nothing for a while and then walked toward the kitchen. He glanced into the water jar, which was still full. "From now on, you don't need to fetch water. That's tiring. I'll do it when I come back. Wu Ling waved her hand. It's okay, it's okay. I'm free anyway. Chumu noticed that his firewood seemed to have increased. Did you go collect more firewood? That was a gift from the little comrades who came to listen to stories. Oh, your village's children are so sensible and well-behaved. When they brought the gifts today, Wu Ling didn't expect that the girl with 2 small braids would seriously say that they discussed it and decided not to come just to listen to her stories, to avoid wasting her time. Feeling touched, Wu Ling gently patted each child's head and offered them some water. There are also 2 eggs on the shelf. Our chickens are quite good. Shall we cook them tonight? Since Wu Ling came in, she had been eating porridge, sweet potatoes, and steamed buns. Now she was starting to crave something different. Chumu nodded and went into the kitchen. Soon after, Wu Ling suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma of oil. She looked up and sniffed, then floated happily to the kitchen door and poked her head inside. There was a piece of white meat in the pot, slowly simmering and releasing oil. That was where the delicious smell was coming from. She wiped her mouth and lowered her voice. How is their meat? Still fatty meat. That was a rare resource. Chumu planned to extract the oil for cooking. He casually said, it just happened to be available. I managed to buy a little through some connections. Things will get better in the future. Wu Ling's family had raised her so well that she looked lively and healthy. She was willing to live a good life with him, and he didn't want to treat her badly. He poured the extracted oil into a bowl. Using the oil at the bottom of the pot, he fried the eggs. He also picked out some of the oil residue and stir-fried half a bowl of cabbage. Wu Ling rested her hands on the table, sniffing greedily. It smells so good. The rich, fragrant aroma of oil always made people crave more.
chopsticks.
Eat while it's hot. Today's meal was much more luxurious than the banquet they had when they got married. Wu Ling took a bite of the scrambled eggs and smiled contentedly, her eyes narrowing happily. Chumu watched her for a moment, then went to bring the hot steamed buns. But he saw Wu Ling dividing the eggs in her bowl in half and putting one part into his bowl. You eat, I don't need to supplement. No, that won't do. Since we're married, we should share everything. That way, I can eat with peace of mind. Wu Ling smiled at him and began to carefully enjoy the rare and delicious food. With the added oil and flavor, even cabbage seemed like a delicacy, leaving people wanting more after finishing. Wu Ling licked her oily lips, and her lazy thoughts wavered. People should have some noble goals. It's not good to neglect oneself, right? Right after dinner, Aunt Yang from next door seemed to smell something and came over. She entered the yard, sniffed loudly, and asked, Xiao Chu, did your family get some meat? Wu Ling smiled shyly. It was an egg laid by our chicken. I couldn't resist frying it and eating it, and I added a little oil. Aunt Yang's face showed a hint of regret, and she raised her voice. You added oil? Oh my, who would eat like that? That's meant to be saved. You guys really don't know how to live carefully. What will happen in the future? Wu Ling smiled sincerely. With your care, we can always get by. She turned to ask Chumu, did you clarify the matter with your cousin's wife? Could she really be a spy? Why didn't she come back with you? Is there really something going on? The team is investigating, but no results yet. Do you know her, Aunt Yang? No, I was just asking. Aunt Yang didn't get any answers and, still not satisfied, sniffed hard again before going back. Wow, that smells so good. Could fried eggs really taste like this? But she couldn't quite remember what it was supposed to taste like. Later that evening, the production team called Chumu again. Her paperwork must be wrong. This is against the rules. She needs to be sent back immediately and punished. Thanks to your little Wu's vigilance, if she had been taken in without permission and it was discovered later, your work points could be deducted. Assistant Jung took this matter seriously, decided to announce it during the team's study session, and praised Wu Ling. Grandma Chow probably hadn't slept all night. Now, her spirit seemed to be gone, and she stared eagerly at Chumu, hoping he could help her speak up. I really am your cousin's wife. Even though I live far away, I can still connect with you. I don't want to go back. Can I just stay with you? I will help you with household chores and take care of the children. I can do anything. Chumu was not moved and turned to thank little Zheng, the instructor. With responsible comrades like you, we will definitely improve together. Little Zheng was very excited to hear this. It was an honor to be recognized by a veteran. In the past, Xiao Pozi, who caused a lot of trouble for Cuehua, was simply sent away. Chu initially found it hard to believe. He thought it would be a difficult problem, but because Wu Ling mentioned spy, it attracted high attention and was handled very quickly. When he got home, the yard and house were spotless again. Clothes, bedding, dishes, and utensils were all clean. There was more firewood. The water jar was full, and on the shelf, 2 round eggs lay quietly. Chu Mu momentarily felt dizzy. Could this be the life he was going to have? Or should he expect endless troubles every day? Why are you just standing there? What did you say about your aunt? Wu Ling casually put a sour date into Chu Mu's mouth and looked at him with a smile. The girl who told me stories said this one is the sweetest right now. Actually, it was still sour. She watched Chu Mu chew without showing any expression, then pouted and clicked her tongue. Boring. Chu Mu caught her little expression and felt a bit amused. She broke the rules and was sent back. Is that so? Wu Ling responded casually, not really caring. For her, bringing someone back was just another distraction, nothing more. Look at our chickens, they're quite lively. They lay 2 eggs every day. Our production team also has markets every 5 days. We can save more to exchange for things. Compared to Grandma Qiao, Wu Ling cared more about the eggs and proudly showed them to Chu Mu. Chu Mu's doubts resurfaced. How come they lay eggs so early? I remember. I asked the village kids to help catch bugs for them to eat. When they catch some, I give them sugar water. There wasn't much sugar left at home, but dissolving it in water made more. It wasn't ordinary sugar water. Wu Ling's was clearer and sweeter. So that's how it was. Chu Mu thought Wu Ling was just trying to entertain the children, but a few days later, someone deliberately came over during work to ask him about it. How does your wife make the sugar water for Dodo and the others? Dodo left a piece for her mother, and my wife drank it and couldn't forget it. She secretly tried a few times with the sugar at home, but it didn't taste right, and my mother scolded her well. Chu Mu didn't understand. It's just sugar water, isn't it all the same? My wife said it was different. Recently, Dodo was told to take the little ones from the family to catch bugs and gather firewood for your chickens, just to get the sugar water. Do you think your wife's actions are not fair? Chu Mu glanced at him.
I'll talk to her about it.
That's right. You should tell her. Tell her not to take your kids' things so she won't share so much sugar water. Hey, no, why are you defending her? I didn't say anything wrong. Please, I beg you, my wife and kids are going to be mad at me. Chu Mu didn't want to listen. There isn't enough sugar at home either. Don't we keep some good stuff for ourselves? Brother Chu, Comrade Chu, can I just say I don't know how to speak properly? I really didn't mean anything bad. I just think your wife is clever, and I was praising her. Regarding the sugar water, families with children in the village generally know about it. Even though it's a farming season and not everyone has to work together, children can already help with chores. They help carry things, gather firewood, catch bugs, wash clothes, and boil water. These are like half a labor's work. How can others take advantage of them? That's why some children, like Wu Ling, haven't been seen again. But some families are worried about their children. Opportunities to sweeten their mouths are rare all year round. Wu Ling is willing to use expensive, hard-to-get sugar dissolved in water as a reward for the children. It's not a problem, even if it costs her a bit. Some adults also tasted the sugar water. It's not just for children. It's truly sweet and refreshing. Even adults can't help but think about trading for it. However, some people behind their backs say that sugar was bought with Chu Mu's work points. She's just using it to be lazy. Doesn't she feel ashamed? When Cui Hua heard this, her eyes widened. Ashamed of what? They are a family. If Chu Mu isn't happy, can she stop her? You all worry about trivial things. It's none of your business. Wu Ling, who is good at noticing others' strengths, wouldn't have any bad intentions. Even the squad leader, Xiao Zheng, publicly praised her, saying she's clever and brave, trusts the organization, and that everyone should learn from her. In summary, the village had mixed opinions about this matter. Some praised it, some ignored it, and Wu Ling didn't care at all. Whenever someone came, she would happily change things. If no one came, she didn't mind. Anyway, She got 2 eggs a day from her home, and her own land was growing very well. She stood by the field, touching her chin. The pumpkins should be ready for harvest soon. I'll go to the market and see if I can get another chicken. It seemed their family aimed to have 3 chickens, and she was still 1 short. In front of the production team's yard, on the 5th day of each month, some villagers gathered to exchange goods. They usually traded eggs, cloth, vegetables, or woven bamboo items. These were common things, so there weren't many restrictions. The downside was that they had to get up early, starting at 4 in the morning and finishing by 8, so they wouldn't be late for work. Wu Ling was reluctant to get up, tossing and turning in bed. Chu Mu said, "Then I won't go. Our family doesn't lack anything right now. Once they went to military school, they definitely wouldn't lack anything." Wu Ling lay in bed, counting silently. After finishing, she suddenly sat up. "No, I want to see for myself. I've saved so many eggs, I didn't want to eat them. Just waiting for this day?" Chu Mu got up to accompany her, carrying a basket covered with cloth and heading out. On the way, they greeted familiar people. Since Wu Ling got married, her household registration hadn't been transferred, so she hadn't been working. She also didn't like to go out and wander, so villagers rarely saw her. Now, seeing her leaning weakly on Chu Mu, everyone believed she was delicate and fragile. "Xiao, Chu, you're coming to the market with her? That's really not easy. My husband, no matter what I say, refuses to come." Xiao Chu is probably worried. He's afraid his wife might get tired and can't walk anymore. Laughter broke out around them, some friendly, some teasing. Wu Ling was still sleepy, but chuckled along. They weren't wrong. Living with Chu Mu, it was indeed easy to get tired in many ways. It was almost dawn. Many people had gathered in the open space, mostly carrying baskets. When they saw something they wanted, they asked if they could trade. Wu Ling was gradually waking up. She didn't have a specific goal. She just thought if there was nothing to trade, she'd take her eggs back home to eat. "Xiao Wu, what's in your basket?"
Let me see.
Aunt Yang, sharp-eyed, leaned over and was about to lift the cloth covering the basket, trying to peek inside, while Chu Mu subtly moved to block her. Wu Ling took her arm and walked forward. "It's nothing much, just tired of staying at home, so I came out for a walk." "Did Annie ask for something?" "Looks pretty heavy, nothing special, just some sweet potatoes I grew myself. I want to trade them for some cloth pieces to take back. The old lady is pregnant again and I'm worried." Both happy and worried, Aunt Yang didn't have time to ask about others. She carried the sweet potatoes around, looking for cloth. Chu Mu asked her, "Do you want to trade some cloth to make clothes?" Wu Ling shook her head. She had enough clothes, even with patches, kept clean every day, and she wasn't growing anymore, so it wasn't necessary. "Is that the sound of little chicks?" "I'll go see." It was indeed a small chick, kept in a flat cage, only 3 in total. The owner looked nervous, covering the cage with a cloth, as if trying to hide it. When Wu Ling approached, he stiffened, seeming to regret coming to the market. "Can I trade 10 eggs for 1 chick?" Wu Ling was straightforward. The man hesitated visibly, clutching the cloth cover, unsure whether to lift it. "Come on, be quick. Let's not waste time. I can give up to 12 eggs. It's not easy to gather them, and I don't mind if it's a boy or girl. Just pick whichever you get." Her honest attitude softened his suspicion. After a moment, he nodded lightly. Wu Ling was happy. She quickly counted out 12 eggs from her bamboo basket. The man saw there was another layer inside, thinking, how long had she been saving these? "Quick, just pick one for me." The chick was placed in the basket. Wu Ling listened to its faint chirping, feeling satisfied as she and Chu Mu made plans. "From now on, we can have 3 eggs a day. You get 1, I get 1, and we can save 1. "Perfect." Chu Mu wanted to say that this chick might not be a hen, and even if it was, it might not survive. Even if it did, it might not lay eggs as reliably as the 2 at home. But he nodded along with Wu Ling. Yes, Wu Ling was very happy. She liked people who didn't dampen her spirits. Just as she was about to go back, maybe to take a nap, she heard some noise nearby. "It's your fault for not catching it properly. I was just passing it gently. If it broke, it's your own problem, not mine. I hadn't even moved my hand when you let go." How is that not your fault? There is a broken egg on the ground, and two women are arguing fiercely, each refusing to give in. One says she came specifically to exchange a few eggs to help her sick child, while the other claims she didn't catch the egg and is being unreasonable and stubborn. No one can clearly settle who is right, but neither wants to admit defeat. Stop arguing. If the team leader is called over, no one will get any peace. Exactly, the egg broke, but what can we do? It was just an accident. Wu Ling hears someone whispering nearby, saying they should just accept their bad luck because the other woman is related to an official's family. Since they can't keep arguing, the woman trying to exchange eggs looks at the broken egg on the ground and can't help but feel like crying. Wu Ling nudges Chu Mu beside her and asks, "Why do I feel like I've seen her before? But I don't think I've actually met her." "You've seen her daughter. She often comes to listen to your stories. The little girl with two braids, the short one. It's that little cutie." Wu Ling says she hasn't seen her for a couple of days. She kneels down to be level with the woman and asks, "Are you exchanging eggs for your daughter? Is she sick?" The woman looks up and sees Wu Ling's clean, gentle face. She wipes her reddened eyes and says, "You're the new wife of the Chu family, right? I heard Xiao Miao mention you. She's been sick for 2 days. Her body isn't strong, and she's shorter than other children. I'm a useless mother." She starts to cry again. Wu Ling doesn't like to see people cry, so she interrupts her. "You're very dedicated to exchanging eggs for her. It's good enough, even if conditions aren't great. It's not like you're deliberately making her sick or being unkind." Wu Ling gets up, grabs a few eggs from her basket, and also takes the bamboo tube she used on the way, handing everything to the woman. "This is for her. I hope she gets better soon. You mustn't secretly give these to anyone else. I really like Xiao Miao. She's generous and smart. She'll be fine." The woman carefully holds the eggs, tears streaming down her face. Wu Ling tells her to go back quickly, because children get clingy when they're sick. Wu Ling doesn't hide the eggs when she gives them to her. Several people nearby see this and look at her strangely. Did she really give away 3 or 4 eggs for free? Xiao Miao and her mother are not lucky, but maybe Wu Ling is being a bit too generous? Such a wasteful woman. Shouldn't Chu Mu say something? Chu Mu actually did say, "Why did you also give her the bamboo tube?"
Well,
Let me think. Bamboo is very tough, so I encourage her to rest and recover well. Wu Ling rubbed her eyes, yawned lightly, and made up a story, then reached out to Chu Mu. Chu Mu was silent for a moment, then took her hand and led her home. Good girl, little Chu's wife really is. You don't realize how precious household things are until you run a family. Now that she's in charge, she still doesn't understand. Did you see? She didn't even try to explain. Little Chu is too patient. Little Chu just stepped back for now, but she still has some tricks up her sleeve. If things get tight later, life will definitely be hard. Luckily, I didn't marry a woman like her. Otherwise, I'd probably scold her 8 times a day. Wu Ling didn't take very good care of the chick she traded eggs for. She just put it in the chicken coop. The big hen didn't seem to lack food or water, and the environment was clean, so she was in a good mood and didn't threaten the little chick's safety. This surprised Chu Mu, who often came to check on her. How could she take care of them so casually and still have things turn out well? Every day, Chu Mu made 1 egg from the eggs she brought back. Wu Ling refused to eat it alone, so he either boiled it with water or made egg drop soup, so both of them could enjoy it. The remaining eggs were saved to buy kerosene, salt, and matches. Having a bite of egg every day was a luxury in the village, and Wu Ling felt quite satisfied. After a few more days, Xiao Miao appeared again, still with 2 small braids and a sweet smile. Wu Ling touched her face. "Are you better?" "Yes. Mom said you saved me, so I came to thank you." Wu Ling quickly grabbed her arm. No, it's nothing. Your mom was joking. As long as you're okay, that's what matters." But Xiao Miao said very seriously, "Mom wasn't joking. Many children in the village are just like me, hot and then gone. I have an older sister who died the same way. She said she was no longer a child and understood these things." Wu Ling didn't let her bow her head again. "That's not the way now. If people see us, we'll get into trouble. You should think about thanking me." She thought for a moment and then leaned in. Then kiss me. Xiao Miao didn't understand, but she was happy to do it. She first wiped her mouth with her sleeve, then gently kissed Wu Ling's smooth, delicate cheek. Hee. Wu Ling let out a villainous laugh and pinched Xiao Miao's cheek, feeling satisfied. Living in the village, resources are still scarce. Wu Ling is hoping that Chu Mu's transfer order will come soon so she can go to a better place and relax. If it doesn't come soon, her household registration will be sorted out, and she will need to start working in the fields to earn points. While waiting, one day, Little Zheng, the instructor, and the squad leader returned with Chu Mu. Comrade Chu, this is the transfer order from the Military District Political Department. We will do our best to help with anything you need. Wu Ling's eyes lit up. So, it's happening? Chu's home is also well kept, clean and tidy. A good example. By the way, since you're going to military school, you can't normally bring family members. What about little Wu? Chu Mu wanted her to decide for herself, so he asked her in front of the instructor and squad leader, I've been ordered to study at military school. Although the rules say I can't bring my family, I can try to apply. Do you want to stay in the village or go with me? Or, if you want to go back to your parents' house, I can ask the squad leader for help. The squad leader nodded politely, saying, Yes, we must help with this. I'll definitely go with you. Wu Ling smiled gently. If he didn't plan to take her, she would be upset. Fortunately, Chu Mu was genuinely asking for her opinion. Hearing her, he had no objections. Wu Ling was curious about how Chu Mu would manage it. The novel didn't say much, mostly focused on the main character, with only a few lines about supporting characters' backgrounds or experiences. Then suddenly they were at military school. But Chu Mu didn't say anything, and she didn't bother to ask. As long as she could go, that was enough. The next day, everyone in the village knew that Chu Mu was going to study to become an officer and would bring his wife along. That night, many people couldn't sleep, feeling jealous that such a great opportunity hadn't come to them. Aunt Yang was the first to rush over to congratulate him, repeatedly saying, Oh, but couldn't say much concrete. She kept mentioning how she had watched him grow up since he was little. Turning around, Aunt Yang pulled Wu Ling aside calmly. How can you still go with him? What skills do you have? It's not good to cause trouble for Chu. He's going to do big things in the future. Listen to Annie's advice. Just stay in the village and wait patiently. The team will definitely take good care of you because of Chu. She was thinking for Wu Ling's sake. Even if she had studied for a few years, what did that matter? Going out would just lead to being laughed at. It's better to stay in the team. At least she won't go hungry. Chu Mu would definitely send money and things home, making life safer and more comfortable. Isn't that better? Wu Ling shook her head. He said he has a way. If I marry him, we will definitely be together. Why don't you listen to good advice? Do you really think the outside world is so great? If it's so good or bad, I should see for myself. Anyway, it's definitely better than staying in the village, eating only porridge, sweet potatoes, and cornbread every day. Even if I had money here, I couldn't buy anything. It's so frustrating. Soon, news came back to Yongtian village that Wu Dong and Wu Shi, along with their wives, had arrived. When they saw Chu Mu, they didn't know what to do with their hands. They kept saying how lucky their little sister was. No wonder our parents love her so much. Our little sister marrying you is really a blessing from many generations. Our family is proud too. Sun Shui and Gui Lan surrounded Wu Ling, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Did he really say he could take you with him? Is he lying? Listen, you must be careful. Women outside are very clever. You know Wu Jiqing from our village, right? She's involved with the village secretary's son. He's so eager to marry her, like he's under spell. I heard that the more educated someone is, the more cunning they are. We can't handle them. Chu Mu isn't bad, young and soon to be a leader. He's like a fly that loves to land on flowers. No, like a bee. Yes, a bee that wants to sting a flower. You must hold on tight. Maybe in the future, we can benefit from you. The two sisters-in-law no longer feared her. They kept giving her advice one after another. You're lucky. I thought he was just a retired man without a good job. Who knew fate was on your side? By the way, be careful these days. If you get such a good thing, watch out for him coming back to cancel the engagement and hold you accountable. It wasn't just Sun Shui and Gui Lan who thought this way. Most people in the village shared the same opinion. If Chumu hadn't broken off his engagement with Suehua, wouldn't Suehua be the one going with him? Could Suehua, with her fiery temper, really tolerate this? Recently, many people have been gathering outside Wu Ling's house, sometimes barely noticeable. When Suehua first visited, someone immediately went to report to the team leader. Today, Wu Ling didn't tell stories to the children. She was sitting in the yard, organizing a list, when she looked up and saw Suehua entering. Big sister Suehua, what a surprise. Sit down quickly. I'll get you some water. Suehua didn't refuse. She sat inside and looked around, a bit surprised. Did you do all this cleaning yourself? Wu Ling didn't answer directly. I haven't been working much today. Here, have some water. Suehua planned to take a small sip, but unexpectedly, the water was very fresh and clear. She drank it all in one go. Is there more? I'm a bit thirsty. Yes, there's more. We don't have many good things at home, but there's plenty of water. Wu Ling smiled warmly and poured her another glass. This time, Suehua sipped slowly, noticing that the water really was much better than her own. Today, Suehua came with something to say. Don't think I'm meddling, but I've seen women from the city before. I just can't get along with them. They act so pretentious, pretending to dislike everything, as if they're eating food grown from manure. I just want to say, if we really go to the city, it will be hard. If you don't want to go, I can help take care of you here. Suehua also felt a bit envious. Men have skills and women look good when they do. But she really wasn't interested in going to the city. Wu Ling was touched. Big sister Suehua, you're so kind. Oh, I wish I had met you earlier. You're so loyal. It's nothing. Don't praise me too much. I'd be embarrassed. I just think you're having a hard time, so I want to help if I can. Suehua's big, shining eyes made her cheeks warm. She thought, no wonder Chumu was interested. If she were a man, she'd like her too. Big sister Suehua, don't worry. I've thought it over. I want to go and see for myself. Opportunities to go to the city are rare. If I miss this chance, who knows if there will be another? If I can't stand it, I'll come back. That's good. Your education makes your mind sharp, unlike me, who's a bit simple-minded. My mother always says so. You're pure and sincere, which is why so many people like you. I like you too. On Suehua's lightly tanned face, faint hints of red could be seen. She was touching her water cup and drinking again, occasionally glancing at Wu Ling, who was smiling happily. Why was she still looking at herself? Why was her heart beating so fast? Suehua finished talking about her matter, and Wu Ling said she just wanted her to help with something. Suehua, don't do anything foolish and don't hurt Chumu's wife. It seemed like someone was calling from outside. Before they could hear clearly, 3 or 4 people rushed in loudly. Wu Ling and Suehua looked at them with confused faces. The sweaty team leader, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath, asked, "What are you two doing?" Suehua said, "Wu Ling is telling me a story. It's really interesting. She said I can tell it to the children in the village. Tell a story." The team leader's sweat kept dripping down his temples to his neck. He turned to look anxiously at Amei, who was rushing to find him, and asked with a forced smile, "Didn't you say they were fighting?" Amei timidly took a step back. "I thought Sister Suehua came to settle accounts with her. I didn't want her to make a mistake." Suehua was also confused. "What mistake did I make?" Wu Ling kindly explained. "She's worried you came to scold me and might hurt me." "What? I would never hit someone casually. What do you think of me?" Suehua got anxious, trying hard to make Wu Ling believe she wasn't a troublemaker, using her hands and feet to avoid misunderstandings. Wu Ling sat her down and said, "I can judge what kind of person Sister Suehua is. But they are also kind-hearted, and they came so hurriedly because they care about you." Amei quickly added, "She's right. I was worried about you too. Everyone outside is saying she might go to the city with Brother Chu. I was afraid you might get upset. I don't want to leave the village. My home is right here. I won't go anywhere. This is where she can shine and be useful. The familiar neighbors, the land she knows. She's like a plant rooted here. If she leaves, she might wither." Learning it was a false alarm, the team leader was speechless. He scolded Mei a few words before leaving. Suehua also left with Mei. Not long after, Chumu rode back on his bike. He entered and looked at her for a moment before asking, "Did Suehua come to see you today?" "What did she say?" Wu Ling handed over the prepared list and said, "She advised me to stay in the village. She said the city isn't as good as the village, and that she can take care of me. She's really a good person." Chu Mu remained silent. Suehua indeed preferred the village more. If it weren't for the incident with Grandma Qiao in her past life, she might have willingly stayed in the village. "Are you really going with me?" "Outside. Might not be as simple as the village, and there are more rules. Some people might be curious about those who leave the village, disdain, contempt, and disapproval." Chumu didn't want to be so harsh, but the truth is that people often hold biases in their hearts. Wu Ling casually curved her lips and said, "Isn't it because of you? Do you really think it's good for me, a woman from another village, to stay here? Or for my younger sister to follow her brother and sister-in-law?" Chumu thought for a moment, then realized she was right. She stopped trying to persuade her and started helping her pack according to her list. 3 chickens. Definitely can't be taken. Raising chickens isn't allowed over there. Wu Ling grinned. Did they eat them all? Then she reconsidered and changed her mind. 2 big ones for money and 1 small one to eat. That should be fine, right? Chumu looked back. The sweet potatoes and pumpkins from the private plot are too many to take. He didn't expect the crops in the private plot to grow so well. In her previous life, they were barely enough for food, just a supplement. Then take fewer and sell the rest for money. Wu Ling's mind was already distracted by the chickens. Should they steam or roast? Such a tough choice. In the end, she decided on clear chicken soup. They would eat the chicken wings and thighs separately, tearing the meat into strips and mixing it with mountain vegetable broth for extra flavor. The soup would be delicious, and they could enjoy noodles twice more with what was left. They didn't delay. They quickly prepared the soup, acting efficiently. The golden, bright chicken soup bubbled with an enticing aroma. Wu Ling was so hungry she almost fainted. In this story, it was the first time she could indulge in eating meat and drinking soup without worry. Even Chu Mu's expression showed some eagerness. Was it because of distant memories? After joining the military school in her previous life, he had eaten good food before, but this chicken soup was far beyond his expectations. The chicken was tender and juicy, and the rich, flavorful broth made people want to swallow their tongues. After satisfying their hunger, Wu Ling felt a little reluctant about the 2 diligent hens that laid eggs every day. Such good hens, every morning 2 eggs. Where can I find such obedient chickens? But rules were rules. Wu Ling could only secretly ask the villagers which family wanted to buy them. In the end, Suehua wanted one, and the Miao family wanted one too. They said the eggs she gave last time were very nourishing, so they would surely take good care of them after buying. After finishing the remaining small tasks, Chu Mu and Wu Ling hurried to report to the command academy. When they reached the county, Chu Mu exchanged all the eggs they had saved for food coupons, handed them to Wu Ling for safekeeping, and took her onto the train. He thought Wu Ling might not be used to the noisy and messy train environment, but she didn't frown even once. Sitting in the crowded carriage, the space around her somehow felt different from the rest. She even chatted happily with a friendly old lady. The lady asked where she was going and what she was doing, and Wu Ling answered cheerfully, ending up telling the lady everything about their trip. "Oh my, there aren't many young people as polite and talkative as you. Are you married?" "I have a son who's a militia member, very spirited." Wu Ling pulled Chu Mu over. "This is my husband." The old lady looked at Chu Mu for a while, then turned back. "Why hasn't he said a word to you? I thought you didn't know each other. Is he a soldier too?" "That's good, though he looks a bit too serious." "You must have a lot of patience." Wu Ling glanced at Chu Mu and smiled politely. She could tell that although Chu Mu had married her and shared a home with her, he didn't seem to have much affection for her. He did what he should, treated her fairly as long as she didn't go too far, but he never showed any real warmth. Wu Ling honestly thought that was normal. How many people truly have those dramatic, passionate loves? Being able to live together peacefully, willing to solve problems, saving the best bite of food for each other, and caring a little about each other's feelings. Wasn't that already good enough? She was quite satisfied with how things were. She liked his company and also appreciated the stability his position brought her. They were, in her eyes, a perfect match. After getting off the train and switching to a bus, they finally arrived at the command academy. Once the paperwork was done, they were taken to the family housing area. It wasn't a shared dormitory with communal bathrooms, but a proper apartment with a kitchen, a private restroom, and 2 bedrooms with a living room. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly had earned Chu-Mu's promotion, and how he had managed to bring her along and get such a nice place ahead of time. The book doesn't mention it at all, only that the main characters are sweet to each other, with some conflicts, then more sweetness. The most described feature of Chu-Mu is the crease between his eyebrows, worn down by life's hardships, making him look tired. I need to go register first. Don't rush to clean up. Wait for me to come back, so we can do it together. Wu-Ling nodded. After she closed the door, she started to look at her new home. There were more spider webs, but compared to the village house, it was bright and spacious. Once she bought everything she needed, living here would be comfortable and convenient. She raised her hand, and clear water flowed from her fingertips. Her special ability made cleaning easy. She first cleaned the place so she could organize her things. Soon, all the dirt was washed away into the drain. Wu-Ling felt more satisfied. She then thought of covering her head with a cloth for a quick look around, rolled up her sleeves, and looked around again. It's really nice. I can lie at home and enjoy the sun. Now she didn't even need to leave her room. Although they brought most of their belongings, they probably still needed to buy a lot of things. Wu-Ling sat on a clean chair and carefully counted their supplies. She first chose Chu-Mu because, in the novel, he was a contrast character who, despite living a chaotic life, never seemed to struggle financially. He was a good long-term supporter, though how good she didn't know. Overall, he was decent enough. She roughly calculated that even if she relaxed and did nothing, she wouldn't go hungry. Feeling reassured, Wu-Ling put her things away and took out some small items to arrange. When Chu-Mu finished handling his side and came back, he saw her standing at the door, stunned. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Was this still the same house? How could she, so small, clean the entire place so quickly? And so thoroughly? Not just the spider webs and dust, but even the old dirt seemed to have disappeared. It looked like a brand new house. Wu-Ling chuckled. Just figured out. By the way, when are you going to get the supplies? I see our kitchen uses gas and a coal stove. We brought some food, but we need to cook it before eating. Even though they moved to a new place with better conditions, everything still needed time to get used to and manage. There was a lot to do. Chu-Mu told her to rest and said he would handle the rest. He arranged their big belongings from home and made a few trips to bring in supplies. They then prepared a simple meal to eat. Fortunately, the pickled vegetables Aunt Yang gave me are just as good as those at home. Wu-Ling ate happily. This was like changing her environment. She slept in a different place and felt no discomfort, sleeping even more soundly. In the morning, before Chu-Mu went for exercise, she steamed some buns. When he returned, Wu-Ling had almost finished cooking porridge and said she could cook from now on. Since you've done it so many times, you're probably good at it now. The main reason was that she didn't want him to cook with plain water. She was willing to be diligent about food. Chu-Mu had no objection and felt a bit guilty. In the future, I might not be home much. My studies, training, and work are very busy. I'll try to balance everything. It's okay. You focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Wu-Ling didn't mind at all and said sincerely, you should cherish this chance to learn. Our family is counting on you in the future. It's better to keep going. Chu-Mu wasn't sure how he felt right now. He was a little surprised, a little happy, and also felt complicated. If you find it boring at home without anyone to talk to, I'm not bored really. I'm never bored. Oh, I'm not a kid anymore. I can take care of myself. Wu-Ling blinked her bright, lively eyes, showing her sincerity and signaling him to stop thinking about anything unnecessary. Joking aside, how could it be boring? Relaxing, passing time, enjoying peace and quiet. After experiencing the end of the world, she would never find such things boring. Chu-Mu was interrupted and didn't continue. All right, we'll talk about these things later. After breakfast, Chu Mu went to class. Wu Ling used her supernatural ability to tidy up the house in a few minutes and then happily went back to sleep. When she woke up feeling refreshed, she decided to go outside for a walk. Outside, many people were hanging clothes and sun-drying bedding. Some were holding one person in each arm while chatting, all family members of the military officers who had moved into the residential area. She wasn't sure who noticed her, but the atmosphere became a little awkward. No one came to greet her, and no one took the initiative to talk to her. They didn't even make eye contact. Wu Ling vaguely remembered that in the novel, Tsuehua had a close relationship with the heroine, probably because she was secretly isolated in the family area. No one wanted to talk to her. Even when she greeted others first, they kept their distance. This made Tsuehua, who had always been cheerful and outgoing in the village, feel very upset until the heroine appeared. Her warmth and friendliness felt like a kind of rescue to Tsuehua. Although Wu Ling didn't know why she was being isolated, she decided to stay positive. Two good things at once. She smiled slightly. Yesterday, when she used her special ability to clean, she had worried someone might suddenly come to help, so she held back a little. She hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Wu Ling walked calmly, completely ignoring the curious glances secretly cast her way. If they wanted to look, let them. She was generous enough not to mind. But when would the main characters finally appear? Is that her? Stop staring. She's already gone. Doesn't look like someone from the village. Who cares where she's from? She doesn't deserve to live here, yet she got special approval.
Why?
Because her husband's capable, that's why. If the fighting over there wasn't so intense, would he have been transferred here to study? I heard from old Wang that her husband works with some kind of interference technology, something about electronic warfare. Can electricity even fight battles? Sounds ridiculous. We don't understand that stuff, but we do understand rules. No matter how skilled her husband is, if his rank isn't high enough, moving in here breaks the rules. How can that be right?
Exactly.
It just messes everything up. The relationships in the residential compound had long formed their own system. Newcomers needed time to fit in, especially someone like Wu Ling, whose status wasn't accepted. They wanted to make her uncomfortable, hoping she'd move out. After walking around outside, Wu Ling only felt the air was fresh and her mind clear. With her hands behind her back, she strolled back confidently. Such peace. That evening, Chu Mu came home carrying some vegetables.
These are from the shared garden.
We can cook them tomorrow or pickle them. He also said they could buy 2 pounds of meat each month with ration tickets. Though this month's quota was already used up, they'd have to wait until next month. They had already collected their grain and oil from the supply station yesterday. With their savings and Chu Mu's rations, they wouldn't go hungry. Wu Ling sighed softly. It was the first time Chu Mu had seen her like this. After hesitating a moment, he asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable living here?" Wu Ling raised her face, her big hands full of longing. She said, "I miss the 2 chickens at home. I wonder if they are okay." He saw her true feelings of longing in her moist eyes. She missed the eggs and the clear chicken soup they used to have before leaving the village. "It will be fine," he said. He wanted to comfort Wu Ling, but her sadness came and went quickly. The next moment, she was lively again. She asked, "The military school encourages us to do things ourselves and grow our own food. Do you think we could have a small garden too? There is a possibility." Chu Mu replied vaguely. He said he would ask about it, probably because he had just arrived and some things hadn't been arranged yet. "I'm not in a hurry. Today, I saw someone planting vegetables while I was out, and I thought if it's okay to do so, maybe we can plant some too. It wouldn't be as big as the village's private plots, but growing some tomatoes, eggplants, cucumbers, and cabbages to improve our meal sounds good, right?" Wu Ling just mentioned it, not expecting that a few days later, Chu Mu would actually make it happen. He took her to the big courtyard vegetable garden and pointed to a small patch of land drawn with white lime. "This piece of land can be ours." Wu Ling looked at the land, then turned to look at the nearby area. The drawing was surprisingly large. Chu Mu asked what she wanted to plant. He said he would find time to prepare the soil and fertilize it. She only needed to come every day to water, weed, and take care of it. Suddenly, someone approached but didn't come close, staying a few steps away. Did you draw this land for yourselves? This is good land, meant for the old officials? Are you old officials? Wu Ling looked innocent. Auntie, you shouldn't ask us. You should ask the person who drew the land for us. Don't you know who to ask? Want me to help you ask? The auntie's smile froze and she gave a faint smile, then said, no need, and rolled her eyes before walking away. Chumu thought Wu Ling might be upset, but she turned her head and smiled happily. This land is really good. Chumu worked quickly, tilling the soil and planting cabbages, radishes, and snow peas. He finished the hard work so Wu Ling wouldn't have to worry about it. She only needed to come every day to check on it, as if taking a walk. In the past, Wu Ling could use her special abilities freely in her private plot. Now, she could only carry a pot, and to others, it looked like she was watering flowers rather than planting vegetables. Have you ever farmed the land? Are you this careless? You're wasting the land. Wu Ling turned to look at the speaker. It wasn't the older sister from before, but a new face. She had a cloth wrapped around her head, a rural accent, and a suspicious look that seemed to want to see through her. Wu Ling smiled kindly and asked, how should I plant the land properly? You need to take care of it carefully. Just wandering around once a day like you do, what good does that do? Only good farmers know how to do it well. How does my sister-in-law know I only walk around once a day? Do you know me? I saw it myself. I come to the fields when I have free time. How could I not notice you? You're the one who got in through connections. That one. Wu Ling's eyes slowly curved into a smile. My sister-in-law is good at tidying up, and your eyes are sharp. But what you're saying has a reason. What's the reason? Isn't it just because you insist on following your man? Otherwise, how could he apply to live in the family compound? You're breaking the rules. Wu Ling looked surprised. My sister-in-law knows so much. I didn't even know there were rules like that. Why do you not know anything? This older sister started talking more after Wu Ling prompted her. She said almost everything she shouldn't, revealing many secrets. Even after returning home, she didn't realize what she had said. She told her husband about it at dinner. Why are you talking nonsense outside? Is it okay to say that casually? And you guys are always idle, bullying a young girl. Is that interesting? The older sister was stunned, then shouted loudly. What did I bully her for? Are you not being kind to Xiao Chu's wife? Deliberately ignoring her? And talking behind her back, saying she lives here against the rules. That's true.
It's not just me saying it.
Everyone says the same. Isn't it because he's not high enough rank that he moved in? The fact that Xiao Chu and his wife live here is approved by the higher-ups. That's the rule. Xiao Chu just arrived a few days ago. He's skilled and well-educated. He's a talented person who will be promoted soon.
Just think about it.
Oh, the older sister got angry. What are you saying about? Why are you OING at me? I didn't tell anyone not to talk to her. I even taught her how to farm today and she thanked us for it. Wu Ling did thank her sincerely. It turns out to be like this. She went back to cook, stir-fried dishes and soup with steamed buns and pickles, and it looked very nice. When Chu Mu returned, he noticed Wu Ling was always watching him. What's wrong? Chu Mu looked down and checked himself, but didn't find anything unusual. Wu Ling watched more closely now. This supporting male character, who was just a side role, actually had real skills. What's really going on? I suddenly think you're more handsome. Chu Mu? Wu Ling smiled widely. I feel hopeful about the future. I have good taste. She said she met a big sister in the vegetable garden today, and they talked for a while. Chu Mu seemed very concerned about this. Did she come to talk to you willingly? What did you talk about? She said I wasn't good at farm work, didn't take enough care, and she even taught me how to do things better. She's a very kind big sister. She spent quite some time chatting with her. Chu Mu sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. Then you can keep in touch with her. Having someone to talk to won't make things so boring. He was worried that after they moved in, Wu Ling wouldn't make friends, but it turned out his worries were unnecessary. As long as Chu Mu was at home, he didn't let Wu Ling do chores, worried she might get too tired. He felt he should share some of the work. Every day, the house was spotless and clean, all clothes, bedding, and pillows were fresh and tidy. She also cooked and boiled water, working so hard that Chu-mu was worried she might overexert herself. But Wu Ling still looked lively, with fair, rosy skin, bright, clear eyes, full of energy. Chu-mu tidied up the house, and then went to another room. There were some clutter and a table, used as his study. Wu Ling also went in and sat on a nearby chair, picking up a book to pass the time. Soon, someone knocked on the door. They looked at each other, and Wu Ling stood up. "I'll go open it." Outside stood the big sister of the house and her husband. The big sister looked a bit shy, trying to speak several times but unable to say anything. Instead, Wu Ling cheerfully greeted her. "Sister-in-law, please come in, please come in." "Chu-mu, someone is visiting us." Chu-mu came out of the study, his expression turning serious. "Commissar, why are you here?" Commissar Huang, with his hands behind his back, walked inside and looked around. "Nothing special, just came to see if you're comfortable living here." After Aunt Fong came in, she widened her eyes. "Wow, your place is so clean. How do you even make the windows so shiny? How do you do it?" She stepped a few steps to the window, wiped the windowsill with her hand, and then happily showed her finger to Commissar Huang. "Old Huang, look, it's not dirty at all." Huang gave her a quick, joking look, almost making his eyes pop. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to talk to Xiao Chu's wife?" "Oh? Yes. Aunt Fong looked a bit disappointed and then hesitated before approaching Wu Ling. Girl, maybe we should go inside and talk." Wu Ling told her to go ahead. "I'll just make some tea and come over." The tea was something they only had after arriving here, probably a gift from someone. Chu-mu didn't seem to drink it much, so it was perfect for entertaining guests now. After brewing the tea, Wu Ling brought it over and went into her room to close the door. Aunt Fong was again surprised. "You clean the house yourself? You're so capable. You haven't been here long, but it's so tidy. Why do I see you going out every day to pass the time?" Wu Ling smiled politely. "I'm used to it." It wasn't exactly hiding her true self. During the apocalypse, her shelter was even cleaner and more organized than this. After expressing her thoughts, Aunt Fong hesitated before getting to the main point. "Well, my old Huang told me that I haven't been thinking enough about unity and helping comrades. I didn't know what kind of person you were before, but now I do. From now on, we should visit each other often. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Thinking about it, Wu Ling felt that following her husband wasn't a strange thing. Mainly, this kind of thing was always being brought up, so she just went along with the flow. Wu Ling politely smiled. "Sister-in-law, please don't say that. I'm a bit shy, and everyone in the village knows I'm not good at socializing. So, it's not your fault." Hearing this, Aunt Fong felt a bit happy and relaxed. They started chatting casually. Outside, Commissar Huang was much more serious. He explained everything to Chu-mu. Chu-mu was confused. "She didn't tell me she was coming back. Today she said she met sister-in-law and was very happy, saying she learned how to grow vegetables from her." Huang nodded. "Your family member is quite good. You are open-minded and well-organized at home, and you've built a strong support system for yourself." He picked up his teacup, blew on it, and took a sip, pausing slightly. He blew on the tea again, and took another sip. Commissar Huang's eyes lit up. "This tea is really good." "Chu-mu, it's the tea the commissar shared with me." "Huh? Really?
It doesn't taste like that to me."
"This tea is much better than mine. That's the only tea leaves at home." Commissar Huang sipped carefully, a look of enjoyment on his face. He doesn't have many hobbies, just loves drinking tea. Last time he saw Chu-mu also knew about tea, so he shared a small bag with him. But now he's drinking tea that tastes completely different from what he makes at home. Turns out, this tea is so fragrant. Originally, Commissar Huang was just bringing Fong Yanhong over to visit, to explain a few things to Chu-mu and his wife, then go back. But because of one cup of tea, he couldn't bear to finish it. Wu Ling even refilled his cup, but it didn't lessen the tea's flavor. "Old Huang, it's getting late. Let's not bother them anymore." Fong Yanhong winked at him. "Didn't she say they just came to visit and would leave soon? Is he still planning to stay?" All right. Commissar Huang finished his tea in one gulp. Next time I come, I'll visit again. You too be busy. After returning home, Huang Zhenwei stubbornly brewed himself a cup of the same tea. Fang Yanhong rolled her eyes. Do you still want to sleep tonight? After brewing, Huang tasted it, frowned, and swallowed. This doesn't taste right. What's wrong? Old Huang shook his head. Nothing. I won't drink anymore. I need to sleep tonight. Chu Mu finished tidying up the house, washed up, then didn't go to the study, but sat on the bed. He asked in a calm voice, Why didn't you tell me they were deliberately excluding you? Wu Ling put down the book in her hand. Who told you someone was excluding me? Commissar Huang didn't say it directly, but he nodded at me. According to the rules, my rank isn't high enough to live here. I only got in because I applied for a special exception. Wu Ling nodded. My sister-in-law told me. She said the exception was granted because you are capable. So, who told you someone was excluding me? Isn't that true? Besides Sister Fang, haven't you noticed no one else has greeted you actively these days? You should have told me about this earlier. Suddenly, Wu Ling stretched out a thin finger, waving it while shaking her head. No, you probably got it wrong. Being excluded, it's supposed to be because I wanted to join them, but they didn't accept me, right? But I don't want to join. Actually, I was the one excluding them. Her? One person excluding everyone? Chu Mu stared at her waving finger and felt dizzy. He simply grabbed her hand to stop her from waving, saying, You don't need to say that to comfort me. Why should I comfort you? Wu Ling sat up straight and looked at him. I'm not someone who likes to feel wronged. Really, I can be quite petty. If I get bullied, I deal with it right away. Taking a step back would only make her angrier. Wu Ling pulled her finger back and gently patted Chu Mu's shoulder twice. Just focus on your own work and don't overthink. Work hard, strive, and create a better tomorrow. Chu Mu couldn't find the words. When he asked Wu Ling, he hadn't really thought about what he could do to help if she confided in him. It seemed like he couldn't do anything. Did Suehua experience the same exclusion in her past life? Back then, Commissioner Huang didn't come to talk to him. Although he had skills, his cultural background was weak, so he only focused on his work and didn't notice anything else. Later, Lao Yan married, and Suehua got along well with his wife. He didn't think about it anymore. Chu Mu looked at Wu Ling's side profile. Did she really not care at all? Wu Ling suddenly turned her head, looked at him for a moment, then put her book aside. Are you going to sleep now? She lay down, pulled the blanket up to her shoulders, revealing her pretty neck, and blinked at him. All right, turn off the lights. Chu Mu lowered his eyelids, turned off the light, and got into bed. Since then, Fang Yanhong and Wu Ling started to get closer. Why don't you wash your clothes and hang them out? Maybe you don't know where to hang them? I'll take you. Wu Ling could only hold a basin of clothes cleaned with her abilities, but she didn't wring out the water before hanging them. Fang Yanhong, while hanging her own clothes, sighed, You look so delicate, yet you're quite capable. You washed so many clothes this morning? Your hands must be sore. You should take it easy, or your wrists will suffer and you won't like that. After hanging the clothes, she pulled Wu Ling to the vegetable garden. Why do you only water the plants? How can that small water bottle hold so much? Wu Ling said that because she was skilled, Yan Hong didn't leave after watering the plants and kept busy in the field. Wu Ling didn't want to leave alone either, so she sighed and sat nearby, waiting for her. Being alone was comfortable, but Sister Yan Hong was kind-hearted. Wu Ling listened to her chatter and felt quite warm inside. Someone nearby came over and said, Sister-in-law, your vegetables are growing really well. Are you busy too? Wu Ling looked over and recognized the person as the one who had teased them last time about whether they were old officials. Yan Hong straightened up and said, Oh, Xiao Jiang, you're just in time. The things grown at Wu Ling's place are just like yours. You can tell her how to take care of them. Jiang Mei chuckled and said, Aren't you from the village? You don't even know how to farm? And you gave her such a good piece of land? That's a bit wasteful. Stop talking so much. Xiao Wu is capable. If you tell her, she'll definitely understand. I wouldn't dare to say anything. I don't have that skill. Yan Hong looked a little worried but didn't say anything in front of Wu Ling. She kept signaling to Jiang Mei, but Jiang Mei just ignored her, speaking sarcastically. All right, I don't need your advice. You go tend to your own land. Yan Hong quickly pushed her away and explained to Wu Ling. Actually, Xiao Jiang isn't a bad person. The land she gave you was originally what she liked, but it wasn't approved. Since you were allowed to move in, you should have been given land, but she was unhappy about it. Don't mind her, okay? Wu Ling hadn't spoken much, and just smiled when she heard this. When are we going back? I'm a bit thirsty. I brought a water bottle. I'll go get it for you. Yan Hong, also from the village and especially fond of working in the fields, was well prepared. She handed Wu Ling a military-style water bottle and went back to tend the vegetables. Wu Ling secretly poured out the water inside, refilled it, took a couple of sips, and set it aside. How much longer? After Commissar Huang and his wife visited, Chu Mu started paying more attention to what Wu Ling did at home every day. Today, you're with Sister Yan Hong again? I was thinking of inviting the Commissar and his wife over next month for a meal. What do you think? Wu Ling had no objections. Sister-in-law really takes good care of me. After finishing her work in her own field, she still insisted on tending to her land, no matter how much she was stopped. Besides Sister Fong, do you know anyone else? Wu Ling twitched her mouth. Isn't one enough? Fong Yan Hong has the cheerful and warm-hearted spirit typical of village girls. She's afraid of being ignored and would rather keep her close at hand. Now, even relaxing in the sun or taking a nap takes planning. I think, honestly, you don't need too many good friends. If you're careless or treat some people unfairly, misunderstandings can happen. It's better to have a few true friends. That's enough. Wu Ling really wishes Chu Mu wouldn't worry so much about her social circle. She hopes he focuses more on his future, please. After dinner and tidying up, guests unexpectedly arrived at their home. Commissioner Huang greeted with a smile. Little Chu, the principal, and I went for a walk and just happened to pass by. We came to see how you're doing. Have you encountered any problems during your studies? Principal's son, with a kind face, wore an old military uniform. His eyes crinkled when he smiled, looking very friendly. Chu Mu and Wu Ling quickly invited them inside. Wu Ling wanted to make tea, but saw Principal's son wave his hand.
Come. I happen to have some tea leaves with me.
Use these. Old Huang had been telling him how good the tea at Chu Mu's place was lately. It made Principal's son very curious and a bit greedy. He didn't believe Huang's words, but was very interested in the descriptions. Could the same tea taste so different depending on who brews it? Just bragging. So today, Huang quietly brought some of his own favorite tea leaves when he came. He knew son wouldn't fall for exaggerated praise. Wu Ling took the tea. They went for a walk and carried a small bag of tea with them. After brewing the tea and serving it, Wu Ling went back to her room to read. She didn't pay much attention to what they said. As long as they seemed to admire Chu Mu, that was enough. Principal's son first asked Chu Mu about his studies and training. I heard your education level is quite good? Very impressive. The country needs talents like you. I look forward to your practical class results. Commissioner Huang nodded while holding his teacup, smelling it with bright eyes. Good tea from the principal. Why didn't he serve this when he visited before?
So stingy.
He blew on the tea carefully, took a sip, and felt the rich, mellow flavor. After swallowing, a sweet aftertaste and tea aroma hit his nose, lingering long. Such good tea, he couldn't help but speak out, then he felt a bit regretful. You're not being fair. You have such good stuff, and didn't bring it out earlier. Are you just trying to hide it from me? The principal rolled his eyes at him. How many times have I given you tea? Not many, actually. I've already fed it to you. When? I don't remember. If he had ever tasted such excellent tea, he should have a clear memory of it. Principal's son didn't bother explaining. You just eat and forget, wasting all my good tea. He then picked up his cup, blew on it slowly, and sniffed the aroma of the tea as usual. As he sniffed, he was surprised. It was definitely tea he brought, but it didn't seem quite right. He quickly took a sip. After swallowing, he exhaled through his nose, and the fragrance filled his mouth and cheeks. He squinted his eyes, almost feeling tipsy. Little Chu, how does your family make this tea? Chu Mu instinctively said, she hasn't brewed much before. Maybe she did it wrong? Should I make another cup for you? No, I mean the brewing is good. Lao Huang told me, and I didn't believe it at first, but yours is much better than mine. Principal, you're too kind. Wu Ling is indeed skillful, but honestly, it's still your tea leaves that make the difference. Principal's son shook his head. The tea leaves were indeed good, but he drank them often. Could he really tell the difference? He wasn't sure. Call your family member over. I want to ask her how she manages to brew such good tea. Wu Ling was sitting in a chair reading, passing the time. When she saw Chumu push the door open, she thought he was here to call her to see guests off, so she asked, why not stay a bit longer? Chumu lowered his voice. The principal wants to ask how you brew this tea. Don't they like it? Chumu shook his head but didn't say much. He left with her. Wu Ling graciously exchanged a few polite words, mainly thanking the leaders for their care. Her words were sweet and soft, making people feel comfortable. Your little Chu is a good person, smart, eager to learn, and hardworking. He will surely do great things in the future. As his family member, you should support him in all his work. Rest assured, leaders. I will do my best to support the logistics work. Wu Ling was sincere. No one wanted Chu Mu to succeed more than she did. It came from her heart. Principal Sun was moved by her strong determination. He smiled and nodded repeatedly, then asked about the tea. Did you brew the tea with the leaves I gave you? How did you make it? How else can you brew tea? These days, there's no need to be fancy. Just pour hot water into the cup with the tea leaves. I heard that the taste of tea can depend on the water temperature and steeping time. The principal thinks my tea tastes good, but maybe it was just luck. Water is the foundation of tea, and the water she used wasn't ordinary, so the flavor naturally differs. I see. Principal's son thought her explanation made sense and was practical. He turned to look at Commissar Huang and smiled. So, we're quite lucky with the tea. Commissar Huang was even more proud. He had won twice now. Wu Ling politely said, if the leaders want tea in the future, just come over. Maybe I'll be lucky with my brewing. Her words made the principal laugh. He turned to Chu Mu and said, your family member is interesting, humble, capable, and generous. But staying behind the scenes might be a bit of a waste of talent. Tomorrow, I'll ask your sister-in-law to keep an eye on her. Chu Mu quickly thanked him. Wu Ling, standing nearby, was distracted. What was she paying attention to? After they finished the tea, Wu Ling accompanied them to see the person off. After closing the door, she saw Chu Mu looking a bit excited. The principal might be able to arrange a position for you. Wu Ling. When did she say she wanted a position? She forced a smile. Maybe we misunderstood. I come from a village. What kind of position could they give me? I've seen many family members in the hospital, but none of them got a spot. How could I? You've studied even up to middle school. Many family members in the hospital can't read. I heard they're about to start a literacy class to teach them. Some positions need people, but they can't do the work. If Wu Ling really got a position, her household registration could be transferred from the village. It's not about income or benefits. If she had something to do, she might feel more like she belonged. Her calm and unshaken attitude quickly made Chu Mu realize the situation. After thinking for a moment, he said, you have a point, but whether it works or not, at least the principal has noted your name. If anything is missing in the future, they might remember you. This was quite something to be happy about. Your tea is really good. Wu Ling slightly raised her chin. Of course. Everyone should have at least one good quality, right? Your good qualities are more than one. You have many. Chu Mu's tone surprised Wu Ling, seeing the seriousness in his eyes. She couldn't help but smile. Oh, you've noticed that. Chu Mu couldn't help but laugh. She was truly different from other girls. When he was with her, he rarely thought about his past life. It was so great that she could come that day and stop herself. Wu Ling told Chu Mu not to expect too much about the position, saying it wasn't that simple. Principal Sun's wife, Tian Ling, also told the principal the same thing. Are you tired of my affairs already? Do you know many people in the school are unhappy about the special permission for them? And you want me to help her get a position? Do you think Chu's life is too easy? You're just making things worse for her.
Calm down.
Are those people gossiping again? I already said Chu is a special talent. Why not give him some extra care? He has skills that deserve attention. Besides, you're always talking about caring for women's rights. Isn't his partner a woman? Shouldn't she get some care too? Tianling was furious. That should be done gradually. I can't just focus on her. There are many women in the school and the department who need unity and coordination. I can't ignore their opinions. She had argued with Sun Limin about the vegetable garden before. Special treatment is wrong. It might even cause others to target them. Why can't you listen? I didn't give Chu special treatment. He fought for it himself. Tianling waved her hand. I won't say more. Anyway, this matter is not going to work. She found it strange. Usually, old Sun didn't like to interfere in these matters. Why, after just meeting Chu's wife, was he trying to arrange a position for her? Tianling heard that Fong Yanhong and Wu Ling had been getting close, so she took some time to find out more. You're talking about Wu Ling? I'm not bragging about her, but she is very capable, especially very clean. She keeps the house very tidy, to the point that even flies slip on her surfaces. I've never seen a dirty spot in her home. She is a bit shy, not very talkative, and doesn't go out much. Fong Yanhong is worried sick. Why isn't she worried? I told her the reason, but she hasn't tried to make good relationships with others. If she keeps this up, she might end up getting hurt. Tianling, hearing this, decided to forget about it and didn't bring it up again. Wu Ling still lazily relaxed every day. Fong Yanhong often worried about her. You're usually quick at work, so why are you so careless about the vegetable garden? Look at your land. Suddenly, Fong Yanhong stopped talking. Her land. It seemed to be looking pretty good. Fong Yanhong walked a few steps toward her land and saw that it was indeed quite nice. Strange. I haven't seen you do much, just watering and pulling some weeds. How come it's growing so well? Wu Ling said. Chu Mu sometimes comes to help, adds some fertilizer, and doesn't neglect anything. Besides, I grow simple vegetables that don't need much fuss. They're not particularly good. Who said that? Xiao Zhang's family grows the same vegetables as you. I can tell the difference, Fong Yanhong replied. Coincidentally, she saw Jiang Mei wearing a straw hat walking over. She quickly called her over. Xiao Wu's land looks pretty good, doesn't it? I think it's even better than yours back then. What do you think? Jiang Mei pursed her lips, staring at the vegetable leaves in Wu Ling's garden, then glanced at Wu Ling's face, which showed no sign of hardship. I can't tell. It's only been a short time. How can you tell? Radishes and cabbages are easy to grow. What's so special about it? She rolled her eyes at the land, picked up her farming tools, and turned to leave. Fong Yanhong didn't stop her. Hey, you're really something, she told Wu Ling. Don't mind her. I think it looks good. That's just her personality. Wu Ling smiled silently. She didn't plan to compete for the main character role with the female lead. That's fine with her. The next day, Fong Yanhong hurriedly came to find Wu Ling early in the morning, just as Wu Ling and Chu Mu were having breakfast. Xiao Wu, go check your land quickly. It's been damaged by someone or some animal. Chu Mu put down his bowl and stood up. When they arrived, they saw part of the crops had been dug up. The fibrous roots and leaves were wilted and rotten, losing all vitality. Such a disaster. How could something like this happen? Fong Yanhong couldn't stand to see this. She was angrier than the Wu Ling couple. What should we do now? Wu Ling saw Chu Mu quietly go downstairs to clean up. She squinted her eyes and tried to comfort Fong Yanhong. It's just a small patch that got damaged. The rest is fine. Maybe a wild boar dug it up. There's no way wild boars are in this area. Could they only dig up your patch? The whole vegetable field might be ruined. Fong Yanhong wasn't stupid. Her land was right next door. Why wasn't it affected at all? Wait for me. I'll go talk to Sister Tian. Forget about everything else. Destroying people's fields is too much. Wu Ling stopped her.
No, no, no.
Sister Tian knows I'm not well liked in the yard. Only you are willing to talk to me. Don't let this trouble you. How can you say that? I'm worried you'll get into trouble. It's their fault. Why are you so weak? Being bullied and still having to endure it. It's not a big deal. The land isn't completely ruined. If things get worse, it'll be hard to face everyone. Fong Yanhong was so frustrated, she wanted to scold her. Meanwhile, Chu Mu had almost finished cleaning up. Wu Ling urged him to leave quickly. Don't delay your studies. Chumu looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated because Fong Yanhong was there. He didn't speak, nodded, and left. Since Wu Ling kept persuading him, Fong Yanhong had no choice but to give up. On her way back, she complained to Huang Weiguo. How can they be so patient? If it were me, I'd have gone to the authorities already. That's you. Chumu's family is trying to keep things quiet. It's not clear who caused the trouble, so what's the point of making a fuss? Are we just going to let it go like that? I can come every night to keep watch. Just for a few carrots and cabbages? Are you here to farm? Wu Ling pushed him into a chair, held his head up, and said seriously, you need to know what you should focus on. Use your time wisely and don't waste your energy on unimportant things. That's not an unimportant matter. The good growth of those vegetables is thanks to your hard work every day. Wu Ling felt a bit guilty but thought, it's not that hard. She then smiled slightly and said, you care about me, huh? That makes me happy. But we are husband and wife, so we should work together. It's just some vegetables. If they're gone, they're gone. It's not worth getting so angry over. She looked at the curtains which were drawn, then suddenly leaned down and pecked Chumu's face like she was comforting a child, saying, no more anger, okay? Chumu's eyes flickered, and he thought he heard her say something, but he didn't catch it clearly. He felt the irritation that had been bothering him all day slowly fade away, like an invisible stream washing over him, making his scalp tingle. Later, Wu Ling learned an important lesson. Don't tease people easily, especially those who seem like little icebergs. They don't like being teased. The small conflict in the vegetable field seemed to have no effect on Wu Ling. She went on with her work, as if nothing had happened. One morning, Fong Yanhong hurried over again with the same urgent words. Xiao Wu, you need to go check the field quickly. Something bad has happened. Wu Ling slowly finished her porridge, wiped her mouth, and looked like she was about to clean up her dishes. Fong Yanhong became anxious, saying, don't worry about that now. Come quickly and see for yourself. What's the rush, sister-in-law? Could it be another wild boar digging up my land? It's not a wild boar. Anyway, just come quickly. Sister Tian has already gone there. Oh, what a mess. Wu Ling calmly tidied up before heading with her. They arrived at the big vegetable field in the courtyard, where a crowd was gathered outside. Inside, she could hear someone crying. Move aside, everyone make way. Fong Yanhong pushed through the crowd with Wu Ling. Jiangmei was sitting in Wu Ling's yard, crying loudly. It's really a ghost. I saw it. I can't get out. Oh my God, it's like falling into water. I'm not lying. Tianling had a stern face. When she saw Fong Yanhong pulling Wu Ling over, her expression grew even darker. You have arrived? Today, this is my fault. I must first apologize to Comrade Xiao Wu. Wu Ling, who was unaware of the situation, asked, why are you all here near my vegetable garden? Sister Jiang, you're pressing on my vegetables. Fong Yanhong slapped her and quickly said, why are you so stubborn? She's the one ruining your vegetables. Wu Ling was surprised. What?
But why?
Even if there's a big grudge back home, you wouldn't damage food. That's dangerous. I haven't even spoken much with Sister Jiang. Why would she do this? This isn't the first time, is it? Yes, in this era, food and vegetables are very precious. Wasting someone's hard work is wrong. It keeps happening again and again. Tianling thought this was very serious and needed to be handled carefully. She ordered someone to bring Jiang Mei out of the field. But Jiang Mei refused to move, saying she would drown if she left that land. Really, I'm not joking. I almost lost my life. Jiang Mei's eyes were red, and she spoke crazily. Tianling was worried that if they delayed further, the whole school would find out, which would be bad. So she called people to support her and take her away.
No.
There are really ghosts. I'm not lying.
Ah.
She was dragged out of Wu Ling's land, found she was still alive, and cried and shouted for a while before passing out. Wu Ling quietly stood by her ruined land, hanging her head. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes. Her slim figure looked even more fragile, making people feel sad for her. Tianling went over and patted her. Don't worry. The organization will give you an explanation. Wu Ling nodded gently. Tianling saw a drop of water fall to the ground and sighed heavily. She asked Fong Yanhong to stay and keep her company. The onlookers left, and Wu Ling sat down where Fong Yanhong usually waited. She rested her head on her hand, her face clean, and looked blankly at her own land. Don't be too sad. I used to think Jiang Mei wasn't a bad person. I didn't expect her to do such a thing. Fong Yanhong didn't know how to comfort her. Everything else was fine, but damaging someone's vegetable garden was too cruel. She wondered, how come no one saw her? The area is supposed to be patrolled at night. How bold she must be. She said she stayed here all night, but no one saw her. Wu Ling said nothing, silently yawning lightly. Still saying she saw a ghost? I think she's hiding something. Caught red-handed, and now she's pretending to be crazy. Don't worry, with so many people watching, it won't just be ignored. Wu Ling suddenly looked up. Sister-in-law, I want to go back and stay alone for a while. All right, I'll go with you. Wu Ling went back and lay down, not even getting up for lunch. Fong Yanhong was very worried inside, too busy with her own matters to care. When Chu Mu returned in the evening, she grabbed him and said, "Please talk to her nicely. Don't let her overthink. She's been sleeping all day and I feel uneasy." Chu Mu thanked Fong Yanhong, quickly went inside, just as Wu Ling woke up. Her face was flushed from sleep, with pillow marks still visible. She was dazed for a moment, then her eyes shifted to Chu Mu's face, and she smiled foolishly. "You're back. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just tired. A little rest will do." "Why did you come back so early today?" "Our farm had some issues, so I came back early to check." "If you're tired, rest a bit more. I'll go cook." Wu Ling lay down again, but then sat up. "Use the kitchen stove to boil some cooled water for cooking. It tastes better that way." She lay back down, feeling very weak. In the past, she would have been full of energy, even after staying up all night. After eating, Chu Mu told her about the farm issue. "The political officer told me about it. Jiang Mei is the family member of Captain Wang. If she did this, Captain Wang's award will be cancelled. If we keep investigating, it might affect his promotion. Damaging someone else's work, especially in a disciplined place like the military school, is a serious violation." "I see." Before she could say more, the door suddenly banged loudly. Wu Ling smiled. "Our home has been quite lively lately. Xiao Wu, I'm your sister-in-law Yanhong. Are you awake?" Wu Ling went to open the door. Outside were Fong Yanhong, Tianling, and Jiang Mei, who looked pale. Wu Ling didn't invite them in, and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Jiang Mei looked like she was about to collapse, and Tianling and Fong Yanhong quickly held her. Their accents became urgent. "What are you doing?" "Xiao Wu, can we come in and talk?" "It won't take long." Wu Ling hesitated for a moment before stepping aside and softly said, "I listened to my sister-in-law." Fong Yanhong gratefully responded with an and together with Tianling, helped Jiang Mei into the house. "Xiao Chu is also here." "Well, we came with Jiang to apologize to you and your husband." Fong Yanhong nudged Jiang Mei with her arm, signaling her to speak quickly. However, Jiang's lips trembled, and she started to slide down to the ground. Neither of them caught her, and she sat on the floor, crying out loud. "It was my fault. I was blinded by jealousy. I am willing to accept criticism and punishment, but I can't let old Wang be affected because of me. She originally thought it was just a few vegetables she damaged. If it was too much, she could just compensate them. The land wasn't even theirs to begin with. Who would have thought it would become so serious? They said she was damaging production and causing serious consequences. Old Wang was originally eligible for an award, but now his qualification has been cancelled. Future evaluations, promotions, and career advancement might also be greatly affected. It could be said that she has ruined his future." Jiang Mei's mind collapsed. She fainted once before. Now she had regained consciousness and was begging Tianling and Fong Yanhong to help her apologize. "I beg you, please show mercy. It's not his fault. I can't let him be harmed." Jiang Mei cried so hard that she was sniffling and sobbing. She no longer looked proud and arrogant. Fong Yanhong helped her twice, but couldn't get her to stand. Tianling looked at Chu Mu. "Xiao Chu, why don't you help her up first? It wouldn't look good if others see her like this." Chu Mu said nothing, only looked at Wu Ling Fong Yanhong, feeling inspired, quickly pulled Wu Ling aside and advised, "You can't just leave her sitting on the ground like that. It won't solve anything. Then, sister-in-law, help her up. The ground is cold, and she might catch a cold." Chu-mu still said nothing and moved aside. Tian-ling glanced at him and then at Wu Ling. The young couple seemed to have some chemistry. Finally, they helped her onto a chair. Seeing her still crying, Wu Ling sighed softly. "Sister Jiang asked us to show mercy. What does she want us to do? The country has laws, and families have rules. Can't everything be solved with human kindness? What's the use of discipline and rules in the army if everything depends on personal feelings?" Tian-ling looked at her again and continued, "Xiao Wu, what you said makes sense. Why are you so confused? Your husband Wang's military rank was earned through risking his life on the front lines. As his family member, you should cherish and protect him, not do such things. Do you think you're worthy of the blood he shed and the enemies he fought?" Jiang Mei cried even louder. Tian-ling shook her head and said, "What's the use of just crying? Things are already like this. We have to find a way to fix it. Don't cry anymore." Wu Ling glanced at the wife of the school principal. She was elegant and polite, speaking calmly and slowly. Captain Wang's achievements were gained through bloodshed, fighting enemies to protect the country. Look at how skillfully she speaks. This morning, Sister Yan Hong was still wondering why, even though someone was patrolling the vegetable garden, no one saw you. How did you hide? Jiang Mei's crying paused for a few seconds. Seeing she wouldn't speak, Wu Ling had to ask Tian-ling, "I've thought about it. Everything else can be discussed, but this can't be careless. If there's a gap in the defenses and bad people take advantage, it would be a big problem." Tian-ling pursed her lips and looked a bit embarrassed. This matter is also partly Wang's fault. He usually isn't very strict, and he often leaves patrol and duty arrangements haphazardly. If she had seen that, now it was hard for her to speak up for Wang. Both of them had their flaws. One was careless and often scolded. The other was narrow-minded and reckless, and they got caught red-handed. Wu Ling looked troubled. "Chu-mu and I usually don't like to hold grudges, so at first we didn't want to pursue this. We just thought it never happened." Sister Yan Hong knew about it. Yan Hong nodded. Yes. I wanted to take her to find you, but she stopped me and told me not to say anything." Tian-ling now knew there had been another incident before, but Wu Ling kept it secret. She was surprised because she hadn't heard anything about it, which showed it wasn't just for show. "I didn't expect that even that time wouldn't be enough for Zhang's wife to vent her anger. Although it was just some vegetables, it broke the rules. Even if Chu-mu and I didn't care, the organization wouldn't let it go. So, sister, coming to ask us was useless." Jiang Mei looked pale. "What should I do? I heard that if a family member makes a mistake, as long as they handle it properly and clearly separate their own actions from the mistake, the impact might be less. Is that true, Sister Tian?" Yes, that's what they say. Why was she analyzing this for Jiang Mei? Wu Ling sat next to Jiang Mei and said, "Sister-in-law, if you want to protect Captain Wang, there are ways, but the cost is high. It's up to you to decide." Fong Yanhong nearby suddenly thought of something. "Are you talking about sending her back? How can that work? It's not a visit home. If she's sent back, she probably won't be able to come out again." Wu Ling looked calm. "Then she has to find her own way. Sister Yanhong, our land is completely destroyed. Do you think I should come up with a good solution for her?" Tian-ling spoke up. "That's enough. It's getting late, and I think you're both feeling upset today. We won't bother you anymore." Her mind cleared, and she felt annoyed at herself for being swayed by Jiang Mei's crying and for bringing her to plead. Was there any hope of persuading others with tears? Seeing she wouldn't speak up for herself, Jiang Mei looked sad and got up to leave. Chu-mu stood quietly the whole time like a decoration. After they left, he finally spoke. "If you can't accept this, I can." "What's so hard to accept about it?" Wu Ling smiled. "It's just some food. Don't cause trouble. The higher-ups won't let us suffer unfairly for long, and that's enough." Her goal was achieved. In the story, Jiang Mei is mostly a troublemaker. Everything she says gets twisted, turning good things into bad. Most of the reckless actions in the story are caused by her instigation. Her husband, Captain Wang, favors family ties. He thinks he's loyal and always tries to give good things to the male lead. When criticized, he argues that Chu-mu, though skilled, is too reserved. If he doesn't compete, who can blame him? Although the main characters haven't appeared yet, she doesn't know when they will. But she can still take action to remove trouble early. A few days later, the matter was settled. Jiang Mei was sent back to her hometown. Although Captain Wang wasn't responsible because of his negligence, he didn't help his family improve, so he was also held accountable. Their awards were cancelled, and future key evaluations would be stricter. This was a serious punishment. Their crops on the land would be compensated to Chu-mu and his wife. Wu Ling was happy. That saves me some effort. Fang Yanhong pointed at her forehead. You're really heartless. Did you just hear that? None of the rest really concern me much. How is that? Since this happened, I haven't seen you cause any trouble. The people in the hospital all praise your good temper. They even said I should take you to talk to them. Even Tianling privately praised Sun Limin, saying that if it had been anyone else, the news would have spread quickly. But they stayed calm, saving her a lot of worry. Maybe because of this, not long after, Tianling approached Wu Ling and told her about a teaching position at an elementary school that she could try for. Teacher? Me? Didn't you finish middle school? It's not hard. You'll be teaching the children of the students, so the workload isn't heavy. You're good at talking, so you'll definitely do well. Wu Ling asked cautiously, why is there suddenly a vacancy? Originally, that person could have stayed a few more months. But her husband was promoted early, so she wants to go with him. That's why the position is open. You can think of it as a reward. Remember to bring your documents and report on time. Tianling never thought Wu Ling would refuse. Teaching positions are not easy to come by, so this plan was set. Wu Ling paused for a moment, surprised that she was being considered. In the novel, there was no mention of Jiang Mei, so Captain Wang's award wasn't affected. The teacher position that would open in a few months was given to the female lead. Now it was hers. Wu Ling missed the chance to refuse and somehow was about to start teaching. It wasn't really hard. When she reported, the school leaders tested her educational level and asked her to try a class. They quickly decided she should teach the older students, saying it was a good fit. Now Wu Ling couldn't just lounge around at home anymore, even returning the land. Who had the time for that? But for Wu Ling, teaching elementary students was quite interesting. Especially the older kids. They weren't naive anymore, like little adults, but not yet rebellious. With a firm but kind approach, she could manage them easily. It was much easier than leading teams in the apocalypse or survival training. After work, when Wu Ling got home, she found the door not fully closed and could hear voices inside. Don't think I don't see that was your credit. Why are you so honest?
Huh?
He didn't say he took the credit, but he didn't explain either. That just made everyone think it was him. Why are you so foolish? Chumu's voice was a bit low. It's not a big achievement. Is there a difference between big and small achievements? Whoever deserves it gets it. That Yen family member isn't honest. He took your credit and still talks to you. Yen family member? Is it Yen Zhenjiang, the male lead? Wu Ling took a step back and raised her voice. Hey, why isn't the door locked? Chu-mu, are you back? She walked over, paused for 2 seconds, then opened the door. Principal Sun is here too. I just finished work and got back a bit late. I'll make tea first, then cook dinner, Sun Limin said. No, I'm not here to eat. I came to talk to Chu-mu about something. Then you won't drink tea? It's okay to have a cup. Recently, Commissar Huang and Principal Sun occasionally came over for tea, and their relationship with Chu-mu gradually became more like elders caring for a younger person. The tea at home was brought over by the two of them now and then, and they had collected quite a bit. After making and serving the tea, Wu Ling closed the kitchen door and started cooking. In the book, Yen Zhenjiang moved into the family compound after Chu-mu, and it was mentioned several times that his rank was lower than Chu-mu's. So how did he get in? Could it be, as the principal just said, that he took Chu-mu's credit? Principal Sun, after satisfying his tea craving, happily went home with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Wu Ling had already finished preparing the meal. Got scolded? Why do you look like that? Wu Ling subtly asked without directly questioning, but Chu-mu took the initiative to tell her. I met a comrade from the army before, and I recently saw him again. He's moving here in a few days. Wu Ling paused with her chopsticks. Really? She casually picked some cabbage with her chopsticks and said, "All your former comrades have been promoted enough to get into the family compound? He must be really impressive. Probably a regimental commander, right? Maybe he can help you out in the future." "It's not like that. I just had an opportunity, and he borrowed it. Then why is the principal angry with you?" "Does this opportunity have anything to do with you?" Wu Ling interrupted him, and her cold tone was something Chu Mu did not expect. He thought Wu Ling wouldn't care, and that it wasn't a big deal. The person he helped was a comrade he knew. Given her personality, she should support his decision. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wu Ling concluded, "You could have talked to me, but you didn't, right? I thought you wouldn't oppose. Why? Clearly, it's your achievement, but you want to give it away to someone else. Why wouldn't I oppose? You work hard every day, put in so much effort, and I should be happy to see others benefit from your work. If the male lead didn't appear around them, how would the romantic moments between the main characters matter to them?" She wouldn't have to keep thinking about this all the time. Why wasn't Wu Ling angry? She worked hard to solve the problems that disturbed the peace in the story, but he easily turned around and brought the male lead over. "Old Yen is very loyal. I thought it would be good to stay close to him. Maybe in the future, when he gets married, you all can keep each other company. Why should I keep company with his wife? Who knows what kind of wife he'll marry? If we don't get along, and I still have to deal with her because of this relationship, I would feel very uncomfortable. Have you ever thought about that? It won't be like that. His wife has a good personality. She won't have trouble getting along with others." Wu Ling's dark eyes suddenly flickered softly. She slowly looked up at him and asked, word by word, "How do you know what kind of wife he'll marry?" "I guess. Old Yen told me before that he wanted to find someone educated, someone cultured. Naturally, her personality would be very easy to get along with. So that's how it is." Wu Ling suddenly lost her appetite, put down her chopsticks, and leaned back in her chair. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She thought she was charming, but it turned out she was just being self-indulgent. No wonder he so smoothly ended his relationship with Suehua, knew about Granny Chiao's existence in advance, and mercilessly solved the trouble. But he still chose to get involved with the main characters.
Why?
In the story, he only showed admiration for the female lead, and now she understood why. This was the first time Chu Mu saw this kind of expression on Wu Ling's face, and a strange, restless feeling arose in his heart. Before, the principal had already said this several times. Feeling impatient to get it over with, he blurted out, "This is my own matter. It doesn't really concern you, does it?" Wu Ling looked at him calmly and nodded. "You're right. It is your own matter. It has nothing to do with me." The moment he spoke, Chu Mu regretted it and wanted to explain, "I didn't mean it like that. I just thought. All right, I don't want to know what it means. I'm going to eat now." Chu Mu opened his mouth but closed it again. He couldn't enjoy his meal at all. After dinner, Wu Ling didn't stay in the study with him like usual. She didn't seem angry, but the more she acted this way, the more uneasy Chu Mu felt. He actually wished she would argue with him, but she didn't. Wu Ling, as she had once told him, remained calm and steady. However, at bedtime, there was a distance between Chu Mu and Wu Ling. Chu Mu isn't someone who forces things, but he was used to holding her while sleeping. That night, he couldn't sleep at all. Wu Ling slept well. She lingered in bed as usual, while Chu Mu went to exercise. After tidying up the house and having breakfast, she went straight to school. "Teacher Wu, why are you here so early today?" Wu Ling smiled and greeted him. "Of course, I want to see my lovely students sooner. Actually, I came to prepare lessons. You know, I heard from the director that your classes are popular with the kids. They're motivated to learn, but they lack rules. Has she told you that many times? I'll change. I promise to improve." For several days, Chu Mu didn't see Wu Ling after exercise class. There was breakfast left for him on the table, things he was used to, with the same taste. But his movements to eat became mechanical and stiff. Before, they would chat while eating breakfast, talking about trivial things. Wu Ling would tease him, insisting on seeing his face turn red and him get anxious. That was his most relaxed time of the day. Now it felt like torture. Although he could see her at night, and she would respond to whatever he said, she rarely initiated conversations. After eating, she would go back to her room to read, and then sleep. Chumu felt this wasn't right. He needed to find a good time to talk to Wu Ling and have a proper conversation. Today was a day off. Wu Ling usually sleeps in, so Chumu quietly got up and went to prepare breakfast first. Just as he was about to wake Wu Ling, someone suddenly knocked on the door loudly. "Old Chu, are you home?" Chumu quickly went to open the door, and Jian Zhenjiang's cheerful face appeared outside. Seeing him, Chumu couldn't help but smile and stepped forward to hug him. "Buddy, I finally have a neighbor like you, haha." Chumu pulled him inside, looked around briefly, then closed the door. Jian Zhenjiang looked at him curiously. "What's up? Don't tell me. Your wife isn't awake yet? It's already this late?" "She's busy with work at school. She's just taking advantage of the holiday to sleep a bit longer. Come on, who isn't busy? I think you and your wife get along really well." Jian Zhenjiang put his arm around Chumu's shoulder. "Since you're resting today, help me tidy up the house. I just looked around. Wow, that house is enough for me to spend the whole day cleaning." Chumu hurriedly came out of the house. At this moment, the door was closed, and he left his keys inside. He didn't want to knock and wake Wu Ling, so he had no choice but to go with him. The two grown men rolled up their sleeves and started cleaning. Dust from the ceiling fell down in clouds, making them sneeze constantly. They swept the dust on the floor, but it looked like they hadn't cleaned at all. After working for a long time, they both felt sore and tired. Chumu looked around and said, "Isn't it just like it was at the beginning? Chumu, can you help out a little?" Chumu's eyes were red from the dust. He and Jian Zhenjiang worked hard all morning, but made little progress. How did Wu Ling manage to keep the house clean every day? It wasn't just once or twice. She did it every day. Chumu had never worried about housework. It seemed like the house was naturally spotless. In his mind, Chumu automatically imagined Wu Ling's small figure quietly working away. He put the broom back into Jian Zhenjiang's hand. "You do it yourself. I have to go back. There are things at home." "What things?" "Hey, you're too unloyal." Chumu ignored him. First, he dusted off the outside, then heard some movement inside the room through the door and finally knocked. Soon, Wu Ling came to open the door, her cheeks puffed up from breakfast. After opening the door, she sat back down without asking where he had been or why he didn't bring the keys. Chumu sat beside her. "Are you free today?" Wu Ling thought for a moment. "This afternoon, I'm going out with Sister Yan Hong to buy some things. Do you need something? I want to talk to you properly." "Sure, go ahead." Wu Ling was nibbling on her bread and the porridge didn't taste very good, but she was a good girl who didn't waste food. "You should finish eating first." Wu Ling was very easy to talk to, so she continued eating seriously. After she finished, Chumu went to tidy up. When he came back, he saw Wu Ling sitting by the window, sunbathing with her eyes closed. She seemed to really enjoy the sun, loving to bask in the warm light. When she was in the sun, she always looked happy in a way that was hard to understand. Chumu stood there for a moment before walking over. "I was wrong earlier. I should have talked to you before making a decision. I apologize." Wu Ling slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, Chumu saw a strange flash of brightness in her pupils, but it disappeared quickly, as if it was just his imagination. Wu Ling calmly said, "There's no need to apologize. It's not necessary. You didn't say anything wrong." She was confused. She should be the one reflecting on her actions. Why did she suddenly feel genuine emotion? Just because they shared a bed? Wu Ling thought maybe her life had been too comfortable, almost leading her astray. She should thank Chumu for waking her up in time. Relying on others isn't as stable as relying on herself. "I know you're upset with me. I was really wrong. I promise I will discuss everything with you first from now on, okay?" Wu Ling nodded indifferently. "I'm not angry, but I understand what you said." Chumu felt a helplessness like punching cotton. No strength to do anything. He wanted to say more, but the door was knocked again. "Old Chu, open up. I forgot to give you the stuff I brought." Chumu had no choice but to swallow his words and go to open the door. "Look at my forgetfulness. I brought you some good things but just forgot in the rush." Yan Zhenjiang carried a small cloth bag. When he looked up, he saw Wu Ling sitting by the window. The warm sunlight streamed in, casting a glow around Wu Ling. Her gaze, as she looked over, carried a deep meaning, making her seem mysterious. Yan Zhenjiang was stunned for a moment before reacting. This must be your wife, right? Hello, I'm Chu Mu's comrade in arms. My name is Yan Zhenjiang. Wu Ling smiled politely. I've heard Chu Mu mention you before. It's nice to finally meet you. Yan Zhenjiang gave Chu Mu a friendly slap on the shoulder. Wow, buddy, you really married a beautiful wife. You're a lucky man. And look at how tidy your home is. Mine is nothing like this. He walked in naturally and handed a cloth bag to Wu Ling. Chu Mu has helped me a lot before. Please don't mind this small gift. Wu Ling glanced inside and saw 2 cans of meat. She quickly said, oh, you shouldn't have. You should keep these for yourself. Come on, don't be so polite. Chu Mu and I are like brothers. I brought these especially for you too. If you don't take them, I'll feel bad. Wu Ling smiled warmly. Then how about this? You just moved here, so stay and have lunch with us. Her smile was genuine, and she seemed generous and kind. Those canned goods were quite rare, almost a luxury. And since he had already moved nearby, there was no reason to refuse. Yan Zhenjiang happily agreed. Wu Ling asked how his place was coming along, and when she saw his troubled expression, she laughed and told Chu Mu, he's your good friend and comrade. You should help him out. Wu Ling was always willing to offer kindness with just a few words. Yan Zhenjiang looked grateful. Chu Mu is really lucky to have you as his wife. I'm honestly a bit jealous. Seeing how well they got along, Chu Mu should have been happy. In his previous life, Cui Hua and Yan Zhenjiang had barely interacted. Even later, when she became close with Yan's wife, she still kept her distance from him and often criticized him behind his back. But now Wu Ling and Yan Zhenjiang were chatting easily. He should have felt pleased.
So, why didn't he?
When he went to help Yan Zhenjiang with some tools, his friend repeated, "You're really lucky, man. Where did you find such a wonderful wife? I heard she's an elementary school teacher? Impressive. Stop talking and get to work. This is your own house, remember?" Chu Mu, usually calm, sounded impatient. After another puff of dust hit his eyes, he suddenly realized why he felt that strange sense of loss. Sometimes at home, Wu Ling would stop Chu Mu from doing chores, telling him to focus on studying and not waste time on small tasks. But now, it seems she doesn't mind anymore. Chu Mu suddenly felt a slight twitch in his chest, an uncomfortable feeling, and he was worried he had really hurt her feelings. Over there, Wu Ling finished cleaning the house in just a few minutes, feeling relaxed and in control. She believed her place must be very clean for her to feel comfortable. Singing softly, Wu Ling looked carefully at the canned food sent by Yan Zhenjiang. It's really good. At noon, she decided to cook half of it into a dish, fry some eggs, add some preserved meat from her hometown, and prepare some simple snacks to eat with drinks, easy and nice looking. Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang, who had been busy all morning, came back tired. As soon as they entered, they smelled a special aroma. Yan Zhenjiang's stomach made a gurgling sound. Wu Ling brought a basket of bread from the kitchen. Are you hungry? Go wash your hands and eat. She saw that both of them looked the same and didn't stay long on Chu Mu. His discomfort came back again. I ate late this morning, so I'm not very hungry. You two can eat first, Chu Mu said as he walked into the room, leaving the door slightly open. But no one pushed the door open further. He heard Wu Ling's soft voice say, "Let's eat first. I'll leave some dishes for him later." Yan Zhenjiang, already tempted by the food on the table, politely responded to Wu Ling and started eating. Your cooking is really amazing, sister-in-law. He was very straightforward, talking while stuffing food into his mouth. Could Chu Mu have been lucky enough to marry such a kind, beautiful, and capable wife who also cooks well? Compared to him, what kind of tough days was he having?
Eat more if you like.
Chu Mu told me you and he are comrades, and your bond is special. I also believe it's fate that I met Chu Mu here. It makes me feel more confident. I think so too. Maybe your fate is even deeper than that. If you like the same girl, isn't that fate? Suddenly, the door opened again. Wu Ling turned to look, her tone caring but normal. What's wrong? Are you tired and have no appetite? Wait a bit, and if you want to eat later, just say so. I think I'm hungry again. Yan Zhenjiang let out a cheerful hi and said, What's wrong with you? You worked hard all morning and already can't handle it? Look at your younger sister-in-law. She has cleaned the house so brightly. You're really not as good as her. Wu Ling just smiled silently, eating the rare, delicious food and reevaluating her feelings toward Yan Zhenjiang in her mind. He is indeed an outgoing person, speaks nicely, and is not stingy. Of course, his efforts are not comparable to Chu Mu's contributions, but Chu Mu is happy to do it himself. His achievements are his own, and no one can say otherwise. Chu Mu sat next to Wu Ling, and the dishes on the table emitted tempting aromas. Hosting his comrades for a meal and carefully preparing such a table was a way to show respect and honor himself. But why does he still feel so awkward? Does he have some problem? Wu Ling finished eating and stood up. Take your time eating, everyone. I'll go out for a while so I won't disturb your good chat. After she left, Yan Zhenjiang kept shaking his head. People are really different. You, kid, are successful in both love and work. Do you think I don't see? I'm jealous. Chu Mu silently ate his food. Yan Zhenjiang, curious, nudged him with his arm. Tell me, how did it happen? Found such a treasure. Why are you asking about this? I'm curious. I remember you mentioned you had a childhood engagement. Is she the one? No, the childhood engagement was called off.
She's
the one I like. Good for you. Come on, tell me how it happened. I want to learn from you. Maybe I can find someone like that when I get married. After saying this, Yan Zhenjiang suddenly noticed Chu Mu staring at him with a strange look and felt a bit uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Mu looked away. Nothing. Wu Ling first went to find Yan Hong and also saw Huang Jingwei at home. He greeted her with a cheerful smile. Teacher Wu Ling is here? Yan Hong, what are you doing inside? Where's Jiming? Come on out. Teacher Wu Ling is here. Huang Ziming, a student in Wu Ling's class, heard his father's voice and reluctantly came out from inside, standing by his pants and greeting Wu Ling. I finished my homework and even pre-studied. My mom saw what I did. Wu Ling smiled. I'm not here to check your homework. Where's your mom? Huang Ziming turned and shouted inside. Mom. Here I come. Here I come. Why are you shouting so loudly, little rabbit? Okay. Go back to your room. Huang Ziming quickly tried to run away, but after a few steps, he turned back to report to Wu Ling that he was going inside to read, then hurried back to his room. Huang Weigua held a newspaper, but his eyes weren't on it. Watching his son's actions, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Teacher Xiao Wu really has a way. This Bright used to be so annoying. Everyone hated him, and the school teachers came to report problems almost every day. Now, he's like a different kid. Fong Yanhong also sighed. My hair could grow less gray. Wu Ling modestly said, Kids change as they grow up, and it's not all because of me. No, no, no. Many children in our neighborhood are in your class. When people talk about it, they all praise you. My own kid is so stubborn, but you teach so many kids well. You really are talented. Wu Ling smiled. Maybe it's because she has children herself. The kids at the shelter also like to stick close to her. Everyone is just a little kid at heart. Today, Fong Yanhong planned to take Wu Ling out for a walk. She had everything arranged. First, we'll take the elevator at the department store, then visit the park, go to the grocery store, and finally stop by the soldier service center. Wu Ling suggested, I want to go to the bookstore. I didn't think much of it before, but after becoming a teacher, I feel I should read more books. A bookstore? Isn't that a place that sells magical books? Fong Yanhong hesitated a moment, then agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Commissioner Huang also seemed to remember something. Yes, we need to buy some paper and pens. You'll need them soon. What for? What would I use that for? Fong Yanhong didn't mind and took Wu Ling out to catch a bus. The streets at this time didn't look as modern and bustling as Wu Ling had seen before. Everywhere was simple and honest, with plain clothes but full of life. Especially when people were rushing to buy things, their eager attitude made Wu Ling feel strangely familiar. Why are you only buying food? Shouldn't you also get some fashionable clothes? I saw some people in our neighborhood wearing nice ones. You'd look even better in them. Fong Yanhong encouraged Wu Ling, thinking about it. Winter was coming soon, so she needed to buy warm, thick clothes quickly. Fong Yanhong said, "Who told you to do that? You really know how to live your life." "Of course, I just want to live a good life and enjoy it." Wu Ling cheerfully linked arms with her, but as she turned around, she bumped into someone. The person exclaimed, "Oh no," and almost fell back, but Wu Ling quickly caught her. "Are you okay?" It was a pretty young girl wearing a protective sleeve, with a braid tied at the back and a textile factory's name on her clothes. "I'm fine, thank you." The girl hurriedly thanked her and looked down. Not far away, someone was calling her. "Xiao Wanqing, hurry up. We're waiting for you." Wu Ling watched her run away, feeling eager to catch her and take another look, but she hadn't paid much attention to her appearance before. Isn't that the heroine's name? Why did she meet her first? Fan Yanhong nudged her. "What's wrong? Why are you zoning out? Did you see how that girl looked just now? Just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. She seems pretty delicate, but not as good-looking as you." "I didn't look closely." Xiao Wanqing's name sounded just like a heroine's. How could she not be beautiful? She hated herself for not observing carefully. Ding, the plotline has been updated. Host, please follow the story to meet and fall in love with the male lead, overcoming many obstacles to become a couple. Xiao Wanqing stopped in her tracks.
Why?
Has she already encountered the main character? She turned back. The busy department store was full of people, making it impossible to tell who was who. But the system only issued mechanical commands and wouldn't give her any answers. Her companions started to get impatient and urged her, so she reluctantly followed along. She hadn't even seen the male lead yet. How was she supposed to follow the story? Wu Ling returned home with her loot late in the day. Lunch had already been cleaned up. Chu Mu was at home and came out of the study when he heard her. "You're back? Did you buy a lot of things?" Wu Ling handed some items to Chu Mu to organize, then carried the books she found at the bookstore to her room to put away. "Also, those jars, if you have time, wash them. Sister Yanhong will teach me how to pickle vegetables in a couple of days. I have time now." Chu Mu suddenly seemed very motivated, which confused Wu Ling, so she didn't ask further. "Oh, by the way, will Yan Zhenjiang come over for dinner tonight? I want to plan the meal accordingly." Chu Mu's voice grew deeper. "He already took the supplies with him this afternoon. He can cook for himself. Do you really want him to come for dinner? Isn't that your comrade? Didn't you say you would keep in touch with him?" Chu Mu closed her mouth, then spoke again after a moment. "There's no need to be too enthusiastic. Just say hello when you meet." Wu Ling casually agreed. "All right, it's your own business anyway. I just wanted to ask." Chu Mu paused her movements, hearing a cheerful humming from the kitchen. When she's in a good mood, she likes to hum casually, and it sounds quite nice. So, she didn't intentionally say anything to hurt him, but it made Chu Mu feel more irritated and anxious. How can she fix her mistake? That evening, Yan Zhenjiang really didn't come over for dinner, but the next day, he followed Chu Mu again. "Tasted my sister-in-law's cooking? I really can't eat what I make myself. Can I pay for meals here?" Before Wu Ling could speak, Chu Mu's face darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about? Is this a cafeteria? If you can't cook, just buy a ticket to eat at the cafeteria. Come on, why let others profit from the good stuff?" "I definitely won't mistreat my sister-in-law." His words piqued Wu Ling's interest and she joked, "Really? How do you plan not to mistreat me?" Yan Zhenjiang opened his mouth, offering 20 yuan a month, and half of the supplies he received would be sent over. "Anyway, I'm single and won't spend that much. Do you agree, sister-in-law?" Wu Ling smiled faintly. "Sure, that's better than teaching at school." "Are you serious?" Chu Mu's surprise was obvious. Even if Yan Zhenjiang's offer was generous, she just casually agreed. Seeing Wu Ling agree without even asking Chu Mu, Yan Zhenjiang's eyes flickered. "Of course it's true. I wouldn't dare to lie in front of you. Then let's try. When you feel it's not suitable, just say so. No need to worry. I like to deal with straightforward people. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, and I really get along well." Wu Ling was very happy and Zhenjiang was also happy, but Chu Mu was very unhappy. But she was used to keeping a neutral expression, so no one could tell she was upset. Wu Ling noticed, but only just noticed. That evening, Chu couldn't hold back anymore and sat in front of Wu Ling. How long are you going to keep doing this? Wu Ling was confused. Doing what? What are you talking about? What's so good about it? You clearly are angry with me. Chu felt very upset and wanted to vent all his feelings. But Wu Ling still looked calm and unbothered. She put down her book first and looked at him like a child who doesn't understand. Are you arguing with me? Slamming the table, slamming the door, or ignoring the family and not living properly? Tell me, what did I do to make you think I'm angry?
Hu stood stiffly, silent.
Wu Ling was still the same as before, maybe even busier. She kept the house clean, taught students, and cooked meals easily. She was polite when talking to him, always answering questions. It seemed like nothing had changed. But Chu felt it was different from before. I don't know how to say it, but I know after I gave the credit to Yan Zhenjiang, you changed. You don't let me touch you anymore. You mean this? Wu Ling smiled. It's actually for your own good. You'll understand later. But if it bothers you, it's okay to be the same as before. She didn't mind. Honestly, Chu was a very good partner. She was just worried he might regret meeting the main girl later. Anything else? Yan Zhenjiang said he would come to eat at her house.
You didn't ask me about it.
Hearing this, Wu Ling was happy. He made such a good offer. Even if it's just once a month, it's a good deal. Why ask for permission?
But
you don't need to cook. It's my own matter, and it has nothing to do with you. Chu heart skipped a beat. A hot feeling suddenly rushed up his back and spread through his body. So this is how it feels. He suddenly understood why Wu Ling was so disappointed just because he said the wrong thing. It's not that she's overreacting. It's just that words like that can really hurt. He felt like he was pushed out of her world, just a stranger living under the same roof. They only greeted each other politely, helped each other, and that was all. Meanwhile, Wu Ling was still thinking about her book and asked, anything else? But Chu looked like a sad dog that had been abandoned, with invisible ears drooping, almost lifeless. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chu looked up, his drooping eyes looking more like a puppy's. I know why now. Why do you know? What's wrong with you today? Chu shook his head, staring at her intently. It's nothing. I know what I need to do. Breaking something is usually very easy, but fixing it takes hundreds or thousands of times more effort and time. Fortunately, they are married and will live together, so he has plenty of time. Yan Zhenjiang happily brought the meal money and sat down to eat. He also sighed to Chu. I don't know why, but even plain rice porridge made by my wife tastes better than anywhere else. Chu shot him a glance. That's obvious. My wife makes the best. Oh, you're flattering yourself now. Yes, I am lucky. Beside them, Wu Ling looked up. Why does Chu seem like he's been drinking fake wine today? After dinner, Chu took the initiative to tidy up. Fong Yanhong came to find Wu Ling, pulled her into the room, and started chattering. Did you hear? The school is opening some kind of literacy class, and we all have to learn to read and write. No wonder the political officer asked your sister-in-law to buy some paper and pens last time. Maybe that's what it was about. Fong Yanhong got anxious. Who has time to learn that stuff? Not doing housework? Knowing a few words? What's the big deal? I don't know them, and life is still good. Their generation rarely had the chance to learn to read. Most of their lives went by, and if they started learning now, they'd just feel it's a burden. But Fong Yanhong is the political officer's wife. Even if she's unwilling, she can't say so openly. She can only complain to Wu Ling, sister-in-law. Knowing how to read and write is useful. In the future, if you want to send a telegram or write a letter, you can do it yourself. But old Huang and Jiming are here. Wu Ling thought for a moment. So, you're not particularly curious about something but afraid to ask them? Fong Yanhong really was. Last time I was tidying up at home, I found an envelope. I don't know what was written inside, but I didn't open it and old Huang never mentioned it. Do you think it was from his former lover? See, if you could read, you'd know. Wu Ling smiled. Learning to read isn't hard. If there were no benefits, sister-in-law wouldn't care so much about Jiming's grades at school. You can't rely on anyone else. Relying on yourself is stronger. Sister-in-law is so smart. She will definitely learn well. When teacher Wu Ling said this, it was very convincing. Even Fong Yanhong believed it. Really? Do you think I can learn well? Of course. Sister-in-law might even be a top student in the literacy class. If that's true, it will definitely motivate Jiming too. Hearing that it could motivate her son, Fong Yanhong's fighting spirit was ignited. You're right. Learning to read is harder than enduring tough days. No matter how hard it is, I've survived it. Why be afraid now? I'll go tell Lao Huang. I'm definitely going to be recognized as an outstanding student. Fong Yanhong confidently went back from being resistant to the literacy class to being active. She even changed Wu Ling's words to encourage others, and she was immediately recognized as an active participant in the literacy program, which made her so happy she almost lost her mind. Tian Ling also tried to persuade Wu Ling to take on the literacy classwork. You already teach at the school, have experience, and live nearby. You know each other well. Wu Ling was feeling lazy. I just don't have enough time, don't worry. We plan to hold classes at night, after dinner, so it won't interfere with everyone's work during the day. I know it's hard, and this task is tough. It's a test from the organization. If the dropout rate is low and learning is effective, you might be recognized as an outstanding worker and even be promoted. It's a good opportunity. Hearing this, Wu Ling was no longer sleepy. All right, I'll follow your plan. Mostly, deep down, Wu Ling preferred to be the strong one herself rather than rely on others like Mu Chong. When she first entered the story, she was in a state of apathy, just wanting to relax after escaping the dangers of the apocalypse. But now, she no longer just seeks peace. She gave herself a ticket to a better life, but tickets can run away unexpectedly. When Chumu learned she took on the literacy class, he had no objections, only worried she might tire herself out. I've participated before. Teaching kids at school is different. Some people come unwillingly and might deliberately disrupt discipline. Out of politeness, I can't say much, but gradually, those who want to learn will be affected. He looked a bit discouraged. It's my fault. This was something Wu Ling hadn't expected. What does that have to do with you? If I were a higher rank, I could speak with more authority and be more relaxed. Wu Ling. He seemed to be serious. Wu Ling looked at the corner of his eye and found him a bit cute. He looked much better than before when he had no expression. She couldn't help but pat him. Don't trouble yourself over nothing. Chumu glanced at her hand on his shoulder and slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. There was still a lot of work to do in the early stages of the literacy class. Wu Ling wouldn't be very busy for a while. She was more interested in Yan Zhenjiang's matter. One day, he brought her some fabric. Someone else gave it to me. I think I won't use this style. If your sister-in-law doesn't mind, you can take it. It was a brightly colored polyester blend with a floral pattern, usually used by women to make shirts or skirts. Looks good. Keep it for your wife to use in the future. Huh. That's hard to say when. I don't have that good luck, Wu Ling smiled. Why not? With your good looks and manners, you're just as charming as anyone. How could no girl be interested? Looking at the time, he should be talking to Xiao Wanjing soon. Wu Ling was also curious. What about the lady of the house? Chumu took the fabric from Yan Zhenjiang's hand. Since you're thoughtful, I won't be polite. But you'd better hurry up and solve your personal issues. Once you marry, someone will cook for you. He thought the fabric suited Wu Ling. Making clothes from it would definitely look good on her. Last time, Captain Xiao's wife said she wanted to introduce you to someone, but it didn't work out. Yan Zhenjiang sighed. Don't mention it. She only said 3 words to me in total. When I talked to her, she didn't say a word, just kept staring at the table. I suspect she didn't even see what I look like. If it weren't for the coworker who came with her, I wouldn't know what to do. Wu Ling's heart moved. Are you talking about a worker comrade? Which unit is she from? Rainbow Textile Factory. The last time she saw Xiao Wanjing, she was wearing the work uniform from Rainbow Textile Factory. She came with a coworker, which shows she's popular. That coworker is also very kind. I don't even know the girl's name. I actually do know. Her coworker introduced her herself. Her name is Xiao Wanjing. It's a pretty name, so I remembered it. Wu Ling felt relieved, thinking that was the right thing to do. She glanced at Chumu out of the corner of her eye and saw that he was still fiddling with a piece of cloth. Wait, didn't he hear what the young girl called herself? Anyway, because of this, I was scolded by Xiao Tuan. She said I talked too much and scared her, and I only spoke to her coworkers, so I ignored her. When I try to talk to her, she doesn't respond. So I just sat there quietly. Yan Zhenjiang felt wronged when he mentioned this. Sister-in-law, can we make dumplings tomorrow night? Sure, but I only prepare the filling. If you want to eat, you can make them yourself. Wuling thought that since the main characters already knew each other, their relationship would develop quickly, like a spark igniting a fire, falling into love. However, Yan Zhenjiang spent every day only thinking about what to eat. She didn't see him going on dates or hear him talk about how things were going with himself. Until one day, Wuling casually asked, "How are things with that girl from the textile factory? When are you planning to do something?" Yan Zhenjiang was stunned, his eyes showing confusion. Which girl? The one you mentioned last time. Someone helping to set us up. Did I remember wrong? Sister-in-law, you must be mistaken. I've even been scolded, so how could anything happen? Nothing came of it, Wuling. What direction is this going? He met the girl and talked to her, but nothing happened? After a while, a guard came and said someone was looking for Yan Zhenjiang outside, and it was a young girl. Looking for me? Who is it? Yan Zhenjiang went out confused. Wuling curiously moved closer to Chumu. Did he really not talk to her? The matchmaker girl didn't work out? Didn't she say her coworker was quite eager? Maybe she unintentionally helped things along. Chumu took the vegetables from her hand and continued picking them. I didn't ask so much. It's his own business. Aren't you concerned? Chumu glanced at her. Why should I care? In a few days, you'll be going to the literacy class. Have you prepared everything? Wuling responded absent-mindedly. Why wouldn't he care? Could it be that if Yan Zhenjiang doesn't succeed with Xiao Wanqing, he might have a chance later? But no, Xiao Wanqing wouldn't stay single forever. It's strange. Why is he suddenly not caring anymore? After Yan Zhenjiang met someone and came back, his expression was strange. While Wuling went to cook, he hesitated and then said to Chumu, "Do you know who just came to see me?" "I don't know. That girl from the textile factory, the one who came with you last time, Xiao Wanqing." Guess what she told me? Chumu glanced at him. Is she trying to date you? Yan Zhenjiang took a deep breath. How do you know? Actually, today I looked carefully. She's quite pretty, though not as beautiful as your younger sister, but she's neat and gentle, just like your sister, soft-spoken and kind. Chumu glared at him. Why are you comparing me to my wife? Is that fair? Why are you angry? I just said that casually. I didn't say she's better than your sister. She's my wife. Stop comparing her to unrelated people. Do you think that's appropriate? Seeing Chumu about to get really upset, Yan Zhenjiang quickly apologized. Okay, I won't say anything more. You know, I sometimes speak without thinking. Fine, I was wrong. Chumu felt a bit disappointed. If he kept arguing, maybe he could use the chance to make him leave their table. Someone from the women's group came to see you. What do you think? Yan Zhenjiang scratched his head. I don't know.
It was all so sudden.
I haven't decided yet. Chumu's eyes flickered, different from before. Back then, Yan Zhenjiang had fallen for Xiao Wanqing at first sight and had completely ignored the woman who was trying to set them up, falling deeply in love. Now that she's come to him directly, he's hesitating. Get ready, dinner is almost ready. In the kitchen, Wu Ling's voice came. She was always quick at cooking, and after she finished, the kitchen was tidy and fresh, as if it was nothing special. Yan Zhenjiang, who had been worried earlier, suddenly forgot everything. I'll do it. I can smell the food already. Chumu thought he might have found the problem. At the dinner table, Chumu casually mentioned that someone wanted to date Yan Zhenjiang, and he was still unsure. Wu Ling was very interested. Who is it? Where are they from? Do we know her? Still. Not sure. I haven't decided yet, but Chumu helped answer. The girl who came with him when someone tried to set him up, she just came to see him. Is that her? Xiao Wanqing, the main girl, no surprise there. But it was also very strange. In the novel, Xiao Wanqing is naturally proud and aloof. She was with Yan Zhenjiang because he actively pursued her, was sincere, and his status moved her. Their relationship was not purely based on love, and they even had conflicts over this later. Now, the story has changed so that Xiao Wanqing took the initiative to find Yan Zhenjiang. He looked reluctant and unwilling, but she might be mistaken about him being a copycat? Wu Ling didn't say much about this matter. Whether it was true or not didn't concern her much. Yet, Yan Zhenjiang still wanted her to help decide. Sister-in-law, what do you think about this? I haven't even met the person, don't know what conditions they have. So, how can I give any advice? You decide for yourself. That's easy. In just a couple of days, Yan Zhenjiang found out about Xiao Wanqing's situation, and his enthusiasm cooled a bit. Turns out she still comes from a wealthy family? The organization wouldn't allow that either. He didn't think much and withdrew, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wanqing came to him again, tearfully crying, saying she was on a list to be sent to the countryside. I really have no other way, so I have to come to you with a guilty conscience. Xiao Wanqing's tearful eyes looked at him. Yan Zhenjiang suddenly shivered, flustered, and hurriedly comforted her. Don't cry, I promise. I'm just worried I might be rough and hurt you. I'm not afraid of hardship. I can see you're someone trustworthy. Yan Zhenjiang emotionally put his arm around her shoulders, as if holding the most precious thing in the world. He has a partner now. How did he get a partner? After returning to the military academy, Yan Zhenjiang's mind was buzzing. He went over everything again and again. How did he let himself be so foolish as to put his arm around her shoulder? Xiao Wanqing returned home, looking pale. Alert! Shadow Love has been exhausted. Low energy mode activated. Please recharge quickly to regain happiness contrast. She clenched her teeth. Her remaining energy was supposed to be her trump card, but she didn't expect she failed to win Yan Zhenjiang over. Under the influence of her dull coworker, she should have appeared confident and gentle. Was he blind? To keep the main storyline going, she could only painfully exchange energy for Shadow Love, which she always thought was useless. Now, everything is better. The skills she looked at before, which could be useful for collecting happiness contrast, are no longer needed. Where did you go? Why are you back so late? Your parents are worried, and you look upset. Second sister-in-law sighed and advised Xiao Wanqing. Going to the countryside is something we can discuss. Don't be too stubborn. Your parents care about you. Xiao Wanqing straightened up and nodded at her, then slowly walked inside. According to the original story, she didn't need to worry about this. Yan Zhenjiang's pursuit of her meant her family never considered her going to the countryside. Although she was just a temporary worker at the textile factory, once her contract ended, she could become a permanent employee and marry Yan Zhenjiang. Her position in the family was secure. But for some reason, Yan Zhenjiang hadn't appeared, and her parents started thinking about her going to the countryside. They wanted her to give her temporary job to her younger brother and go instead. They said the assignment would consider gender, and she wouldn't be sent to a tough, remote place. They claimed they loved her and that boys are the backbone of the family, meant to stay and carry on the family line, while girls are tougher and can endure hardships better. But what about Xiao Wenhao? Is he really the backbone? Dad, Mom, I'm back. I want to tell you something. I've found a boyfriend who is a military officer. He's currently studying at the command college. Just as she was about to say more, Xiao Yingjie stood up. Really? Why would I lie about this? In a few days, I'll bring him home so you can meet him. He's doing very well at school and has a bright future. Good, good, good. If that's true, Wanqing, you should seize the chance. And about going to the countryside, you don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your work at the factory. Bring your boyfriend home soon so we can see him. Xiao Wanqing nodded and turned to go back to her room. Having a military officer's status was really useful in this era. Outside, faint sounds of arguing could be heard. Wasn't everything settled? Our family's background isn't good. Wenhao might be sent to some remote mountain village. How can he survive there? What's more important? I don't understand those big picture things. Besides, whether it works out or not, it's still uncertain. Xiao Wanqing looked expressionless. She felt no attachment to anything here. She was tired of the deafening noise and the dust from the cotton factory. She just wanted to quickly follow the main storyline and develop feelings with Yan Zhenjiang. Next, they could collect the happiness contrast for the control group. The system gained energy and could exchange for more useful items, helping her gather resources more efficiently. By the way, the system said the control group was a pair of resentful lovers. I'm quite curious to see how resentful they are. One of the resentful lovers, Wu Ling, looked at Yan Zhenjiang as if he were a fool. Are you saying that you were unsure yesterday, but today you're already dating Comrade Xiao from the textile factory? She looked a bit disgusted. You men are really changeable. Chumu moved 2 steps in the opposite direction of Yan Zhenjiang. Only he has that problem. Yan Zhenjiang couldn't argue back. Maybe this is what people call being unable to resist feelings. Wu Ling was even more annoyed, but she didn't have time to care. The literacy class had started. Thanks to the efforts of the enthusiastic teacher, Yan Hong, the situation was better than expected, but only a little. I still have kids at home to take care of. Why do I need to attend literacy classes? What's the use? We're all this age, still learning to read and write. I can read a little at least. Comrade Xiaowu, can I learn while knitting a sweater? It's getting cold. I need to knit faster. At first, the class was a mess. From the bottom of her heart, she hated it. It was no wonder that learning would be difficult. I heard that other literacy classes were the same. A few people would come at first, but gradually they found all kinds of excuses not to come, making it hard to keep the work going. But in the courtyard's literacy class, someone spread a rumor that Wu Ling had prepared water for them that could make their skin whiter. To make it easier for everyone to drink water, Wu Ling placed a metal water bucket in the classroom. At first, no one drank from it. Everyone was used to bringing their own cups. But some forgot to bring theirs or had already finished drinking at home, so they just drank from the bucket without leaving the classroom. When they drank, they felt a sweet, cool taste. It quenched their thirst and also refreshed them. Someone asked Wu Ling about it. She only said she put traditional Chinese medicine in the water that helped with salivation, thirst, digestion, and reducing food retention. She had been drinking it at home all along. Wu Ling was quite famous in the residential compound. The initial trouble was not worth mentioning, and later she became a teacher, doing quite well. Most importantly, she was very beautiful. Girls from the village were usually dark-skinned, but she looked like she didn't do much farm work. Her skin was fair and beautiful. They didn't realize that Wu Ling was spoiled and didn't do much farm work, so her way of thinking was completely off from the start. Now, when people said Wu Ling had fair skin because of the drink, the students in the literacy class stopped bringing water from home. They only carried a cup, eager to get more water at home. Wu Ling smiled kindly and advised, "That won't do. You need to take care of your fellow students too. But as long as you're here in class, there will always be enough water." When no one was around, Fang Yanhong nervously came to see her and secretly asked, "Is this okay? Will they find out we're tricking them?" The story about her skin turning white was just something Fang Yanhong helped spread. Wu Ling winked at her and said, "It's fine. We only said it helps quench thirst and digest food. The ingredients are black plums and hawthorn, so no one can find fault with that. As for whitening, we never said that." Fang Yanhong thought for a moment and realized she was right. She relaxed and said, "Yes, they're just guessing on their own. It has nothing to do with us." Understanding this, she happily praised Wu Ling. "You're so clever to come up with such an idea." It was getting colder, and the health station still had some materials left to make sour plum soup as a welfare benefit for students and workers. Wu Ling found a way to get approval to bring some, as encouragement for the literacy students. Of course, not everyone believed it. But after drinking that water, regardless of whether it was white or not, it was truly refreshing and invigorating, with a hint of sweet taste that lingered.
It was genuine.
Wu Ling's idea was to come up with a simple way to keep people in the classroom. Whether they could learn afterward was another matter. The goal of the literacy class was to read simple newspapers and do basic writing. The textbooks were simple too, using the most common characters. But teaching each person one by one, they would soon get impatient. So Wu Ling went back to her old role as a storyteller. She first taught some easy-to-remember pictographic characters, then started telling stories about people in their village. Because they couldn't read, many had been scammed out of money, cried loudly, and almost jumped into a well. She told them to memorize these characters carefully. She also told stories about how, in the past, someone almost got tricked by spies because they couldn't read, leading to serious consequences. These characters were very important. In the next class, there would be a test. If they couldn't recognize the characters, what would they do if they encountered spies in the future? All of them are family members of officers. No one dares to take these issues lightly. Another reason is that Wu Ling's stories are very engaging and exciting, which they like. Her style makes people surprised and interested. The consequences are either losing money or damaging their reputation, which crosses their bottom line. Some students even come just to hear her small stories now, and then. It's like they have already watched short videos beforehand. Wu Ling's approach really works, and it has helped her become more popular. Of course, to avoid breaking rules, she always adds a moral or uplifting ending to her stories. When Tianling heard about this, she couldn't help but laugh and cry. Look at her, she's just entertaining children. How did serious teaching turn into storytelling sessions? Principal's son shook his newspaper and said, "If you think it's not appropriate, we can make some staff adjustments." No, our literacy class has the highest literacy rate. What's wrong with storytelling? It's also a good way to educate the public and raise awareness. I didn't say Wu Ling's method is bad. Tianling didn't expect this. She said, she's just a girl from a village. Even if she went to middle school, I feel she's different from others who have studied more. Sun Liming put down his newspaper and took off his glasses. You're right, she is different. I don't know how she does it, but the tea she brews smells really good. Xiao Chu is lucky. How? You don't think you're lucky? Is my tea not good enough?
Oh, stop it.
That's not what I meant. So, what do you mean? The literacy class started to stabilize and Wu Ling's days returned to normal. When Chu Mu returned home from school, he surprisingly came back first. As soon as he saw her, he pulled her over and handed her a dress. Try it on and see if it fits. Wu Ling was surprised. Is this the fabric Lao Yan sent last time? You made it into a dress? She paused. You made it for me. Who else could I make it for? Try it on quickly. He can sew clothes too? Wu Ling hesitated, but changed into the dress. It fit perfectly. It was a simple style, but because she had a good figure and the fabric was fancy, she looked like a flower in it. She looked at herself in the mirror, walking back and forth, admiring herself. Not bad. You really have some skills. Did I just know how to sew and mend? Practicing in the team, Wu Ling was so absorbed in her beauty that she didn't notice the flaw in his words. Could the army really teach how to make dresses? Actually, it was something Chu Mu learned in his previous life. That's so beautiful. You're really skilled with your hands. How come the size is so perfect? Chu Mu touched his nose. I measured it by hand. When did you? Oh, when sleeping. Wu Ling liked it very much, but she said, I can only wear it when it gets hot next year. It was fine at home. She was admiring herself in the mirror when the doorbell rang. She went to open the door, and Yan Zhenjiang was outside. Didn't you go to Comrade Zhao's house today? Why are you back so early? Wu Ling was about to stop cooking for him. Seeing that Yan Zhenjiang didn't say anything, she waved her hand. What's wrong? Nothing much. Well, I was just thinking. Yan Zhenjiang couldn't remember what he wanted to say at first. After a moment, he remembered. Oh, right. I came to ask Chu Mu to teach me how to write a marriage report. Wu Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. That's quick. You're about to apply for marriage? Congratulations. No wonder he's the main character. He's efficient. But Yan Zhenjiang's face showed no happiness, only confusion. He asked, Do you think it's a bit too fast? What are you two talking about at the door? Come in quickly. Don't catch a cold outside. Chu Mu put a coat over Wu Ling. She adjusted it, feeling a bit cold. I'm going to change my clothes first. Yan Zhenjiang entered, still confused. Hey, when you decided to marry your sister-in-law, what did you feel? Did you hesitate or have second thoughts? I made my own decision. Why would I hesitate or doubt? Really? You probably don't remember. Every time he met Xiao Wanqing, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Every word she said, every move she made, could stir his feelings. All he wanted was to be with her forever. But after they parted, these feelings would fade like the tide. Thinking back on what he said or did, he would even tap his toes on the ground. Was there something wrong with his brain? Today, I went to meet Xiao Wanqing's family. Wu Ling, who had changed her clothes and sat obediently, wanted to hear the story. And then her house is really big, a small Western-style building full of bourgeois things. However, at that time, Yan Zhenjiang, holding hands with Xiao Wanqing, didn't think there was anything wrong. The Xiao family warmly received him, treating him as a distinguished guest. Everything went smoothly, and they directly asked when the two of them would get married. Xiao Wanqing, shy and timid, blushed and lowered her head, saying that it wasn't urgent and depended on Yan Zhenjiang's decision. He couldn't hold back and said he would come back immediately to report the marriage. Wu Ling. So that's why you didn't eat there? Yan Zhenjiang looked blank and nodded, then asked, did I act a bit impulsively? He usually wasn't impulsive, so why did he act this way about Xiao Wanqing? Wu Ling supported her chin. We understand. It's just irresistible feelings. But Yan Zhenjiang still felt something was strange. Since he had already spoken, he had to suppress his doubts and ask Chu Mu for advice. As expected, his request was rejected. Principal's son didn't give him any room. Any girl is fine. I'd be happy for you. But this one? Do you know her family background? Are you sure about jumping into this fire pit? Yan Zhenjiang was scolded harshly and returned helplessly, saying that was all he could do. But he wanted to talk to Xiao Wanqing clearly. After seeing her once, he believed there might still be hope, so he had to try again. He was rejected again, feeling discouraged and ready to give up. But then he decided to see Xiao Wanqing once more, reigniting his determination. Wu Ling watched eagerly. This Xiao comrade is really charming, making people so indecisive. I really want to meet her. Chu Mu was uninterested. They're just 2 arms and 2 legs. What's so special? Are you curious about what kind of girl she is? Nope. Wu Ling rolled her eyes at him, probably secretly hoping. Despite Yan Zhenjiang's repeated attempts, the task was very difficult. Wu Ling remembered that in the end, the story in the book was resolved because something else overshadowed it, and the organization let it go. She asked Chu Mu, aren't you guys about to have an assessment? When? Probably soon. The first practical test will be recorded in the evaluation, and frontline commanders will be involved. I heard it's quite challenging. Previously, Chu Mu rarely talked to her about his studies. Recently, for some reason, he would seize every opportunity to speak, without even needing Wu Ling to ask. Then you should prepare well, and aim for good grades. When the time comes, we'll celebrate with you. Chu Mu turned around. If there are unexpected problems during the exam, it might take longer. Don't worry. Soon, the story developed the same way as in the novel. The exam really encountered some difficulties, and Chu Mu didn't return home for several days. In the story, Suehua was almost frantic, searching everywhere and asking around. She only had Chu Mu as her close person, and that kind of panic was not something everyone could easily understand. It seemed this matter affected Chu Mu quite a bit, but the book didn't say much about it, only mentioning it briefly during an argument later. This time, Tianling also came to greet her, telling her not to worry because Chu Mu was dealing with something very important. Wu Ling said she understood and went on with her own tasks. She was busy every day. As long as Chu Mu didn't get into trouble, she didn't have much time to worry. Almost a week passed like this. When she finally saw Chu Mu, he looked exhausted, with a scruffy beard, as if drained of all energy. I just took a shower before coming back, so I'm not dirty, Wu Ling. Your eyes are almost closing. Go rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Chu Mu staggered into the house and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Wu Ling took off his clothes. While he was in a deep coma, she gently adjusted the water temperature and cleaned him again, removing all the dirt from his clothes. He slept the whole day. Wu Ling called him to eat, but he didn't wake up, so she let him continue sleeping. The next day, he opened his eyes. Wu Ling had already gone to work at school. He staggered up slowly. There was food left on the table, and clean clothes hung on the clothesline outside. The glass water jug on the table was filled with fresh, cool water. The house was so clean it sparkled everywhere. Chu first poured himself a glass of water. The cool, refreshing taste made him take a long, deep breath. Home is still the best. Like in his previous life, during the exam, he was monitoring enemy communications and intercepted a faint signal with an unfamiliar format and encryption method completely different from the exam script. He tried to decode it at the time, but its complexity far exceeded his level then. It was very likely a real foreign spy signal. He immediately stopped the assessment and reported the incident. The college and security department got involved in the investigation. As the first person to discover the issue, he should have been allowed to participate in the investigation. However, because Tsuehua was too anxious, he was asked to leave, and later he was not allowed to know any details, not even his assessment results. After dinner, Chu first shaved his beard and washed his face. In the mirror, his usual calm eyes flickered with something unusual. The signal really did belong to foreign spy activities. He contributed to decoding and investigating it. If everything went well, he would earn credit for it. Wu Ling would definitely be happy. The higher-ups gave Chu 2 days off. He wandered around at home and then started tidying up the house. Wu Ling was very good at cleaning, but organizing and storing things at home were usually done by Chu. If he couldn't find something, he just asked him. He spent the afternoon cleaning the house thoroughly. Chu planned to cook dinner himself today. Just as he put on his apron, Yan Zhenjiang knocked on the door. After glancing at him, he quickly took off the apron. I feel awkward coming over to eat when you're not home. Now that you're back, can you just pity me a little? I probably won't have many chances to eat my sister-in-law's cooking. Chu suddenly remembered. Has your marriage application been approved? I guess I've benefited from you. But once I get married, I probably won't have a chance for promotion anymore. In his previous life, Yan Zhenjiang wasn't like this. He was confident, willing, and excited, bragging about soon marrying the woman he loved, eager to bring her home tomorrow. If you have doubts, you don't have to marry. There are plenty of single men over 30 in the institute. Why are you in such a hurry? Yan Zhenjiang didn't answer. It was as if he felt he had no choice but to marry. He knew no one would believe it if he said so. Even he thought it was absurd, but that strange feeling wouldn't go away. He tried not to think about it and smiled. Wang Qing and my sister-in-law are both intellectuals. They'll definitely get along. Yan Zhenjiang married Xiao Wanqing. They held a simple wedding in the institute. Xiao Wanqing wore a green military uniform and a red flower on her head. She was pretty and charming, a very beautiful girl. However, when Wu Ling and Chu congratulated them, the girl showed a strange expression, so strange that it couldn't be hidden. The scene became a bit awkward.
I was just surprised.
You really have a good relationship. Her explanation made things seem even stranger. Luckily, today was her and Yan Zhenjiang's big wedding day, and the lively atmosphere helped cover up the awkwardness. Wu Ling smiled warmly. Xiao Wanqing's earlier expression was truly surprised, almost shockingly so. Why was that? Beep, contact with the secondary character in the control group detected. Please, the host, quickly collect happiness contrast data to boost energy. Wu Ling's eyes subtly contracted. She saw Xiao Wanqing's face twist for a moment, then be replaced by a smile, unnoticed by others. That strange electronic voice seemed to be heard only by Wu Ling. Chu saw her staring at Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing with a half-smile, and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at?" Looking at the bride. She's very pretty, speaks softly, and seems very gentle, right? Chu glanced over and looked away again. You only realize that after spending time with her. That's true. Since we live so close, we'll see each other often in the future. Wu Ling turned to him and smiled. Chu, if you have any plans later, just tell me. I don't have many good qualities, but I am reasonable. Remember that. Chu didn't quite understand her meaning but nodded. Okay. We should head back soon. Want some noodles later? Yes, with water from the cool water jar. I specially boiled it. As the lively crowd dispersed, Xiao Wanqing took off the red flower from her hair and shyly smiled at Yan Zhenjiang. Although Yan Zhenjiang had felt a bit strange earlier, that feeling was gone now. Seeing her purse her lips and smile gracefully and charmingly, he felt warmth inside. They were getting married, at least to the kind of intellectual woman he had always wanted, and she was also pretty. Xiao Wanqing asked him, Chumu is your good friend? His wife is really beautiful. They must have a very good relationship, right? Yan Zhenjiang loosened his collar and casually said, Yes, they argue every day, but I've never seen them really fight. Isn't Chumu supposed to have married a girl from the village? She doesn't look like it. She is from the village. Her family loves her and takes good care of her. Looking at her, did she go to school? She's quite educated. She's a teacher at the school and even teaches literacy classes. Why do you keep asking about her? Xiao Wanqing lowered her eyes and spoke softly. I'm a little nervous, so I just wanted to find something to talk about. I see. Yan Zhenjiang scratched his head. Well, let's tidy up and then go to sleep. Okay. Since Xiao Wanqing just got married, Tianling asked Fang Yanhong to take better care of her. Fang Yanhong was naturally warm and friendly, and she readily agreed, telling her to come to her if she needed anything. Anyway, my husband is busy during the day, and my son is at school. I don't have much to do. You might not be used to everything yet, but that's okay. You'll get used to it. Xiao Wanqing thanked her, saying, Thank you, sister-in-law. I'm feeling a bit unsure. Could you tell me about the people in our neighborhood? It would help me get a sense of things. No problem, just stay here longer and you'll get to know everyone. Xiao Wanqing then asked specifically about Wu Ling. My husband, Lao Yan, said he and Chu Mu are comrades in arms. I also want to get along well with his wife. That's easy. Wu is very easygoing and gets along with everyone. At first, I was even a bit intimidated by her. Fang Yanhong, who knows Wu Ling well, kept talking enthusiastically, mostly praising her. Xiao Wanqing listened very humbly, but her eyes gradually grew colder and colder, as if she was losing her color. Could her system have been compromised? Why is it completely different from the script it gave me? It was supposed to be about a rural woman who doesn't read much. It was supposed to be about someone with a quick temper and reckless behavior. Or maybe she's looking at the wrong example. Xiao Wanqing's voice was a bit dry. That's good. I was worried she wouldn't be easy to get along with. Looks like I was overthinking. That's right. You'll see once you spend more time with her. Xiao Wanqing received a shocking realization from Fang Yanhong. She asked her system, but it responded as if it were dead, so she could only observe the situation for now. Yan Zhenjiang was easygoing, but had a strong sense of male pride. He didn't get involved in household matters. Although they tidied up on their wedding day, it was done hurriedly and secretly to hide the mess. Just the dirty sheets Xiao Wanqing found and washed with Fang Yanhong made her arms ache from the effort. What she wanted was happiness contrast. Compared to the other group, the less happy they were, the happier she felt, the more energy she collected. First, Xiao Wanqing needed to stabilize her own life. After washing the clothes, she started tidying the house. Although the house wasn't big and only 2 people lived there was still plenty to do. Wu Ling finished work at night, threw the vegetables into the water to wash them with her abilities, and washed her clothes again before hanging them up. Now, it was whoever got home first, her or Chu Mu, who would cook. To ensure good taste, Wu Ling told Chu Mu that using cooled, boiled water makes the food taste better, and she even pretended to pull him into trying it once. It really made a difference, and Chu Mu believed her. Today, she was lucky to buy some meat with a good mix of fat and lean. Braised pork was the perfect choice, and soon the house was filled with a rich, tempting smell of meat. She made some soup, steamed buns, and sliced some pickled vegetables mixed with sesame oil. Wu Ling took off her apron just as Chu Mu opened the door. He was followed by someone else. Smells so good. Are we having meat today, little sister-in-law? Yan Zhenjiang looked at them strangely, blinking. Suddenly, it seemed like he remembered something, and his excited expression faded. He forgot he was married. Reluctantly, he took a deep breath of the meat aroma, then picked up his bag and left. He turned back and said, Old Chu, can I? Chu Mu quickly closed the door, unlike Yan Zhenjiang, who carelessly threw his bag. He hung it in the proper place, then went to tidy up the kitchen, washed his hands, and set the dishes and utensils. This meat smells so good. I could smell it from outside the building, Chu Mu said. Wu Ling smiled happily. Lucky I bought it. Now that we both have jobs, we're not short of money, but good meat is hard to find. If I could buy it every day, I would. The soft, tender, and fragrant meat was so good that it stuck to the mouth. The buns dipped in meat juice, the refreshing soup, and the pickled vegetables made Wu Ling squint her eyes happily, like little moons. Just for this, coming from the village was worth it. Seeing her eyes full of satisfaction, Chu Mu said, I'll go around more often to see if I can buy some more. Their house was filled with the aroma of meat. Yan Zhenjiang sat at the table, still smelling the lingering scent of braised meat in his nose. Honestly, he wasn't someone who craved rich food, but it was hard to go from luxury to simplicity. Xiao Wanqing set the chopsticks for him. Eat up. I don't know if it's to your taste. Yan Zhenjiang picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Halfway through, he suddenly said, Can you try to buy some meat someday? You're too thin. You need to eat more. Xiao Wanqing glared at him. Only you think I'm slim. I mean it. Since we're going to live together, I won't let you suffer. We both have jobs, and your position at the textile factory is about to become permanent, right? I'm marrying you, so we can live a good life, not a hard one. All right. Why are you saying all this now? I understand how you feel. Let's eat first. Yan Zhenjiang picked up another bite of steamed vegetables. No, she didn't really understand. She probably didn't cook much at home. With two older sisters-in-law above her, she likely never had the chance. How could he forget that? Xiao Wanqing paused for a moment, but there was no follow-up, just a soft beep. Seeing her dazed, Yan Zhenjiang asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Oh, by the way, should we visit your comrade's home after dinner? I heard from Sister Yanhong today that Chumu's wife is very easy to get along with. I'd like to chat with her. She's going to the evening literacy class. You won't see her even if we go. And if they went, the smell of meat would only make them hungrier. I see. Know yourself and your opponent, and you'll always win. But Xiao Wanqing hadn't expected that. As the main character, it would be so hard to learn about her counterpart. During the day, Wu Ling worked at school, and at night, she attended the literacy class. They never crossed paths. When Xiao Wanqing's 2-day break ended, she had to return to the textile factory. After work, she still had house chores, leaving her completely exhausted, wanting only to lie down and rest. But since she and Yan Zhenjiang were newlyweds, she still had to spend time with him and try to make their life happier. Who could truly feel happy under such conditions? After getting no help from the system, Xiao Wanqing realized this couldn't go on. She was here to complete a mission, not to live a tiring, joyless life. So she deliberately messed up her temporary job at the textile factory. With red eyes, she pretended to be strong. Sister Yanhong, why is life so unfair? I worked so hard and barely talked to anyone, yet they still couldn't accept me. Fong Yanhong couldn't handle such sadness. Just then, her eyes lit up when she saw Wu Ling approaching, and she quickly waved her arm. Xiao Wu. Over here. Wu Ling came over with a smile, carrying some things. Sister Yanhong. Then she looked at Xiao Wanqing. Old Yan always calls me his sister-in-law, so I'll call you Sister Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing's smile stiffened. No matter how nice a name sounded, adding sister-in-law to it always made it feel different. You can call me whatever you like. I've always wanted to talk to you, but I never found the chance. You are too busy. Wu Ling quickly replied, Hard work is the most honorable. What are you guys talking about? Fong Yanhong said. Xiao lost her job at the textile factory. Someone anonymously reported that her background wasn't good. Sai, you know how it is. How could that happen? What should we do? Don't be upset yet. Go back and talk to Lao Yan. Wu Ling looked worried, her pretty face full of concern. I haven't told Yan Zhenjiang yet. We just got married, and this happened. I don't know what to say. Xiao Wanqing looked at Wu Ling with big, watery eyes. Can you stay and talk with me? Help me feel braver. Wu Ling widened her eyes. Is Yan Zhenjiang really such a scary person? Oh my, I never noticed before. Does he really hit people behind the scenes? Xiao Wanqing was stunned and hurriedly explained, No. When did I say that? You misunderstood. Don't be afraid. If that's true, Sister Yanhong, and I will go with you to see Sister Tian and ask her to help you. I never thought Yan Zhenjiang, who seems so proper, could be like that. Oh, no. How can you say that about him? Wu Ling looked confused. Didn't you say you didn't dare to talk to him alone? Yan Hong, you heard that too, right? You haven't done anything wrong. If Yan Zhenjiang was a good person, why would you be afraid? Fang Yanhong also realized the situation. Yes, now you're the one feeling wronged.
If he's a real man, he should stand by you.
Why did you ask Xiao Wu to help boost your confidence?
Could it be?
He really? Xiao Wanqing held Fang Yanhong's hand. It's not like that. I just got married and feel unsure. Please don't think badly. Really? Wu Ling still looked worried. If something really happened, you must tell us. We're neighbors and we will help if we can. Fang Yanhong nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Xiao Wanqing nodded stiffly. A few days later, Yan Zhenjiang asked her with a dark face, "What did you say I did to the people in the yard?" The political officer called me in. "Do you think I would hit you?" Xiao Wanqing hurried to explain. "It's not like that." "Let me explain." "That I'm listening, aren't I?" She had to tell the story again. I don't know how Chu Mu's wife understood it. She just spoke carelessly. Maybe someone overheard her. Yan Zhenjiang was silent for a moment and then asked, "Why did you ask others to boost your confidence? Do you think I am unreasonable and won't understand your difficulties? You misunderstood. I just lost my job and feel uneasy. I think I am useless." She looked up into Yan Zhenjiang's eyes and said, "My family called me back and scolded me harshly. I feel really sad." Seeing her with red eyes and a pitiful look, Yan Zhenjiang sighed slowly. All right. I'm not blaming you. We are already married, so if you have something to say or do, just tell me. If you lost your job, so be it. You always said the factory was hot, humid, and stuffy. We can save a bit more now, and we can get by." Xiao Wanqing slowly leaned into his arms and softly said yes, very gentle and obedient. "And you shouldn't say that old Chu's wife is not good. She's kind-hearted. Your words can be misunderstood. She might think you're in trouble. You can get along with her more in the future." Okay. After losing her job, Xiao Wanqing spent her days doing laundry, cooking, and making friends with the people in the courtyard. She remembered that when she first read the story, there was someone in the big courtyard she could use. Yan Hong, why do the people here seem so cold to me? Did I do something wrong? Xiao Wu gets along well. Was she like this when she first arrived? No, she wasn't as good as you when she first came. I didn't even know how she managed back then. This matched the story. So, was this a later deviation? How did she turn things around? Tell me quickly, because she became a teacher. Fang Yanhong naturally said, "We have children in the courtyard who are taught by her. How could she be unfriendly?" After the literacy campaign, everyone knew she was easy to get along with. Xiao Wanqing didn't want to hear that. Is there no one who doesn't like her? Fang Yanhong looked at her strangely. Why are you asking? I just want to know. Xiao Wanqing was still curious and managed to find out some clues. She learned that someone named Jiang Mei especially disliked Wu Ling and even destroyed her family's land. This must be her helper, she was sure. However, upon further inquiry, the person was no longer in the yard. He had gone back to his hometown. Back to his hometown. Yes, Xiao Chu and his wife are very kind. They didn't cause trouble or blame anyone. Otherwise, going back to his hometown wouldn't have solved anything. Lu Wanqing couldn't listen anymore. He had gone back home? She hadn't even helped herself yet. How could he go back? Did he go to ruin someone else's land and get caught? System, come out. Is this the help you arranged for me? Old Yen and the others are inviting us to dinner tomorrow. You shouldn't work tonight. You can rest. Chu Mu brewed a cup of tea for Wu Ling, adding a few chrysanthemum flowers. You should rest your eyes too. Don't strain them. Wu Ling put down her book and picked up the teacup. Why are they inviting us to dinner all of a sudden? Old Yen said it's to thank us for taking care of his wife. All right, after work tomorrow we'll go together. Yan Zhenjiang also mentioned that his wife isn't very good at cooking, but since she isn't working now, she has time to learn. If Wu Ling comes back early, she can go to his house to help Xiao Wanqing and teach her a few things. Chu Mu directly refused, asking them to eat dinner and have his wife help with cooking such a thing? Moreover, in the past, Yan Zhenjiang never criticized Xiao Wanqing's cooking skills. It was clear he didn't want his wife to be tired. If that was the case, there was no need to invite them. Anyway, Chu Mu didn't say anything. He just told Wu Ling to rest at home after work. When he returned, he would bring some homemade pickled vegetables as a token and visit. In the kitchen, Xiao Wanqing was busy and flustered. Outside, Yan Zhenjiang greeted. "You're here? Oh, and you brought some good food?" "Just some pickled vegetables. It's the first time I learned from Sister Yanhong. I don't know if it tastes good. Sister-in-law's cooking must be delicious." "Let me try." Yan Zhenjiang directly took a bit from Chu Mu's bowl and put it in his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes lit up. "Really good." Wu Ling looked around the house. "It's very tidy, and there are flowers too." Those flowers were placed by Xiao Wanqing. She said it made the house feel more lively. But the flowers wouldn't last long. They needed to be replaced. They couldn't be eaten or worn, and Yan Zhenjiang felt it was a bit wasteful. "Compared to your sister-in-law's home, this isn't much. I've never seen a house cleaner than yours. You go to school and adult literacy classes every day. That's really impressive." Holding the dishes, Xiao Wanqing heard these words and her face changed. She placed the dishes on the table and then smiled again. "Sorry for the trouble. Please sit quickly. Dinner will be ready soon." The food was served, and it looked quite plentiful, with a fish in the middle. Xiao Wanqing smiled and said, "I've always heard old Yan praise my sister-in-law's cooking. Today I'll go first and embarrass myself. Next time, I'll taste your cooking, sister-in-law." She had her hair neatly combed, delicate eyebrows, and a gentle smile, looking very kind and proper, like a typical city girl. But she couldn't hide her irritation and confusion about Wu Ling, who came from the village. Brother-in-law Wanqing is too modest. After preparing this big meal, old Yan is really lucky to marry you. Wu Ling was just being polite when she first visited Yan Zhenjiang for dinner, and she repeated her words sincerely, making them seem very believable. When she started eating with chopsticks, Wu Ling felt very relieved, glad she had praised everything she could earlier. Otherwise, she might not have been able to speak so well now. Yan Zhenjiang saw everyone start eating quietly and felt like crying inside. "Do you now realize what kind of life I live every day?" Wu Ling glanced at Chu Mu and signaled him with her eyes. "Chat. Aren't you comrades? Why is there no talk at the dinner table?" Not talking made things awkward. So Chu Mu started talking about class, while Wu Ling smiled and asked Xiao Wanqing where she bought the fish, secretly feeling sorry for it. Xiao Wanqing rarely had a chance to observe her comparison group closely. The more she compared, the more her heart sank. "Is your sister-in-law really from the village? She looks too different." "Are you from the same village as Chu Mu?" "I live in the neighboring village." "So how did you get together?" "I heard he has a childhood engagement." Wu Ling smiled and looked at Yan Zhenjiang. "Did you tell Wanqing's sister-in-law about Chu Mu's childhood engagement?" The 4 words, "my brother Chu Mu," made Chu Mu's eyes flicker. He raised his hand and slapped Yan Zhenjiang on the shoulder. "Why are you so talkative?" Yan Zhenjiang, caught off guard, almost fell off his stool. He stared wide-eyed. "When did I say that? What are you talking about?" "Wanqing, how do you know about this?" Xiao Wanqing just wanted to ask casually, but she didn't expect Wu Ling to refuse to cooperate. So she tried to change the subject. "I just heard it from someone." "Who did sister-in-law Wanqing hear it from?" Wu Ling looked determined to find out more. "The matter of Chu Mu's arranged marriage being over after we got married is something I heard about. I haven't mentioned it outside the village." "Who told you such an unrelated thing?" I don't remember." "No, you must remember. I need to ask where she heard it from." Wu Ling turned and patted Chu Mu. "Did you say it outside? Do you regret it?" Chu Mu was stunned. "Why would I say that?" He turned his head and punched Yan Zhenjiang. "Did you say it? The only person who knows about this is you." "I didn't." Yan Zhenjiang looked upset, his shoulders hurting from the punch. "Can I do such a thing?" "Wanqing, think carefully. Who did you hear it from?" "His grandmother's father is trying to clear his name." "Xiao Wanqing, are you all crazy? Is this really worth digging into?" She just said she didn't remember, that she heard it casually. Wu Ling suspected Chu Mu. Chu Mu suspected Yan Zhenjiang. Yan Zhenjiang was so angry, he almost flipped the table, then turned back to Xiao Wanqing. In the end, Wu Ling helplessly compromised. Forget it, don't make things difficult for sister-in-law. Who said what isn't that important? With the atmosphere like this, the meal wasn't tasty at all. Wu Ling and Chu Mu said they didn't mind, but they didn't stay long and left. When they entered the house, Chu Mu seriously held Wu Ling's hand. I didn't tell anyone outside about this. I don't regret it. Yeah, I know. Wu Ling patted his hand. But if it wasn't you, who else could have said it? Chu Mu was silent. Honestly, only Yan Zhenjiang could have done it.
But why?
Chu Mu let go of her hand. Are you full over there? Should I make you a bowl of noodles? Wu Ling knew it wasn't Yan Zhenjiang. Xiao Wanqing had that strange mechanical sound, so she didn't find anything strange. But she wanted Chu Mu to be more alert, so he wouldn't be naive and think someone who might betray him later. After a while, Chu Mu brought 2 bowls of noodles, drizzled with sesame oil, added a boiled egg, and some hot vegetables. The 2 of them ate happily with pickled vegetables. Chu Mu finished his soup completely, then wiped his mouth and said, Old Yan is right. I am luckier than him. Wu Ling smiled slightly. Lately, her words sounded more pleasant. At Yan Zhenjiang's place, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Everyone could see that Wu Ling and Chu Mu didn't seem happy when they left. Why are you talking about a marriage proposal with your sister-in-law? Are you trying to cause trouble between them? Someone said. Xiao Wanqing sneered inwardly. Yes, she wanted to cause trouble, but she couldn't say that aloud. I was just curious. You said they have a good relationship, so I thought it wasn't a big deal. What do you mean you're curious about their relationship?
Who wouldn't care about that?
How could you think that way? I'm not trying to cause trouble. Don't be angry. Maybe I should go apologize to my sister-in-law. Forget it, Yan Zhenjiang waved his hand. You only heard some gossip outside, right? Wanqing, you are educated and cultured. I hope you won't learn from those people in the yard who talk behind others' backs. His words were a bit harsh. Xiao Wanqing's eyes reddened. Do you think I am that kind of person? I only overheard something by accident, but you took what you heard and told Chu Mu's wife. Forget it. Just clean up and pretend this didn't happen. Yan Zhenjiang didn't want to argue and turned back to his room. Xiao Wanqing stood in the hall, looking at the table full of dishes waiting to be cleaned, with quite a few leftovers. She had been busy since morning just to prepare this meal. Suddenly, a cold reminder sounded, causing her body to tremble slightly. What did it really mean? After this meal, Wu Ling still greeted Xiao Wanqing politely when they met, but they weren't as close as she was with Fang Yanhong. Xiao Wanqing tried several times to have a good talk with her, but Wu Ling would ask where she heard about the marriage proposal. Since sister-in-law Wanqing just arrived at the yard and hasn't met many people, she wouldn't tell me about this unless she didn't trust me, Wu Ling said. Xiao Wanqing was always speechless.
Who could she tell?
If she said anything, Wu Ling's temper would definitely confront her.
What could she say?
It seemed this issue wouldn't end, right? She guessed correctly. It really didn't end. Wu Ling didn't mind creating a jealous, petty character for herself, as long as it was useful. Taking this opportunity to distance myself from the main characters, it's better to just be a neighbor who greets them politely. That day, after she returned home, Chu Mu was already cooking, and Yan Zhenjiang was also there, talking to him about something. Little sister-in-law is back.
Please tell me about Lao Chu.
He's really not acting fair this time. Wu Ling asked casually, what's going on? This time, his research team didn't even include me. Do you think that's right, considering our relationship? Wu Ling's mind moved, but she kept her face calm. You have a research team too? That sounds pretty mysterious. This is a plot from a novel. In the story, Yan Zhenjiang and Chu Mu are on the same research team, competing with other teams to analyze equipment, build, and repair. Their team is far ahead, especially because they made technological innovations that were later used in real equipment. Yan Zhenjiang, because of his outstanding performance, received extra recognition. It was a shining moment for the main character. But from what Wu Ling currently knows, Yan Zhenjiang's skills are not as good as Chu Mu's. It doesn't make sense that he would perform so well, while Chu Mu, as an ordinary member, just plays a background role. Yan Zhenjiang kept complaining, expressing his dissatisfaction. What's my relationship with him? I should have been included first in this kind of thing. Isn't that right to criticize him? He was thirsty, so he automatically took a cup and poured water. Why is it that the water from your house tastes different from mine? Isn't it coming from the same pipe? Well, Chumu might have his own reasons for that. In the kitchen, Chumu's hand trembled slightly, almost adding too much salt. How did he know? What reasons? I've fought alongside him through thick and thin. What could he possibly have against me? Wuling smiled and said, "Did you forget what the instructor said last time about your lack of solid skills? Chumu thinks you're capable, but you just need a chance to show it. Isn't this research team just that chance?" Yan Junjiang blinked, seeming confused. Wuling had to explain more directly. With your personality, do you prefer to be the one giving orders or the one following instructions? If you really want to show your strength, you should form your own research team. That way, your talents won't be hidden. That's probably what Chumu means. Does he still think of me? Of course he does. Chumu always believes in your ability, and you know that. Just don't let him down. Just then, Chumu came out of the kitchen, patted Yan Junjiang on the shoulder, and said, "You've been wanting to prove yourself to the instructor, right? I didn't save a seat for you or for those close to you, but I kept some for you. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Thanks a lot. No problem." Chumu glanced at Wuling and saw her smile that was hard to read. He put the dish down on the table and asked Yan Junjiang, "Aren't you going back? Your wife is waiting for you to eat." Yan Junjiang silently sighed as he smelled the delicious food. "I'm leaving now. It's strange, same dishes, but the taste varies so much depending on who cooks." "What's the problem?" Chumu told Wuling. She could go wash her hands. "You came back early today, so you'll eat soon." At the dinner table, Chumu brought up the project team. "Why didn't you ask me why I didn't put Yan Junjiang in the same group?" Wuling took a bite of food. "Didn't you just say? You wanted him to prove himself to the instructor, so you made opportunities for him. That I was just agreeing with you." Wuling looked up. "Why? If he makes outstanding contributions this time, he might get an award. But only one team can be recognized, and I want to get that spot." Wuling was surprised and pleased. At least she thought he was trying to improve. Chumu knew Yan Junjiang well. He was better at talking and showing himself. Strictly speaking, that wasn't a bad thing, but it could easily make others think he was taking credit. At first, Chumu didn't mind. As long as there was success, it didn't matter who got the recognition. He and Yan Junjiang were comrades. But Wuling once said that his hard-earned glory was like a gift to others. How could he not be angry? His success wasn't just his own, it was also because of Wuling's support and effort. He shouldn't take her credit away. Chumu stared intently at Wuling. Although he had no expression on his face, Wuling seemed to see an invisible tail wagging behind him, shyly swaying back and forth. "That's good," she said with a smile. "It won't ruin the harmony between you two. You are also considering him. That's not important. What matters is that I want to be recognized, so I can be more proud in the Institute." After the last time he made a contribution with the spy signal, Wuling was very happy with the material reward she received. Now, her family supplies each month were a bit more than when she first arrived, making life easier. Because of this, the people in the Institute were more friendly toward Wuling. No one anymore mentioned special privileges or anything like that in front of her. Seeing Chumu trying to make her understand his point, Wuling smiled again. "All right, I understand. Thank you for thinking of me. You will definitely get recognized." "Really? I'm not so sure about that," he replied. "Yes, really. You're so talented and hardworking. If you don't succeed, who will?" Chumu was happy. He suppressed a smile and started eating happily. Actually, he had another secret wish. If he was in the same team as Yan Junjiang, he would probably spend all his time at his house, asking him about this research or that. He didn't like that. He preferred it to be just him and Wuling at home. Yan Junjiang also told Xiao Wanqing about this, complaining that Chumu was like he had no mouth. "He should tell me what he's thinking. It's frustrating. He's so tight-lipped." He must have been a very shy person in his past life. Xiao Wanqing suddenly lost her appetite and looked worried. "That's not right. You should go talk to him and ask him to swap someone in his team with you. But he already chose everyone. How can I change that? So what? What's the big deal? You're close to him, aren't you? Won't you help a little?" It's not about helping or not. I've thought about it. Old Chu makes sense. I need to show my skills. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Lao Su and the others, but Xiao Wanqing didn't want to care about Lao Su or Lao Li. She insisted. It's safer to join Chu Mu's team. You two have been working together all along. Why split up now? Finish your meal quickly, so you don't regret it later. Yan Zhenjiang frowned. Why aren't you listening to me? It was in the past, but I was always with him. I didn't have many chances to stand out, so maybe that's for the best. What do you mean? If he considers you a friend, why didn't he ask you before forming the team?
You could still talk to him now.
What's wrong with you? Yan Zhenjiang also put down his chopsticks. I already told you the reason. I think this is good. Besides, Lao Chu is thinking for me. Why can't you understand that? Why doesn't Xiao Wanqing understand? He's trying to improve his grades on his own. Who's really the one not understanding? Where does he get the confidence to show his abilities? Does he even have that? In the story, this is really the start of Yan Zhenjiang showing his talent. The problem is, the recognition he received was just a coincidence, a last-minute guess. Chu Mu didn't want to compete with him, so he gave him the credit. He managed to form a team and just happened to guess everything correctly before. Listen to me. I wouldn't harm you. Chu Mu is skilled, and everyone recognizes that. His team has a high chance of winning, so your chances of getting recognition are also higher. Joining his team is only good for you, isn't it? So, you mean my skills aren't good enough and I won't be recognized, so I will definitely lose to him? Xiao Wanqing. Yan Zhenjiang's face turned cold. Then what about when you praised me like a flower? Were you just joking? If you don't even have that much confidence in me, why are we getting married? Don't be angry.
I didn't mean it that way.
Then what do you mean? Do you really think I am incapable deep down? I didn't. Xiao Wanqing couldn't explain clearly. Does he really lack confidence? Doesn't he know himself? Oh, maybe he really doesn't know. Otherwise, how could he be so confident, thinking he could beat Chu Mu? In the story, Chu Mu's wife is so reckless and unruly, but it doesn't affect his being valued. Isn't that because of his strength? Can he rely on just a silent mouth? Xiao Wanqing looked close to tears. Her sad expression made Yan Zhenjiang feel he might have misunderstood her.
You don't need to worry about that.
I can endure much more than Chu Mu. Actually, this is good. When I applied to the family compound, some people said I was benefiting from Chu Mu, which can help shut them up. Yan Zhenjiang was full of confidence and was ready to form his own research team the next day. He had better connections than Chu Mu. Although he arrived late, he got along well with many people. He thought it wouldn't be hard to gather a team. However, his growing confidence was soon shaken over the next few days. It turned out that forming a research team was much harder than he thought. It wasn't just about a few good friends working together. He had to consider team members' skills, how they worked together, and how they coordinated. Usually, he was friendly with everyone, but now each person had their own concerns. Some wanted this, others wanted that. They hadn't even formed a proper team yet. But he saw that Chu Mu's team seemed to come together naturally. Was there such a big difference? Xiao Wanqing wanted him to give up and talk to Chu Mu to smooth things over. This recognition was very important to him, but she was also worried about starting an argument again. So she decided to approach Wu Ling indirectly. On a day when everyone was resting, Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang had been away for days working on their research teams. Xiao Wanqing brought a jar of snow cream to visit Wu Ling. I brought this from home. It's good for the cold weather. As women, we deal with washing and scrubbing all day, so we need to protect our faces and hands. She looked at Wu Ling's face and hands as she spoke, her voice growing less confident. How did she do it? Her home was so clean. Her hands were delicate and white, with no signs of hard work. Her face was even more beautiful than a flower. Was it appropriate for a girl from the village to be like this? Wu Ling politely smiled. That's too much trouble. You should keep it for yourself. Chu Mu gave me some tickets as a reward last time, and I bought a few with them. Having more would be wasteful. She was afraid Xiao Wanqing wouldn't believe her, so she added, I'm not being polite. I just don't like formalities. Please don't mind. Wu Ling wasn't lacking anything. Chu Mu had just brought back 3 bottles of snow cream. telling her not to hold back and to use the best quality. Xiao Wanqing couldn't send the items out, so she started praising Wu Ling's diligence. Old Yan always says you keep the house well. It's true, you've tidied everything neatly and cleanly. It looks very comfortable. Oh, that was Chu Mu's doing. He handles all the cleaning at home. I just do some sweeping. Big brother Chu even helps with chores? That's rare. Wu Ling didn't say much. Seeing her rambling without mentioning leaving, he directly asked, "Are you here to talk to me about something?" Xiao Wanqing bit her lip. "Yes, there is something. I've thought about it for a long time, but I don't know if I should say it. In that case, you can go back and think about it some more." Wu Ling, so understanding, made Xiao Wanqing's expression stiff. "Then I'll just be straightforward. Wu Ling, isn't it obvious whether to say it or not? Now he knows. Lately, Old Yan has been very worried about the project team. I see he's anxious, and I get worried too. He's always on good terms with Chu Mu. If they could work together in the same team, they would definitely achieve something." Xiao Wanqing gently advised. "Chu Mu isn't good at communicating with others. With Old Yan's help, he can focus on solving difficult problems. Maybe Old Yan feels shy to ask directly, so you might help talk to Chu Mu. I already know about this."
Chu Mu told me.
Wu Ling didn't seem to care much. Brother Yan wants to prove his ability through this. Chu Mu can also learn to coordinate and communicate with others. I think it's good, but you can't learn this just for such an important matter, right? You should wait until you have some results. This is a competition with others. Compared to her seriousness, Wu Ling's attitude was very casual. I rarely get involved in their affairs. Can we even be more understanding than them? I can't even understand those books, so I can't just give him random advice." Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing became much more serious. "Sister-in-law, I have to tell you, how can you be so indifferent? Doesn't Chu Mu tell you what he's doing? You don't ask? Are you too distant? That could cause problems." She spoke with good intentions for Wu Ling. "Listen to me, married couples, the most important thing is to care about each other. You need to pay more attention to him and think more for him." These words sounded sincere. Especially, the speaker was a beautiful, well-dressed city person and a cultured individual. If Wu Ling is someone who knows nothing and considers Chu Mu very important, then she would believe it completely. Wu Ling smiled helplessly. "But I don't understand what he told me. You are also educated and a teacher. How could you not understand? If he cares, he will patiently explain everything to you. If he doesn't have that patience, you should be careful." Xiao Wanqing told her to think carefully about her words. She said that a marriage needs nurturing and effort, and you can't ignore it. She said that men are like kites in the sky. The string must be held by a woman. If they fly too high, the string might break. All this talk was quite convincing. Wu Ling nodded repeatedly, looking very eager to learn. Before leaving, Xiao Wanqing reminded her, "Don't forget what I told you. You also need to help Chu Mu solve problems. It's hard for him to lead a team alone. Having Lao Yan help makes it much easier. Remember that." Wu Ling nodded gently. "I won't forget. Since they were both working so hard, wouldn't it be too unkind if she didn't show some support?" So, after Chu Mu returned, she pulled him to sit down. "Xiao Wanqing came to see me and asked me to tell you to flatter her and to put Yan Zhenjiang in your team." Chu Mu's pupils shrank in shock. "Flatter? What kind of wind?" "She said you're not good at communicating with others. Without Yan Zhenjiang's help, you probably can't achieve good results. The words might not be perfectly accurate, but that was the general idea. She also said she doesn't think much of us, and that we'll break up sooner or later." What nonsense is she talking about? Chu Mu was furious, his eyebrows furrowing so deeply they could kill a mosquito. "I'm going to find her and ask what she really wants to do by telling you all this." Wu Ling quickly pulled him back. "Don't be so impatient. Let's take it step by step. I haven't even started to influence him yet." Chu Mu's anger turned into a blank stare. His eyes didn't know where to look. "Really? She's trying to influence him?
How?"
Then Wu Ling leaned in and gently blew on his ear. A soft, warm breath brushed past his ear, making Chu Mu feel all his blood rush upward. "Your ears are so red." Wu Ling looked at him curiously. The redness spread too quickly, which was quite amusing. She gently touched it with her fingertips, feeling the warmth and semi-transparency. Chumu grabbed her mischievous hand and pulled it down. His throat moved slightly as he asked, "Let's talk about this another time." "How did you tell her?" "I didn't say much. I mostly listened to her. She asked me to pass on a message, and I did. The rest is up to you." Chumu held her hand tightly, not letting go. He asked, "This isn't just my business. I can't decide alone. The results of the project team are very important to me and us. So, your opinion matters to me." He looked up at Wu Ling and asked, "What do you think?" Wu Ling's wrist was hot where he held her, a little damp, and his palm was sweating. "Is my opinion really that important? Xiao Wanqing came to talk to me on purpose. Do you still need to consider?" The girl she admired most made a request. "What's there to think about? This isn't about others. I just want to know what you think." "Have I said anything?" Chumu nodded, then added, "I just said this isn't just my decision. You can't let me decide alone, Wu Ling." She thought for a moment and sincerely said, "Even if you earn the honor yourself and it has little to do with me, and even if you want to let others take your place, no one can say anything. But I still hope your efforts will be rewarded. Even as a supporting character, there's no need to burn yourself like a candle and give everything." Chu Mu understood her meaning, and a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, I'll listen to you. However, Xiao Wanqing said they would eventually finish this matter, and it couldn't be left unresolved." "What does it mean to be finished?" He thought they were the ones who would eventually be done for. After carefully explaining to Wu Ling the proper way to flatter someone, Chu Mu went to find Yan Zhenjiang. He hesitated several times, unable to speak easily. It must be a very important matter to make such a straightforward person like him so hesitant. Yan Zhenjiang couldn't hold back anymore. "Just say what you want to say. Why are you still worried here? Hurry up, I have other things to discuss with someone." "I don't know how to say it." "Never mind. Don't bother finding anyone. I'll ask my team if anyone is willing to give up their position for you." Yan Zhenjiang's eyes widened. "What do you mean by that?" "Don't blame your wife. She cares so much that she gets worried." Wu Ling was frightened by her words and really thought you couldn't handle things alone. "She told me about it for a long time. I also don't want her to keep worrying about this, and it affecting her work. Let's just leave it at that." Chumu looked helpless. After speaking, he was about to leave but was suddenly stopped by Yan Zhenjiang. "Wait, why are you just leaving like that? Explain clearly. Who can't handle things alone?" "Did Xiao Wanqing go to see her sister-in-law?" "When did that happen?" "Just yesterday." "Wu Ling has been anxious, and I only found out after asking her many times." Chu Mu sighed softly. "And Lao Yan, actually, you could have told me about this yourself. Your wife is not easy to deal with. She even risked her pride for your sake," which made Wu Ling unsure how to respond. "Our relationship doesn't need to be so complicated. That's not what I meant." Yan Zhenjiang raised his voice. "I really didn't know about this. Xiao Wanqing acted on her own. She didn't tell me, and I didn't ask her to do that." "Didn't know? What is she trying to do?" Yan Zhenjiang is a very proud person, especially in front of Chu Mu. He looked like he was being stripped of his dignity and hurriedly tried to explain. "How could I not understand your good intentions? Look, I've almost gathered everyone in the group. Why would I want to do that? Do you also think I can't handle it? I definitely don't think that. Your skills as a teacher have been praised before. If we brainstorm with the team, we can definitely make progress. But your wife doesn't seem to think so. If it really can't be helped, there's nothing wrong with it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll go apologize to my sister-in-law another day." "All right, I'm leaving now." Yan Zhenjiang left with a dark face, very dissatisfied with Xiao Wanqing's actions. He patiently gathered the team members first, then hurried home. Xiao Wanqing was folding clothes while talking to neighbors in the yard. Seeing Yan Zhenjiang, she looked a bit surprised. "Why are you back so early today?" Yan Zhenjiang didn't say a word. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward home. Her clothes almost fell to the ground. A few neighbors nearby whispered among themselves. "What's going on? It looks like they're about to argue." "Come on, everyone argues sometimes. There are quite a few fights. I heard a couple of days ago that Xiao Tuan had 2 marks on his face. His wife must have done it. I saw it. I saw it. Aren't they just newly married? Why are they already arguing?" What does the length of their marriage matter? I think teacher Xiao Wu and her husband have a good relationship. I haven't heard them argue in a long time. Teacher Xiao Wu is pretty and gentle. She always smiles when she talks to people. What could Xiao Chu be unhappy about? I think Xiao Chu is also doing well. He often buys groceries and cooks. I saw him last time wearing an apron and taking out the trash. It was funny, but he didn't seem to care. Is there anyone else in our group who can do what Xiao Chu does? Stop talking, I want to go listen. Xiao Wanqing was pulled back home by Yan Zhenjiang. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, making her jump. What's wrong? Did someone upset you? Yan Zhenjiang sneered. Did you go to find Wu Ling? Did you ask her to tell Chu Mu to put me in his team? Xiao Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly forced a smile and said, Wu Ling mentioned that? Oh, maybe she misunderstood. I just casually mentioned that you were worried about this. She probably overthought it. She overthought? She misunderstood? Yes, she really shouldn't have told you those things. When did she tell you? Xiao Wanqing cursed Wu Ling in her heart. Big mouth, two-faced. She agreed nicely in front of everyone, then turned around to complain to Yan Zhenjiang. Does she have no shame? Yan Zhenjiang was full of frustration. What did she tell me? Chu Mu came to see me, said he wanted to put me in his team, and that Wu Ling was worried about it and talked to him for a long time. Is this a misunderstanding? Overthinking, Xiao Wanqing was stunned. She suddenly felt something was strange. Did Wu Ling really tell Chu Mu? Did Chu Mu agree, and then ask Yan Zhenjiang to join his team? Isn't that settled? Then what kind of anger is he feeling now? Xiao Wanqing spoke softly. So you're now in the same project group as Chu Mu? That's good. You're comrades, knowing each other well. Are you even listening to me? Yan Zhenjiang shouted loudly, loud enough for others outside to hear. They all looked at each other and whispered, It seems serious. Should we go and talk to him? Wait a bit. We don't know what's really going on. It's fine to argue, but if it gets physical, we should step in quickly. Inside, Xiao Wanqing also shivered, her gentle patience nearly exhausted. I heard you say that Chu Mu came to find you and asked you to join his team. I only complained to Wu Ling a little, and who knew she would tell everything to Chu Mu? Why are you angry with me? However, this excuse didn't work with Yan Zhenjiang at all. He frowned and said coldly, I am serious. From now on, you are not allowed to make decisions for me. Your actions make it hard for me to hold my head up in front of Chu Mu. You, as a person who has read books, don't you understand this simple truth? Also, I didn't agree with Chu Mu. I have my own way of doing things and don't need you to interfere. In the future, stop going to Wu Ling to complain. She still has to work and teach, and doesn't have time to mess around with you. He spoke very bluntly, which made Xiao Wanqing even more upset. You defend her? Do you think she's better than me, more reasonable? Then, why did you marry me? Who am I doing all this for? Xiao Wanqing wished she could just hit him on the head. Chu Mu had already agreed, but he didn't. How much does he matter? Does he still refuse? She went through so much trouble, lowered herself to ask Wu Ling, only to be scolded harshly. If things had worked out, it would be fine. And he refused to just nod his head? What kind of fool is he? Is he even the main character? Fine, then do whatever you want in the future. When the time comes, you'll realize how wrong you are. Yan Zhenjiang's heart cooled. He hadn't even started anything, and Xiao Wanqing already looked down on him. Was he really so useless in her eyes? So, were all her previous words just lies? The cold, mechanical voice fiercely stimulated Xiao Wanqing's nerves. She didn't want to bother with this disobedient male lead anymore. She turned back to her room with a cold face. When he failed, and Chu Mu was praised, he would realize what happens when you don't listen. Outside, someone with ears pressed against the wall held their breath, listening intently. No sound? What's going on? Wu Ling returned from school and saw a few people peeking outside her apartment. She tiptoed over quietly. What are you doing? Wu Ling smiled and said, I just got back from school, so I don't know. I didn't hear any arguing, did I? Oh, they finished arguing. The noise was pretty loud. If you have time, go ask them and tell us what happened. Okay, I will ask when I have time. I need to go cook now. Chu Mu should be back soon. When Wu Ling returned home, she suddenly heard a loud door slam. Not long after, her door was knocked on. She went to open the door, and outside was Yan Zhenjiang. He smiled and said, "Looking for Chu Mu? He's not back yet. Why didn't you come back together?" "I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you." Yan Zhenjiang frowned and said, "I want to apologize. Did Xiao Wanqing come to see you?" "That's not what I meant."
Don't misunderstand.
"She's probably just bored at home because she lost her job, and she's causing trouble for you." Wu Ling was surprised. "You're talking about this?" "I thought. My sister-in-law is just worried about you. Please don't argue with her over this," but I told her over and over again and she still didn't listen. She even secretly came to ask for your help. "I don't want her to do that." Yan Zhenjiang grabbed his hair and said, "Why doesn't she trust that I can do well?" "Do you know what she said just now?" "She said that if I fail, I'll see her good intentions. She's already starting to wish for my failure." Wu Ling thought to herself, Xiao Wanqing wasn't wrong. With Chu Mu around, he could only fail. But she sighed and said, "This isn't good. I should talk to my sister-in-law properly. We need to support you guys so you don't have worries. Only then can you focus on studying and contributing. A good mood makes a big difference." How can she say such things? But she was probably just angry at the moment. Don't take it to heart. Yan Zhenjiang felt she was right. With Xiao Wanqing's attitude, if he really failed, she wouldn't be able to avoid responsibility. Old Chu is lucky. No matter what, his sister-in-law always supports him. Chu Mu is independent. I'm not familiar with his profession, so I can't give much advice. Naturally, I just support him. My sister-in-law just married you, so she's probably more worried. Just talk to her nicely. Wu Ling was just being polite, thinking to herself, why wasn't Chu Mu back yet? Just as she was thinking, Chu Mu appeared outside the door. "Looking for me? What's the matter? Let's go inside and talk." He quickly took Yan Zhenjiang into the house, and Wu Ling finally managed to free herself. She was usually good at persuading with logic, but settling disputes was not her strong suit. They didn't know what was said inside, but when it was almost time to eat, they came out.
Humupetid Yan Zhenjiang kes shoulder.
"I won't keep you for dinner. It's better to resolve your marital issues quickly rather than dragging them out. Be generous and go home." Yan Zhenjiang. He wondered if he was really not staying for dinner. He was already prepared. After sending him out, the two of them started eating. Halfway through, Chu Mu suddenly asked, "Our marriage isn't very long. Maybe you could care a bit more." "Care about what?" He was talking nonsense again. "You said that Lao Yan and Xiao Xiao just got married, so Xiao Xiao naturally cares more about him and gets worried easily. We haven't been married long either." Wu Ling chuckled. "Did you hear that? That was me trying to comfort him."
I don't care about that.
"I just think you could care a little more about me."
Humoes geis vanderd.
"You can think whatever you want. I'm not in a hurry. It was fine before." Wu Ling tried to remember. Had she cared a lot about Chu Mu before? It seemed like she did a little. Back then, she thought he was a little pitiful and wanted to build a strong, unbeatable support for herself, so she paid extra attention to him, sticking close whenever she had time, warning him about the dangers of the world. Until he gave credit to Yan Zhenjiang according to the original story, Wu Ling suddenly realized she had invested too much emotion in Chu Jiang. She decided to stop in time. "I think it's fine like this now. Many people in the courtyard envy us." Chu Mu slowly lowered his eyes, but quickly recovered.
No rules.
"We can talk about this later. Let's eat first." After Yan Zhenjiang left, he faced the cold stove and empty kitchen. Xiao Wanqing was still angry in her room and hadn't cooked. He knocked on the door. "I won't argue with you about this. Just cook first." Xiao Wanqing was furious. She spoke coldly. "I can't eat. If you want to eat, cook yourself. I don't know how to cook." "Forget it, don't be mad. Hurry up, I have work to do after eating." Fei Xiao Wanqing was truly upset. She tried to reason kindly and politely, even being persistent and bold in her efforts. She did so much, but he still refused to listen and insisted on forming his own team, stubbornly throwing away the honor he could have gained. Does he realize how much they will lose by doing this? Does he understand that he hasn't gained even a little happiness so far? Is there anything you don't know about cooking? Chu Mu often cooks, and you claim you're better than him. How can you not know how to cook? Yan Zhenjiang was annoyed by Xiao Wanqing's words and turned to go to the kitchen. After wandering around for a while, he didn't know what to do and ended up banging the pots and pans loudly, deciding not to eat anymore. In the room, Xiao Wanqing regained her composure and realized she couldn't stay passive. She is the main character. How can she let the supporting characters steal her spotlight? Yan Zhenjiang often mentioned Wu Ling's teaching position, but actually, it should be hers. After she married Yan Zhenjiang, there weren't many literate people in the village. She was drafted to help with literacy classes, and when a position at the school opened up, it naturally went to her. She didn't understand why the position became available early, but whether at the school or the literacy class, it should be her chance to shine. Instead of spending every day at home washing dishes and doing chores, she decided to follow the script and start with the literacy class. She would gradually take back everything that belonged to her. The next day, Yan Zhenjiang coldly said he would be busy with a research team and might not come home for dinner. Xiao Wanqing responded perfunctorily and asked for the radio ticket he had brought last time. What do you want that for? Xiao Wanqing simply said it was useful. You're right. I have some education, and I should find a job to keep myself busy and stop overthinking. Seeing her attitude, Yan Zhenjiang thought the matter was settled and handed her the ticket. A few days later, Tianling brought some things to Wu Ling, entering with a big smile and praising her. I could smell the delicious meat cooking from far away. You really care about Xiao Chu. Wu Ling blushed shyly. She was indeed generous to herself. Chu Mu has been working hard, leaving early and returning late. Even today, he's busy on his day off. I need to give him some support. You two are really in love, which makes people quite jealous. But you shouldn't only care about him. You also need to think about yourself. Look at you. Tianling's eyes scanned Wu Ling's face and body, but she couldn't find anything to criticize. You wonder how a woman can handle household chores and work, stay bright-eyed, without dark circles, have smooth skin, and look so energetic. You look like you've lost weight. Wu Ling looked down at herself. Has she lost weight? Does Director Tian have poor eyesight? It's partly my fault. I knew you worked at the school and still forced the literacy class on you. At that time, we really needed more people and couldn't find anyone suitable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so inconsiderate. She put things down. I know you work hard. Whenever I get some help, I immediately want to lighten your load. Wu Ling smiled sincerely. Sister-in-law, you're making me feel awkward. I don't think I've been working hard. Attending literacy classes with the sisters from the hospital isn't a burden. It's quite interesting. They even said they want to learn well and that I should be recognized as an outstanding worker. Hearing this, Tianling's expression slightly stiffened, but she had to admit that Wu Ling's literacy class was very successful. My son Chu Mu always has a dream of serving the country. I just think I can't hold him back. If I could also join the organization, we could improve together. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will work hard for this goal. Such pure and ambitious spirit left Tianling at a loss for words. Initially, she used this as a reason to get Wu Ling to agree to run the literacy class, never expecting she would keep it in her heart. How could she suggest replacing Wu Ling as the teacher? Wu Ling didn't notice Tianling's difficulty and asked eagerly, I heard Sister Yan Hong say that soon there will be a literacy class evaluation. Is that true? Do you think I have a chance? Of course you do. Everyone sees your efforts. There's great hope. Tianling didn't say much in the end, only offering some encouragement. Wait a little longer. Once her words are fulfilled, it will be natural to ask her to lighten her load again. That's the plan. On the day Wu Ling was promoted to outstanding and recommended into the organization, she was quite happy. When she got home, she found Chu Mu had already returned early and bought many dishes. I've invited someone over to celebrate with you. He asked Wu Ling to rest and read a book while he prepared the meal. In the evening, Tianling and Fang Yanhong came, along with Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing. Everyone gathered around one table, with meat, fish, and the clear chicken soup that Wu Ling kept thinking about. Wow, it smells so good. Sister-in-law's cooking is getting better and better. Yen Junjiang hadn't eaten at home for a while because he was busy working late at the cafeteria. He hadn't had good home-cooked food for some time and couldn't help but feel impressed. Wu Ling smiled and said, I don't want to take credit. Chu Mu made all this. Everyone was surprised. Fong Yanhong quickly said, Really? Little Chu can cook too? This is almost like restaurant quality. Chu Mu slightly smiled and said, It's just simple home cooking. I hope you all like it. After they started eating, everyone kept praising Chu Mu's cooking. Even Tian Ling was surprised. It wasn't that Chu Mu's cooking was so amazing, but that he was willing to cook at all. If a man never cooks, it sounds like nonsense, like he grew up eating mud. People often think cooking is a woman's job. After marriage, if a man goes into the kitchen, it feels embarrassing or shameful, and he wouldn't do it. But Chu Mu didn't seem to care about these ideas. He acted as if cooking was normal, calmly accepting the praise. Just look at Yen Junjiang. After learning Chu Mu made the food, he kept eating without joining in the praise, showing he probably didn't agree with it deep down. Xiao Wanqing delicately used her chopsticks to taste the food. It was truly delicious. Tender meat, fragrant fish, fresh and tasty broth. Why is he just a supporting character? With such qualities, why can't he be the main lead? Yen Junjiang left early every morning and came home very late at night. Sometimes he didn't see her for days. She was alone at home, washing his clothes and tidying up the endless chores. The magic of their passionate love had disappeared after they married. Their relationship was far from the sweet and warm feeling she imagined. She couldn't even pretend to be happy anymore. I always believed Xiao Wu could do it. Just a few words of her advice worked wonders. Now Jiming is afraid I might learn better than him. He's very eager about studying now. Fong Yanhong sincerely felt happy for Wu Ling. Now Wu Ling had learned to read a little, and she could make herself a cup of tea, read the newspaper slowly, and think quietly. Old Huang saw this and no longer said she was pretending. Wu Ling modestly smiled and said, I should thank Sister Tian for giving me this chance, and I also want to thank everyone for their support. Without you, I wouldn't have this honor. Her words made everyone praise her more. Fong Yanhong was even happier and said that after the literacy class, everyone would work even better with Wu Ling. Tianling's eyes moved slightly, and she smiled. Actually, I have something to say today since we're all happy. I heard you're now teaching older students at school, and the pressure is getting bigger. I originally entrusted you with the literacy class because I lacked staff, and I felt guilty about it. I was worried you were working too hard and didn't have time to rest or spend time with Xiao Chu. After a moment of self-criticism, she got to the main point. I plan to let others take over the literacy class so you can rest. Before Wu Ling could speak, Fong Yanhong asked first, Why? Wu Ling teaches very well. Everyone likes learning from her. Why suddenly change? It's not sudden. We've been looking for someone to replace her for a while. Wu Ling has a proper job, busy during the day and at night. Don't you feel sorry for her? Tian Ling looked at Wu Ling with a gentle smile. That way, you can focus on school and home. If you get good reviews and join the organization, you'll have better opportunities in the future. Unexpectedly, Wu Ling nodded without asking a word, saying, I follow the organization's arrangements. Sister-in-law cares for me, and I see it as my blessing. Tian Ling was very happy and had a better impression of Wu Ling. She was capable, humble, obedient to arrangements, and grateful. She hadn't let her efforts in the evaluation go to waste. Tian Ling was also worried that Chu Mu might object, but when he heard Wu Ling agree, he didn't say a word of disagreement. However, he asked, Do we already know who will replace Wu Ling? Wu Ling suddenly remembered and asked, Oh, who is it? Do I know them? I forgot to ask. I need to prepare for the handover, so I won't delay everyone's learning. Next to her, Yen Junjiang, who only 8, admired Wu Ling's innocence. Her younger sister-in-law's thoughts were so naive. Did she really think people cared about her? Clearly, she achieved success because of her efforts. Now they want to change someone just to take the credit. All that talk about guilt and worry was just an excuse. They just wanted to take her place. Tian Ling hesitated for a moment before saying cheerfully, This person, isn't it right in front of us? Fong Yanhong immediately sat up straight and waved her hands. No, I can't do it.
I just learned for a short time.
How can I teach others? Tianling was silent. Wu Ling looked at Xiao Wanqing, who had been quiet all along. So it's Sister Wanqing. Now I feel relieved. From now on, I'll leave the literacy class to you. I will do my best. Their conversation was polite, but Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang's expressions changed subtly. Especially Yan Zhenjiang. His cheerful eating suddenly stopped, as if he lost his appetite. He kept glancing at Xiao Wanqing, lost in thought. When they returned home and closed the door, Yan Zhenjiang asked directly, "Where are those tickets you asked me for earlier?" Xiao Wanqing said casually, "They're used up." "I told you they would be useful. Did you use them all on Director Tian?" Seeing her silent, Yan Zhenjiang guessed he was right, and a surge of anger rose in him. "How can you do such a thing? How can I face Chu Mu and his wife in the future?" But Xiao Wanqing looked very calm. "What did I do? Taking over the literacy class is also to help her lighten her burden. Do you think teaching the literacy class is a good thing? She's already been recognized as excellent. Isn't she satisfied?" This matter made Xiao Wanqing uncomfortable. Why did Wu Ling get the recognition? If that's the case, they probably wouldn't get another chance soon, and she might be stuck doing nothing for a long time. Listen to what you're saying. Stealing someone's work seems to be justified? Why are you doing this? It's not what you said. I don't want to go to work like Wu Ling, doing something proper. Jobs are hard to find. I can only teach the literacy class. I've studied too, and I'm not worse than her. I can do better than her. She could never be better than Wu Ling, who had only gone as far as middle school in the village. That was also one reason why Tianling agreed. Seeing Yan Zhenjiang still wanted to say something, Xiao Wanqing lost patience. "I need to get ready. Wu Ling has no objections. Why are you trying to stand out for her? You should focus on your own research team. That's more important." Xiao Wanqing went inside and slammed the door. "What's with all this fuss? It's so annoying." Yan Zhenjiang was so angry, he couldn't find a place to vent. After pacing around the house twice, he had to go to another room to stay alone. Why did he think Xiao Wanqing was so wonderful that he had to marry her? Was he tricked? Chu Mu finished tidying up the leftovers from the family gathering, washed his hands, and went into the room. He saw Wu Ling reading a book and sat beside her. This was not a good move by old Yan's wife. I don't know if he agreed with it. I'll ask him about it later. Wu Ling looked at him and said, "There's no need. I already agreed with Director Tian. What they think doesn't matter, but it's so unfair to you. You just got a good review, and now you might be replaced." Chu Mu pursed his lips into a straight line, clearly angry. Wu Ling found it interesting. "I don't feel wronged. If they replaced me just because I didn't get a good review, I would cause trouble. But I already earned what I deserved. Even though the literacy class was only in the evenings, it took just as much effort as school. The students were children, so they naturally respected adults. They developed good habits and discipline. As long as I motivated them well, the rest was just teaching. But the students in the literacy class were different. They were full of ideas, always coming up with sudden thoughts, asking strange questions, and sometimes diverting the conversation to unrelated topics. To improve learning efficiency, she had to spend time encouraging them, which was not easy. But it was all worth it. I received the reward I deserved, and I should give others a chance. Even if Director Tian doesn't replace me, I plan to talk to her and ask for another opportunity. Yes, Director Tian said I've lost weight from working so hard. Chu Mu looked at her seriously from top to bottom, then nodded. Yes, you have. Wu Ling. Duh. What kind of filters are you all using? Knowing Wu Ling wasn't resentful, Chu Mu's anger eased a bit, but part of it still remained. They shouldn't do things like that either. Chu Mu still looked upset. Wu Ling found it strange. The person replacing her was Xiao Wanqing. Why was he so angry? She was the woman he admired. Soon she would shine and show her talent in the literacy class. He should be happy. When Xiao Wanqing came to discuss the literacy class handover with Wu Ling, Chu Mu happened to be at home. He didn't even greet her, just nodded coldly, with a very indifferent attitude. Xiao Wanqing showed a cute, pleading expression and asked nervously, Big Brother Chu, are you angry with me about this? Wu Ling simply nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Wanqing." Shouldn't she be more polite? Why is she acting so out of the ordinary? I'm not doing this on purpose. I just lost my job, and when Director Tian asked if I had any difficulties, I mentioned it. I didn't expect her to make such arrangements. Little Wu, you don't think I was trying to compete with you, do you? Wu Ling squinted and smiled politely. Does it matter what I think? We should focus on our work since there's a lot to do. She didn't bother to say anything more. She was just part of the supporting team and didn't have the right to argue with the main character, right? Xiao Wanqing bit her lip and then stopped talking. After Wu Ling finished handing over the literacy class completely, she suddenly realized she had so much free time in the evening. She could go for a walk after dinner to digest her food, read her books, write, draw, or even try making some snacks on a whim. If she couldn't finish them, she could give them to Chu Mu as late-night snacks. Seeing Chu Mu's touched expression, Wu Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Chu Mu was indeed busy, often not even at home on his days off. It seemed he was working hard with the research team. After a while, Fang Yanhong came to find Wu Ling, shyly asking if she wanted to go back to the literacy class. Why are Sister Yanhong asking me this all of a sudden? Isn't Xiao Wanqing teaching the class now? Oh, I don't know how to say this. It's a bit complicated. Fang Yanhong hesitated for a long time before saying that their current literacy class had some problems. You know how difficult it is for our team to get things done, especially Sister Tian. Remember when we first started the class? We only planned for 2 days. Later, you helped prepare water and comfort them, and you told stories to keep them interested.
Oh.
I guess I learned to please others from Jiming. Wu Ling pulled her back from her rambling, but they've been at it for so long. They should be used to it by now. Where can it be? You know their temper. Once they have an idea, they stick to it. When Xiao Xiao started causing trouble that day, saying she didn't respect their opinions, she didn't even ask them before changing teachers, insisting on calling Sister Tian over. Tian Ling patiently explained that her intention was to give more people a chance and to lighten Wu Ling's burden. She also said that Xiao Wanqing is well-educated and capable, and she wanted them to learn better. Anyway, that day was just used to soothe them, barely calming their emotions. After 2 days, people started disappearing one by one, and it seemed the class was falling apart. Wu Ling really didn't expect this. Is it her teaching? No, she's well-educated. Director Tian wouldn't let her teach, without checking. How could this happen? She is knowledgeable, no doubt. She looks very refined, clearly a cultured person. Fang Yanhong said that wasn't the problem. The real issue was that she couldn't control the literacy class students. They're used to coming to the literacy class to drink water. Now there's no water, so they're unhappy. Xiao Xiao speaks politely, softly, and nicely, but people just can't listen. They say she has a kind of aloof feeling. Actually, Fang Yanhong thought that wasn't quite right. Xiao Wanqing didn't seem arrogant. She felt it was more like a kind of condescending politeness that others found hard to accept. Oh, I can't really describe it. She doesn't get along with the kids like you did. It feels like she's not one of us. The literacy class students only stayed because they were half-forced. Xiao Wanqing refused to lower herself to coax them, so they got lazy and stopped coming. Does Director Tian know about this? Did she try to persuade her? Of course she did. Sister Tian even asked me to try. When I talked to Xiao Xiao, she looked like she was about to cry, asking if everyone disliked her, if she did something wrong, why they treated her like that. What could I say? Fang Yanhong was overwhelmed. I can't persuade her. I even went to talk to those who didn't come. Guess what they said? They said they're done with literacy classes. They already know so many words. Why bother? They said Xiao Wanqing's teaching was hard to understand, and they didn't want to listen. Listening to her, Wu Ling probably understood. In the heroine's view, those are just minor supporting characters, so it's normal not to want to spend time on them. And honestly, she was really tired. If you're willing to go back to the literacy class, maybe they will continue to attend. I can help you talk to Sister Tian. Wu Ling grabbed her sleeve. Absolutely not. Wu Ling looked serious. Isn't that like insulting Xiao Wanqing? How can I still get along with them and their couple? With Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang's friendship, I definitely can't do that. That's true. And think about it, Sister Tian brought this up herself. If you go and tell her to switch me back, what will she think? Wouldn't that ruin your relationship? Wu Ling could see that Fang Yanhong was genuinely thinking about the literacy class, but this matter really shouldn't be brought up. Maybe Xiao Wanqing is just inexperienced at first. She needs some time to figure things out. She's just a neighbor in the neighborhood, and she'll understand gradually. Fang Yanhong was surprised by her analysis and then held her hand. You're the thoughtful one. I won't interfere anymore. It's not really my business. It's a pity, though, the literacy class in the neighborhood just received an award. Xiao Wanqing was also worried. Tian Ling told her to find time to go and talk with her about the literacy class. What is there to talk about? Just order those people to come back and attend classes, isn't that enough? Xiao Wanqing was very annoyed. She thought it was just about teaching them to read and write, showing off her cultural knowledge, and establishing herself as a high-level intellectual. Who knew these people would be so uncooperative? If they had been like this from the start, it would be understandable, purely a matter of quality. But Wu Ling used to teach without issues, and now when it was her turn, they all refused. Wasn't that just disrespecting her? Xiao Wanqing hesitated before going to see Tian Ling. Sure enough, Tian Ling had a stern face. You promised me you could do better than Xiao Wu. Why is it like this now? Tian Ling was furious. Our literacy class just received an award, and many people are watching. Tell me, what is going on with you? Xiao Wanqing's eyes reddened again. Director Tian, I really don't know what I did wrong. I was just following Wu Ling's instructions. You don't need to talk to me about Wu Ling. I know little Wu well, and am sure she wouldn't hide anything. Back then, she was in the literacy class and got along well with the students. How come you don't see how united everyone is? I want to, but I can't join their conversations. They love to chat, and I can't get in. Xiao Wanqing really feels wronged. Wu Ling is from the village, and she can chat easily with anyone. But she only talks about trivial things. Who bought something rare today? Who argued yesterday? Whose sister-in-law fought with her sister? Or who is pregnant but not feeling well? Tian Ling looks at her with some helplessness. If you want to fit in with the crowd, you can't stay apart. Little Wu used to not even like to leave her house after work. Yan Hong didn't visit her, so she stayed home all the time. She even went all out for the literacy class. Why can't you do the same? Because she is the supporting character, and she is the main character. The main character naturally has to be different. What's the problem with that? But she can't make Tian Ling understand her feelings, so she just nods and says she will try her best. Tian Ling looks at her coldly. It was I who asked you to take over Wu Ling's role in the literacy class. You must do it. It's good for both of us. Do you understand? Did I understand? Wu Ling just thought that Fang Yanhong hadn't told her about the literacy class, so she was living her comfortable little life as usual. Xiao Wanqing came to ask her for advice. She was sincere and even brought Fang Yanhong over to testify that she hadn't hidden anything. Don't be too anxious. Getting along with others takes time. As long as you treat others sincerely, you'll eventually get genuine responses. Fang Yanhong thought Wu Ling's words sounded very good and nodded quickly. Little Wu is right. People's hearts are made of flesh. But Xiao Wanqing felt that she was saying the same thing as before. What's the use of putting your sincerity out there? Can it bring happiness? Can it energize the system and bring it back to life? I heard you prepare drinks for those attending classes. They like it very much. Would you be willing to teach me how to make it? That was also why Wu Ling called Fang Yanhong over. She smiled and said, Actually, Yanhong's wife helps make those drinks. Fang Yanhong admitted, Yes, Xiao has been very busy. I'm the one who prepares a bucket of water and adds the ingredients. It's just some dried plums and hawthorn, but we're almost out. That's easy to fix. I'll find a way to get more. Could I trouble you to help me again, Sister Yanhong? Fang Yanhong agreed right away. When she got the ingredients, she followed the same steps as before. But when they tasted it, it was completely different. This tastes nothing like what we had before. Isn't this cheating? Exactly. What Xiao Wu gave us didn't taste like this at all. This is no different from plain boiled water at home. The people who came specially to drink it left angrily. Xiao Wanqing went to ask Fang Yanhong about it, but she didn't seem guilty at all. I just did it the same way as before. Maybe the dried plums and hawthorn you got aren't good? Otherwise, Why would the taste be off? Xiao Wanqing laughed in frustration. She had paid a high price and even asked someone to buy them from a pharmacy. How could they be bad? Sister Yanhong, if you don't want to help, you can just say so. I know I'm not as likable as others, but I really want to make the literacy class work. Fong Yanhong frowned.
What do you mean by that?
Are you saying I did it on purpose? Why would I do that?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you meant. Forget it, I shouldn't have bothered. Fong Yanhong rarely got angry with others. She knew life wasn't easy for anyone, so she always tried to help when she could. But after working so hard for the literacy class without a word of thanks, and now being accused of causing trouble, she couldn't stand it anymore. The literacy class wasn't her responsibility anyway, so she decided to stop helping altogether. Chumu brought back a few cans of braised pork, a jar of fruit, and a box of egg rolls for Wu Ling. Wu Ling asked curiously, "Where did you get these?" "They're all properly obtained. If you like them, I'll try to get more next time." Watching Wu Ling examine each item like a child, Chumu's eyes softened with a smile. "Our team is still in first place, and we've come up with some new ideas. Maybe this time we can really achieve something good." Wu Ling had no doubt. "You definitely can. How about we make a stew with the canned food tonight?" At that moment, the doorbell rang. Fong Yanhong saw that Chumu was the one opening the door and was a bit surprised. "Little Chu is at home? Old Huang said you've been so busy lately that you hardly have time. How come you're still coming home for dinner every day?" "I heard Xiao Yan hasn't been home at night for a while." Chumu casually said, "I like eating homemade food." "Sister-in-law, are you looking for Wu Ling?" Yes. "I'm looking for her." Fong Yanhong went inside the house, pulling Wu Ling to go out. Chumu told her to go ahead, saying he would cook later. Wu Ling was pulled outside. "What's going on?" Fong Yanhong whispered. "Listen." Wu Ling listened carefully and faintly heard someone crying. "Xiao Zhao's family just arrived. I heard them arguing earlier, and now she's crying. Do you think it's about something important?" Wu Ling thought for a moment. Maybe it was about Xiao Wanqing's younger brother? In the story, her brother didn't go to the countryside. Yan Zhenjiang fell in love with Xiao Wanqing at first sight and pursued her passionately, even helping to solve her brother's issues. Everyone in the Xiao family was very grateful to him, and Xiao Wanqing was also moved and agreed to marry him. But for some reason the plot changed. Yan Zhenjiang no longer obsessed over Xiao Wanqing, so there was no longer a need to solve her brother's situation. That was a tough job, especially considering their family's background. When they went to the countryside, they would be sent to the hardest, most exhausting places. How could the Xiao family not feel distressed? Sure enough, a couple of voices drifted out. "That he's your brother, after all. We're all family. We should find ways to help each other." Wu Ling said, "We shouldn't interfere in their family matters." "Sister-in-law, why don't you stay for dinner today?" Chumu brought back a jar of preserved vegetables. "We'll have stew." Fong Yanhong's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I won't hold back. You and little Chu cook much better than I do. Don't be so polite." "Sister-in-law, you just brought me pickled radishes and fried meatballs. Chumu and I really like eating them." They chatted and laughed as they headed back. Just then, Xiao Wanqing, with red eyes, was about to leave. Seeing them, Xiao Wanqing's eyes seemed to speak, looking at them with a delicate, charming expression. In the past, Fong Yanhong would have asked about her and tried to help find a solution. But she wasn't really a pushover, so she just kept her lips pressed and stayed silent. Wu Ling politely greeted her. "Sister-in-law Wanqing, are you going out?" He spoke while stepping aside, as if he didn't want to block her way. Xiao Wanqing saw that she couldn't rely on them, so she looked away and kept walking. Fong Yanhong went to Wu Ling's house, hoping to help with cooking. Chumu didn't ask her to, only told her to chat with Wu Ling. Soon after, they heard noises from Xiao Wanqing's house through the door. Although they couldn't hear clearly, it was okay. Before long, they saw the main person. Yan Zhenjiang pulled a long face and said, "Friend, I came here to hide for a bit." He quickly noticed Wu Ling and Fong Yanhong's hesitant expressions. He scratched his head and sighed. What kind of situation is this? Wu Ling guessed right. The Xiao family really came because of Xiao Wenhao's matter. That's a policy issue. What can I do? Doesn't she know I've been so busy with the research team lately? And she still insists on calling me back. Yan Zhenjiang couldn't help but complain. He looked very tired, with dark circles under his eyes. Fang Yanhong and Wu Ling exchanged glances. There wasn't much they could say except to advise, but they didn't really want to. Wu Ling calmly said, but avoiding it all the time isn't a solution. Hiding from the problem won't fix anything. You're married. You need to face things. Xiao Wu is right. That's the truth. This isn't something you can drag out. If it can be done, good. If not, then not. You need to talk to her clearly. Why didn't I explain well? She can't just leave her family to me to handle. No matter how I try to explain, they just keep demanding, and it doesn't make sense. Yan Zhenjiang was angry about this. He didn't believe Xiao Wanqing didn't understand that he couldn't handle this alone. But she kept passing the problem to him, expecting him to be the bad guy. Wu Ling was about to tap her foot in frustration. Sister Wanqing might be shy. She's married to you. Helping her handle things isn't a big deal, right? If you leave her alone at home facing all this, how helpless must she feel? Fang Yanhong thought. Exactly. Why did you come here? Your wife will be upset. What's wrong with a grown man getting a little scolding? Every day, Sister Wanqing cooks and washes clothes for you. She doesn't expect to be scolded. If you really can't do it, at least smile and comfort her. Wu Ling didn't hold back. After her words, Yan Zhenjiang couldn't stay any longer. Fine, I'll go back and keep getting scolded. That's right. Putting the person outside, Wu Ling slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The male lead's choice was really poor. Coincidentally, Xiao Wanqing was also thinking about the same thing at this moment. Why is her male lead someone like Yan Zhenjiang? When he's in a good mood, he smiles playfully and says nice words to make her happy. Sometimes he even gives her small gifts, which adds some fun. But deep down, he's very traditional. He avoids family matters and, when he's in a bad mood, he speaks harshly. He seems confident and responsible, but if something threatens his interests, he quickly finds a way to avoid it. Can his good qualities show only when everything goes smoothly? Isn't that what makes a good male lead? Xiao Wanqing mentally calls the system, asking if she can change her male lead. Compared to the supporting character Chu Mu, he seems much better. Can I switch? Please, please, please. Suddenly, the system, which had been silent, responds. Beep not allowed. Why not? As long as I collect happiness levels, isn't that enough? If I change the male lead to someone happier, wouldn't I still gather happiness? Not allowed. The electronic voice buzzes and then falls silent again. Xiao Wanqing grits her teeth in frustration. In front of her, her mother is crying heartbreakingly. How can you be such a cruel sister? Are you trying to let your brother die in the countryside? If I had known, I should have sent you to the countryside too. Xiao Yingjia also looks grim. Really can't help at all? Isn't Yan Zhenjiang promising? Can't he use his connections to help find a way? Dad, Zhenjiang's future is ahead. He's just studying at the college now. You need to think long-term. You know our family situation. Anyone sent to the countryside ends up the same way. If someone stays in the city, like a talented scholar, honestly, can our family be better than it is now? Xiao Yingjia stays silent. After Xiao Wanqing married Yan Zhenjiang, the people around them became much more friendly. They can now stand tall and speak confidently. I know my brother is having a hard time. How could I not feel sorry for him? I've saved quite a bit of money and tickets for him. You can take them back and send them to him. That's all I can do. If I get the chance, I will definitely find ways to help him. Xiao Wanqing takes out the things she secretly saved and hands him over. Xiao Yingjia relaxes a little. Our family isn't short of these things. It's good that you have this kind heart. In the future, come more often so we can benefit from your presence. Just as Yan Zhenjiang was speaking, he returned and saw the money and tickets in Xiao Wanqing's hand. He said nothing but patiently explained that he really couldn't do anything. After arguing for a long time, Yan Zhenjiang accompanied them with a smile and saw them off. When passing by Chu Mu's house, he smelled the rich aroma of meat and vegetables. He faintly heard Wu Ling and Fang Yanhong chatting happily, blending with the warm scent of the food. Yan Zhenjiang felt a bit dazed. This was the kind of married life he wanted. Why was it that when it was his turn, everything was a mess? What was the real reason? When he returned home, Yan Zhenjiang was exhausted. His team's work was not finished yet. They were already behind schedule, and after such a long delay, the team members were bound to have opinions. He still needed to find a way to comfort them. Xiao Wanqing looked helpless and aggrieved, ignoring him when he spoke. Yan Zhenjiang suppressed his irritation. I need to go back there again. If I come back too late, I'll just stay in the dormitory for the night. You should sleep early. We can talk about everything later. After saying that, he hurriedly left. When the door closed, Xiao Wanqing's face was expressionless. For the first time, she felt that the thing claiming to be a system was not a good thing. At Wu Ling's house, everyone was happily eating. The canned food Chu Mu brought back was even better than the one Yan Zhenjiang had sent last time. The dishes were cooked to perfection, rich in flavor. Fong Yanhong kept praising. I'll ask Lao Huang to find a way to get some more tomorrow. And Chu's cooking skills are truly unmatched. She was a bit envious of Wu Ling. How come you're so lucky?
Who moet segreed?
It's me who's lucky. You both are. I've seen many couples, but only you two make me jealous. Really? Fong Yanhong sighed as she ate. When she went back, she saw Huang Weigua acting like a lazy boss, throwing dishes into the sink without washing them, not tidying up the table, and clothes and books scattered everywhere. Huang Weigua sat in a chair, holding a newspaper with a cup of tea beside him, relaxed and comfortable. Fong Yanhong was so angry, she almost exploded. This family is just mine, isn't it? When the soy sauce bottle falls, you all won't help. If I don't come back, will you just live in the doghouse? Can't you clean up yourselves? Huang Weigua was startled. What's wrong? Why are you angry just because I came back? Are you going to visit little Chu's family for dinner? I am going to eat, but afterward I have to clean up after you all finish. Everyone acts like they're the master of the house, but I am just a girl. All the chores should be done by me, right? Huang Weigua quickly waved his hand. Be quiet. It's not good if others hear you. What's wrong with that? Isn't it just like this? I have to clean up after you every day, and you don't think that's bad? That's not what I meant. All right, I'll go wash the dishes. Is that okay? Huang Weigua put down the newspaper. I don't know what kind of bad mood he's in. Fong Yanhong saw he was reluctant and got angry. I also want to find a job. Whoever wants to serve, let them serve. I can read now, so there's nothing I can't do. In the past, she didn't think much about it. Everyone was the same. Men worked outside. Women stayed at home to take care of the children and do housework. She came from the village and thought life here was much better. What could she be unhappy about? But after she met Wu Ling, Fong Yanhong realized life could be different. She could stop worrying about household chores and children, share the responsibilities, and do her own things. Wu Ling said that both she and Chu Mu could support the family. They were busy during the day, so household chores naturally had to be divided fairly. That was fair, and no one could find fault with it. Fong Yanhong slowly realized that was true. Because she didn't earn a salary, old Huang still thought she was enjoying herself at home, waiting for her to do everything. Suddenly, Fong Yanhong made a decision. The next day, she went to find Tian Ling and asked her to help find her a job. Tian Ling smiled and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to do this? Does your supervisor agree? What does it matter if he agrees? I am a member of the literacy class and can read quite a few words. Please help me. I want to contribute to the community's development." A few days later, Fong Yanhong excitedly told Wu Ling that she was about to start working. She would sell tickets in the cafeteria first, and if she did well, she might get a chance to transfer to a better position. Really? That's great. Sister-in-law is careful and patient, so this job suits her perfectly. Fong Yanhong also thought so. She felt both excited and a little scared. Thanks to you, I dared to take this step. You have no idea how hard it was for me. I thought I might make some mistakes, but surprisingly, Fong Yanhong did very well. She is naturally kind and gets along well with others. In just a few days, she became friends with the cafeteria staff and completed her work efficiently. Seeing her start to walk confidently, Wu Ling felt genuinely happy for her. However, Commissar Huang heard that Chu Mu was called in for a chat about this matter. Wu Ling learned this from Yan Zhenjiang. Did he tell you? It was several days ago. I was talking to him when the commissar called him over. They talked for a long time, probably about Sister Yanhong. Why didn't old Chu tell you? Wu Ling wasn't sure. Maybe he forgot. He's been busy lately, saying the team is at a critical point. He hasn't come home for dinner for 2 days and just sleeps when he gets back. He's too tired. Yan Zhenjiang's eyes flickered slightly. Did he tell you what they figured out? He didn't have time to tell me about the commissar, let alone that. By the way, why are you back so early these days? Is the team done with their work? Not exactly. I just need to rest for a while. I'm heading back now. Wu Ling watched his back for a moment, understanding that perhaps the gap was too big, and he was starting to slack off. Chu Mu had told her what the team was working on. First, studying the circuits of scrapped radios and radars to understand how they work, find faults and design flaws, then building simple electronic devices like 4-tube radios and signal generators. Once these tasks were done, they could move on to more important work, repairing equipment sent to the maintenance team. That was the most valuable practical experience. The difficulty level increased gradually. At first, Chu Mu could go home daily for meals and keep a normal schedule because it wasn't too hard for them. But when things got busy, it truly became a critical moment. However, Yan Zhenjiang was different. From the start, he was so busy he didn't even have time to go home, which showed the strength of their team, probably average at best. So, there was no need to force himself to do things he couldn't handle. When Yan Zhenjiang got home, even Xiao Wanqing found it strange. Back so early again? I haven't cooked yet. I've been preparing lessons for the evening literacy class. Why don't you do it? No rush. Finish your work first. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips and asked about his team. Have they finished everything? I see Chu Mu going out early and returning late every day. Why do they have so many things to do? That's their business, and it has nothing to do with me. Yan Zhenjiang doesn't want to talk about this. He goes into his study and opens a book, but he can't focus on it for long. Is there such a big gap between him and Chu Mu? That shouldn't be possible. It's not like he's the only one who knows that skill. They all learned it at the academy. Why can they solve problems so easily? Could it be that the difficulty of the tasks they received varies a lot? But they can get the same parts during production. Why can't they make good electronic devices? Yan Zhenjiang feels so frustrated that he's starting to doubt himself. The others in his team have already given up, saying they aren't skilled enough and need to learn more. But he doesn't want to give up. Chu Mu's team has already started taking on repair tasks. They seem busy but are making steady progress. He heard they even want to try reducing power consumption by replacing imported electronic tubes with domestic ones. The teachers are paying close attention, and even the frontline leaders are looking forward to it. Maybe he should have insisted from the start on joining Chu Mu's team. Or maybe it's not about his skills. Maybe it's just because of the recent bad luck. Xiao Wanqing doesn't support him like Wu Ling does. He often hears Wu Ling telling Chu Mu, "You can do it," or "You're so amazing." Xiao Wanqing has never encouraged him. She only says that once he fails, he'll realize she's right. It must be that. Plus, her neglect of the family due to the literacy class, and her family keeps bothering them. Yan Zhenjiang seems to have found the problem. Chu Mu comes home late at night. Sometimes Wu Ling is already asleep. He sees a plate of peach cookies and milk on the table, with a piece of paper beside them. The paper is blank, but there's a drawing of a little person raising its arms high, as if cheering him on. Chu Mu quietly smiles. Feeling completely trusted and supported feels really good. He doesn't forget about his family, but he knows that as long as Wu Ling is with him, he doesn't need to worry too much. He can just focus on his work. He hasn't felt this fully engaged in a long time. The next morning, when Wu Ling wakes up, Chu Mu has already prepared breakfast. The teacher said they don't need to do morning exercises for now, so they can stay at home a little longer. The two sit together for breakfast again. Wu Ling asks about the matter with the political commissar. What are you talking about? Does it have anything to do with me? It's nothing important. I don't like hearing it, and I'm sure you don't either. So, it was about her. Tell me. I want to see how much you don't want to hear. Commissar Huang's point was whether Wu Ling had said something to Fang Yanhong, which made her want to go out to work. He said she used to do things at home, but now refuses to do them. Whenever he mentions it, he says she now works and earns money to support the family. He believes the household chores should be shared and always uses Chu Mu as an example. Commissar Huang thinks Chu Mu spoils Wu Ling too much at home. How can she be commanded? Lacking masculinity, this attitude is unacceptable. Wu Ling coldly pouted. I really don't want to hear that. My wife works hard outside, and you want to dump all the household chores on her? Is that being manly? Are their jobs more important? While women's work isn't. It's all for building a better society, but they rank high or low, noble or humble. Chu Mu's eyes lit up, and he started to note it down in his mental notebook. Next time, I'll say it like that. She pushed some pickled vegetables toward Chu Mu. It's not really necessary. You can't just realize these things by talking about them. Sister Yan Hong is jealous of me, which is normal. You're different from them. Do you really think so? Yes. Men like you, smart, hardworking, capable, and caring for the family, are rare. Do you think I have good taste? She praised herself, and she praised well. Wu Ling was never stingy with words. Chu Mu's smile was wider than the recoil of a rifle. You always have good taste. Will the commissar's visit affect your team? You've worked so hard for so long. If it affects you... No, I need to go talk to him. Wu Ling thought this was serious. If it caused Chu Mu to miss out on recognition, she would cause trouble. Chu Mu half filled her bowl with a pickled chicken egg. No need. I understand. Just pretend you don't know about this. Of course, they had to find out. Wu Ling would have to react to show she took it seriously. So, she went to complain to Fang Yanhong. When I first arrived, I was under my sister-in-law's care. I only felt grateful and never thought of causing trouble for you. I really didn't want to have less contact with her, but if I did, the political officer might misunderstand. Wu Ling felt wronged. Fang Yanhong had always treated her like family and cared deeply for her. She planned to go back and argue with Huang Weigua. Wu Ling stopped her. The political officer is doing his work outside and is a reasonable person. Sister-in-law, please don't argue with him. We are not unreasonable, right? Things should be as they are. The country encourages everyone to contribute. As a political officer, he should have a higher sense of awareness. Wu Ling spoke softly and clearly. Fang Yanhong liked listening to her and unconsciously wanted to imitate her, memorizing her words. Then she went back to reason with Huang Weigua. She tried to speak like Wu Ling, calmly and reasonably, discussing whether she should work, whether she should contribute, whether she had made sacrifices, if family matters should be solely her responsibility, whether he should enjoy the benefits without effort, and whether he could stop her from improving for his own desires. For the first time, Huang Weigua was speechless. Whatever he said, she could counter. His frustrated, scratching the head look made Fang Yanhong feel a great sense of achievement. So, reasoning was so effective. No need to shout or break things. She achieved her goal peacefully. Intellectuals are different, huh? From then on, Commander Huang no longer mentioned her work, and gradually, she started doing some household chores. Later, when she had free time, she sarcastically told Chu Mu, "You really married an incredible wife. She can talk even better than me." Chu Mu modestly replied, "I'm just lucky." "Then I'm not praising you." Yan Zhenjiang asked Wu Ling for the fourth time about Chu Mu's team. "Didn't he tell you anything?" "Well, I saw he was really busy, and since I was free recently, I thought I might be able to help him somehow." Wu Ling always avoided talking about Chu Mu's work, saying, "If you're not that busy lately, you could spend more time with Sister Wanqing. She's been having trouble with her literacy class and even got criticized. You should care more about her." I didn't hear her say that. I have never been optimistic about this matter from the start. Although she has studied, she has never taught anyone. Unlike you, who is naturally a teacher. If she listened to me, she wouldn't be upset. Yan Zhenjiang first distanced himself because he didn't support Xiao Wanqing's effort to teach the literacy class. Fortunately, Wu Ling didn't seem to mind. Sister-in-law Wanqing has the spirit of a scholar. She probably feels uncomfortable inside. You should comfort her more. She's doing this for our group. When you have time, take her out to relax or help with chores. Yan Zhenjiang truly thinks Wu Ling is rare. It's clear that Xiao Wanqing didn't handle the literacy class well, but she still cares about her. He had always wanted to marry a wife like her. Today, Chu Mu came back early. Seeing the door open and Yan Zhenjiang at home, he asked, "Did you need something?" Yan Zhenjiang patted his head. "Maybe.
Just came to see what you're busy with."
I haven't seen you around much. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. It's just a simple matter. Wu Ling glanced at him from the side, lowered her eyes, and said nothing. Besides not understanding her own abilities clearly, Yan Zhenjiang is quite smart. He can see opportunities and is willing to lower himself. If he used Chu Mu's connections to get in, maybe the story in the book could happen as usual. But Chu Mu is too foolish. He needs to find a different path early on. After all, close contact with bad influences can be harmful. He doesn't like being around fools. Chu Mu put his bag back in the study, closed the door before coming out. "Thanks. I can handle it for now. The team has been working well together and we've developed a good understanding. If you really need help, I won't refuse." A faint light seemed to flash in Yan Zhenjiang's eyes. Then he smiled. "That's good. Congratulations in advance. Your team's performance is really impressive this time. I can't compare. You're just too distracted. Did the instructor come to see you yesterday? Did they analyze the problems with you?" They did analyze, but he accidentally let slip some progress of Chu Mu's team. He said that if they succeed, they'll definitely be recognized, and it's very likely they'll get a special promotion after graduation. The whole team might share the credit. That's why Yan Zhenjiang kept asking around, trying to seize this opportunity. Chu Mu looked serious as he explained his concerns to Yan Zhenjiang. He's a good friend who speaks honestly. Everything he said is true. However, Yan Zhenjiang felt very uncomfortable inside. Despite being comrades, this wooden-headed person was still part of their team. He looked for a reason to get himself in, thinking that others might have ideas but wouldn't say anything. Was he so stubborn that he wanted to compete with the political officer for a job? Not wanting to listen to Chu Mu's lectures, Yan Zhenjiang casually found an excuse and left. Wu Ling asked, "Why are you so early today?" "I haven't been back to eat with you for several days. I took a day off." "You took a day off?"
Who did you ask?
"The team members?" Chu Mu didn't see any problem with that. "Yes, I told each of them. They all agreed." Wu Ling frowned. What was he doing? "You said this is the most important time now. You took a day off just to come back for a meal?" "It's not just for a meal, it's to eat with you. That's just as important to me and helps me focus better at work." Chu Mu was worried she might worry. "I speak well in the team, and this won't affect my authority." They all understand. But Wu Ling didn't understand. Still, since he said it was helpful for his work, Wu Ling didn't say anything. But she asked, "You can speak up in the team. Why didn't you think about getting Yan Zhenjiang in? Didn't you hear what he meant?" "I heard, but I can't decide on this. The team isn't just mine. We all worked hard from the start. Adding someone new would break the teamwork we built. It's complicated." And if Wu Ling agreed, she would probably say a few words to help, but she didn't. Instead, she showed the same expression she used to have when she said something was none of her business. Maybe to others, Wu Ling's expression didn't seem to change, but Chu Mu could tell. He didn't want to see that look again. "Tonight, we'll have cabbage stew with fried meatballs and stir-fried shredded pork with pancakes." Those were Chu Mu's favorite dishes. He happily followed Wu Ling. "I'll help knead the dough and make the pancakes." Chu Mu's family kitchen was busy. Yan Zhenjiang looked at Xiao Wanqing, who was also in the kitchen. He leaned against the door and suddenly said, "You're right. I should have listened to you from the start." Xiao Wanqing turned around. "Which thing are you talking about?" Although Chu Mu was not good at socializing, he had sharp judgment. He chose team members with different skills, while the rest were average and couldn't contribute much. Even though he thought this wasn't the main reason, he wanted to use his surrender as a way for the two of them to move forward. "I should have considered your opinion more at that time. Staying in Chu Mu's team might have shown my skills better." Xiao Wanqing's lips pressed into a straight line. What's the point of saying all this now? If she didn't know the story, it wouldn't matter. But now, Watching her hard-earned recognition slip away like a bubble, she was almost furious. Is there no hope for your team? Why don't you try a bit more? They've all given up. What can I do alone? Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing's eyes sparkled. Why are you alone? Isn't Qiumu still there? If you don't understand something, you can ask him. Isn't he very capable? He also has team matters to handle, then he can take some time to help you. Aren't you teammates? Won't he help if you ask? Yan Zhenjiang, who couldn't get the recognition, thought that if Qiumu also didn't get it, then it didn't matter. He could just wait for another chance. Qiumu is cold outside but warm inside, and cares a lot. He would definitely help you. Plus, it could give him more experience. You're actually helping him. Xiao Wanqing's suggestion made Yan Zhenjiang think for a while. But in the end, he gave up. It was too obvious. Not only others, but Qiumu might also suspect something. If he deliberately caused trouble at a critical moment, how could he still be trusted at the academy? However, when Qiumu's team's innovation was applied to real equipment, all team members received recognition. Especially Qiumu, as the core, who was promoted early for his repeated achievements. Yan Zhenjiang felt a bit regretful. But in front of Qiumu, Yan Zhenjiang still acted happy for him. You're amazing. So impressive. You have to treat us all. Qiumu accepted all the congratulations with a smile and promised to treat everyone, but now he had to go home. The team members understood each other silently. Go tell your wife the good news. They are all used to working so hard that they don't even want to move when they are exhausted. However, Qiumu still has the energy to go back and eat or sleep, and he always recovers quickly after returning home. This makes others feel warm inside and eager to solve their own problems quickly. Qiumu couldn't wait to tell Wu Ling the good news. Wu Ling was very happy. She turned around and went to her room to get something.
Tajda, a gift.
I prepared it a long time ago. It was a stack of books. Qiumu took them and was surprised to see several issues of Radio magazine in a row, along with some professional books he didn't have. On top was a paper drawing of little people with colorful ribbons and fireworks drawn beside it. Qiumu's heart was pounding fast, and the books in his hands felt very heavy. Wu Ling didn't know if he liked it or not. It took a lot of effort to gather these issues. They are hard to find. I don't know if these books are useful to you. I heard they are for internal distribution, so they might be rare. I bought them just in case. As she was speaking, Qiumu suddenly pulled her into a hug. His broad shoulders completely enveloped her. Is he so touched? That means she bought the right thing. Wu Ling was very happy. The money wasn't wasted. These books weren't cheap. Qiumu's deep voice sounded in her neck. Thank you. Wu Ling casually patted his back. No need to thank me. Mainly, you worked hard. She liked people who are serious and capable. Whether or not he is a supporting character, she admires Qiumu's personality. Qiumu hugged her for a long time, so long that Wu Ling wondered if he had fallen asleep while holding her. After so much tiredness, why not go to bed and rest? With such a big honor, should we give you a break? They were given 3 days off, but they still had to do morning drills. But for Qiumu, that was enough. Just staying at home was enough to restore his energy. People he knew kept asking him to treat them. Wu Ling took out the tickets from home to buy meat, eggs, and oil, and she and Qiumu worked together to prepare everything. Since Xiao Wanqing found out that Qiumu was promoted early, her mood has been off. In the story, Yan Zhenjiang was honored, but he didn't get promoted. She then asked around and learned that Qiumu's team had made a great contribution this time. Not only did they successfully replace expensive imported parts, but they also made the equipment smaller and more reliable, which was a big achievement. As a result, every member of the group shared the credit. Xiao Wanqing remained silent, feeling that with Yan Zhenjiang gone, the group's contributions had become even greater. What does this imply? She asked the system again, wondering who the true protagonist was. In the story it showed her, Yan Zhenjiang always seemed to have smooth sailing, but upon closer look, it appeared to be mostly luck and favoritism. Could he really be the main character? The system replied that luck and destiny are the most important things for a protagonist. Isn't that right?
Beep.
Please, the host. Do your best to help the protagonist seize luck, collect happiness points, complete tasks, and earn rewards.
Beep.
Energy is insufficient. The system will now enter sleep mode. Xiao Wanqing called out to the system again, but only silence remained. It seemed truly dead this time.
She didn't understand.
If he was the protagonist, why did he need to work so hard to compete? Why was luck disappearing? Could it be that Chu Mu, just going with the flow, could naturally rise higher? Compared to Yan Zhenjiang, Chu Mu actually looked more like the real protagonist. As long as no one held him back or stole his achievements, he could shine on his own. Isn't that the kind of ability a protagonist should have? Is it possible that the system got the main character wrong? She went to eat with Yan Zhenjiang. Chu Mu's family prepared a variety of dishes, like a New Year celebration. Wu Ling brought out dishes from the kitchen one by one, many of which were made by Chu Mu himself. Everyone, don't be shy today. There's still plenty of dishes in the kitchen. Just help yourselves. At the table, besides Yan Zhenjiang, were members of the investigation team, all lining up and calling her sister-in-law, acting very well-behaved. Brother Chu, your sister-in-law's cooking is so delicious. No wonder you're always thinking about her. I really envy Brother Chu. His sister-in-law keeps the house so tidy, she's kind, and her cooking is even better. It makes me not want to be single anymore. Well, you don't have the luck that Brother Chu has. Cheers to you, Brother Chu. Come on, let's all toast to Brother Chu. Everyone was happy. The group's success was a big help for their future. Everyone knew that Chu Mu deserved the most credit. So, no one objected to his promotion. After all, their hard work had paid off. Wasn't that enough to make them happy? Yan Zhenjiang's smile was a bit forced, but as Chu Mu's comrade, he also said many nice words, making the scene lively and maintaining his image. In the kitchen, Xiao Wanqing was helping Wu Ling, hearing some noise outside. She looked over and then returned to stand beside Wu Ling. Brother Chu is really lucky this time, but he still isn't talking much. It's others doing the talking. As long as someone is talking, that's enough. His strength isn't in speaking. Wu Ling tilted her head. It's about time. Let's go eat something so we don't delay your class at the literacy program later. When she mentioned the literacy class, Xiao Wanqing's face darkened. She had originally thought of it as a stepping stone, but now it felt like a burden she couldn't shake. She had asked to take it on herself, and Tianling wouldn't let her quit. When no one showed up for class, she was made to do the work alone. Even if she was exhausted, she had to keep going. Xiao Wanqing lost her appetite. She barely ate at the table and looked gloomy as she prepared to leave. But outside, she suddenly felt sick and vomited a few times, almost losing her balance. Wu Ling hurried over to support her. What's wrong? Is your stomach upset? Xiao Wanqing suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Xiao Wu, please come with me to the health clinic. Hearing this, Wu Ling looked at her belly and then called Yan Zhenjiang over. Hurry up and go with your wife to the health clinic. If there's good news, let us know. Yan Zhenjiang immediately understood. Who cared about eating now? He wrapped his arms around Xiao Wanqing and headed outside. Wu Ling waved goodbye and closed the door. She had worked hard to prepare a meal, but she couldn't eat it all herself. Xiao Wanqing really was pregnant. When Yan Zhenjiang returned, he was so excited he couldn't hide it. He followed Xiao Wanqing closely, acting like she was a treasure. He even boasted in front of Chu Mu, I'm telling you, you and your sister-in-law got married before me, but I'm the one who got married first. Chu Mu ignored him. He didn't get upset, which helped ease some of the frustration from the research team. Xiao Wanqing came to see Wu Ling after 2 days. Gently placing her hand on her barely visible belly, she smiled softly. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Zhenjiang is so nervous. He wants me to let someone else teach the literacy class. After thinking it over, I decided you should go back and teach. Just tell Director Tian and she'll agree. With such a good reason, Xiao Wanqing didn't want to keep wasting time in the literacy class anymore. Unexpectedly, Wu Ling did not agree. Instead, she smiled and said, You need to discuss this with Director Tian. She might have other plans. I'm afraid I don't have the time to take over. How is that possible? Didn't you teach well before? Director Tian said I am now teaching older students and I have a lot of tasks. I can't handle everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you take over, right? Wu Ling had already learned everything about the literacy class from Fang Yanhong. Her enthusiasm was gone, and only a few students still attended. When things were good, they replaced her. Now they want her to take over again, but she refuses. Despite Xiao Wanqing trying to reason with her kindly, Wu Ling simply refused and declined politely. Xiao Wanqing had no choice but to go to Tianling, explaining that she was weak and now pregnant, so she might not be able to teach the literacy class. Tianling looked her over calmly and asked, "Why can't you teach? You have no work during the day, and it's only 2 hours at night."
What's so hard about it?
Being pregnant doesn't mean you can't move. Many women with big bellies go to work as usual. Why can't you? Because of the literacy class issue, Tianling was criticized. Her good intentions had turned into this situation, and she felt responsible. She had trusted Xiao Wanqing's words, and she deserved the blame. But Xiao Wanqing also shouldn't bear all the consequences, right? So she just continued to struggle with the literacy class. "You told me you could definitely teach well. I was waiting." Xiao Wanqing felt very frustrated. She had a position she could have taken before, but the literacy class delayed her. Was she going to be stuck like this forever? "I know I disappointed you. I didn't want to either. I really tried my best. Maybe Wu Ling can take over the literacy class again. I can't ask her to do that unless she wants to." The problem was, Wu Ling didn't want to. Xiao Wanqing felt trapped in a never-ending cycle. She really had no way out. She wanted Yan Zhenjiang to talk to Chu Mu, hoping he could persuade Wu Ling. "I really can't handle this. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Maybe I'm not good at teaching others." Wu Ling is a teacher and has taught the literacy class before. It should be easy for her. "Please help me talk to her." Yan Zhenjiang thought it wasn't appropriate for him to speak on this matter. "It's better if you women discuss it yourselves. What does it matter if Chu Mu and I get involved? But she doesn't want to. Then I should go and say yes." Wu Ling's temper is quite good, but we can't force her either. Xiao Wanqing insisted that he go, saying she didn't want to attend the literacy class anymore, and asked him to find a solution. Yan Zhenjiang felt helpless, but didn't go to tell Chu Mu. Instead, he directly approached Wu Ling. "I happen to get 2 movie tickets. Wanqing isn't suitable to go now. Younger sister-in-law and Chu Mu can go." Wu Ling took the tickets and looked at them. "Aren't these the popular ones? Where did you get them?" "I have some connections. Actually, I came today to talk to younger sister-in-law about something." Yan Zhenjiang felt a bit embarrassed. "Wanqing might have told you before that she's pregnant now. Her emotions are a bit unstable, and the doctor told her to rest more and not overwork herself. So, she wants to put the literacy class on hold for now. But Director Tian can't find anyone to replace her right now, and he didn't want to ask if you'd be willing to take over. However, he said if you're willing, that would be perfect. The students in the literacy class really like you and often ask about you. If you go back to teach, they'll definitely learn well." Wu Ling placed the movie tickets on the nearby table and asked him, "Why doesn't Director Tian come to ask if I'm willing?" Yan Zhenjiang was speechless. Seeing he didn't answer, Wu Ling smiled. "I won't dwell on the past, but you should know how the literacy class was replaced before, so I don't want to do it again. This matter was indeed handled poorly by Xiao Wanqing, but she's pregnant now." Wu Ling's eyes widened. "It's not mine she's pregnant with." "Why are you telling me this?" Yan Zhenjiang choked. "That's not what I meant. I want to ask for your help. You have experience teaching, and Wanqing is really exhausted from the literacy class work, so you're just going to force the hard work onto me? Do you even hear yourself?" Wu Ling's smile disappeared. She shoved the movie tickets back to him. "I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to be so clueless. Is her hardship my fault? Did I throw the literacy class at her? You're still friends with Chu Mu, but you're really unkind. Hey, don't be angry. I was just saying that." Yan Zhenjiang saw her trying to chase him away and reached out to the door to explain. But Chu Mu, who was returning, saw this and stepped forward, grabbing his hand. "What are you doing? You're back. It's nothing much, just." He was thinking about how to say it politely. Wu Ling stood nearby, arms crossed, with a cool tone. "His wife is pregnant and doesn't want me to teach the literacy class, so I said I wasn't willing. He kept pestering me, saying he couldn't stand seeing his wife work hard and asked me to help. As long as Chu Mu dares to say a word against Xiao Wanqing, I will support them tomorrow. Chu Mu frowned and pushed Yan Zhenjiang on the shoulder. What's wrong with you? Your wife is precious, and mine isn't. How can you be so shameless to bring this up? Wu Ling's literacy class was going well until your wife took over. Do you even know why? If that's the case, maybe we shouldn't have any contact anymore. Let's just leave it at that. You're crossing the line now. We are close friends. You still remember? Can you really do this? Yan Zhenjiang, I've never seen you so selfish before. You handle your wife's matters yourself. Chu Mu pulled him out and closed the door behind them. He lowered his head and told Wu Ling, ignore them. If they don't want it, then forget it. No one can force you. A hint of confusion appeared in Wu Ling's eyes. Suddenly, she asked, what do you think of Xiao Wanqing? Not much. I didn't know her well before, but this incident shows she's not very good. Aren't you quite fond of her? Chu Mu immediately raised his voice. I never said I liked her.
Who told you that?
I can confront her about it. Wu Ling thought for a moment. Didn't you say Yan Zhenjiang prefers educated women? That he would marry someone knowledgeable, gentle, kind, and pure?
Don't add words like that.
I never said that. I only said she might be educated. Didn't you want me to get along well with her and stay in touch? I meant if you get along with her. But if she's like this, then there's no point. Why does he always have to say everything? Does that mean he still likes Xiao Wanqing or not? And what about Yan Zhenjiang? He's not thinking clearly. We'll see when he's more aware. All right, since he's willing to stand firmly on her side without hesitation, Wu Ling actually feels a bit happy. Chu Mu started digging in his pocket and took out 2 movie tickets. I heard this movie is pretty good. I managed to get 2 tickets through some connections. Want to go see it? Wu Ling saw that the gift from Yan Zhenjiang was a movie ticket and couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's go see it. Later, Yan Zhenjiang wanted to apologize to Chu Mu. You really misunderstood me. You know, I tend to speak without thinking. I was just happy because my wife was pregnant and I didn't think it through. Hey, buddy, are you really angry? We're friends. If this is all because of a woman, isn't that a joke? Chu Mu looked at him quietly. You did something, and now you're angry because I'm upset? My wife is pregnant, and I can't be mad if you use my wife to get favors? If you really think that, then there's no need for you to explain anything. Yan Zhenjiang looked a bit anxious. I was wrong, really wrong. Can you forgive me? I shouldn't have taken on this matter. I honestly thought Wanqing was more capable than your wife, so I had that idea. I promise I won't interfere again. Let's see how things go in the future. Actually, Chu Mu was also upset with himself. In his past life, he didn't think Yan Zhenjiang and his wife had any issues, or maybe he simply didn't have the energy to care about others. He only saw Cuihua often with Xiao Wanqing. Whenever there was trouble, Yan Zhenjiang and his wife would come to comfort him and give advice. That was also why Chu Mu wanted to keep being their neighbor. But suddenly, he realized that in his past life, he seemed to have overlooked many things. Why was he living so poorly? Seeing that Chu Mu's attitude didn't soften, Yan Zhenjiang's temper flared a little. Really? Wu Ling hadn't even agreed, and he was so angry over this? It was pointless. So, he didn't bother to apologize again. The interactions between the two families really started to decrease. Even Fong Yanhong noticed. What's wrong with you and Xiao Zhao's family? You look strange. It's just that way. I can also save myself some trouble. Sister-in-law, what do you think of this outfit? Oh, it looks great. Why do you look so handsome in every outfit you wear? That movie ticket was hard to get. I didn't expect Xiao Chu to be so romantic. Fong Yanhong pouted. My guy never thinks of things like that. Sister-in-law, you can ask the political commissar. If he doesn't want to go, I'll go with you to see it again. Really? Okay, I'll talk to him when I go back. She watched Wu Ling happily dress up. When the time came, Chu Mu, who came to pick him up, clearly saw that he was well-dressed. The two held hands, chatting and laughing as they left. Feelings are really wonderful, like young couples just starting to date, making others feel envious. In fact, it's quite similar. Wu Ling holds Chu Mu's arm and says, You look very energetic today, very nice. Chu Mu slightly smiles and says, You look even better. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. You're good at talking now. When we first got married, you wouldn't say much for a long time. You've changed a lot. Have I changed for the better? Definitely. I like people who speak openly. When you don't say anything, others can only guess, and wrong guesses cause trouble. That's good. Chu-mu gently takes her hand and holds it. Sometimes, curious people glance at them, but he doesn't mind. This is a feeling they've never had before in their lives. They're just watching a movie, but it feels more than that. A light, warm feeling keeps swirling in their hearts, even making them dizzy. Many young people in the cinema look shy and nervous, speaking softly and quietly. After looking around, Chu-mu learns that when the lights go out, he leans down and whispers to Wu-ling, "I brought you sunflower seeds and candy." He then offers her a hand with a small bag of sunflower seeds and a few candies. Wu-ling hears the soft crunching sounds around her and reaches out to take them. After giving her the snacks, Chu-mu's fingertips lightly brush her palm, sending a tingling feeling through her. Wu-ling looks up at him. In the dim light, Chu-mu sits straight and looks at the screen without blinking. Did he just tease her? Or did she misunderstand? Movies from this era are actually quite interesting. Wu-ling watches eagerly, even forgetting to eat her sunflower seeds. When the movie ends, she wants to discuss the plot with Chu-mu. She still has the candy in her mouth, making her feel sweet all over. Suddenly, Wu-ling stops and pulls Chu-mu to the left, signaling him to look ahead. A pickpocket, taking advantage of the crowd leaving, is slipping things out of others' pockets. There's a thief. Chu-mu doesn't hesitate. He shouts and rushes forward, quickly and decisively knocking the thief down. Only then does the victim realize what happened. These days, if a wallet or pass is stolen, a family might go several days without enough food. It's not just the person who is robbed who is upset. Nearby citizens also praise Chu-mu's actions. Some even take the opportunity to scold the thief and help catch him, then escort him to the police station. Wu-ling watched nearby. She had noticed before that Chu-mu has a strong sense of justice. Whether in stories or now, his passion for his work is pure and sincere. He only wants to use his talents to help others. Even if someone else takes credit for his work, he doesn't get upset. As long as his efforts are useful, he's happy. This is a rare quality, especially in tough times, where it's even more valuable. Wu-ling went with him to the police station. After they handed over the person and explained everything, Chu-mu came out looking sorry. "I was planning to take a walk with you in the People's Park, but now it might be too late. Then let's just walk back home," Wu-ling said. She fixed his clothes that got messy from catching the thief and gently patted his collar. "I thought your profession didn't require much physical training, but you're pretty good at fighting." Chu-mu held her hand and said, "Physical training is very important for us, but I haven't seen much improvement." One of the team members who came to dinner at their house was called Dajwon. He could easily show muscle lines from training, but in real fights, he barely managed to pass. Still, he looked very strong. Wu-ling tilted her head and looked at him. "That's good enough. You don't need to be so obvious. You were really handsome just now. Several women nearby kept looking at you. Too bad they arrived too late." Chu-mu pursed his lips and smiled. How much he loved hearing Wu-ling praise him. She often spoke very openly, even boldly, which surprised many. But he couldn't help feeling happy inside. He was just too unreserved. Wu-ling was worried she might say she was thirsty, so she brought her some water. "Commissar, didn't the meeting say it was very important?" "It's just bad timing, sister-in-law. Don't think too much." "How many times has he said that?" "I've been married to him for so many years, and Jiming is already so grown up, but he has never taken me to see anything." Fong Yanhong said this and almost started to cry. She took a sip of water and her attention shifted. "What did you put in here?" "It's so sweet and nice." Chu-mu brought back some big sea herbs and dates, saying that I should drink this at school because it's good for my throat. Fong Yanhong couldn't help but take a few more sips. "Really? Look at Chu-mu. He's always thinking of you." "My husband won't even watch a movie with me." "You can watch it with me again, and we shouldn't waste the tickets." Wu-ling happily agreed and went to watch the movie with her again. When it was over, she said she needed to go to the bathroom and asked Fong Yanhong to wait for her. But she didn't go to the bathroom. Instead, she went to a quiet place at the back. Come out. You've been watching me for a while, right? A child about 11 or 12 years old appeared from behind the wall, glaring fiercely at her. Do you need something? Your man took my brother to the police station. I came to settle the score with you. Wu Ling chuckled. You want to settle the score with me? Your brother was stealing from others. Isn't it right to catch him? I don't care. If you hadn't meddled, my brother wouldn't have been caught. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for choosing a meddlesome man. He was about to rush at her, but suddenly his legs went weak, and he knelt straight down. A water balloon covered his head, looking very strange. Wu Ling stood still, watching him desperately try to remove the water balloon but failing. Bubbles kept coming out of his mouth and nose. When he collapsed to the ground, the water balloon seeped into the dirt. His lips turned purple, and he curled up, coughing violently. His fierce gaze became dull. Wu Ling walked over and squatted beside him. First, I am very lucky. Even in the worst situations, I can turn things around myself. Even in the end-of-world times, she could survive.
Second.
There is no second. Since your brother dares to steal, he must be prepared to face the consequences. She patiently searched him but didn't find any sharp tools like knives or scissors. He came to settle the score with her without bringing anything. Was he planning to beat her up to vent his anger? You really are something. I'll let you go today, but next time you see me, better stay far away. Fang Yanhong was worried, so Wu Ling didn't dare waste time and didn't notice the person curled up on the ground. Her eyes gradually became strange. Fang Yanhong was about to look for her. Why did you take so long? There are many people. Let's go back. Does sister-in-law think the movie is good? It's really good. Let me tell you, Fang Yanhong kept talking excitedly, her eyes shining like stars. Just watching a movie made her so happy. Wu Ling held her hand and said, if sister-in-law likes it, we can come again sometime. A few days later, Wu Ling finished work at school and returned home. At the building entrance, there was a note on the blackboard saying someone was looking for her. She wondered if it was someone from the village. When she went out to check, she saw the young man who had come to settle scores with her that day and almost drowned. Wu Ling immediately wanted to turn back, but unexpectedly, he saw her and knelt down suddenly. People passing by at the entrance looked at them with curiosity. Wu Ling went over and helped him up. How did you find me? Coming here to trap me? You're quite bold. Ting Er was being pulled up and hurriedly tried to explain. I didn't mean to trap you. I came to ask to be your apprentice. Are you crazy? Wu Ling pulled him aside, her face dark. How do you know I'm here? I asked around. As long as I pay well, it's not hard to find anyone in the city. Also, your man left his name and address at the police station. What do you want from me? Ting Er's dark face had only one pair of bright eyes. I know you're talented. I want to follow you. I'll do anything. Just teach me a little skill. I can endure hardships. Wu Ling was speechless. She didn't expect to hear the same words after crossing into a book. I don't have much to teach you, and I don't want you to follow me. I'm not a master. She refused 3 times in a row, waving her hand. Do whatever you want. That I don't know what I can do. My brother was caught, and I lost my home. He doesn't want me to learn to steal, and I don't know how to do it. I don't want to be sent back, and I have to hide from the people with red armbands. Ting Er's eyes were full of confusion. After his brother was caught, he could only hold on for a few days with his anger. But then he was pressed to the ground and rubbed, and he couldn't settle his debts. He didn't know where to go now. So, what's the use of you coming to find me? You haven't forgotten that you also wanted to settle scores with me before, right? I haven't forgotten. I have a good memory. I can recognize you after just 1 or 2 meetings. My brother always praises me. Ting Er and his older brother Tingde came to stay with relatives because their hometown was hit by a disaster. However, the relatives couldn't help them and they didn't want to go back, so they survived by stealing small things. Now Tungde has been caught, and Tung Er knows that if he's found, he'll be sent back to the village. He thought hard but didn't know what to do. The people in the city impressed him most with Wu Ling, so he decided to look for her. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. I can't go back. I still need to wait for my brother to be released. Tung Er tried to bow again, but Wu Ling grabbed him. You say you don't want to hurt me, but why are you kneeling on the ground in this place? I am an outstanding member recognized for my good work, a key part of the organization. Wu Ling was proud of her status. She felt respected and gained benefits from it. She wouldn't allow anyone to ruin that. I don't even know you, and we have no conflict. No matter who you look for, you can't find me here. She was too tired to bother with Tung Er and turned to leave. But Wu Ling underestimated Tung Er's determination. A few days later, she went out for a bit and saw Tung Er again. He looked even thinner, slightly hunched, with a weak face. It was unclear where he had hidden himself these days. However, his eyes were still bright, filled with an unyielding ambition to achieve his goal. Wu Ling actually admired this kind of person. She waved to him. I'll give you a way out. I know there's a factory being built that is hiring temporary workers. If you can get a chance to work there on your own, you can stay. I don't look kindly on those without ability. She shared this information with him and then went on with her own business. After that, she went out again but never saw Tung Er again. She didn't know if he was busy working or had been sent back to the countryside. Wu Ling had been living a relatively relaxed life lately. Besides occasional visits from Yanhong, she enjoyed plenty of alone time. Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing no longer appeared as often as before. As long as they didn't come looking for her, Wu Ling wouldn't go looking for them. On her day off, Chu Mu suddenly became busy again. He finished breakfast early and went out. After tidying up the house, Wu Ling lay on the bed, soaking up the sun. The sun was the most comfortable at this time. She almost fell asleep when she was suddenly awakened by a knocking at the door. Outside the door, Tianling and Xiao Wanqing were standing. Xiao Wanqing's eyes were red, looking like she had just cried. Xiao Wu is at home. I have something to talk to you about, Tianling said with a smile as she entered. Wu Ling greeted her and asked, Director, what do you want to talk to me about? Is it about the literacy class again? I've already explained to Sister Wanqing that I don't want to get involved in this matter. She made her position clear right away, not wanting to fuss over this troublesome issue. Tianling's eyes flickered. Don't say that. Everything can be discussed. Xiao just told me she's not feeling well and showed me a note from the clinic. It might be too much to ask her to teach the literacy class now. I know your abilities. You started this literacy class and everyone trusts you. It's also a good chance to bring everyone together. Before Wu Ling could speak, Tianling continued. Actually, we're close to reaching our goal with the literacy class. Once you finish your task, we'll recognize you as a model family member. That will help with your promotion and future opportunities. After Xiao Chu finishes school, your political honor as a family member will also be considered. Think about how this could influence his future choices. Xiao Wanqing, who had been looking down, showed a dark expression in her eyes. The recognition as a model family member was also meant for her in the story. But now, the situation was completely different from what she had expected from the system. She needed to let go of the burden of the literacy class, rest well, and wait for another chance later. She couldn't let all the plot points go to waste. Wu Ling carefully considered and decided to accept Tianling's suggestion. However, the director knows the current situation of the literacy class. I still have to attend school during the day, so progress might be slow. Don't worry about that. I'll do my best to work with them. As long as you're willing, I'll cooperate fully. Tianling thought Wu Ling was quite understanding. She had only come once, and Wu Ling agreed quickly, showing she cared about her reputation. She warmly patted her hand. Old son always praises Xiao Chu. I think you're not worse than him. You and your husband are really good. Since she had already agreed, Wu Ling sweet-talked her to get closer, making her smile happily and leave. The literacy class is actually a pretty good job, whether in terms of honor or benefits, especially in the family compound, where the spouses of the students could become future contacts and resources. Wu Ling was tired of taking on messy work. But Chu Mu is really very ambitious, too ambitious. He's already trying to reach the level he would have in the novel when he ends his life, even while still at the academy. If he keeps going like this, he definitely has a bright future. Shouldn't he seize the chance to take off? Wu Ling went back to teach the literacy class. When Chu Mu found out, he asked her, Are you doing this voluntarily, or are you just accepting because you have no choice? You don't need to feel bad about refusing. I can help you say no. No need, I agreed myself. The literacy class was set up by me, and completing it here is also a proper ending. Although she said this, Chumu saw her reluctance earlier. He believed she must have been wronged, and he grew more annoyed with Yen Junjiang and his wife for not being honest. So, when he saw Yen Junjiang again, he felt like his eyes and nose weren't real and didn't want to talk to him. Yen Junjiang knew about this, but he couldn't say much. Xiao Wanqing was indeed unwell, but if Wu Ling didn't want to do it, she could just refuse. No one was forcing her with a knife. Why get into a fight over it? He didn't spoil her. But within 2 days, Yen Junjiang couldn't sit still anymore. Because Chumu had performed well in the previous research team, he was assigned a secret mission. Considering the difficulty, they added more people to the original team. Chumu chose suitable team members as required, but did not select Yen Junjiang. Yen Junjiang was very unhappy about this. He went back and complained to Xiao Wanqing. He's definitely doing this on purpose. What's wrong with me compared to those others? I'm still his comrade. He's just acting unfairly, taking revenge on me. I never thought he'd be like this. Completing the secret mission wouldn't be publicly praised, but it would be recorded as an achievement in his file. It could help with promotions, evaluations, and might even make him a key candidate for special training. Chumu's attitude about such an important matter was simply unreasonable. The more Yen Junjiang thought about it, the more angry he became. He grabbed his clothes and was about to leave. No, I need to find him and have a serious talk. Xiao Wanqing reached out and held him back. You don't even know what the task is. Why get so angry? Who knows if it can be completed? Don't worry, if you study hard, you'll have chances to show your skills. No matter what task it is, it's a rare opportunity. I used to be his comrade, so it's unfair for him to argue with me over such a small matter. Yen Junjiang stormed over angrily and knocked on the door. Before he could knock twice, Chumu opened the door, looking annoyed. Can't you be gentler? Wu Ling is preparing lessons. His sudden attitude made Yen Junjiang's confidence weaken. I don't know either. It's after work, isn't it? Yes, and there's also the literacy class. Your wife is delicate and weak, so she has to take on more responsibilities. In the past, Yen Junjiang didn't realize Chumu was so sharp with words. His confidence dropped a bit more. She doesn't have to accept it. Your wife brought Director Tian home. How can she refuse? She has refused before. Chumu looked impatient. What do you want? He had good reasons for being upset. After watching that movie, Chumu felt like a young kid, full of passion and eager to spend all his free time with Wu Ling. So after dinner, he would either go for a walk with Wu Ling in the yard, or stay at home reading, or talk more to deepen their relationship. Now, Wu Ling was teaching the literacy class again, and was busier than before.
She didn't even have time to talk to him at night.
How could he not feel resentful? Yen Junjiang originally came to ask questions, but now he could only smile politely. Look, I came here to apologize. Oh, my old friend, I really don't know what to do. What can I do? Yuan Qing isn't as capable as her younger sister. I didn't agree when she wanted to take on this task. As expected, it didn't work out. Should we delay the literacy class for her colleagues? Director Tian came to see her. Why didn't she go to someone else? That shows she trusts her sister's ability. Yen Junjiang praised Wu Ling highly. Look at how you've been ignoring me lately. I just avoided bothering you to keep you from getting angry. But our relationship is different. If you're really upset, I can give you a beating during morning exercises tomorrow, okay? Chumu pursed his lips and thought for a moment. Then come early, so you won't delay my morning exercises. I need to get back in time for dinner. Junjiang Yen, dunno, are you really going to fight? But since the words are spoken, Junjiang Yen can only harden his resolve and agree. All right, I'll go early. Chumu then plans to close the door, but Junjiang Yen stops him with a firm hand. I have a few other things to do. I promise I won't disturb my brother-in-law's work. Is that okay? Chumu takes him to the study. What's the matter? I heard you're looking for someone to take on a task. Why didn't you ask me? Is it because of the literacy class for my sister-in-law? You're overthinking. I just chose someone more suitable. What's wrong with me? Jun Jiangyan doesn't believe his words. You said I was doing well before. Oh, now I'm not suitable? Old Chu, I've already apologized. This has nothing to do with me. I was just distracted and didn't think carefully when I came to see my sister-in-law. Should I bring her tea and apologize later? You can't just ignore our many years of friendship over this, can you? Chumu feels that words might not be enough to explain, so he takes out a notebook from the desk with many sheets of paper inside. He pulls out a sheet and hands it to Jun Jiangyan. These are all the same questions. Take a look so you don't overthink. I also had them do these when I was choosing. Jun Jiangyan takes it confidently without a word, reads the questions, then slowly shows a conflicted expression. Chu Mu doesn't rush him. He sits nearby with a book, saying, "We're comrades. I should give you some leeway. I won't set a time limit. Take your time and think it over." He didn't ask Jun Jiangyan because he was sure Jun Jiangyan wouldn't be able to contribute to this task. Since it's a secret mission, it must be very important, and he wants to do it well. In the end, Jun Jiangyan couldn't solve it. Chu Mu rarely shows emotion. I don't mix personal feelings into this. You think I'm so shallow? I'm very upset. Is this the friendship you talk about? That's because you've been ignoring me lately. That's why this happened. Jun Jiangyan's face looks a bit grim, though he still has a faint smile. He seems weak and forced and quickly leaves. As he leaves, Wu Ling happens to come out and sees him. She asks Chu Mu, "What is he here for?" "To do the questions." "Are you going to the literacy class now?" "Didn't you say many people in the class refused to come? Director Tian is trying to find a way. Some have already returned. We'll take it slow. I'll teach my class first." I don't know how Xiao Wanqing managed to do it, but when she went back, what could still be called a literacy class? There were only a few people, fewer than the number of people chatting and chopping vegetables at the building entrance. They really brought vegetables to chop. Wu Ling couldn't attend class either, so she simply joined their chat, first figuring out what they had learned, then gently persuading them not to bring vegetables and yarn tomorrow. Knowing how to read is useful. Sister Yanhong only managed to buy tickets at the cafeteria because she can read. Look at her now. She's completely different from before. All the women who have stuck with this are outstanding. Given the chance, they will surely shine and be just as capable as anyone. It's getting cold. Tomorrow I'll prepare hot jujube tea for you. Drinking it can warm your body and boost your energy, especially good for us women. It will make your skin look bright and healthy. After a bit of persuasion, she managed to improve the atmosphere. Plus, Tian Ling felt guilty and helped with the work, so the literacy class gradually got back on track. It was a bit difficult to motivate them, so Wu Ling had to think hard and treat them like little children, preparing lessons they were interested in and willing to learn. Her prepared jujube tea also gained good reviews. I don't know how Xiao Wu makes it, but the taste is totally different from what I make at home. I've been drinking it for a while now, and my hands and feet feel warm. I sleep better at night. Look at my face. Does it look less pale than before? Xiao Wu really doesn't hide her good stuff. She's willing to share everything. I can't miss class just because of her kindness. You brought such a big cup. I think you're just here to drink tea. It's convenient, you know. Besides teaching them to read, Wu Ling also taught some basic math and common sense. After spending time together, these women's personalities weren't bad. They simply lacked the conditions for education when they were young, so they were stuck with narrow views and lived aimlessly. But they are smart and hardworking. As long as their horizons are broadened and their minds opened, they are no different from anyone else. Wu Ling worked hard to create a good learning atmosphere in the literacy class. Chumu told her he might not be able to come home for a while, so she shouldn't worry. Can't you even come back to sleep? Wu Ling puffed out her cheeks. Then I won't sleep well tonight. Chu Mu's heart trembled. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. I'll finish my task as soon as possible and come back early. Wu Ling sensed something and sighed. She misunderstood, huh? She just thought it was comfortable when Chu Mu held her warmly at night, with no other meaning. Why is this person so full of energy? After Yan Zhenjiang visited Chu Mu that day, he became very gloomy. It wasn't because Chu Mu couldn't solve his problems, but because With our relationship, do I really need to be so distant? He couldn't understand. The higher-ups let Chu Mu decide the candidate himself, and he wouldn't even check each one carefully. So, what if he thought he had the ability? It was just a simple matter. Why make it so complicated? Such a blockhead. Not understanding social manners means your limits are just like that. Xiao Wanqing's mood had improved a lot recently because she no longer had to worry about the literacy class. Hearing this, she softly advised him, sometimes losing something can be a blessing. Maybe better opportunities are waiting for you ahead. My child and I are counting on you. Yan Zhenjiang came over and hugged her. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Just stay at home peacefully and take care of the baby. Give me a chubby, healthy little boy. Perhaps because of the setback with the group, Yan Zhenjiang was eager to prove his excellent social skills. He often invited people over for dinner, drinking and chatting like old friends, sharing everything openly, as if they had been brothers in a past life. This definitely improved his relationships quickly, but Xiao Wanqing was furious. She told him to rest at home and take care of the pregnancy, but he kept preparing big meals every few days. She was now sensitive to smells and felt like vomiting, but she didn't want to embarrass him. He often drank late into the night, leaving a mess for her to clean up when he was drunk. When she got angry at him, he was too drunk to listen. When he woke up, he would hold her and coax her, saying he was doing all this for her and the baby in her belly. From now on, we go our separate ways across the country. The more friendships we have, the more options we have. Did I say I love drinking? It's bad for my health. Xiao Wanqing looked at him with affection. He was always enthusiastic when drinking with others, raising glasses and talking loudly. Was there ever a time he wasn't excited? Forget it. Soon, they should have a real combat training session. If nothing unexpected happens, Yan Zhenjiang will likely make a good showing in this match. In the story, Chu Mu will also participate, but he has a secret mission this time, so it's unlikely to affect Yan Zhenjiang's performance. You're free, so you should read more books. It'll be useful when you need it later. Got it, got it. How could I delay? You just worry less. Seeing his impatience, Xiao Wanqing didn't press further. Her relationship with Yan Zhenjiang has recently become friendly, and she doesn't want any problems. When Wu Ling was resting, she brought some snacks and sunflower seeds to visit. Seeing Fang Yanhong there, she greeted her kindly. Yanhong's sister-in-law is here too. It reminded me of something. I haven't visited my younger sister-in-law to chat for a while. Do you mind if I join you? She gently placed her hand on her still flat belly, speaking softly. I don't have many people to talk to every day, and there are endless chores at home. Fang Yanhong isn't a grudge holder. Seeing her pitiful look, she sighed and waved her over. Hurry and sit down. Are you feeling better? Did the doctor at the health clinic say anything about your health? Wu Ling didn't mind her presence, but wasn't very enthusiastic either. She just sat in the chair, basking in the sunlight coming through the window. Xiao Wanqing sat down, took out some snacks, and offered them. These are all brought back by Zhenjiang. He didn't even ask if I could eat them.
Don't be shy.
What were you just talking about? Fang Yanhong let out a small laugh. Don't you know? Our literacy class is about to graduate. A few days ago, some leaders came to inspect and praise Xiao Wu. They also said everyone is learning well and has a good spirit. For this, Tianling even came personally. She said the Model Family Member Award had been applied for, and if everything goes smoothly, she will definitely earn some honor. Xiao Wanqing's smile looked a bit stiff. Really? Xiao Wu is indeed more capable than I am. Who said otherwise? I thought it would take a long time to see results. She just went back recently. No one even asked for leave tonight. Wu's wife was sick, but still insisted on going. It's all her credit. Fang Yanhong is simple-minded and didn't think about considering Xiao Wanqing. Wu Ling offered her some sunflower seeds. These are quite fragrant. Sister-in-law, try some. Wu Ling glanced at Xiao Wanqing's expression and changed the subject. Lately, she kept hearing the lively noises from your house. Brother Yen has really good popularity. Xiao Wanqing slightly curled her lips and said, What's so good about that? It's very troublesome. Unlike Brother Chu, I heard he hasn't come back for several days. Yes, he went on a mission. A mission that you can't even see a shadow of him? Maybe he's hiding something from you. You're his close partner, so you should ask clearly what's going on. Xiao Wanqing looked like she was thinking about her. Don't blame me for talking too much. We are married now, so we should rely on our husbands. You're so busy every day. You can't neglect this. Fong Yanhong thought her words sounded reasonable at first, but then felt something was off. What could Chu do to hide from her? This is the academy. What kind of trouble could he get into? And that little Wu, could he really be carrying Chu around his waist? Wu Ling chuckled softly. I wish he would. My Chu Mu is so handsome. Having him around is like a decoration, isn't it? That I can't look at, Fong Yanhong said. How can you say such things? Well, it was the sister-in-law who started it. The two of them joked and laughed for a while. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips, feeling that Fong Yanhong was really annoying. Wu Ling was quite happy. Fong Yanhong no longer easily followed others' words, which was a good thing. But Wanqing, your worries are not unfounded. Brother Yan often comes back very late. One time, I saw him leave the school in a hurry. It was already late then after work, and I saw him leaving. I wonder where he was going. Xiao Wanqing frowned slightly. When was that? Just last week. He was holding something in his hand. Did he tell you where he was going? Xiao Wanqing tried to recall, but she couldn't remember. Recently, he had come back only after he had gone to sleep. When she asked where he had been, he just said he had something to do. Could he really be outside the school? What could he be doing? He also sometimes brought home some uncommon snacks. All the money and tickets were with her. Where could he get them? She had originally planned to stir up some mistrust among the supporting characters, but in the end, she returned home full of doubts. When Yan Zhenjiang came back, she would ask him, Where did you go so late last week? Wu Ling said she saw you leave the school gate. Yan Zhenjiang didn't care and said, Just some business. What kind of business? Do you need to go out for something? Oh, there's no point in telling you. Just let me see if my son is behaving today. Zhenjiang smiled warmly and reached out to touch her belly. Xiao Wanqing pushed his hand away and asked, How do I know if you have a plan unless you tell me? Why don't you tell me everything? And where did those things you brought back come from? Where did you get the money and tickets? Zhenjiang Yan's smile immediately disappeared. He quickly checked if the door was closed properly before pulling her into the room. Be quiet. I told you I have my own way. Xiao Wanqing's eyes twitched. You didn't go to the black market, did you? If someone finds out, you'll get into big trouble. Surprisingly, Zhenjiang Yan didn't deny it. Don't worry, no one will find out. I can't help it. Some parts one need can only be bought there. It's for my grades. I heard there's a practice competition coming up, so I have to prepare early. But you shouldn't do that. Xiao Wanqing was anxious. That's against the rules. Who would know? Sometimes you can't always follow the rules. Rules are for dead people. The living can bend them. Zhenjiang Yan didn't see anything wrong with this. He always believed that being clever was the best way to survive in this world. If you only follow the rules strictly, you'll miss many opportunities. Xiao Wanqing actually agreed with his idea. When she accepted the story, she didn't think Zhenjiang Yan's shortcuts were wrong. As long as the outcome was good, it was fine. Those who didn't do the same were short-sighted. Zhenjiang Yan was gradually climbing higher. But now, the story didn't match up anymore. She was worried if Zhenjiang Yan kept taking crooked paths. Is it really necessary to take such risks? Look, this time Wu Ling saw you. What if someone else sees too? No need to worry. If she saw, she saw. She doesn't know where I was going. Zhenjiang Yan didn't take it seriously. He touched Xiao Wanqing's belly and went to wash up and sleep. Because of this, Xiao Wanqing became very nervous. She kept asking where Zhenjiang Yan was going. If she wasn't satisfied with his answers, she would argue. Their days started to become chaotic again. Yan Hongfang didn't understand. Why do they argue all the time? The young couple just got married and are expecting a baby. In other families, they'd be sweet and happy. Why do they have so many fights? Ling Wu shrugged. Who knows? Sister-in-law, help me check how difficult this is. We've worked so hard. We must do a good job. The students in the literacy class need to meet the standard of the 4 skills: recognize, write, use, and speak. Wu Ling has higher expectations. Being able to read books and newspapers is basic, but they also need to write letters, do math, speak clearly, and even give talks to share their experiences. She doesn't have time to worry about Xiao Wanqing and Yan Zhenjiang. She has more important and meaningful things to do. Who has time to care for them? While preparing for the literacy class graduation, Wuling's practical combat training for Yan Zhenjiang began. The students are divided into red and blue teams. One team sets up an enemy radio station for communication and interference, while the other team uses learned electronic reconnaissance, direction finding, and jamming skills to locate, listen to, and suppress the enemy signals. This simulates a real battlefield environment, testing the group's overall skills, tactical teamwork, and mental strength. More importantly, there is a shortage of equipment, parts, and reference materials, so students need to have strong hands-on skills and problem-solving abilities. In the novel, Chu Mu participated but had to withdraw due to an injury. Yan Zhenjiang, however, performed brilliantly, leading his team to victory. Chu Mu is no longer there, so Wu Ling cares even less. Yan Zhenjiang is very confident about this challenge and boasts to Xiao Wanqing, "Our team is doing well. Those who get along with me usually end up in the same group. It's a pity Chu Mu isn't here, otherwise, I'd be 100% sure we'd win." Thanks to his previous wide network of friends, he got some early information and could prepare in advance. You're right. There are plenty of opportunities. Just wait at home for good news from me and my son. Xiao Wanqing's attitude this time is very different from when they worked on the problem-solving team before. She gives him full emotional support. "I believe you can do it. Don't worry about home. Focus and do your best. My child and I are waiting to celebrate your success." Yan Zhenjiang is very happy and full of fighting spirit, determined to shine in this challenge. Xiao Wanqing, knowing the general story, feels confident and wants to show off a little before the results are out. Honestly, as the main character, she hasn't had many proud moments, which makes her feel quite frustrated. Old Yan is really serious this time. He used to be too casual and wouldn't try his best. I told him many times, but it didn't help. Now he might become a father, so he's finally taking things seriously. Xiao Wanqing half-jokingly complained, "The baby isn't even born yet, and he already cares more about it than me." Wu Ling lowered her head, grading homework, wishing she could just block out her ears. She couldn't stand such delicate talk. Fortunately, Sister Yan Hong was there to help her handle the situation. "If Xiao Yan really has these thoughts, I'll go with you to talk to Sister Tian." "How could he think like that? Marrying you isn't just to have a son. That's too unreasonable." Xiao Wanqing's face stiffened slightly. "Actually, it's not that serious. I was just saying. He's still pretty good to me." Yan Hong looked confused. "Is that good or bad?" Xiao Wanqing secretly hated how they just couldn't understand what she really meant. The important thing was that Yan Zhenjiang was about to make a big achievement. Soon, they would step onto the bright path they deserved. At times like this, clever supporting characters should quickly come and cling to the main character's success. Xiao Wanqing felt disdainful. People without insight are truly sad. Wu Ling, for now, didn't feel sad. She was full of happiness. "Really good, really good." She showed Yan Hong the homework from the literacy class. All of it exceeds the goals set for the class, and everyone is meeting the standards of excellent students. "Are you serious?" Even Aunt Wu? She's been nervous for days, worried she wouldn't qualify. "I think it's fine." Aunt Wu might not be great at expressing herself, but she can read, write, and do math. Yan Hong clapped happily. "I have to tell her. You have no idea how nervous she's been. She'll be so happy to hear this." Seeing how much they valued the literacy class, Xiao Wanqing secretly rolled her eyes. They really had no foresight. Teaching a few rural women to read and write made them so excited. People who didn't know better might think they'd achieved something huge. Xiao Wanqing didn't bother to give them more hints. She turned around with her belly out, waiting for good news about Yan Zhenjiang. Meanwhile, the literacy class finished very smoothly. All the students exceeded the goals for literacy, performed excellently, and each received a pen as a reward, earning a lot of praise for Sister Tian. She smiled like a flower and held onto Wu Ling's hand tightly. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're just too modest and humble." Being too humble isn't good. If you have the ability, you should contribute more. Wu Ling remained humble as always. It's because everyone trusts me. That's also your skill. Why else would they trust you so much? Tianling smiled happily, proud to have earned the honor of model family member. This honor isn't easy to get. Only family members who make real, meaningful contributions can receive it. Wu Ling felt very happy about the award. She had almost received all the honors a military family member could get for now. As long as Chu Mu doesn't act overly modest and take all the credit, even if she doesn't have many outstanding achievements, her path should still be smooth. She probably won't end up in a remote, difficult place like in stories. The literacy class finished successfully, and Wu Ling immediately relaxed, just wanting to go back and rest peacefully. But unexpectedly, she found someone already lying down at home before her. When Wu Ling entered the room, she saw Chu Mu lying on the bed, asleep. His pajamas even had one sleeve hanging loose. It was clear how exhausted he was from the secret mission. Wu Ling gently put the sleeve on him and moved him toward the pillow. Chu Mu blinked sleepily, then instinctively pulled her into his arms and fell back asleep. Wu Ling smelled the soap on him. This was one thing she liked about Chu Mu, he was very clean. Many officers of high rank in the army didn't have this habit. Wu Ling often heard their spouses complain that some officers even needed someone to watch over them while washing their feet, and bathing was like a task. If you didn't tell them, they wouldn't do it. But Chu Mu was different. Even when he was in the village, he paid attention to hygiene. He didn't need Wu Ling to remind him. He kept himself as clean and fresh as possible. The warm scent of soap in his arms made Wu Ling feel cozy and relaxed. She originally planned to just lie down and rest alone, but now it didn't matter if she was alone or with someone. When Wu Ling had enough sleep, she found the bed empty. A soft pillow was placed in her arms. The light outside the window was dim. Usually, at such times, she would feel sad and lonely, but the smell of delicious food filled the air, so Wu Ling didn't feel disappointed. I was about to come in and call you, but if you keep sleeping, you might not be able to sleep tonight. Chu Mu came out of the room, wearing an apron, looking very much like a husband. Wu Ling leaned lazily on the bed, watching him with interest. He has a really good figure. His legs are long and straight, his waist is slim, broad shoulders, narrow waist. When he rolls up his sleeves, you can see clear muscle lines. His fingers are slender, with prominent knuckles, and veins on the back of his hands are visible. He looks like the type nurses love. Are you hungry? Wu Ling suddenly asked.
Chu Mu was surprised.
The food is already ready. If you're hungry, you can. Then let's close the window and pull the curtains before eating. Why? Chu Mu suddenly shut his mouth and quickly went to close the window. One hand was already pulling off his apron. Dinner was a bit late tonight. After eating, Chu Mu washed the dishes. Instead of going to the study, he sat with Wu Ling on a chair, lying back lazily. Did you finish the task? Chu Mu nodded. Yes, it was successful. The initial test results are good, but we still need to see how this confrontation exercise turns out. Wu Ling sat up straighter. The task involved a confrontation exercise? Weren't you too busy to participate? Chu Mu grinned. I did participate in a way. The results of the task were used in this confrontation. Wu Ling's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. Then she took Chu Mu's hand, matched her palm with his, and gave a few gentle pats.
Good job.
Chu Mu loved hearing her praise. He opened his fingers and clasped her hand with his. I said I would do my best. But Wu Ling's praise wasn't just because of that. How should I say it? Between the main character and the supporting characters, there really seems to be some kind of destined connection. Anyway, the task is over.
You can rest well now.
You've worked hard lately. Wu Ling shook his hand. Someone like Chu Mu, capable and eager to improve, will succeed in whatever he does. Since their tasks were finished, they suddenly had more free time. But neither Wu Ling nor Chu Mu liked socializing or lively gatherings. They preferred staying at home or going out on dates. Speaking of dates, Wu Ling noticed Chu Mu seemed a bit off. Is he too eager? Won't it interfere with your studies? Besides, we've been married for so long. There's no need to learn those things young people just starting to date do. It's nice to watch movies and visit parks, although she likes them a lot, but she can't go every day, right? Chumu confidently said, "We didn't have the chance before, but now we do, so I want to make it up to you. How about we go eat shredded pork noodles when we get back?" Wuling nodded without much opinion. Okay. Anyway, she also enjoys being with Chumu. He talks about his studies and cares about her work, always patient when discussing small details. Plus, he is really easy on the eyes. Men in military uniforms always seem more attractive. His serious expression when holding her hand is just adorable. At the door, they met Xiao Wanqing, who was returning from grocery shopping. She looked at the two of them and smiled. Going out again? Brother Chu has a lot of free time lately, unlike our old Yan. He's not home even now, and I wonder how he's doing. Chu Mu thought for a moment. Maybe we'll have an answer in the next couple of days. It's coming soon. That's good. Old Yan even said so. It's a pity you can't join because of your task, or your team would definitely win. That's not certain. If I get assigned to another team, the outcome could be different. Wu Ling silently turned away. Genuine sincerity is really powerful, and Xiao Wanqing's expression just now showed she was upset. Sister-in-law, go home and cook. We're leaving now. Wu Ling pulled Chu Mu away, who still wanted to analyze why the outcome was uncertain. Xiao Wanqing watched their backs and ground her teeth. How can these two get along without arguing? Have they ever been short of money? Yan Zhenjiang invited guests at the beginning of the month, but by the end, their dinner table only had pickled vegetables and steamed buns. She had scolded him many times over this. When she brought some things back to the Xiao family, Yan Zhenjiang would say a few words in a subtle way. He even lost ration coupons and meat tickets, which made her so angry she didn't want to talk to him for days. Does Chu Mu have no idea about hands-off management? Why is he so willing to work hard? In the family compound, all they complain about is this or that, and no man seems willing to take care of the kids or cook. Why is he different? Xiao Wanqing turned to walk home. Forget it, she thought, don't dwell on it. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt inside. Once Yan Zhenjiang gets an award, she can keep up with the story. With help from influential people, she'll get a good placement. Her happiness will definitely be much greater than theirs. Chu Mu said that the results of the confrontation drill should be available in a couple of days, and he wasn't joking. The next day, Yan Zhenjiang went home. But judging by his appearance, he looked exhausted, like a shell of a person. He didn't even bother to change his clothes and collapsed onto the bed. Xiao Wanqing's mind suddenly went blank, almost angry enough to hit someone. She had just washed and dried the sheets and bedding today. His clothes even smelled sour. She forced herself to hold back, pinching her nose to help him take off his clothes and shoes, then ran to the side to vomit. When Yan Zhenjiang woke up, Xiao Wanqing couldn't wait to ask him about the results. Did we win? Did you make any contributions? Were your preparations useful? But Yan Zhenjiang's face remained stern. Why are you so anxious? Do you think making a contribution is that easy? This drill is a high-level confrontation practice. Do you think it's just a game? Xiao Wanqing's heart immediately sank. No way, no way, Chu Mu isn't here, so he can't follow the proper storyline? What kind of hero is so useless? Old Chu also, always delaying tasks, and now there's a secret mission at this critical moment? That's his strong suit. If he were here, how could we possibly fail? Xiao Wanqing's nightmare came true. She really failed. She slowly sat down, leaning on the chair. In the story, Chu Mu withdrew halfway through the confrontation due to injury, and then Yan Zhenjiang led the remaining team members to victory, greatly boosting their reputation. He was even recognized for outstanding performance and received an award for his contributions. With such excellent performance, how could things fall apart without Chu Mu? Didn't you say you were confident? That you prepared in advance? But none of it was useful. I usually talk confidently, but who knew they would be so unreliable in a critical moment? The opponent's interference resistance is unlike anything from our time. I suspect they might have some advanced equipment we haven't encountered. Xiao Wanqing's face was expressionless. The light-hearted mood she had over the past days instantly vanished, her eyes turning numb. Suddenly, She began to understand why the system kept urging her to interact with the supporting characters, why it always said she needed to take the luck from the supporting roles. It turns out, without Chu-mu, Yen Junjiang's impressive performance would all turn to nothing. The team didn't bring him along, so he couldn't complete the task. They weren't in the same group for the contest and lost so badly. What is the value of him as the main character? Yen Junjiang was mostly upset about this failure. He felt he had done his best, but their team lacked someone with strong skills. After dinner, he decided to go talk to Chu-mu. Chu-mu and Wu Ling were at home, one studying and the other correcting homework. They each had their own task. The study room was quiet, only the sound of pens on paper. Yen Junjiang's knocking broke the silence. Chu-mu frowned and went to open the door. Is the practice match over? Yen Junjiang walked in quickly. Don't mention it. I just came to talk to you. Please help me think about where we went wrong. In the room, Wu Ling put aside her corrected homework and listened to the noise outside. Lost? In the story, they won easily. Yen Junjiang was popular at the academy and was a key military officer. How could they lose? Chu-mu's calm voice answered softly. He explained the steps based on what Yen Junjiang told him in a steady tone that made it easy to listen carefully. Yen Junjiang kept sighing. I had the same idea, but there are still problems when I try to do it. The team isn't familiar with this kind of equipment. That's where the mistake is. The parts aren't lacking, but they don't work very well. When did we learn this method? I don't remember. It was strange. After Chu-mu explained like that, Yen Junjiang suddenly felt clearer. It seemed winning might still be possible. I made mistakes. It's also because I was too nervous then. I didn't think of some things right away. Sigh. He looked very frustrated, frowning at Chu-mu. When it's so important, why weren't you here? By the way, did you finish your task? Was it smooth? Yeah, pretty good. Tell me about the other side's ability to resist interference. Unbreakable. Not to brag, but their technology doesn't seem like anything we've learned before. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any way to deal with it. They tried all the usual methods, but couldn't even locate the signal, let alone listen in or suppress it. We all think there are some problems with this competition. Someone wants to demand that the other side reveal their data and techniques to show fairness. Wu Ling thought that, given Chu-mu's personality, he would probably tell Yen Junjiang a little about the secret role in the competition, since they are good friends. But he didn't say anything. From start to finish, Chu-mu only analyzed his own issues for Yen Junjiang, without mentioning anything else. Has their friendship turned fake? After returning from Chu-mu, Yen Junjiang's doubts were mostly cleared, but he felt even more regretful. How do you think Lao Chu learned all this? How does he know things that no one else does? Aren't they all learning together? Xiao Wanqing was still upset and said coldly, maybe it's because you spend your time drinking and entertaining, while others are studying. What do you mean by that? If you have any opinions, just say them directly. No need to beat around the bush. Yes, I do have opinions. You're always out there making friends with this one and that one, bringing them home all the time. I'm pregnant now, and still cooking for you. Don't you have any conscience? Xiao Wanqing couldn't hold back anymore. How do you compare to Chu-mu? Have you ever invited guests at home just to entertain Wu Ling? Celebrating him by cooking yourself, worried about tiring his wife. Have you ever thought about me? People say Chu-mu doesn't know how to deal with others. He recognizes achievements openly. What skills do you have with your smooth talk? Yen Junjiang's face darkened. If you think Chu-mu is so good, why did you marry me? Go find someone like him. Why are you still with me? He was also furious. What makes you better than Wu Ling? He can work and keep his home clean. He's recognized for his work and joined the organization. What do you have? You're educated in the city, but you can't even teach a literacy class. What skills do you have? Let alone their older brother, forget about the second brother. But these words hit Xiao Wanqing much harder than Yen Junjiang expected. She was filled with intense anger. If not for the system saying he was the male lead, or the plot claiming he had a bright future, or for how inexplicable everything was, she wouldn't have married Yen Junjiang so casually. But deep down, Xiao Wanqing knew that, given her background, Yen Junjiang was already her best choice. But so what? Isn't he the main character? How can he be less important than the supporting roles? That night, the noise at Yan Zhenjiang's house was so loud that everyone in the building could hear it. A new family had just moved into the building. Fang Yanhong asked Wu Ling, "Have you seen the woman from that family? She's quite fiery and talkative." In just a few days, most people in the courtyard have met her. Only someone like Wu Ling, who doesn't like visiting after work, probably hasn't seen her. She casually said, "That's good. She seems to fit in quickly." "Good? I've met her a few times. She always sounds a bit awkward when she talks." "Why does she say everything?" Fang Yanhong loves lively places and is very friendly. When she heard a new family moved in, she went to meet them right away. At first, she thought the new person was generous and easy to talk to, able to chat with anyone and join in any conversation, as if she knew everything. In the past, Fang Yanhong would have been very happy, thinking she found someone who shared her interests. But as she listened more, she felt something was off. The person spoke openly and casually about everything, whether appropriate or not. Although she hadn't said anything shocking, Fang Yanhong felt it was only a matter of time. Hearing this, Wu Ling vaguely guessed who she was talking about. In stories, the main character usually needs to be adored by many, not just a supporting role. "Did I hear someone mention her last name is Dong?" Yes, Dong Meili." "Oh, even you heard about her." "She just moved in a few days ago, but her reputation spread quickly." Dong Meili was a loyal fan of Xiao Wanqing in the story. She thought Xiao Wanqing was perfect in every way, better than anyone else. She especially thought Suehua wasn't worthy of being friends with Xiao Wanqing, often mocking Suehua behind her back, knowing she wouldn't understand. Xiao Wanqing always played the role of mediator, acting kind and tolerant, showing the qualities of a heroine. But mostly, she was just defending Dong Meili, telling Suehua not to bother her, saying her personality was just like that, and she was kind-hearted deep down. She told Suehua to be more understanding, mentioning that Suehua was from the countryside, and it wasn't easy for her. Suehua thought Xiao Wanqing was really kind, but also tried hard to make Dong Meili respect her, which led to many funny situations. However, Wu Ling wasn't particularly interested in Dong Meili's appearance. She generally doesn't need anyone's approval and lives her life as she pleases. However, Xiao Wanqing enthusiastically wanted to introduce her to someone. She chose Wu Ling, who was resting at home, and Xiao Wanqing took Dong Meili to visit. "Has little Wu met Meili yet? You work during the day and don't like to visit in the evening. That's not good. Don't keep yourself so busy that you get sick." Xiao Wanqing's face brightened. She smiled as she entered and introduced Wu Ling and Dong Meili to each other. "Meili just moved in and isn't familiar with the place yet. We should get along well in the future." Dong Meili looked around the room. "Wow, the house is very tidy," Xiao Wanqing said. "Of course. Little Wu is one of the most capable people in our neighborhood." Wu Ling politely greeted them. "Would you like some water?" Dong Meili waved her hand. No. "What's so good about water?" "Yesterday, Sister Wanqing gave me malted milk, and it was really good." Wu Ling sat back down. Whether she wanted to drink or not was her choice. Because she felt Wu Ling wasn't very enthusiastic, Dong Meili secretly pouted. She thought, this person really doesn't know how to behave. She can't compare to Sister Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing smiled and said, "Meili is straightforward. I feel comfortable with her right away. I think my sister-in-law is also a straightforward person, so they will get along well." Wu Ling smiled but didn't say anything. That was hard to say. She politely exchanged a few words, asking where they were from and if they had children. "Speaking of which, I heard you're a teacher? My 2 kids are really hard to teach. They just can't focus, and their father has scolded them a lot. Do you think you could help come up with some ideas?" As soon as Dong Meili finished speaking, Xiao Wanqing immediately said, "You've asked the right person. Wu Ling is excellent at teaching reading and writing. Not only does she do well at school, but she also teaches literacy classes very effectively. She's an outstanding member." "Really? That's great. Maybe I can bring those 2 kids over tonight, and you can help them learn." Wu Ling smiled slightly. "No, I can't tonight. Kids should learn independently at school." She refused so decisively that she didn't even bother to give a reason. Xiao Wanqing looked a little embarrassed. The literacy class has already ended. What else could you be doing tonight? Teaching at school isn't just about going there during the day. You have to prepare lessons, grade students' homework, and there's a lot to do. Since I am a teacher, I must be responsible for the children in my class. Don't you agree? Maybe I could find some time. There's no time to spare. Where do they get such confidence coming up and asking me for tutoring? Wuling looks calm on the outside but refuses completely. Dong Meili's face darkens. She turns to Xiao Wanqing and says, "Forget it. I was just saying earlier that if you have difficulties, you can tell me. But if you won't even help with this small favor, I think I should leave now." Xiao Wanqing tries to smooth things over. Please don't misunderstand.
Little Wu isn't like that.
She might really be busy. She gestures to Wuling, signaling her to say something. Wuling agrees politely. Then you all take care on your way. I won't see you off. Oh, my house is a mess and needs cleaning. Xiao Wanqing. She closes the door and walks straight to the window, taking a deep breath to continue her sunbathing. It's really bold to think of taking advantage of others right away. Xiao Wanqing is very cooperative, always eager to share. Why doesn't she go and help with tutoring? Outside the door, Dong Meili is angry. How can she be like this? She even goes ahead of us. Doesn't she have any sense of unity? I think that advanced title should go to Sister Wanqing. Don't be angry. Little Wu is just like that. She doesn't talk much. Stop making excuses for her. If she can't speak well, can she really be a teacher? I think she just looks down on me. What's she so proud of? Xiao Wanqing looks helpless. All right. I get along well with Little Wu. I really don't want things to be like this.
Come to my place.
I'll make you some malted milk. Sister Wanqing is so generous. Wuling's impression of Dong Meili isn't very good, but Xiao Wanqing is in a very good mood. This time, everything is finally on track. Dong Meili, as expected from the story, thinks highly of herself and, more importantly, looks down on Wuling. In the story, she is supposed to be comfortable in the family compound, but somehow, Wuling has become more popular. Fortunately, Dong Meili hasn't experienced this herself. Before meeting her, they said Wuling was so good and impressive. But in reality, she was disappointing, speaking coldly and indifferently. How can someone like her be awarded the title of advanced? Dong Meili felt angrier the more she thought about it. Xiao Wanqing comforted her, saying, "She does have some skills. She can teach people to read and write. So what? She was educated in the village. Can she be better than you who studied in the city? You have such good education, but instead of using it, she becomes a teacher. Our local leaders really lack vision. You mustn't say that. It's not good if others hear you." Xiao Wanqing lowered her voice and then sighed. It's because her husband once made a contribution and was recognized. I can't compare to that. Dong Meili immediately thought Wuling's success was thanks to Chu Mu's influence and frowned. What does that have to do with her? She's just lucky to have a successful man.
Exactly.
No one in the village says she's lucky. But honestly, she's not that lucky either. A few days later, Tian Ling went to find Wu Ling sit down. There's nothing serious. I just want to talk to you. Tian Ling poured her a glass of water, sat across from her kindly, and asked, There's something I want to ask you first. How did you and Xiao Chu get together? How did it happen? He found someone to introduce him, I liked him, and that's how it happened. That's common in our village. I mean, did Xiao Chu have an arranged marriage before? Or did his parents tell him to? He's very filial. Why didn't he follow his parents' wishes and get to know you? Wu Ling smiled at her. Director, just ask me directly if you want to know. There's nothing I can't say. Tian Ling sighed. Well, I heard someone say that you and Xiao Chu were already close before the wedding, so you had to cancel the arranged marriage. They said your relationship was a bit complicated. Of course, I know you're not like that. I just want to understand the situation. Wu Ling fell into thought. She guessed Dong Meili might cause trouble, but she didn't expect it to start from such a distant arranged marriage. They had been married to Chu Mu for so long. Why bring up old issues? Director Tian, who told you this? Don't worry. I will cooperate with you to find out the truth. But I can't be falsely accused like this. If not, Anyone can say anything behind my back without consequences. Wu Ling was very upset, spreading rumors with just one mouth and running around to deny them. If this trend continues, who knows who will start rumors next? What discipline is left? I've been obedient and well-behaved in the family compound. I never cause trouble with others. I do my tasks with all my heart. Yet, I am still falsely accused and slandered. I can't stand this unfair treatment. Wu Ling's main point was to find out who spread these rumors. Once she knew, she wanted that person to pay the price. Tianling saw her stubborn face and sighed. Don't be too angry. Accusing me and Chu Mu of having an affair is a moral issue. The director must know how much this will affect Chu Mu in the future. How can I not be angry? Wu Ling said she wasn't overreacting. This matter itself is serious. Today they can spread rumors about me, and tomorrow about anyone else. Won't our family compound become a mess? You're right. We must find out the truth. I'll ask around first, and once I know, I'll tell you. The family compound isn't very big, and since the rumor just started, it's not hard to trace the source. Just ask around. Who did you hear this from? Take me to find her, and I'll ask where she heard it. Following the trail, they found the source, Dong Meili, who had just moved in. When Tianling asked her about the rumor, Dong Meili acted mysteriously. Did I guess right? I could tell what was going on just by looking. Look at Wu Ling. She's as pretty as a flower. Which man wouldn't be attracted? And no one in the village is as fair-skinned as her. She's just looking for a... Shut up. Do you know what you're saying? Did you see it with your own eyes? Isn't it obvious? How is it obvious? Who told you? Someone who hasn't seen the couple's relationship can't talk about it so clearly. You're just spreading rumors, do you understand? Dong Meili was not convinced. She hadn't seen much, but Xiao Wanjing's husband wasn't Chu Mu's comrade, so how could she talk nonsense? How am I spreading rumors? Isn't that how it really is? They just deny it. Tianling was about to get very angry. This matter could have been easily resolved with an apology, but Wu Ling refused to give in, and no one was admitting fault. All right, let's get to the bottom of this. We can't just unfairly blame someone, and I won't let you be wronged. When Xiao Wanqing found out, Dong Meili had already spread the news. She hurried over, looking worried. How can you tell others about this? If people find out, Dong Meili didn't think it was a big deal. I didn't say anything about you. I just can't stand Wu Ling's proud attitude. Do you think she's a worker? No one in the village would marry someone like her. There must be a problem. Xiao Wanqing also thought so. Why would Chu Mu suddenly marry someone else? She wanted to know what really happened, but she didn't want to get involved. She only said Dong Meili was probably mistaken. I only mentioned the childhood engagement, nothing about a romantic relationship. If you guess wrong and they find out, what's there to be afraid of? If I'm wrong, so what? It's not like I'm losing a piece of meat. I'm not afraid of her. Tianling went back and told Sun Limin everything. Principal Sun then went to find Huang Weigua. After talking, they both agreed this couldn't go on. The higher-ups want to develop Xiao Chu as a key person. We can't let this matter delay his progress. I'll go talk to him first. You figure out what's really going on. When Chu Mu heard the words, childhood engagement, he immediately became alert. After hearing the rumors, he almost lost his temper. Who is spreading these lies? He had been getting along well with Wu Ling recently. Who was so jealous that they wanted to ruin their relationship? Tell me, is this true? Of course not. I barely knew Wu Ling before. Where would any romantic relationship come from? Then how? My parents told me about the childhood engagement. But I joined the army and learned that those old customs are outdated. I went to decline the engagement. I married Wu Ling because she was the right age. After visiting her, I found her to be nice. Everyone in the village can vouch for this. Chu Mu was so angry, he felt like he had two mouths. Who is spreading these rumors? You can't just slander Wu Ling because she's gentle and easy to talk to. That's bullying. Sun Limin quickly comforted him. Don't worry, I'm asking about this now. No, I have to go back quickly. If someone is spreading lies about Wu Ling, she must be very upset. Chu Mu was about to go home when Sun Limin stopped him. How can you leave now? Don't you have a task to do? Principal, I can't focus on any task right now after what happened. I've been so busy these days that I hardly went home. Wu Ling has been holding everything together there, and I can't even defend her reputation. What am I good for? Without waiting for a reply, he went straight home. Wu Ling was at home, humming a tune while watering some unknown small flowers in a flower pot by the window. These flowers were from a roadside encounter during their date. Wu Ling praised how pretty they looked, and the next day, Chu Mu secretly dug them up, roots and all. Surprisingly, they still thrived. Why are you back? Didn't you say you'd be busy until late these days? Wu Ling put down the watering can and saw sweat on his temple. Did something happen? Ignore what those people said. I'll find a way to handle it and make sure you get justice. Wu Ling was stunned for a moment before realizing what he meant. She laughed softly. Are you rushing back because of this? Yes. I was worried hearing those things would upset you. Seeing his honesty, Wu Ling took a towel to wipe his sweat. Why should I be afraid? First of all, that's not even true. And even if it were, you weren't married then. Is it wrong to fight for someone I like? Besides, she had already fought for him, stopping others from seducing him, and the effect was immediate. Wu Ling felt proud of herself for a while. But later, she realized it might not be that simple. Director Tian came to see her, saying he would clarify the situation. She believed him and told Chu Mu to wait patiently. You shouldn't delay your work either. This is also important. It's not just about spreading rumors about you. I need to find out the truth too, so I can be at ease. Chu Mu couldn't let Wu Ling face everything alone. He skipped his classes and stayed home with her. The problem was, the higher-ups were planning to reorganize the group for training. Chu Mu was busy adjusting equipment, and this delay made things more serious. Even Yan Zhenjiang complained to Xiao Wanqing, these women in the college are always idle, spreading rumors without basis. It's just causing trouble. Now, they'll definitely investigate thoroughly. Xiao Wanqing asked, is it really that serious? I can only make a few guesses. Can't she just clarify everything? Yes, it's serious. It involves reputation and conduct issues. Can it be just a careless remark? Just wait and see. Once it's clear, there will be strict punishment. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flickered slightly. Maybe you should go talk to him? Tell Chu Mu not to be so stubborn. It's not a big deal. Yan Zhenjiang suddenly looked at her. Could it be that you caused this? Of course not, I wouldn't say such things. This time it really wasn't her, but she didn't expect it to blow up like this. She also wondered if Dong Meili would be in trouble. Dong Meili's husband, Xia Yong, was now arguing with her. Are you bored and gossiping about others? Do you know them well? Spouting all that nonsense. Are you just bored with your life? The two kids hid in the room, afraid to come out. Dong Meili raised her face and argued back. What gossip? I just don't like her. She's not a good person. If she's not, she's not. Why are you yelling at me? You're maliciously ruining her reputation, and you still have the nerve to complain? Tomorrow you better go apologize to her. I won't go. Whoever wants to go, go. And why should I apologize? What's her husband's status compared to mine? She can forget it. Xia Yong almost fainted from anger, wishing he could slap her awake. What nonsense are you talking? My status is for this? I tell you, whether I go or not, I have to go. I might as well be the one to ruin you. Is Chu Mu just an ordinary soldier? Because of this, he's already taken a hit. He's only been here a short time, and his name is already known. Is that a good thing? Here, Xiao Wanqing's system, which had fallen silent due to low energy, suddenly made a sound again. Ding. Happiness contrast collection at 1%. Please continue your efforts, host. Xiao Wanqing looked blank. When will she finish collecting? System, are you still alive? The system made a ding, and then went silent again, as if it was a fleeting glow. The next day, Dong Meili didn't need to go find Wu Ling. Someone came to her, summoning both her and Xia Yong to the political commissar's office. Wu Ling and Chu Mu were there. Wu Ling sat, and Chu Mu stood beside her. When they entered, Wu Ling gave a faint glance. Huang Weigua didn't bother to say much. He showed them a telegram he brought from a commune. The above clearly states that comrades Xiao Chu and Xiao Wu are innocent in the village, with no misconduct. Both villagers can testify to this, and the marriage arrangement for Xiao Chu was voluntarily cancelled by both families. The female comrade also has a good relationship with Xiao Wu and asked about her well-being. Huang Weiguo frowned and said, "This is pure nonsense, and it has caused a bad influence. The organization has decided to give you a warning and criticism as a lesson." Xia Yong's face turned pale, but he said nothing. He saluted Wu Ling and Chu Mu, saying, "I'm really sorry to both of you." "I apologize." However, Dong Meili suddenly shouted, "What is a warning and criticism? Why criticize? If it's not right, just don't say anything next time. Why criticize? She didn't do anything wrong." "Shut up." Xia Yong quickly pulled her back, turning his back to others and glaring at her. His stern look scared Dong Meili, and she dared not speak further. Huang Weiguo spoke, "As a family member of a soldier, you must be careful with your words and actions. Think carefully before speaking or doing anything. Go back and have her write a self-criticism, post it on the notice board, clear Xiao Chu and her husband's name, and also publicly apologize to them." This was a serious matter. After returning home, Xia Yong felt exhausted and had no strength to argue. "Are you satisfied now? First, you get a punishment on your record. Keep causing trouble if you want. It's better to break up this family." Once Dong Meili understood what was happening, she was stunned. "This is a punishment? That's not right. You should go and tell your leaders. How can they punish someone over this? That would make her a bad person." She was anxious and tried to pull Xia Yong's sleeve, but he pushed her away. "Isn't this what you wanted? What's the point of talking about it now? They didn't say that criticism was a punishment. It was just a warning. I didn't think it would be so serious. I just said a few words to her. How could it be like this? I don't understand." When Dong Meili was pushed away, she hurt her hand. It was painful, and now she was upset. Why can't people speak? If she thought something was wrong, she could just explain. Why did it have to become a punishment? She was angry and about to go outside when suddenly, with a loud bang, Xia Yong slammed a teacup heavily against the door. "If you dare to leave this door, I will send you back, so you don't get hurt." He rarely got so angry, and Dong Meili was scared. "I won't go if I don't want to, but this matter is over. You must write a reflection and apologize, or I might just leave with you." Xia Yong's eyes flashed with anger. "And what about their matter?"
Who told you that?
"You've only been here a few days, and you already know about the arranged marriage before they got married. I also heard it from others. Many people in the yard know." Dong Meili didn't mention Xiao Wanqing because Xiao Wanqing only said there was an arranged marriage, not how they got together. 2 days later, everyone in the family compound saw Dong Meili's apology on the notice board. Xia Yong and Dong Meili brought eggs and canned food to apologize to Wu Ling and Chu Mu. "I'm really sorry. She has no manners. She used to talk nonsense all the time. I will teach her properly. It's her fault. I hope you can forgive us." Xia Yong turned and glared at Dong Meili, who then gave a small bow like a mosquito. "I'm sorry. I won't talk nonsense next time." Wu Ling didn't believe it, but she didn't want to pursue it further. Leaders had already come to talk to Chu Mu at home. "All right, let's forget about it this time. I'm not a person who holds grudges. I just hope this won't happen again." Xia Yong smiled politely. Certainly. Thank you, Comrade Wu, for your understanding." He glanced at Chu Mu out of the corner of his eye. Chu Mu stood silently behind Wu Ling, straight as a pillar, giving off a strong presence. This was the person the college was focusing on training. He didn't talk much, but once angered, the consequences could be very serious. That damn Dong Meili really knew how to cause trouble for him. People in the family compound also discussed quietly. "I didn't expect they would give a punishment. Isn't it a bit too harsh?" "What are you talking about? Don't criticize Teacher Wu. He's an outstanding member and a model family member. He's honest and straightforward. Does he deserve to be slandered? And little Chu is also an honest person. Usually, he keeps his eyes on the ground when he sees us. How could he be the one doing those things? You can't bully honest people. That Dong Meili is really not a good person. In the future, we should keep a distance from her. She might try to scheme against us someday. Dong Meili was immediately ignored in the residential area. When she first arrived, she got along well because she was good at talking, but now, when she tried to speak to others, they all made excuses and avoided her. Dong Meili felt very upset and grew to hate Wu Ling even more. Luckily, Xiao Wanqing still treated her kindly, as always. Those people are really not good. They're just followers who change sides easily. I don't want to associate with them. Every day, Dong Meili went to Xiao Wanqing's place. Especially Wu Ling. She looks decent, talks to you nicely on the surface, but then she reports us to old Xia. People like her are the most dangerous. Because of this, old Xia always gave her a cold look, making her feel nervous and cautious at home. This also made Xiao Wanqing's happiness seem even higher. Xiao Wanqing comforted her, saying, "It's because the higher-ups value her." Did you see Chu Mu supporting Wu Ling? The leaders even came to show concern. So her luck is really good. You can't afford to offend her. I don't believe it. Her husband can't be that powerful. Anyway, I will get my revenge sooner or later. Xiao Wanqing spoke softly and gently, trying to comfort her. But the more she comforted Dong Meili, the more she felt she couldn't swallow her anger. Now that Xiao Wanqing was pregnant, she heard Yan Zhenjiang say that because of some issues with a last training simulation, they plan to do it again and reorganize the teams. So, she wasn't paying much attention to Dong Meili. Could this be her chance to make a difference? Or was this second attempt a way to fix the story's deviation? Wu Ling also heard from Chu Mu, so you can participate this time? Won't it be dangerous? She hoped she wouldn't get hurt again like in the story. She didn't say how she got injured, only that she stayed home for 2 or 3 months afterward and fell behind in her studies. Yan Zhenjiang kindly tutored her, showing camaraderie. Chu Mu reassured her, "I'll be careful. But this time's competition might be a bit different. Everything depends on the organization's plan." Wu Ling wasn't worried. She knew he wasn't completely unaware and would take precautions. In Chu Mu's memories from his previous life, during practice, Yan Zhenjiang did not set up the antenna according to his instructions. He said that a slight deviation wouldn't affect the results, but Chu Mu cared a lot about these details and had to adjust it himself. As a result, he fell and hurt his leg, but he still insisted on completing the antenna setup. Later, someone from the same team said that after he successfully set it up, the signal no longer had any problems. Yan Zhenjiang used his injury to boost morale, relying on the previously obtained parameters to win. At that time, Chu Mu was also happy. Winning was good enough. His injury was just bad luck, and he didn't blame others. But if Yan Zhenjiang had set everything up properly from the start, he wouldn't have needed to make adjustments during listening breaks, and he wouldn't have gotten hurt. He also wouldn't have failed to finish the competition. Strangely, in his previous life, Chu Mu never had such thoughts. He was only grateful when Yan Zhenjiang later helped him review. Was he really a fool in his past life? When the team assignments were announced, Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang were in the same group, which made Yan Zhenjiang very happy. This time, I want to settle the score from before. If we're together, there's nothing we can't win. Chu Mu didn't react much and just started preparing carefully. When you review later, others won't be idle either. Are they just waiting for you to get revenge? They used equipment we haven't seen before. Now it's our turn. This time, they were on the blue team. Previously, someone was dissatisfied and asked to reveal data and equipment, only to find out that the defending team's blue team equipment had been upgraded without notice. That's how the second round happened. Have you looked at the upgrade data for that equipment? I haven't studied it clearly. Maybe it's cutting-edge technology used in practice drills. It's kind of crazy. Chu Mu stayed silent and didn't mention what secret mission they were on. However, just before the confrontation started, Chu Mu suddenly received an order and was transferred to another team. Chu Mu didn't react much, just obeyed the order. But Yan Zhenjiang was unhappy. Didn't you ask why? You've been studying for a long time, and now they just tell you to switch? Are they targeting you on purpose? Chu Mu remained calm. The organization has its reasons. No matter which team I'm in, I will do my best. But that doesn't make sense. You know how difficult our last mission was. Maybe you could talk to the higher-ups and see if you can avoid the transfer? It's your first day as a soldier. How can you negotiate? Sometimes, Chu Mu doesn't quite understand Yan Zhenjiang's words and actions. Changing sides doesn't really matter. Keep working hard, and don't let us outshine you. Yan Zhenjiang smiled and patted his shoulder. That's what I should be saying. He has experienced this firsthand. He's confident they will win this time. Wu Ling was happy to hear that Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang were on different teams. She told him to do his best. Don't worry about home. Getting good results is what matters. The better his scores now, the better his chances for future assignments. That way, he can relax more. She also thought that if Chu Mu wasn't tied to Yan Zhenjiang, he might have better luck. Like the small task force before, which exceeded their goals and got recognized. Wouldn't that be better than just being a background figure? At the family housing area, Dong Meili posted her apology. Whenever she saw Wu Ling, she acted as if she hadn't seen her. She pickled some vegetables and shared them with neighbors, except for Wu Ling. She's a progressive person. She doesn't need my small favors. Dong Meili had always acted this way. As the wife of the team leader, she would give small gifts to others, making it easy to isolate someone. But this is the family housing area, and everyone has been through education campaigns. They've all heard Wu Ling's various stories. Others see Dong Meili's actions as childish. They think she's not even sharp enough to be called mean-spirited, more like simple-minded. Despite that, they still accepted her pickled vegetables and continued to get along well with Wu Ling, unaffected. Wu Ling didn't care much. Especially when Fang Yanhong told her that Dong Meili's pickled vegetables didn't taste good and couldn't compare to Wu Ling's. You have such skill. I taught you, but your pickles are even better than mine. Fang Yanhong said this while taking a small piece of pickled vegetable and putting it in her mouth. Are these really for me? Wu Ling smiled and told her to take them. It's just me and Chu Mu at home. We can't eat much. He's not home often now, so if you like them, take more. Then I won't be polite with you. My old yellow really loves to eat and always asks me to send some pickled vegetables back for you. Jiming is also a picky eater, so he can eat more with these. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. It's because you taught me how to cook that I can do it. Fang Yanhong thinks Wu Ling is good everywhere, smart, capable, and generous. She doesn't understand why Dong Meili always seems to dislike her. Don't mind Dong Meili. Everyone is just watching her make a fool of herself. It was her mistake to begin with, and she still doesn't remember her lessons. Why do you think Xiao Xiao gets along so well with her? They're together every day. Wu Ling smiles slightly. Who knows? Maybe it's just fate. They say like attracts like, and people tend to stick with their own kind. Never mind, I won't say more. Why does Xiao Wanqing spend every day with Dong Meili? She's just comparing herself. So far, her happiness comparison score is only about 5%. Xiao Wanqing is about to get angry. Every day, as soon as she opens her eyes after breakfast, Dong Meili rushes over. When she sees her lips moving non-stop, sometimes she even eats lunch here. She helps her with some chores, but compared to how much her ears suffer, what's that? Even at night, as soon as Xiao Wanqing closes her eyes, her ears are still buzzing. She feels this isn't right, so during Wu Ling's rest time, she was the first to come find her, hoping to avoid Dong Meili. Old Yen specifically told me to spend more time with my sister-in-law. Their kind of confrontation is supposed to simulate real battle conditions. I heard they even simulate explosions and use fake bombs, which is very dangerous. They'll be gone for quite a few days. Xiao Wanqing sits at Wu Ling's house and feels surprised. She's been here so many times, but her home is always spotless. No dust on the windowsill, and there's even a small flower pot. Is she really so diligent that she cleans every day? Wu Ling lazily leans back, listening to her talk. Outside, sunlight streams in, making her look calm and peaceful. Chu Mu said if the results come quickly, it won't take too long. And with Dong Meili talking to you every day, I feel more at ease. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flicker. What she did was wrong and I told her so. But she probably just wanted to learn more about you guys. She used the wrong approach, but it's all in the past now. We should get along well in the future. Wu Ling turned her head to look at her, with a curious and probing expression. Xiao Wanqing felt a bit uncomfortable. I just hope everyone can get along peacefully. She has learned her lesson. We're neighbors, so we'll see each other often. Wu Ling chuckled softly. Sister Wanqing is really a generous person. Xiao Wanqing sensed there was more behind her words, but had no proof. Being here with Wu Ling was quite comfortable. The room was bright and clean, which made her feel happy. The tea Wu Ling brewed was especially fragrant. She initially thought Yan Zhenjiang was exaggerating, but it turned out to be quite good. Even someone who doesn't usually drink tea found it refreshing and sweet after a sip. No wonder Fang Yanhong often came here for no reason. Just then, Fang Yanhong arrived, holding a bundle of yarn. When she saw Xiao Wanqing, she paused in surprise, then leaned out the door. Xiao is here. Don't bother looking for her. Xiao Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She then saw Dong Meili's figure appear behind her. Fang Yanhong said as she stepped inside, Xiao Dong seems to have something to ask you. She's asked several people. You should go see what's going on. Xiao Wanqing didn't want to go. She had deliberately come quietly to Wu Ling's place without telling anyone, not expecting to be found so easily. I just came to talk to Wu. Did Meili have something to ask me? Dong Meili couldn't tell she was resisting. She nodded firmly and stood at the door without stepping inside. Sister Wanqing, let's go to your place. The orange soda from last time was really good. You told me to come again next time, right? She then hummed softly in Wu Ling's direction. Wanqing had said that only she was served that orange soda. It's a different kind of friendship. Wu Ling pressed her temple and looked at the generous Xiao Wanqing. Since you still have something to do, I won't keep you. You could stay a little longer. Xiao Wanqing was annoyed that Wu Ling was so insensitive. Did she really want to leave with her? Xiao Wanqing only managed to get 3 bottles of orange soda. She just said a polite word, but Dong Meili seemed to misunderstand completely and actually started to care about it. Was she really that clueless about her words and actions? However, Dong Meili always regarded Xiao Wanqing as a close older sister. After she left, she quickly linked her arm with her. Sister, what are you doing here? You said you wouldn't come if it weren't for Brother Yan. Are you here for something? Xiao Wanqing really wanted to cover her mouth. Just then, she saw Wu Ling close the door. Xiao Wanqing. Is Dong Meili's power not divided between friends and foes? Not only Wu Ling heard this, but Fang Yanhong also heard it. She frowned as she tidied up her used teacup and said, Little Xiao, how can you be like this? I used to think you were honest and shy, but now it seems you have a different face in front of people and behind their backs. Wu Ling told her to sit down and not worry. It's nothing much. Our 2 families only got closer because of Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang. But it did make things difficult for her. Later, I will ask Chu Mu to clarify things with Yan Zhenjiang, so there's no need to pretend anymore. You haven't done anything wrong to her, so why is she unhappy? You don't know, do you? The literacy class thing was her idea. She begged Sister Tian to take it over, and Sister Tian was so upset about it she regrets it now. Fang Yanhong thought, how can people be like this? Even if it's because of her husband's friendship with Chu Mu, she shouldn't do such things. Clarifying things is good. Anyway, she and Dong Meili are together, so they probably won't speak well of us. It's better to keep some distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing was feeling unhappy. Dong Meili had noticed and kept complaining about how Xia Yong was doing and how the 2 kids were doing. Kids are born to be a handful. I tell them one thing, and they reply with 2. They roll outside all day and only come back when they're muddy. Their dirty little hands want to grab bread, white bread, and they leave black fingerprints all over it. Xiao Wanqing's mind couldn't help but imagine this, and she felt disgusted. She rushed to the bathroom and vomited for a while before calming down. Dong Meili handed her some water, asking, What's wrong? Haven't you stopped vomiting for a while? Xiao Wanqing finally managed to suppress her stomach's rebellion, took the water to rinse her mouth, and weakly sat back in the living room. I'm pregnant now. And you're telling me the baby is here to collect debts? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Oh, I was talking about my own kids. Your children must be different from mine, probably more well-behaved, just like you and Brother Yan. From now on, you should stop talking about your kids. I heard from elders that babies in the womb can hear outside sounds. Don't teach them bad habits. Anyway, Xiao Wanqing didn't want to hear more about fingerprints on bread. What do you want to talk to me about? She asked. I'm just here to chat. Look, you're pregnant and brother Yen isn't home. The house feels so empty. I just want to talk to you a bit. Don't you find it boring? Dong Meili said this and stood up, automatically opening the cabinet and taking out a bottle of orange soda to drink. Seeing Xiao Wanqing seem to want to get up, she quickly said, Don't move, don't move. I know where everything is. It's better to let me handle it here, like home, than being in my own house. Xiao Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, silently closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, thinking that once she left, she would need to tidy up and lock all the things at home. I appreciate your kindness, but I asked the doctor at the health clinic, and at this stage, I need to rest quietly. You don't need to come every day. It's okay, it's okay. I'm free anyway. By the way, do you know someone named Jiang in our yard? They say she's very good at dressing up and loves talking to young officers. People have seen her many times. Xiao Wanqing's mind suddenly throbbed with pain, and she started to doubt whether all her sacrifices for a small comparison of status were worth it. This time, the competition ended earlier than last time. Wu Ling happened to meet Yan Zhenjiang after work and greeted him. Everyone's back? What about Chu Mu? Didn't he come back with you? Yan Zhenjiang slightly lifted his mouth and looked tired. He'll be back in a while, probably at the leadership's place. Usually, Yan Zhenjiang was quite talkative, but today he seemed to have no energy to speak and went straight home after speaking. Wu Ling had a good feeling and went home to take out some canned food she didn't want to eat, planning to cook a nice dinner tonight. When Chu Mu returned, the house was filled with the aroma of food. All his fatigue seemed to melt away instantly, leaving him refreshed and energetic. Wu Ling peeked out from the kitchen and said, You're back?
Dinner will be ready soon.
Congratulations on your big win in the competition. How do you know we won? Oh, I guessed from Yan Zhenjiang's look, like he'd been beaten up. Did I guess right? Chu Mu smiled with his eyes and nodded. You guessed right. I'm such a genius. Wu Ling couldn't help but praise herself. She brought out the prepared dishes and also grabbed 2 bottles of orange soda. Eating was always very important to them. They could make do with other things, but not with their meals. Why did it end so quickly this time? I remember last time it took quite a while. Xiao Wanqing asked several times. Did something happen? It's nothing. The other side gave up. He spoke casually, but Wu Ling was momentarily stunned. Giving up is rare in the military because the motto is never give up, never admit defeat, never surrender. So, how desperate must someone be to give up? Chu Mu didn't say much. Such missions are usually kept secret. But he seemed happy and said, We've developed some new technology. If it gets approved, it might become a dedicated project. If successful, it could be very useful someday. Every time he talked about what he learned, his eyes shone with passion. Wu Ling wanted to reach out and touch them. Surely, they were warm with enthusiasm. That's great. Congratulations, Wu Ling said, holding a bottle of soda and clinking it with his. The orange juice tasted sweet and sour, a rare flavor in this era. Chu Mu didn't know why, but he always felt a hollow emptiness in his chest. Wu Ling's words felt sincere. She had made an effort to celebrate him, patiently listened to him, and genuinely seemed happy for him. Chu Mu could tell she was sincere, but he felt like he only received recognition. Was that not enough? What more did he want? He wasn't sure. He pursed his lips. At least he had made some progress compared to before. That was enough. As long as he kept improving a little each time, one day he would fill this emptiness. Meanwhile, at Yan Zhenjiang's house, a heavy, gloomy atmosphere hung in the air. Xiao Wanqing supported her waist, her face full of confusion. She asked again, as if she couldn't believe it, Your camp lost again? The one with the advanced equipment and defenses? They couldn't hold out. Yan Zhenjiang replied impatiently, How many times do you want me to say it? Yes, we lost. Again. Are you satisfied now? Why are you angry with me? Xiao Wanqing wanted to get angry too. Didn't they have 2 chances? How did he manage to make a contribution in the story? Was it because of Chu Mu? That maybe it really was. Both times they failed, and Chu Mu wasn't there. Xiao Wanqing looked at Yan Zhenjiang differently. Could it be that his achievements were just borrowed from others? The first time, no matter how hard they tried, the other side seemed completely invincible, with no flaws at all. The second time, despite their efforts, the opponents advanced rapidly and overwhelmed them. Is this kind of thing reasonable? Could it really happen? It actually did happen. In the end, their communication was completely paralyzed, and there was no point in continuing, so it was simply stopped. Over there, Chu Mu, as the main figure, was called by the leaders to report, and he was likely to receive an award again. But that doesn't make sense. They checked the equipment, verified the data, and yet the problems they couldn't solve last time. Why do they seem so fragile when facing Chu Mu's team? Yan Zhenjiang couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought. He decided to go find Chu Mu to ask clearly. Xiao Wanqing thought for a moment and also went out. By now, Chu Mu and the others had finished eating. Wu Ling came to open the door. Yan Zhenjiang asked, "Is Lao Chu at home?" Chu Mu's voice came from the kitchen. "Wait for me. I'll wash the dishes and come out." After Yan Zhenjiang entered, he half-jokingly said to Wu Ling, "Are you still making him wash dishes? He's a big hero in their team. When he comes back, he still has to do chores. Isn't that unfair?" Wu Ling smiled happily. "Maybe you can help him do it too. I don't mind. You really like joking around." "You're wrong. I don't really joke much. But Wanqing, brother Yan, do you think he washes dishes well? If not, that's not good." Xiao Wanqing forced a smile, but didn't reply. He's never seen him wash dishes in all these years of marriage. Big brother Chu is more diligent. When he's free, he can also tell old Yan to learn from him. Chu Mu finished tidying up and wiped his hands, guessing Yan Zhenjiang wanted to ask something. He invited him into the study and said to Wu Ling, "The jujube soup is ready. Be careful not to burn yourself when you drink it."
They went inside to talk.
Wu Ling went to the kitchen, brought the bowl of soup to the table to cool, and Xiao Wanqing glanced at it. It contained eggs, brown sugar, and red dates. "Big brother Chu really treats you well." Xiao Wanqing's words came from a heart, mixed with a hint of jealousy and doubt. Such an excellent man. Why is he just a supporting character? Or a side role? Is there really such a contrast? Wu Ling nodded naturally. "I treat him well too. I think I'm doing fine." "You're really lucky. Big brother Chu is caring, hardworking, and capable. I heard old Yan say he's been in the spotlight again."
Truly enviable.
Right? He looks healthy, tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Complimenting Chu Mu's appearance can't be ignored. Shallow, Wu Ling disagrees. "Xiao Wanqing." She suddenly smiles and lowers her voice. "Brother Chu is so excellent. You must keep an eye on him. I heard from Mei Li that in our hospital, there's a woman named Jiang who likes to talk to young officers. She's tried to stop Brother Chu several times. Even if Brother Chu is a gentleman, he can't resist being flirted with repeatedly. You must make sure he doesn't make mistakes." Wu Ling shows a confused expression. Is she the only one in our hospital with such good judgment? That's suspicious. Although Chu Mu married her, it doesn't stop her from normal admiration and conversation. She thought Chu Mu was quite popular. Xiao Wanqing can't understand further. "Aren't you worried at all? What's there to worry about? If he makes a mistake, he will face serious consequences. It's not overreacting to say he might ruin his future. The person I chose wouldn't be that foolish. That would make her seem unwise." Wu Ling's reasoning makes sense to Xiao Wanqing, but understanding is one thing. As a woman, how could she not care? If something really happens, you'll regret it too late. Wu Ling looks serious. "Wanqing, do you know? Worrying about something that hasn't happened yet is like borrowing trouble. I'm not interested in that, but I respect others' preferences." Xiao Wanqing's throat tightens, and she suddenly covers her mouth and rushes to the bathroom. The red date, sugar water, and eggs on the table are almost cold. Wu Ling calmly takes some and eats slowly. It's very sweet. In the study, for the questions raised by Yan Zhenjiang, Chu Mu explains everything he can. "Anything else you don't understand?" Yan Zhenjiang shakes his head blankly, then sits down heavily beside him. "I always thought I was pretty good at studying, but I'm actually far behind you. Where did you learn all this?" "Some self-taught." These days, resources are hard to find, so I study whenever I can. Yan Zhenjiang looks around his bookshelf, mostly books from the academy, a few that aren't forbidden. They look ordinary and unremarkable. What he doesn't know is that Chumu has already carefully hidden any controversial materials, so he would never see them. Anyway, congratulations. You won this confrontation beautifully. Chumu was actually very happy himself, feeling like he had made up for past regrets. This time, he still arranged for people to set up the antenna. Everything went smoothly, with all steps carried out correctly and precisely, allowing them to succeed fully. He truly dislikes being careless or settling for less. Maybe he should reconsider whether he needs to deepen his relationship with Yan Zhenjiang. Winning the competition didn't have much impact on Wu Ling and Chu Mu. At most, Chu Mu would be busier and couldn't come home to cook often. Wu Ling could just cook a few extra meals. However, there were other problems too. Dong Meili, arms akimbo, came over loudly enough for the whole unit to hear. Are you really qualified to be a teacher? Why are only my 2 kids punished for a fight? Wu Ling, come out. And what kind of role model are you? I'm going to report you to the school leaders. Next to her, Xiao Wanqing, pregnant, tried to calm her unsuccessfully. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Don't get so upset. Can children lie? That's what they said, so what misunderstanding could there be? She must be holding a grudge against me and deliberately taking it out on my kids.
Come out here.
The noise was so loud that Tianling was quickly called over. What are you all doing? Making so much noise in the apartment building. Can't you talk nicely? Following her, Fang Yanhong saw Dong Meili waving a cloth and also took it away. Little Wu isn't back yet. Why are you arguing? I'll just wait here for her. Director Tian, this isn't my fault. Wu Ling is abusing her teacher status to bully my 2 kids. You're also a mother. Can you just tolerate this? Dong Meili almost burst into tears. My husband was criticized and punished because of this. I apologized, made amends, and what more do you want? She's a teacher, but she shouldn't take it out on the kids. Look at my children's faces and bodies. They're scratched. And they're made to apologize. They're being humiliated on purpose. Tianling looked at the 2 children, who shrank back and tried to hide. Things aren't clear yet. Let's wait until little Wu comes back. What's not clear? Do you think I, as a mother, would lie? Or is it because she's a model citizen that she can get away with this? Zhenling frowned, and Xiao Wanqing quickly pulled Dong Meili aside. You can't say things like that. Director Tian is always fair. If Wu Ling was wrong, she wouldn't protect her. When Wu Ling returned, she faced this situation. The building was crowded with people, making her think her home had been broken into. Fang Yanhong hurried forward. You're finally back, Dong Meili said. Before she finished, Dong Meili rushed over. Xiao Wanqing looked like she wanted to stop her, but couldn't. She stood anxiously, trying to persuade her with her words. Meili, please don't be impulsive. No matter what, you can't hit anyone. Xiao Wu is a teacher. Is being a teacher so great? Dong Meili, in a rush, tried to pull Wu Ling away. But Wu Ling moved aside, and Dong Meili tripped over something under her feet and fell hard to the ground. The building suddenly fell silent for a moment. Dong Meili's pig-like squeal broke the silence, and people nearby hurried to help her. Oh no, her nose is bleeding. Quickly bring a towel. Xia Jun, go get a towel from your mom. The cement ground was hard, and Dong Meili fell badly. She covered her nose, insisting that Wu Ling had hurt her. You're accusing Teacher Wu? Everyone saw that she moved aside. She didn't do anything. You just fell yourself. Exactly. We're not blind. You can't just blame her like that. What are they accusing her of? She clearly tripped herself, but everyone said they didn't see. Are they blind? Wu Ling went back to her house, put down her bag, and didn't let anyone in. Then she came out and closed the door. Xiao Wanqing had been standing for a while and felt dizzy. Why not go in? Meili has something to ask you. Let's go inside. Ask here. Everyone can hear, Wu Ling replied. She didn't want her home to be chaotic. Dong Meili finally stopped the bleeding, but her face still had marks. She looked angry and asked, My child was fighting at school. Why are you forcing them to apologize and criticize? Do you have no sense of fairness? Are you even a teacher? Wu Ling called Xiajun and Xiahua over. Tell me again what happened at school today. Wu Ling looked up at Dong Meili. In the dim corridor, her cold gaze made Dong Meili shiver. If you want to find out, just keep your mouth shut. Then Wu Ling looked at the two children. I don't expect all students to be smart and eager to learn, but at least they should be honest and responsible. Many people in the school can testify. If you still dare to lie in front of me, you will have to face the consequences. Her voice was soft and gentle, but to Xiajun and Xiahua, it sounded intimidating, and their expressions changed. Dong Meili instinctively wanted to protect her children and accuse Wu Ling of threatening them, but Wu Ling's stare was so intense that she couldn't speak. It was as if something frightening was watching her, which was very strange. After a while, the two children finally hesitated and spoke, nervously explaining what happened. They secretly put urine into other students' water bottles as a joke to trick them into drinking, but they were caught, and a fight broke out. After they finished, the corridor became eerily quiet again. Dong Meili was anxious. You said they were beaten and punished by the teacher to write a reflection, but you didn't mention these things. Wu Ling looked serious. Actually, even if you didn't come to find me, I would have looked for you. Kids love to play pranks, that's natural. But is this how your child jokes? Luckily, the other child noticed in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been me looking for you. Whispering voices filled the corridor. Most families here had children, and those of age were in school. Sometimes kids would get into fights over small things, but they usually apologized and played together again the next day. But no one had ever heard of such a ridiculous thing as tricking someone into drinking urine. Suddenly, someone's voice said, "Good job. That little brat was only punished because they didn't hit him hard enough. How can you joke like that? And then come back to complain? It shows they've done this kind of thing before. You're still bothering Teacher Wu. Your child isn't honest, and as a mother, how can you be proud of causing trouble? I think the punishment was too light. Kids should know right from wrong. They've been to school and read books, but they don't seem to understand. I don't know how your family is raising them. No one could be sure if this would happen to their own children." Parents were angry, and even those without kids joined in criticizing. Dong Meili's face turned red. She turned around and slapped her children hard on their bottoms. "You're not behaving. You sent your children to school so they could learn to read and write. What have they learned so far?" Wu Ling replied coolly, "School definitely wouldn't teach them to make such jokes. I already told them that once they realize their mistake and write a self-criticism, they can go back to school." After speaking, she looked at Tianling and said, "Director, today Chu Mu said he wants to come back for dinner. I need to go home and prepare. What do you think? Go ahead, I'm here." "It's all so hard for you," the director replied. Wu Ling's face seemed to show honesty and fairness. She entered the house confidently, then closed the door and quickly relaxed. She slowly brewed herself some red dates and sea buckthorn tea. She changed clothes and leaned back in her chair to rest. Chumu would come back later, so she decided to take a break first. Outside, Tianling was sternly scolding Dong Meili, saying she would also tell Xia Yong about this later. "Tell me, how do you and your husband teach your children? They're grown up now, not little kids who don't understand anything. Yet, they come here causing trouble, without asking questions. What kind of example are you setting?" Dong Meili's nose was sore and swollen. She lowered her head, afraid to speak. She didn't realize this was the reason. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. She had asked those two little rascals several times, and they insisted they were wronged. She thought this was a good chance to get the truth. Plus, Sister Wanqing supported her, saying she shouldn't delay because of the children. That's why she did it. Wait, where was Sister Wanqing? All right, everyone disperse. Go home and cook. Don't stand around watching the show, someone said. That night, the apartment heard Xia Yong's angry shouting. The two children were crying loudly after being beaten, mixed with Dong Meili's crying and pleading. Wu Ling heard the noise and opened the door. She saw Xiao Wanqing standing in the corridor, pregnant, perhaps trying to comfort them. "Ping, Happiness Contrast Collection is at 7%. Please keep working hard." Focus on the main supporting characters to speed up progress, a voice said. Wu Ling hesitated to close the door and looked at Xiao Wanqing again. Xiao Wanqing looked over and asked, Sister-in-law, what are you looking at? It's cold tonight. You're pregnant. Don't catch a cold. Wear more clothes, Wu Ling replied. She closed the door. Xiao Wanqing's expression was uncertain, making her think that even if she aimed to focus on the main supporting characters, she still needed to gather enough data. Dong Meili's frequent troublemaking over the past few days still only added up to a small number. Could it be that she didn't want to gather data? Dong Meili made Xia Yong press him to apologize again, saying, I'm really sorry. My 2 kids were acting up at home, and she didn't understand the situation. Sorry for bothering teacher Xiaowu. Dong Meili looked upset and mumbled her apology, saying she would be more careful in the future. Wu Ling didn't seem to mind and asked if they wanted water. Xia Yong politely declined, but Dong Meili turned her head and left, refusing to drink. Haha, teacher Xiaowu. Don't take her seriously. She's just a rough person and not very thoughtful. Her 2 children haven't been properly taught at home. We should invite teachers more often to help them. In the past, Xia Yong was a strict and commanding person in the team, very authoritative. The higher-ups wanted to develop his leadership skills, so they sent him to the academy. But now he was just constantly apologizing here. He was polite, so Wu Ling didn't make things difficult for him. She poured water and talked about his 2 children. Nearby, Chu Mu sat quietly, hands on his knees, watching Xia Yong intently, almost sweating from the gaze. Actually, Chu Mu saw a strange sense of familiarity in him. In his previous life, he was just like Xia Yong, always apologizing and making amends, with a face full of helplessness and exhaustion. Chu Mu understood that feeling very well. I heard that Comrade Xiao Chu is very skilled. I wonder if I might have a chance to learn from you in the future. I don't want to bother you, but my wife is really... Chu Mu interrupted. If you have questions, just ask me when I have time. Really? Thank you so much. Do you have free now? I've remembered everything I don't understand. There's a lot going on at home, so I haven't had time to ask. Dealing with the mess caused by Dong Meili alone was exhausting enough.
Humo explained patiently.
Wu Ling had no objections. Dong Meili was targeting her, but Xia Yong's apologies were sincere and not perfunctory. Honestly, he seemed quite pitiful, like Chu Mu felt when reading novels, and sympathized with Chu Mu himself. Moreover, Xia Yong was eager to learn, not just making excuses to get close. The questions he asked, though not very difficult, were important. It showed he had his own ideas and was good at learning. Thank you so much today. The 2 of you must come to my house for a meal sometime. Summer Yong rarely felt fulfilled and had a better opinion of Chu Mu. This young man was really capable, and he was willing to teach himself without holding a grudge over Dong Meili's matter. Wu Ling politely declined the invitation to eat, saying she didn't want to join. Sister Yan Hong mentioned that Dong Meili's pickled vegetables were average, so her cooking skills were probably not much better. Besides, who knew what she might serve him to eat? After returning home, Summer Yong's mind surprisingly became clearer. Seeing that Dong Meili was not at home, he didn't need to think much. She was probably out looking for Yan Zhenjiang's wife. The 2 children were running around the house, but when they saw him, they stuck close to the wall like scared quails and didn't dare move. It seemed that things hadn't always been like this. Ever since moving into this residential compound, it was as if he had been cursed, with trouble constantly arising. Even Summer Yong, who usually didn't believe in ghosts or gods, couldn't help but wonder if this place was cursed for him. During a combat training exercise, Chu Mu performed outstandingly, but was reported for using illegal components from unknown sources. Yan Zhenjiang looked angry and defended him, saying, I don't know who reported this, but they really don't want him to succeed. Don't worry, the leaders said they will investigate thoroughly. You should stay at home and rest for now. Chu Mu nodded, showing no emotion on his face. There were some unusual materials inside, not taken from the equipment. They said these were from the last round of the exercise. Do you remember anything? I didn't pay much attention. You know me, I'm always missing details, which has caused mistakes before. I understand. I'll wait at home for the results. Yan Zhenjiang comforted him a few more words before leaving. The components that were reported were bought from the black market. Fortunately, he hadn't told anyone about them. He had just hidden them among other things. They hadn't been useful before, but now Chu Mu had used them. This matter must be kept secret. After returning home, Yan Zhenjiang specifically told Xiao Wanqing, "Don't talk nonsense outside." It might be a bit unfair to Chu Mu, but he has made contributions. If we use that as a reason, the consequences won't be too serious. Xiao Wanqing didn't need to be told. She wouldn't say anything. Are you sure no one else knows? Could someone check the black market? What could they find? Money exchanges hands, and there's no proof. Don't worry. Lately, you should stay home more and avoid Dong Meili. She's just a troublemaker, always chattering. I understand. Xiao Wanqing gently rubbed her belly, speaking softly, with a faint sense of anticipation. She was finally getting the two-digit difference she wanted. Chu Mu stayed home from class, waiting for the investigation results. Instead of feeling nervous or anxious, he treated it like a holiday. He usually had no time to play chess, but now he could find someone like Zheng Wei or others to play with for fun. Sometimes he listened to the radio or studied books and circuits in his study. I followed your method and pickled some radishes. In a few days, they should be ready to eat. If they taste good, you can also give some to Sister Yanhong. Chu Mu was not bored at all. Wu Ling noticed he was good at finding things to do for fun and always took everything seriously. Wu Ling praised his diligence, saying, "Very good, your skills must be excellent." But she was curious about one thing. Why hasn't anyone come to check our house? If they suspect you're involved in the black market, shouldn't they come here to look around? Those electronic parts can be proven to have been there during the last practice. I wasn't even there at that time. This matter wasn't really his concern. Chu Mu knew that classmates from the same camp knew about it, and the leaders also knew. But because someone reported it and those items shouldn't have been there, they pretended to investigate. So that's how it was. It was also due to the current social environment. She asked casually, "Do you feel wronged?" Chu Mu smiled. "It's okay. Getting a few more days to rest is pretty good. Even if my grades are cancelled, I might have learned some new techniques. Honestly, I lost a few components in the process. You think so openly about everything. That's good. Being broad-minded helps you live longer. Not everything, though. Some things I just can't accept. Are there things you can't get over? That's not good." Chu Mu looked at her, hesitating, then finally spoke. "About the time I let Yan Zhenjiang take the credit and go to the family compound. You're not angry about that anymore, Wu Ling?" Why was he bringing up old issues? She couldn't help but laugh. That was so long ago. I was actually hesitant back then. The principal kept pushing me, and I got anxious and spoke without thinking. But ever since I married you, I've never seen you as an outsider. I want to live a good life with you. Chu Mu looked very serious, with slightly red ears. His hand on the table was loosely clenched into a fist, and a faint, barely noticeable tremor could be seen. "Why are you suddenly talking about this? You said you like people with big mouths." Chu Mu pursed his lips, not sure if his mouth looked proper or not. Wu Ling's gaze moved from his forehead to his prominent nose, then to his tense, straight lips. She thought she was quite lucky. The person she chose was more honest and straightforward than other side characters, and he looked quite handsome. She considered herself fortunate. Chu Mu had been very attentive to her lately. Wu Ling responded in kind, but for her, this was just politeness and mutual respect. "If you treat me well, I will treat you well too." But she always kept some space to back away if things changed, to ensure she could leave safely. This wasn't love, just admiration. They enjoyed each other's company. For Wu Ling, this distance was the safest and most comfortable, and she wouldn't be accused of meddling. "I already said I wasn't angry. You don't need to keep bringing it up. I've already forgotten about it." She smiled at Chu Mu. Her relaxed tone didn't make him smile back. His eyes flickered slightly. "Okay, I won't mention it again." During Chu Mu's suspension, Yan Zhenjiang occasionally came to visit, offering comfort and encouragement. "It should be close to a conclusion, but I heard this time they might not give a clear answer. Since you're the core of the camp, you might have to face the consequences." That's really unfair. Yan Zhenjiang complained for him, then said, don't be too discouraged. There will be other chances. With your skills, you'll eventually succeed again. Besides Yan Zhenjiang, Xia Yong often came to visit. Sometimes they discussed problems, other times they played chess. Their relationship quickly improved. I checked on your matter. It looks serious, but everyone knows it's not your fault. No one admits where the items came from, and they can't find out the truth. It might just be swept under the rug. Xia Yong was also interested in those components and studied them with Chu Mu, often staying late into the night. Dong Meili couldn't understand. Why do you always go to their house? He was suspended and investigated for breaking rules. Why are you still hanging around him? Do you think you have fewer punishments on you? You should stay away and not cause trouble. You don't understand anything. Xiao Chu was jealous and was falsely accused by someone with bad intentions. With his skills, he wouldn't need to cheat. I tell you, Xiao Chu is a good person, really good, a talented individual. Dong Meili rolled her eyes. Her wife had been embarrassed a few times, but she still acted as if everything was fine. She really has a screw loose. Later, Dong Meili went to complain to Xiao Wanqing. I don't know what kind of spell old Xia was given. He keeps running over there, not even wanting to come home. Do you think he's got a problem? Xiao Wanqing's belly was getting bigger. She looked down gently and said softly, Xiao Wu cleaned up the house nicely. Who wouldn't like to see a tidy home? I like it. It's normal to want to stay. Who doesn't know how to tidy up a house? I don't like her proud attitude. You don't understand. Some people think she's good just the way she is, especially men. Don't you think? They probably like women who are educated, gentle, and look pretty and fair. Even just looking at her makes people feel good. Xiao Wanqing's happiness had been quiet for a while. The two big goals she dreamed of still seemed far away. She was so anxious, she wanted to roll up her sleeves, but her belly made it impossible. Dong Meili listened but said nothing. That night, she finally asked Xia Yong, how do you think Wu Ling is? Xia Yong was taking off his shoes to go to bed. He didn't immediately understand who she was talking about, but after thinking, he said, you mean Chu Mu's wife? She's pretty good. You offended her a few times before, but she didn't really mind. You've been punished, and you still didn't mind? What does it mean to mind? Dong Meili was about to explode, but remembering what Xiao Wanqing said, she held back. What's so good about her? Tell me, I want to learn. Hearing she wanted to learn from her, Xia Yong saw a chance. Chu Mu's wife seems educated and polite. She never gossips behind people's backs. You should learn from her. And, besides that, I think she looks pretty. She doesn't seem like a woman from the village. Summer Yong pulled the quilt onto the bed and casually agreed. Indeed, Chu Mu's wife is really lucky. She's good-looking and capable. He's quite fortunate. Before finishing his sentence, the quilt he just covered was suddenly pulled off by Dong Meili, making him shiver from the cold. Why are you acting crazy again? Acting crazy. Have you liked her for a long time? Good-looking and capable. I tell you, Summer Yong, she's someone else's wife. You should be ashamed. Summer Yong wanted to tear her mouth apart. What are you talking about? Who do I like? Didn't you ask me? Are you crazy? Now you're saying I have a problem? Why did you marry me in the first place? Do you think I'm not as good-looking or capable as her? You unfaithful man. Dong Meili threw the pillows and blankets on the bed onto the floor, crying loudly. Sister Wanqing was right. Wu Ling is just a troublemaker. That night, Summer Yong didn't stay at home. He put on his clothes and slammed the door as he left. Dong Meili felt he was guilty. Why else would he leave so hurriedly? It only confirmed her suspicions. The next day, Dong Meili stormed to the school, determined to find Wu Ling's supervisor. You let a woman who flirts with other people's husbands be a teacher. What can she teach the children? Her conduct is questionable. You should fire her. Dong Meili caused a scene in the principal's office, shouting that Wu Ling was immoral and unfit to be a teacher. The principal, helpless, asked someone to call Wu Ling over first. Wu Ling was in class at the time. Another teacher came to cover her lesson and briefly explained what had happened. Not sure where she came from, but you should go see her quickly. Wu Ling was well liked at school. She taught well, got along with the students, and made other teachers feel less pressured. Plus, she was beautiful but humble, polite to everyone, and had a calm, peaceful aura that made her seem like a wise monk. She was a bit strange but harmonious, making people naturally want to get close. Wu Ling went to the office. As soon as Dong Meili saw her, she lunged forward. "You vixen. Today I must." Wu Ling quickly dodged her and, in a hidden corner, swiftly kicked her leg. Dong Meili fell to the ground again with a loud thud, but this time she was clever and didn't let her face hit the floor. She used her hand to support herself. She said that her last fall was not just her imagination. However, her left wrist hurt as she supported herself, and she cried out loudly, unable to get up. Sitting on the ground, she glared fiercely at the principal. She even hit someone. How can someone like her be a teacher? At this moment, not only the principal was in the office, but also several other teachers and the branch secretary had come. Hearing this, they all frowned. "When did Teacher Wu hit you?" "Comrade, why are you falsely accusing someone in broad daylight? We're all here. Are they treating us like fools?" Wu Ling spoke softly. "This is Xia Jun Xia Hua's mother. Last time, she falsely accused me of hitting her at the residential area. Luckily, some other colleagues testified for me." She sighed gently, showing a trace of helplessness between her brows. They admitted that Xia Jun Xia Hua urinated in another student's water bottle, and other students saw it too. "I taught them to write self-criticism essays. It's not what you say about favoritism. Why do you still want to make things difficult for me? Who told you about this? I came today to expose your shameless face. You got my old Xia involved in your schemes, and you're proud of it, aren't you?" Dong Meili clutched her wrist, grimacing in pain, her words making her look even more fierce. Wu Ling treated her like an unreasonable student, always trying to speak calmly. "Comrade Xia came to my house to ask Chu Mu for help with the problem, but the more she said this, the more Dong Meili refused to listen. Stop pretending with me. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? You just like being pampered by men, don't you? I've seen people like you many times." She thought her wrist might need to go to the clinic, so she hurriedly looked at the school leaders. "People like her should never stay at the school. She'll corrupt my son. You should expel her immediately, or I'll go higher up and complain to the leaders." To Dong Meili, it was unforgivable for her to flirt with her man. She had to make this shameless woman pay the price. As the wife of a brigade leader, she couldn't even handle this small matter. Wouldn't that make her a laughingstock? Looking at the worried expression on the leader's face, Wu Ling maintained her calm attitude and said, "If this matter isn't clarified, my reputation will also be damaged. I can't teach my class today. Leader, please decide how to handle this." The school leader probably didn't believe Dong Meili's words. Everyone knew Wu Ling's usual good work performance. They also knew about the trouble caused by the two children from the Xia family who had recently transferred. Seeing their mother throwing a tantrum and acting unreasonable, they understood how the children might have been raised. However, because Dong Meili raised issues about conduct, and since they are military officers' families, they couldn't jump to conclusions easily. So, they decided to call Xia Yong and Chu Mu to find out what happened. Dong Meili was unwilling when she heard this. "Why call my old Xia? He definitely won't admit it if he comes. Can I even lie to you? Just dismiss this troublemaker, and it's over. Comrade Wu has always been diligent at school and gets along well with colleagues. How can he be expelled just because of a few words from you? We need to ask clearly and understand the situation. If what you say is true, the school won't tolerate it." She spoke nicely, but how could they find out the truth? They didn't catch anything in bed. Dong Meili was convinced these people wanted to protect Wu Ling. "I see clearly now. You all are bewitched by this little troublemaker. What benefits did she give you?"
Huh?
"I know whether she seduced my man or not." "Why ask?" Dong Meili was a bit panicked. Plus, her hand hurt badly, and she felt anxious, even dizzy. How could she let old Xia find out? She didn't want him to know, so she ran straight to the school. These school leaders, what are they even raised on? Just do as she says. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. It was like a dark fog covering her, and she could barely hear any sound. What's going on here? Wu Ling saw her collapse to the ground and quickly went over, gently holding Dong Mei's right wrist. When Dong Mei woke up again, her whole body hurt, especially her wrists. The pain made her irritable, and she groaned. The patient is awake. The doctor will check her soon. It's nothing serious. She can be taken home to rest. Dong Mei opened her eyes and recognized she was in the clinic. She saw old Xia standing at the foot of her bed with a gloomy face, next to Wu Ling and Chu Mu. Why am I here? Her head was buzzing, and she wondered why her hands hurt so much. Is it only your left hand that was hurt? Xiaoyong closed his eyes and took a deep breath, probably afraid he would faint too. You went to the school where Comrade Wu Ling works, slandering her for seducing me and trying to get her expelled. Dong Mei, how long are you going to keep causing trouble? Dong Mei remembered and wanted to point at Wu Ling, but even the slightest movement made her feel sharp pain. Do you dare say she didn't do it? You stay at her house all day and night, not willing to come back. What else could it be but being seduced? And you still have the nerve to ask me? You're talking nonsense. I was looking for Chu Mu. What does Wu Ling have to do with it? I don't believe that kind of nonsense. He also felt dizzy, his whole body blood rushing to his head. In an instant, he looked several years older. The doctor came to check. Family members, please go pay the fees. Both wrists are broken. It will probably take 4 or 5 months to recover. Before the doctor finished speaking, Dong Mei shouted, How can both wrists be broken? I only felt pain in one hand. What's wrong with the other? The doctor just glanced at her, explained a few things to Xia Yong, then turned and left. Xia Yong went to pay, and Wu Ling said to Chu Mu, You should go see too. If Brother Xia didn't bring enough money, do you have some on you? I do. I'll go check. Chu Mu still felt a bit uneasy. Wu Ling smiled and said, Her hands can't move. Are you still worried I'll be bullied? I'll go first. After Chu Mu left, Wu Ling went to the hospital bed and sat on a nearby stool. She sat very close, and from an outsider's perspective, their relationship looked very intimate. Wu Ling held a gentle smile as she gently pulled the blanket over Dong Mei's hands, speaking softly, so only they could hear. Do you know that when a bone breaks, you can hear the sound? Crack, crack, crispy and nice to hear. Dong Mei's angry words suddenly caught in her throat, her face turning pale instantly. What was she saying? Wu Ling's hand gently touched her arm. Your arm is strong. It takes skill to break it quietly without anyone noticing. But you have to be careful. If it doesn't break cleanly, there will be many small broken bones sticking out from the flesh. You crazy person. Dong Mei instinctively tried to push her away, forgetting her own hand was broken. The pain made her scream loudly, attracting the attention of others nearby. Wu Ling looked worried. Please stop moving. If you want to do something, tell me. The doctor said you need to rest properly. Go away. Just go away. Xia Yong returned after paying the bill. Seeing her cursing nonstop and Wu Ling standing by the bed looking scared she might fall, he looked helpless. How long are you going to act crazy? Xia Yong panted and shouted angrily. The room was very quiet. The nurse frowned and knocked on the door. No loud noises here. Dong Mei was silent for a moment, then shouted again. It's her. She's the one who caused my fracture. The school leaders brought you here. Everyone saw you fall by yourself. Why are you blaming others? It's her. She deliberately broke my arm. It's so fragile, and she said she used a clever trick. She even said it herself. She's so scary. Wu Ling stood beside Chu Mu, but didn't argue. She just sighed softly. Xia Yong's look at Dong Mei almost made her go crazy. She desperately wanted to prove that Wu Ling was right, that she was the one who said it. When she fell, she only hurt her left hand. How could both hands be broken? It was definitely Wu Ling who did it. Xia Yong tightly clenched the payment slip. His anger, which had almost exploded earlier, now deflated like a burst balloon. He said nothing and silently took her home. Dong Mei wanted to roll on the ground in frustration. Why didn't anyone believe her? It was clearly Wu Ling herself who said it. Why didn't anyone see her evil true face? Back at the family residence, Xia Yong sincerely bowed to Wu Ling. I'm really sorry. I will go explain to the school. I promise this won't happen again. Wuling replied. I don't want it to happen again either. Her patience was limited. She just wanted a peaceful, comfortable life. Watching dramas for fun was fine, but she didn't want anyone to disturb her. Xiaoyong was very grateful for Wuling's tolerance. If it had been someone else, being disturbed at work or by the boss, they wouldn't have let it go easily. Next to them, Dong Meili was still talking nonstop, claiming she saw through Wuling's true nature. Xiaoyong impatiently dragged her home. Let go. Xiaoyong, are you still a man? Your wife is being bullied, and you're still apologizing to her? I tell you, this isn't over. Dong Meili's voice was cut off by the closing door. The door to Xiao Wanqing's house opened, and she came out from inside. Beep. Happiness Contrast Collection at 10%. Low battery warning cleared. Recommended to exchange for the Heartbound Whisper, Male Side Character Guide. Please correct any deviations from the plot promptly. Xiao Wanqing turned her head and saw Wu Ling and Chu Mu. Suddenly, she smiled brightly. Big brother Chu, you're back. Did something happen? Did I just hear a beautiful voice? Did she come back with you? Chu Mu didn't speak. He only said to Wu Ling, I'll go in first. Wu Ling rarely took the initiative to walk over to Xiao Wanqing. He looked her up and down, making her smile stiffen a bit. Is something wrong? Wanqing, your baby should be a boy. Xiao Wanqing felt happy inside and her smile became more natural. Actually, I think so too. Old Yen keeps calling for a son, and I worry he'll be disappointed. I'm very accurate. I won't be wrong. Not only is this baby a boy, but Xiao Wanqing's second and third children were also boys. Many people envy her for having a lucky pregnancy. Chu Mu was just a minor character in their early story. After his tragic end, it didn't stop them from arguing, fighting, and living happily together through storms and sunshine, achieving success and gaining respect. But Chu Mu's life was forever frozen at that age. When reading, people only felt sympathy. They could only curse the author silently, unable to change his fate. But now it's possible. They say women who give birth are like passing through a ghost gate, one wrong move and they might lose their lives. Xiao Wanqing must deliver the baby safely. This is a blessing, but Xiao Wanqing felt something was strange about it. Then I'll head back first. Wu Ling smiled gently at her and turned to go home. Although she didn't know what the Heartbound Whisper was, if the so-called host didn't exist, then the strange electronic sound probably wouldn't affect Chu Mu, right? Xiao Wanqing thought today was truly a good day. Without hesitation, she successfully exchanged as the system instructed, waiting for a chance to use it on Chu Mu. Chu Mu was under investigation. Yan Zhenjiang said his performance in this training might be invalidated. Wu Ling was also being chased by Dong Meili. Their married life was no longer as relaxed and carefree as before, which suited her just fine. Instead, on her side, Yan Zhenjiang was not praised, but no one caught any evidence against him. However, she was very impressive. She got pregnant before Wu Ling, and it was a boy. As long as Wu Ling and Chu Mu's lives are difficult in the future, happiness will be easy to achieve by comparison. It was definitely wise to win over Dong Meili. Xiao Wanqing smiled and touched her belly, feeling satisfied as she went home. After a good night's sleep, Xiao Wanqing was leisurely eating breakfast when the doorbell rang. Unlike a normal knock, it sounded more like someone was kicking her door. Wanqing, it's me. Dong Meili's voice was muffled. Xiao Wanqing went to open the door and was startled when she saw her. Where did this ghostly woman come from? Dong Meili's eyes were swollen like walnuts, her face was very pale, and dark circles were under her eyes. Her arms were tied and immobile. At first glance, Xiao Wanqing was so scared she almost fainted. How did you get like this? Hearing her question, Xiao Wanqing immediately started crying. Wanqing, what should I do? She told her everything about yesterday. Last night, Xiao said if I keep provoking Wu, he will report and divorce me. He's willing to divorce me for that woman. How am I supposed to live now? Xiao Wanqing comforted her. Xiao is just scaring you. An officer wanting a divorce isn't so easy. The army will send people to mediate and persuade him. They'll do some ideological work. Do you think divorce is simple? It also affects his future career. He wouldn't really do that, but he will. You don't understand, Xiao. He never says things just to scare people. Once he says something, he dares to do it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cried all night. She was truly scared. He also said that once I recover, he'll send me back to my hometown to take care of his parents. I don't want to go back, but this time he seems really angry. Wanqing, what should I do? What to do? Xiao Wanqing didn't know what to say. She told Dong Meili those things mainly to make her trouble Wu Ling, but she didn't expect her to go so far as to cause such a big problem. Couldn't she just confront Wu Ling? Tell the people in the courtyard about this. Anyway, everyone saw Xiao Yong often visiting Wu Ling's house. Once the door is closed, who knows whether he's meeting Chu Mu or Wu Ling? As long as things are uncertain, people's minds will fill with guesses. Although these guesses don't have a real impact on Wu Ling, they are the most troublesome. She, on the other hand, went to cause trouble at the school where someone works. What result can she really get without any proof? Why didn't you ask me first? Wu Ling is very good at handling people, and she has a good reputation at school. Who would believe your words? Besides, you haven't even seen it with your own eyes, so it's just a rumor. No wonder Brother Xia is so angry. Dong Meili started crying even harder and asked Xiao Wanqing to wipe her tears. She sniffled and said, he still doesn't believe that my hand was broken by Wu Ling. She even said it herself. Why doesn't old Xia believe me? Wanqing, you believe me, right? Xiao Wanqing nodded with pursed lips. She didn't believe her at all. With Wu Ling's delicate little body, how could she secretly break her hand in front of everyone? Was she telling a ghost story? Right now, I can only count on you. Luckily, I have you to take care of me. Wanqing, you're so kind to me. Xiao Wanqing's mind suddenly fell off. Something was wrong. You want me to take care of you? Of course, I don't mind. But you see, I'm pregnant now. It's not easy for me to take care of myself. It's okay. At this stage of pregnancy, you should move around more. That will help with the delivery. I've seen this kind of thing many times. The neighbors even asked if they could help, but I refused, telling them you would take care of me. They are not as gentle and patient as you. Xiao Wanqing's mind was jumping to the brink of collapse, caught between doubt and certainty. Her lips moved several times, but she couldn't speak, afraid that once she opened her mouth, she wouldn't be able to keep her composure. She really wanted to tear open Dong Meili's head to see what was inside. Xia Yong went to the school to explain the situation, saying that Dong Meili was angry at Wu Ling because of the children and was causing trouble. He also invited Tianling to increase credibility, apologized to the school leaders, and because of his good attitude, and Wu Ling not pursuing the matter, the school decided to let it go. Wu Ling continued to go to work as usual. Although there were some rumors, it didn't affect her much. After that, Xia Yong would never appear at home when Wu Ling was there. Wu Ling commented, Brother Xia is a good person. He can tell right from wrong. I think he gets along well with you. It's rare. He has unique insights professionally and is also good at chess. Chu Mu's hobbies are quite old-fashioned, on the same level as the political commissar and the principal. If we get along well, we should spend more time together. I am clear about my feelings and won't blame him for his wife's matters. Wu Ling pats Chu Mu's shoulder. It's not easy for a young man to meet someone who shares his interests, and he's sensible too. So, be brave and make friends. As for those who don't understand things clearly, just leave them alone. Maybe after a few lessons, they'll learn. By the way, has Xiao Wanqing come to see you? Wu Ling hasn't noticed any change in Chu Mu. That whispering thing, has it been useful or not? Chu Mu is surprised she asks this. What did she come to see me for? Isn't she your comrade's wife? It's normal to care sometimes. Has she come to see you? No, Lao Yan did come by. He said Xiao Wanqing is taking care of Dong Meili, and she's so busy every day, she doesn't even have time to talk to him. So, Dong Meili has her busy days. Wu Ling rests her chin on her hand. Taking care of someone with 2 broken arms can't be easy. Does she have to help her go to the bathroom? If that's true, Xiao Wanqing is really kind to Dong Meili. But Xiao Wanqing isn't kind at all. She feels like she's going to die. Meili, I really can't take it anymore. Can you ask the neighbor next door to help? I can't even move properly now, and I really can't take care of you. These days, Xiao Wanqing doesn't know how she survived. Thinking about Dong Meili needing several months to recover her hand, she feels like the sky is falling. But Dong Meili doesn't understand her breakdown at all. I think you're doing a good job caring for me. Oh, Wanqing, you're just too modest. You're much better than that Wu person. Xiao Wanqing isn't being modest. I'm too tired. You came over early in the morning, and I have to help you with eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. Even when I go shopping for groceries, I have to buy for your family too. I need more rest because I'm pregnant. Do you understand rest? Dong Meili blinked. But you said you would take care of me. When did I say that? You said I could come to you if I had any trouble. I'm in trouble now. Were your words before just lies? Seeing Dong Meili's shocked expression, Xiao Wanqing had to calm down. Of course, I didn't mean it that way. I just have limited energy, and am worried I can't take good care of you. Oh, I see. Don't worry, I take good care of myself. Or maybe you can treat me like your soon-to-be-born child to look after, and it will also help me practice. Dong Meili thought she was very clever, and happily said she wanted to drink malted milk. What could Xiao Wanqing do? She turned around with a fierce expression, but since she was the only person she could rely on right now, she had to try. She needed to quickly use her heart whisper technique on Chu Mu. If it worked, she wouldn't have to waste more time on Dong Meili. Wu Ling kept watching Chu Mu closely and finally noticed something was wrong. Why do you seem especially happy today? Chu Mu turned around and brought out a bowl of soy sauce noodles from the kitchen, topped with fragrant sesame oil, shimmering with tiny oil bubbles. Today is your birthday. Did you forget, Wu Ling? She didn't forget. She simply didn't remember at all. Is today really her birthday? When Manhwa checked our horoscopes together, I wrote it down. Since you haven't mentioned it, I took the initiative to prepare longevity noodles to celebrate your birthday. Chu Mu handed the noodles over. The table was filled with Wu Ling's favorite dishes. Although there were no big meats like chicken, duck, or fish, the combination of vegetables and meat was quite rich. It's just a small birthday. No need for a formal celebration. Wu Ling was frantically trying to recall, when was Chu Mu's birthday? Did she forget it? That wouldn't be good. It's just the two of us celebrating quietly, without letting others know. Chu Mu's cooking skills were getting better, and he had learned Wu Ling's tastes, making her very happy to eat. Suddenly, Xiao Wanqing knocked on the door, saying she wanted to talk to Chu Mu. They were just building a closer relationship here. Is there something you want to tell me? Chu Mu's expression was clearly urging. Through the door crack, Xiao Wanqing saw Wu Ling sitting at the table, resting her chin on her hand, looking over here. Can I talk to you alone? It won't take long. It's about the investigation. When she mentioned this, Chu Mu was even more confused. What investigation? Why do we need to talk alone? After much effort, Xia Yong finally took a day off to take Dong Meili to the health clinic for a checkup. She rarely had such a chance. Brother Chu, I really have something important to tell you. Xiao wouldn't mind, right? She tilted her head and asked Wu Ling. Wu Ling smiled slightly. I don't mind. Just say it. She also wanted to see what kind of magic power the strange electronic sound had. Look, Xiao agrees. Xiao Wanqing blinked her big eyes. Chu Mu thought it would be better to finish talking quickly, so he followed her outside. Can you tell me now? What is it exactly? Xiao Wanqing stared into his eyes and used the heart-binding whisper. The system explained that when someone is affected by the heart-binding whisper, their mind is influenced by their own words, making them believe what is said very easily. Big Brother Chu, Meili's visit to Xiao Wu's school was helpless. Brother Xia always praises Xiao Wu at home, saying Meili is not as good as her. It's understandable that she started to doubt. Chu Mu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his gaze became thoughtful. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Wanqing felt confident. The system's method was indeed effective. She softly whispered, Xiao Wu is just a girl from the village. If you marry her, it would really be a waste. With your ability, marrying a city girl would be much better. I really feel sorry for you. A strong struggle and confusion appeared in Chu Mu's eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing quickly added fuel to the fire. It's all about fate. Chu Mu, you really shouldn't have canceled the childhood engagement. Marrying someone honest is the right choice. You should go back and talk to Wu Ling. Finally, Chu asked, "Is Yan Zhenjiang at home?" "He hasn't come back yet, but he should be soon." "Brother Chu, I say all this sincerely for your sake. Recently, Xiao has been causing trouble, and it's definitely affecting you." Chu nodded as if agreeing with her. Xiao Wanqing became even more excited, quickly pouring out her long-held resentment. She was the protagonist recognized by the system, and she was supposed to live more brightly and smoothly than anyone else. But she was living worse than her comparison group. This frustration, buried deep in Xiao Wanqing's heart, was almost rotting. She finally got her chance to create a big misunderstanding between Chu Mu and Wu Ling, hoping to turn them into the kind of couple who argue constantly over trivial matters, just like in the stories, and only look up to their own success. Chu Mu didn't say anything, seeming to listen carefully to everything she said. Suddenly, Yan Zhenjiang came in from outside the unit. "What are you two talking about here? Why are you standing outside and talking?" Chu Mu looked serious and said, "Why are you only just getting back? Don't you know to go home right after class?" His tone was unusually sharp. Yan Zhenjiang was stunned. He hadn't been gone long, just a quick chat with someone. Was it really such a big deal? "Come with me. I have something serious to tell you." Chu Mu grabbed Yan Zhenjiang and dragged him into his house, closing the door on Xiao Wanqing outside. Yan Zhenjiang raised his hand. "Hey, why did you lock my wife outside? Your wife might be sick, affecting her mind. I've heard that pregnant women can have all sorts of problems. You'd better take her to see a doctor quickly, so it doesn't get worse." Yan Zhenjiang was confused. If anyone else had said that to him, he would have punched them. But it was Chu Mu. Chu Mu never joked, especially not about serious matters. His face was serious and urgent, with a stern look in his eyes. "What's wrong with Wanqing? You suddenly came to me saying you wanted to talk about my investigation." Yan Zhenjiang was anxious. "What did she tell you?" "She said I shouldn't marry Wu Ling, and she said a lot of bad things about Wu Ling. She told me to go back to my childhood sweetheart." "Did she get upset about something?" Yan Zhenjiang's expression froze. "Huh? What's wrong with you? Your wife has always had strange prejudices against Wu Ling. I won't argue with her about it, especially since she might be sick. But from now on, I'll tell Wu Ling to stay away from her. You should also stop provoking her and take her to see a doctor quickly." Chu Mu felt he had done his best. He patted Yan Zhenjiang's shoulder, opened the door, and Xiao Wanqing was standing outside. "Big brother Chu, go inside and talk to old Yan properly." Chu Mu nodded calmly and went back to his own house. Wu Ling had finished her noodles and drank all the soup, not wanting to waste Chu Mu's kindness. Seeing him come in, Wu Ling watched him with great interest, as if she were observing a rare animal. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chu Mu came over and sat beside her. "Did you make a wish just now?" Wu Ling noticed he seemed just like usual and asked, "What did Xiao Wanqing say to you?" "Nothing much, just some nonsense." "Does that mean he can't say it?" She understood. "Does it need a certain amount of time to take effect?" "All right, let's keep eating. You haven't eaten much just now. What did you wish for?" Wu Ling tapped her lips with her finger and smiled. "If I tell you, it won't work anymore. Hurry up and eat." Chu Mu felt that Wu Ling suddenly became very interested in him. Soon she would find a topic to talk about, or stop what she was doing and watch him. It was a bit strange, but Chu Mu felt secretly happy and couldn't help wanting to show off his charm. Wu Ling touched her smooth chin, looking thoughtful. Is the effect really that slow? If they were in the end-of-the-world scenario, it would be a useless skill that gets taken away in the first wave. But it's not completely useless. Chu Mu started to show off like a peacock, somewhat pretentious, but still handsome. "So that whispering thing, does it mean it can boost someone's self-confidence deep inside? Or is it just a side effect?" After watching all night, Wu Ling didn't notice any obvious change in him. Maybe because it was her birthday, she was more enthusiastic than usual. Wu Ling decided to keep observing. Xiao Wanqing had worked hard to gather 10% of some kind of contrast. It couldn't be completely ineffective, right? Coincidentally, Xiao Wanqing was also questioning her life at this moment, wishing she could pull the system out of her mind and smash it. Why is it not working? Why isn't Chu Mu affected by the mind-binding whisper? Beep, the chance of failure is 0. The target cannot avoid being affected, but he just isn't. Xiao Wanqing was going crazy. She thought she had already controlled Chu Mu's mind, but he turned around and told Yan Zhenjiang that he thought he was crazy. He's the one with the problem. He told Yan Zhenjiang everything she said, even making him take her to the clinic to get checked. Xiao Wanqing was about to explode just thinking that Chu Mu had heard her words while fully awake. There's something wrong with the ability you exchange for. You're not a truly all-knowing, all-powerful system. Beep, I am. The system's mechanical electronic voice still insisted on its judgment. Data won't be wrong. The ability will definitely work. Xiao Wanqing was so angry she cursed loudly. What kind of idiot thing was this? Then don't expect me to gather anything. Just let it go. Beep, are you willing to accept this, host? You should be the core of this world, loved by many, blessed and lucky. Of course, Xiao Wanqing was not willing. The problem is, your ability doesn't work. Chu Mu isn't affected at all. He just thinks I'm crazy. The system was silent for a moment, buzzing and crackling as if doing something, then finally responded. Beep, please collect the blood of the supporting characters for analysis. Your hand needs to contact the blood. Please do it quickly, Xiao Wanqing. Why didn't it let her go to heaven? Finally, there was some result from the investigation into Chu Mu. This training performance will not be counted in the assessment, and there are no other consequences. Chu Mu was not surprised by this result. He wasn't upset about losing the score. He packed up and went to class again. However, Yan Zhenjiang was very angry for him. He brought food and drinks to comfort him, but Chu Mu politely declined. Take care of your wife first. Did she really check? Could it be that her technical skills aren't good enough to find the problem? I really don't dare to keep in touch with you two anymore. No matter how Yan Zhenjiang explained, Chu Mu wouldn't listen. He even regretted not giving the credit to Yan Zhenjiang in the first place, which caused so many problems. Yan Zhenjiang went back home, but couldn't get angry at Xiao Wanqing. Still, he couldn't help but mutter a few words. Why are you so bored that you care about other people's business? Isn't it enough that Dong Meili keeps you busy every day? If you think Wu Ling isn't good enough for him, then who is? You, Xiao Wanqing, already annoyed and irritated by the system, was furious when she heard this and smashed her porcelain teacup, denting it. But she was too lazy to argue with Yan Zhenjiang now. She leaned on her waist and went to find Wu Ling herself. I want to invite both of you to dinner. I realize I and old Yan haven't been perfect before. Please forgive us. Since I got pregnant, I've been overthinking a lot. If you don't accept my invitation, I will feel uneasy. Xiao Wanqing spoke very humbly when she came to talk to Wu Ling. She looked much more tired than before, with a big belly, pale face, and cloudy eyes. Wu Ling said, "You take care of Dong Meili every day and also have to entertain us. You're too tired. It's not tiring. I will tell Meili not to come out and affect your mood." Seeing her sincere, Wu Ling agreed. Chu Mu strongly opposed when he found out. Why go? Xiao Wanqing is very strange. She says and does things that don't make sense. It's better for us to keep our distance. Yan Zhenjiang is your comrade. Do you think it's good to keep your distance from him now? Even if he's a comrade, it doesn't mean our families have to stay far apart. You don't need to worry about this. Wu Ling didn't say much. He would rather give up credit than not be neighbors with Yan Zhenjiang. Now, he didn't have to worry about it either. It's hard to understand. But since she already agreed, it was just a dinner. Wu Ling was still curious about the whispering. Could it only work when Chu Mu and Xiao Wanqing were together? If it's whispering, shouldn't they get closer? On the day of the dinner, Wu Ling met Dong Meili in the corridor. Dong Meili looked at her like she saw a ghost and pressed herself against the wall. As a neighbor, Wu Ling smiled kindly and asked, "Meili, are you feeling better? Does your pain hurt less now?" Dong Meili, who had already stopped hurting, started to feel a dull ache again because of her question. "Why you? Don't come near. I will call someone." Wu Ling chuckled and replied smoothly. "Go ahead, call. Even if you shout your throat out, it won't help." Frightened, Dong Meili turned and ran, hitting the door painfully and ignoring the pain, slamming it shut. Does she have such courage to cause trouble? Wu Ling gently twisted her neck and went to Xiao Wanqing's house. She showed great sincerity, with plenty of dishes piled in the kitchen. You sit down first. When they come back, we can eat. Xiao Wanqing coughed twice, as if she had been choked by smoke, and looked a few times toward Wu Ling. Wu Ling seemed not to notice, and walked to the window to adjust the flowers in the vase. Sister-in-law, how long has it been since you changed the water in these flowers? They're already wilting. Luckily, it's not hot today, or they'd attract mosquitoes. Wu Ling didn't like flowers that had been cut off from their roots. No matter how pretty they looked, they would soon lose their life. Unlike wildflowers that grow everywhere by the roadside, which stay lively as long as their roots are strong, making people feel happy when they see them. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips without replying. She didn't have the energy to care about these things. That night, she planned to have Yan Zhenjiang throw them away. Soon, Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang returned. Xiao Wanqing prepared a table of dishes, generously handed Wu Ling some soda, and sat close to her. Old Yan said my cooking has improved. Try it and give me some feedback. Xiao Wanqing acted warmly and hospitably, constantly helping Wu Ling with food, acting as if they were close friends, which made Chu Mu glance over every few minutes. How could a person be so inconsistent? Is this even normal? He kept wary of Xiao Wanqing having another episode and talking nonsense to Wu Ling, but until they finished eating, the atmosphere remained quite peaceful. Xiao Wanqing asked Yan Zhenjiang to go to the kitchen, then, pretending to be casual, knocked the empty soda bottle off the table onto the ground, shattering it. Oh no, She leaned on the table, wanting to pick up the pieces, but her pregnant belly made it inconvenient to squat. Xiao Wu, can you help me? She didn't finish her sentence, but she saw Chu Mu walk over and pick up the pieces. Thank you so much, Brother Chu, for helping me. Xiao Wanqing stood up again, holding onto the table. As she passed behind Chu Mu, her foot suddenly stumbled, hitting his back and causing him to lose balance, with his hand landing on the broken glass. I'm so sorry. I think I slipped on something oily on the floor. Are you okay, Brother Chu? After regaining her balance, Xiao Wanqing hurriedly apologized. Seeing a small cut on Chu Mu's hand, she immediately squatted down, her eyes searching for the tiny piece of glass with a little blood on it. She quickly picked up the glass, wiping her fingertips on the blood, then turned to call Yan Zhenjiang to continue cleaning. There's iodine and bandages at home. I'll give Brother Chu some. Chu Mu politely refused and returned to Wu Ling's side, silently reaching out his hand. Wu Ling looked at the small wound, then looked up at him and asked casually, Does it hurt? Without hesitation, Chu Mu nodded. Yes, it hurts. How could such a small cut hurt that much? Wu Ling cooperatively said goodbye. I'll take Chu Mu back to treat his wound. Thanks for today. She didn't even bother to say polite words about visiting again and pulled Chu Mu home. She found medicine, bandages, and tweezers. First, she used tweezers to check if there was any glass debris in the wound, then rinsed it with mild salt water. Holding Chu Mu's hand, she applied medicine. She noticed the calluses on his hand, thick and rough. Chu Mu let her do as she pleased. Her delicate fingers held his hand, and when she checked for debris, her breath lightly fell on his palm, making his back tingle with a gentle numbness. Just being near Wu Ling made Chu Mu feel happy, and even small touches made his heart race uncontrollably. Although they were already married and sleeping in the same bed every day, this feeling still made Chu Mu feel like a young boy, unsure and overwhelmed. All done. No need for bandages. It will heal in a few days. Wu Ling packed up the supplies, thinking about Xiao Wanqing's actions. At that time, Chu Mu had his back turned and didn't see, but he did. Her slip was clumsy and obvious. She slipped intentionally. What was she trying to say? Fragile and adorable? Innocent and sweet? No matter which version of Wu Ling it was, she couldn't understand. As she was thinking, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye that Chu Mu was still staring at his hand. Does it hurt a lot? Wu Ling hesitated, pulling his hand over. It didn't seem like a real injury to her. She instinctively used the caring tone she used to comfort children in the shelter, blowing softly. It's fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Chu Mu felt his chest tighten suddenly. When he came back to himself, he was clutching Wu Ling's hand tightly. What's wrong? If you squeeze like that, you'll hurt the wound, Wu Ling reminded him, but Chu Mu couldn't feel any pain. He just wanted to hold her tightly. This feels better. Wu Ling? Really? So she chose to respect his feelings. After they left, the system emitted a sharp alarm. This can't be. How could he possibly leave the story world? How could he be beyond my control? After a severe headache, Xiao Wanqing felt a chill down her spine and realized a problem. Why did the system's voice in her mind turn into a man's? What kind of thing are you? Overly frightened, Xiao Wanqing hit her own head, startling Yan Zhenjiang. What are you doing? He held her hand, a bit nervous. Old Chu was right. You have a problem with your mind. Xiao Wanqing ignored everything else and just wanted to get rid of this scary voice in her head. She heard the male voice grit his teeth. I won't let this happen. I want to see what's really going on. Suddenly, his voice disappeared. Xiao Wanqing's head throbbed intensely, and she twitched a few times before passing out. Wanqing? Wanqing? Yan Zhenjiang immediately called Chu Mu for help. Instead of going to the clinic, he found a tricycle and rushed to the big hospital. When Wu Ling came out to see her off, she suddenly heard a soft, sound. Then it faded into the wind. It was a voice she had never heard before. Deep, male. But only Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang were there, with no third man present. Chu Mu later told Wu Ling that Xiao Wanqing was fine. Tests showed no problems. Lao Yan said she kept patting her head before fainting, worried she might have a brain issue. The doctor will check thoroughly, and she might be back in a few days. Wu Ling nodded. That's good. Rest early, so it doesn't affect your studies tomorrow. Chu Mu felt warm inside. Compared to others, Wu Ling cared more about him, which made him happy. A few days later, Xiao Wanqing returned, saying everything was fine. Yan Zhenjiang, with a scruffy beard, said, just needs to rest well. Maybe she was too tired. She's always busy with unrelated things, so she's bound to get exhausted. He was talking about Dong Meili. Yan Zhenjiang had no good feelings toward her. Not only did she cause trouble, but she also often visited his house uninvited. If there was something good at his home, she took it without hesitation. Yan Zhenjiang felt that Chu Mu had become more distant from him recently, mainly because Dong Meili kept coming over, which made him resent her. This time, Yan Zhenjiang didn't hold back. He straightforwardly told her that Xiao Wanqing needed to rest and asked her not to come looking for her unless it was important. You should ask someone more convenient for help if your hands are not working well. Wanqing is pregnant and still has to take care of you. Isn't that unreasonable? Dong Meili felt wronged. I didn't make Sister Wanqing tired. I even talked to her for a while. No need. She needs to rest quietly now. Wu Ling went to see Xiao Wanqing again. She always felt that Wanqing seemed distracted and nervous, looking at everyone with strange eyes. Is sister-in-law okay? Xiao Wanqing looked at her for a long time before silently shaking her head. Her system was gone. It wasn't in low-power mode, and she wasn't silent because she chose to be. She could feel it was completely gone, disappeared entirely. Xiao Wanqing even wondered if that thing had ever really existed, or if she had just imagined it. Did she really have a mental problem? But that didn't seem right. The things the system predicted actually happened. Her guesses couldn't be completely wrong. Well, sister-in-law, rest well. I won't bother you anymore. Wu Ling was about to leave when Xiao Wanqing suddenly called her. Wu Ling, why did you marry Chu Mu back then? Wu Ling turned around. Xiao Wanqing stared at her intently. He was just a soldier who had just been discharged. I heard he hadn't been assigned a job yet. You look good, so I don't believe there weren't better options. He even had a childhood engagement with someone else. Why did you choose to marry him? In the plot given by the system, the only variable was Wu Ling. If she hadn't married Chu Mu, would everything else happen exactly as described? Why did she appear in the story? Seeing her intense gaze, Wu Ling thought carefully. Because he's handsome? Soldiers have a special aura in the village. You said I look good, so I probably wanted someone pleasing to look at too. Is that the only reason? What else could it be? Wu Ling smiled at her. You should rest now. I'll go first. She turned to leave but found Chu Mu and Yan Zhenjiang standing at the door. Yan Zhenjiang stammered. We just came in. You're leaving now? Thank you for visiting Wanqing. You're welcome. Wu Ling looked at Chu Mu. Are you going back? Seeing that Chu Mu didn't reply, she didn't ask further. Then I'll go home and cook dinner. As a result, Chu Mu went out with her again. After quietly returning home, she quietly cooked with Wu Ling. Did you choose me because I look okay? Wu Ling smiled. Did you hear that? Yes, my parents are not here and my older brother and sister-in-law don't seem to care about me. I had to find someone myself. Isn't it said that beauty comes from the heart? If I look good to you, isn't that fate? Actually, it wasn't entirely because of her looks. Knowing he might have a future and that there were no elders at home, Wu Ling didn't lie. Her appearance played a big part. Her words had no problem, so Chu Mu was silent for a moment and softly asked, And now? Wu Ling answered without hesitation. Now, I still think you're very handsome. I mean, is the reason you want to marry me still just because of how I look? Wu Ling didn't understand his meaning. Can I marry again? I already married. Chu Mu opened his mouth, then shook his head. Forget it, it's okay. She was right, no matter the reason, they were already married. That was a fact that couldn't be changed. I think Xiao Wanqing is not a good person. Why does she always like to stir up trouble between couples? Don't take her words to heart. I told Lao Yan too, people shouldn't talk like that. Chu Mu was angry and said they hadn't found out anything. He thought it was just the hospital equipment not working properly. Later, he heard that Yan Zhenjiang had invited Xiao Wanqing's mother to take care of her. Wu Ling occasionally saw her in the apartment building, where Xiao Wanqing's mother was chatting happily with Dong Meili in the corridor. I told you. Dong Meili suddenly saw Wu Ling, quickly shut her mouth, and exchanged several glances with Xiao Wanqing's mother. Xiao Wanqing's mother looked over, showing a kind but commanding expression, kindly yet authoritative, as if she was above everyone else. You must be Xiao Wu, right? I often hear Wanqing mention you. Are you back from work? Wu Ling politely greeted them. Xiao Wanqing's mother clicked her tongue a few times. You're really pretty. I heard you got married before Wanqing and Xiao Yan. Why don't you have children yet? Young people should have more kids. It's good for the country. Maybe the timing isn't right. Why do you need good timing to have children? Isn't it enough for a woman? If not, you can take some medicine to help. Having a child at home makes the atmosphere different. Look at Meili's family, so lively and happy. Mrs. Xiao, acting like an elder, began giving advice on how Wu Ling could get pregnant early, what foods might help, and how to plan her life. She spoke confidently and convincingly. Wu Ling smiled gently and said, Andy, do you think having more children would be lively? Why not help Meili take care of the two little ones? Sister Wanqing can watch the boys, and maybe she'll have a chubby little son too. There's nothing wrong with that, she replied. You know, young women should have children early. Having a son by your side makes you stronger, right? She kept talking about sons, and Wu Ling didn't get upset. She played along and eventually convinced her to agree to help Dong Meili take care of the children. Dong Meili, who hadn't spoken since seeing her, looked confused and very cautious, but didn't know what to be wary of. Wu Ling wondered, helping me take care of the children? Is there a trap involved? But she decided to accept it. After her fracture, she couldn't even take care of the children properly. She had to be careful all the time to prevent those two little rascals from bumping into her and making her injury worse. Thank you so much, Auntie. My two kids are very lively, and I'm injured, so I really can't manage them alone. If you could help, that would be wonderful. Don't worry, Mrs. Xiao said. I have lots of experience raising boys. Not to brag, but my son Wenhao is very well-behaved and filial. Sadly, he can't be here with me now. Her voice grew sad, but when she looked up, Wu Ling was already gone. Xiao Wanqing saw Xia Jun and Xia Hua, who had followed Mrs. Xiao back, and her heart pounded. Mom, why did you bring Meili's children back? She hurt her hand and can't do much. I thought I'd help her out. You should learn too. When your own son is born, you can't always rely on others, right? What's there to learn? Xiao Wanqing replied. My children aren't even that big when they're born. What's there to learn? Xiao Wanqing had seen how destructive those two children could be. They made everything dirty wherever they went. Anything near them would be knocked over or broken. It seemed they never sat still. But no matter how politely Xiao Wanqing tried to persuade her, Mrs. Xiao didn't take it seriously. It's just two kids. No big deal. Boys are a bit lively, that's normal. Since her mother likes boys so much, let her do as she wishes. Soon after, Zhao's mother came in quickly and asked, "Where are the medicine and bandages?" "Oh, I just looked away for a moment and I cut my hand." Xiao Wanqing told her where they were and casually asked, "How did you get hurt?" "I broke a plate and cut myself while playing. Luckily, it's nothing serious, just a little blood." "What plate?" It's nothing, just a plate." "Why do you ask?" Seeing Xiao Wanqing about to lift the blanket to check, Zhao's mother hurriedly pressed her down. "It's in the cabinet, the one with some words written on it." "Anyway, you don't usually use it. That's the one with the award for Yan Zhenjiang." "Isn't my cabinet locked?" "How did they get to it? I saw them constantly trying to look inside. You told me where the key was, so I thought I'd let them see." Kids are curious. Who knew they'd fall? And how could the award be made of porcelain? It broke easily when dropped. Xiao Wanqing was about to explode with anger. She was just about to ask her mother to bring the key when she heard strange noises outside. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes and hurried out of bed. "What are you doing?" Summer Army and Summer Hua had feathers and a basin scattered around their feet, and the items on the cabinet were knocked all over the place. He bumped into the cabinet. He didn't defend himself with the basin. "Your feather duster doesn't look like a gun at all. And you poke me below. That's cheating. This is called using tricks in war. You're just too stupid. You're the stupid one. If you try again, I won't lose to you." Seeing them about to pick up the feathers and basin to start fighting, Xiao Wanqing shouted angrily, "Stop. Look at what you've done to my house. Who told you to play here?" Summer Army and Summer Hua looked at Zhao's mother pitifully. Zhao's mother immediately pulled Xiao Wanqing aside. "Why are you so harsh with the kids? Boys are like that. They haven't broken much. Forget it, go rest. I'll clean up." Not much was broken? How much would have to be broken for it to be considered a lot? When Chu Mu returned, he found the door slightly open. He went in and saw Wu Ling sitting in the living room. He asked her, "Why didn't you close the door?" "Just airing out the room." "In this cold weather?" Chu Mu did not understand, but he did not close the door. After a while, the sounds of Xiao Wanqing and her mother arguing came from outside, along with the screams of a young boy and the questioning voices of Dong Meili. The noise was loud and clear, like listening to a symphony. Wu Ling was satisfied and closed the door. A few days later, she heard that Xiao Wanqing's mother had gone back home. Yan Zhenjiang came to talk to Chu Mu, looking tired. He said, "I don't know what kind of mood she was in. I asked her to take care of her daughter, but she ended up helping the neighbor with her children. Her family has had a lot of trouble, and she just said her daughter was a little mischievous. It made me so angry I felt dizzy." He continued, "But I couldn't ask her to send her back. Luckily, Wanqing spoke first, so I just went along with it." Today, he came to ask Chu Mu something, probably about new technology research. Wu Ling didn't listen carefully and thought it was about some new project. She couldn't help much, so she didn't ask questions. Instead, she invited Fong Yanhong to visit her home. Fong Yanhong was resting today. When Wu Ling arrived, she was knitting with Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu was holding yarn with both hands. When she saw Wu Ling, she quickly greeted her. "Little Wu is here. Come in, come in.
We're just talking about you. Did the sisters say anything about me?"
"Can you give me some of your pickled radish? I'll trade you 2 sausages for it." Wu Ling sat down and smiled. "Pickled radish isn't anything special. Why would Annie trade sausages for it? Just take it if you want." "No, that's not right. You often help yourself to my things. If you don't accept, I'll feel embarrassed to ask again." Wu Ling's pickled vegetables were famous in the yard. The process was similar everywhere, but her vegetables were especially crispy and tasty. No one knew how she made them. Aunt Wu wouldn't let Wu Ling refuse. When she saw Wu Ling nod, she was happy. "By the way, have you heard anything these days?" Seeing Wu Ling look confused, Aunt Wu sighed in relief. It's better if you haven't. Don't listen to those people spreading rumors. Some folks are just bored. They see a little sign and make up stories. Nothing is really happening. What kind of signs? Fong Yanhong continued. Forget it. Instead of listening to those rumors, I'll tell you the truth. It's nothing serious. It's just Xiao Jiang. A few days ago, she asked Xiao Chu for help, and someone saw it. That's how the rumors started. Aunt Wu said, "Don't worry too much." She was just helping her with a towel that was blown onto the wall. I know Xiao Jiang, and she doesn't have the bad intentions those people say she does. Wu Ling nodded indifferently, seeming to have no strong reaction. Fong Yanhong's hands also relaxed. Well, don't argue with Xiao Chu when you go back. We didn't really want to tell you, just worried you'd hear some exaggerated stories. Why would I argue with Chu Mu? I was just helping out. Wu Ling didn't quite understand why these people were passing messages. They weren't even close enough to kiss. So, what's the point of passing a towel? Seeing that she didn't seem bothered, Fong Yanhong and Aunt Wu became curious. Are you really so trusting of Xiao Chu? That's rare. Before, there was a fuss in the yard because Xiao Jiang said a few words to someone. But now, since we see each other all the time, we can't stop people from talking. Aunt Wu felt sorry for Xiao Jiang. Her husband went on a mission, and we didn't expect him to be gone so long. She's alone with no children around, so people talk. Sigh, I wonder if she did something wrong. Fong Yanhong knew better. Remember the woman 5 Fong used to live here? She said Xiao Jiang only liked young officers. That was her starting it. Her husband isn't young either, and he's pretty average looking. She acts like she's a treasure, but she's just accusing others. If she really wanted to attract someone who would want her husband, that's right. I don't know where so many people believe such nonsense. Wu Ling didn't pay much attention to this, but after Fong Yanhong and Aunt Wu told her, she started hearing some rumors, especially Xiao Wanqing, who seemed to be very close to her. She came to her house pregnant and deliberately chose a time when Chu Mu wasn't home. Remember what I told you before? Didn't I ask you to be more careful last time? What do you do now? Xiao Wanqing looked more anxious than she was. How can you sit still? They've insulted you openly. Do you really think she just asked Brother Chu to help get a towel? Today it's a towel, tomorrow it could be sheets. If she keeps pushing, she might end up in bed. You should go confront her now. Wu Ling thought, as the main character, she should have a broader perspective. In our village, you can't just go knocking on someone's door without proof. If you had evidence, it would be too late now. Xiao Wanqing felt she was being slow to understand. What kind of good thing is a man? She just needs to follow the meat bone, even though Brother Chu doesn't seem like that kind of person. But when others try to tempt him, even the best people can be led astray and make mistakes. You should pay attention to this. Xiao Wanqing really wants to open her mind and tell her all these things. She hopes she will cause trouble soon. I heard that the woman named Jiang is not a good person either. She even fought and argued with others before. If Wu Ling gets involved with her, it will definitely cause trouble. Alright, I understand. Sister-in-law, go back and cook quickly. Isn't Brother Yen at home today? Wouldn't a grown man look for something to eat if he's hungry? I'm pregnant, and I still have to serve him? Today, he said he would cook. Xiao Wanqing shows a proud smile. She had been wanting to show off but hadn't found the right chance. It's about time he did something. Otherwise, his hungry son deserves it. She keeps a polite but awkward smile. She really can't handle this kind of topic. But someone else can. Sister Wanqing, I just saw Brother Yen buy groceries. Is he cooking today? Dong Meili runs over to Wu Ling's house in disbelief. How can you let your man go into the kitchen? Why not? Making a meal is just a simple thing. What's the big deal? Xiao Wanqing touches her belly. He's cooking for his own son. It's only natural. Dong Meili immediately thinks Xiao Wanqing's idea is amazing. She exaggerates her admiration and then says, Sister, I'm thirsty. Can you get me some water? Where is your husband, Xia? He said he had something to do and left early. I haven't had water all morning. Xiao Wanqing bites her lip and asks Wu Ling, can you pour her a glass of water? Dong Meili doesn't want to drink Wu Ling's water, but Xiao Wanqing doesn't want to move. She has no intention of getting up. Her mouth is very dry, so she has to swallow her reluctance. There is water on the table. Wu Ling casually pours a glass and pushes it over. She sees Xiao Wanqing take the cup and feed Dong Meili to drink. After finishing a glass, Dong Meili clicks her tongue as if tasting it, then says, "One more, please." Wu Ling doesn't mind. Her water supply is plentiful, but she doesn't move, letting Xiao Wanqing pour it herself. Dong Meili drinks 3 glasses in a row, clearly very thirsty. Finally, Xiao Wanqing can put down the cup. She forgets why she came here while feeding her water. Oh, she remembers now. In short, you need to pay attention to this matter. If you're afraid to approach her, I can go with you. We have the right on our side. Aren't we afraid of her? No, I've already asked someone to arrange a meeting with her. Hearing Wu Ling say that, Xiao Wanqing immediately straightened up. When and where will you meet her? I tell you, don't be too polite to that kind of person, or she'll think you're easy to bully. Do you want me to help you stand firm? Wu Ling tilted her head and looked at her. It's not impossible, but if things get physical and you happen to get hurt in the process. She looked her up and down. Xiao Wanqing quickly backed down because her child's safety was more important. You're right. If I come along, I might get in your way. I won't bother you then. Xiao Wanqing thought for a moment. Maybe Meili can come with you? She nudged Dong Meili with her elbow. What are you daydreaming for? Xiao Wu is going to meet that woman named Jiang. Can't you help her build some courage? Dong Meili snapped out of her daze and shook her head fiercely without hesitation. Why should I help her? Why would I boost her confidence? Someone who can break a person's hand like that doesn't need help to be brave. What kind of hell joke is that? Dong Meili now dared not look directly at Wu Ling. Especially when she saw her smile, it made her feel cold inside, just like now. I just remembered, I have some things to deal with at home. I'll go back first. After Dong Meili left, Xiao Wanqing sat for a while longer, giving Wu Ling a lot of bad ideas. When she went out, she saw Dong Meili still standing in the corridor, staring blankly, lost in thought. Why aren't you going home? Why are you still here? Dong Meili looked confused, frowning and shaking her head. Nothing, Do you and Wu Ling really get along well? Xiao Wanqing replied casually, It's fine. Didn't I tell you? Lao Yan and Chu Mu are comrades, and their families are neighbors. Naturally, they get along better. Then, why does she always steer the conversation to bad things when she mentions Wu Ling? Dong Meili hadn't thought about it before, but now she felt something was off. She couldn't quite understand what kind of relationship Xiao Wanqing and Wu Ling really had. Alright, go back quickly. Is Lao Xia supposed to come back soon? Xiao Wanqing said as she walked home, looking in a good mood. She hoped Wu Ling and that woman named Jiang would keep arguing so she could enjoy watching the show. Chu Mu and Xia Yong returned together. As soon as they got back, they eagerly shared good news with Wu Ling. Above has approved this project. I need to prepare a detailed plan to apply for funding. He was very excited, pacing around Wu Ling several times and couldn't resist picking her up and spinning her around. Wu Ling. Congratulations. You've been busy with this lately, and now there's a good result. Wu Ling patted his shoulder to show her congratulations. But next, things might get busier. Chu Mu looked apologetic. The family responsibilities are falling more on you. It's better to stay busy. Others want to work but can't, so you need to know what's important. Wu Ling was worried he might not see things clearly and kindly advised him, We don't have kids to raise, and we're not starving. There's nothing I can't handle. Although Chu Mu's performance in the drill was revoked, he still received a reward. Plus, the achievements and tasks completed earlier meant that their monthly income and supplies were enough to cover their lives. Their family was small, with few chores, and Wu Ling didn't feel bored staying at home. She even found it enjoyable. So, please don't feel burdened. The better your achievements, the better our life will be. Do you understand? Wu Ling's big, round eyes looked very cute and Chu Mu thought she was adorable. I understand. That's the right attitude. Wu Ling admired Chu Mu's intelligence and ambition. After giving him emotional support, the next day, through Sister Wu's arrangement, she met Jiang Ying. She initially wanted to visit Jiang Ying's home, but Sister Wu and Fong Yanhong strongly opposed, worried she might get into trouble. After discussing, they agreed to meet at Sister Wu's house. When Wu Ling arrived, Jiangming hadn't come yet. Sister Wu looked a bit flustered. Xiao Wu, what should you say to Xiao Jiang when you see her? Please don't fight with her. We can talk things out. Everything can be explained. Wu Ling smiled sweetly. Okay, but we shouldn't be too honest. You still need to speak up when necessary. Don't be afraid. Your sister-in-law will help you speak. Okay? Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister Wu sighed inwardly. With her gentle personality, what would happen if she really encountered trouble someday? In her early 20s, she had short hair that reached her ears, fair skin, and well-defined features. She was also fashionable, wearing a patterned jacket and looked very neat. Aunt Wu greeted her with a smile. Xiao Jiang, come in and sit down. Oh, this is Xiao Wu. I was thinking you two are about the same age, so you should get along well. Sit down, I'll go boil some water for tea. Aunt Wu cleared the living room to make space. Jiangming sat across from Wu Ling and watched her carefully. You and your husband both look very nice, a perfect match. Wu Ling smiled slightly. Thank you. You have good eyes. Jiangming chuckled. It's different from what I expected. I thought you came to see me to settle some scores, or maybe you plan to be polite first. Have you gone to school? Yes, I have. Where did you stop? Finished elementary school? Finished middle school. Jiangming was proud of this, as it was one of her few achievements she liked to talk about. Wu Ling nodded. No wonder I haven't seen you in the literacy class before. Do you still read books now? They started talking unexpectedly. Aunt Wu, worried, quickly brewed tea and brought it out. When she saw what they were talking about, she asked, Do you really have that book? I've been to many bookstores but never found it. Where did you buy it? From a bookstore, mostly luck. But that was the last copy. If you need, I can lend it to you. That's great. I also want some books I can't find. If you want to read them, I'll bring some next time. Aunt Wu listened for a while, puzzled, with question marks appearing in her mind. Haha, what are you guys talking about? How did books come up? Jiangming seemed to realize something. Oh, right. Are you asking about Comrade Chu? The towel was blown onto the wall by the wind, and there was barbed wire on top. I looked for a ladder, but couldn't find one or anything to stand on. Just then, Comrade Chu came by, and I asked him for help. At first, Jiangming didn't plan to explain in detail. It was enough that the towel caused trouble, and she didn't want to get involved in more fuss. But because the other person was a pretty girl who spoke nicely and was willing to lend her books, Jiangming's attitude immediately changed. It wasn't exactly that I was looking for Comrade Chu. I just happened to meet him. But outside, people say I like talking to young officers. That's not entirely false. I do tend to judge people by their looks. Sister Wu, who had been listening happily earlier, suddenly got upset. Hey, why are you telling Comrade Wu all this? Little Wu, don't misunderstand. Sister Jiang just talks like that sometimes. She's heard a lot of gossip from outside and feels a bit discouraged. However, Wu Ling seemed to find someone who shared her views. What gossip? Who doesn't like being around young, beautiful people? Even if they don't talk, just looking at them makes you feel happy. There aren't many pleasant-looking people in our neighborhood. Only about 4 or 5. Jiang Ying's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Really? Who are these 4 or 5? Is Comrade Chu from your family one? What about Comrade Hu from the front few blocks? He's only 4th on the list, but the lady living in the same building as him, Sister Chiao, is very pretty and easy to get along with. She's gentle and kind, so she ranks 3rd. I think so too. The two of them started chatting excitedly, while Sister Wu sat quietly nearby, lost in thought. How did they start talking like that? Knowing that Wu Ling was going to meet Jiangming today, Xiao Wanqing kept paying attention to what was happening outside. Whenever she heard someone passing by or the door opening, she immediately wanted to go out and see. Dong Meili thought she was worried about Wu Ling getting into trouble. Wanqing, you don't need to worry so much. When have you ever seen Wu Ling unlucky? She's only ever been the one to get into trouble, whether by words or actions. She always comes out fine. But she didn't realize she was hitting a sore spot for Xiao Wanqing. She knew, which made her even more upset. She's just lucky. She married Chu Mu and came here, then took a teaching job because they needed someone. But luck isn't something anyone can count on. It might run out someday. Dong Meili looked at her clenched teeth and seemed thoughtful. Wanqing, do you hope Wu Ling will have bad luck? You're on good terms with her, aren't you? Xiao Wanqing snapped back to herself. When did I ever wish her bad luck? I'm just telling the truth. What's wrong with you today? Why are you so distracted? Usually just by starting to speak, Dong Meili would follow her lead and talk about Wu Ling, making it easy for her to say what she wanted. Today, she seemed out of sorts. Just as Xiao Wanqing was about to ask more, she suddenly heard someone coming back outside. She quickly got up and opened the door to look. Sure enough, it was Wu Ling. Little Wu, you're back? Xiao Wanqing immediately went out to meet her. How did it go? Did you clarify things with her? You didn't have a fight, right? Wu Ling looked indifferent. We fought. Xiao Wanqing felt a bit happy but sighed. I knew it. The other person is definitely not easy to deal with. As the wife of Brother Chu, it's natural for you to question her. Why would she dare to argue with you? Clearly, she has bad intentions. She wanted to encourage Wu Ling to complain to her, but Wu Ling didn't seem interested and simply said a few words before going home. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but smile, looking quite angry. After Wu Ling changed her clothes, she said bitterly, really no judgment. Jiang Ying's ranking list surprisingly replaced her with Yan Zhenjiang. Her eyes are sharp. Could she be wrong about the ranking? But it's okay that Jiang Ying put Chu Mu at the top. Overall, Wu Ling and Jiang Ying have a good connection. They plan to meet at her house next week to discuss the ranking in detail. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing happily went back home. Dong Meili had just left too, but she didn't get close enough to hear. Seeing Xiao Wanqing smiling all the time, her confusion and doubts still lingered. Why was she so happy? Wu Ling said she argued with Jiang Ying, and her tone was firm. Xiao Wanqing usually gets along well with her. Why was she so happy? So life isn't always smooth. There's always something ahead. Wu Ling is used to everything going smoothly, but now she's run into a tough problem. Dong Meili told Xiao Wanqing that Jiang Ying was quite capable. She asked how Jiang Ying had fought with someone before. Did she hurt the other person? What happened afterward? Dong Meili hesitated for a moment and said she had other things to do, and left first.
Why?
Why did she never think there was a problem before? Was Xiao Wanqing's inconsistency too serious? How could she say she was close to Wu Ling but also wish Jiang Ying and Wu Ling would fight? She felt so strange. The news that Wu Ling went to confront Jiang Ying spread quickly. Surprisingly, the first person to find her was Chu Mu. He looked a bit anxious to explain. I have nothing to do with her. I just helped her out casually. We're neighbors. She asked for help and I couldn't refuse. Yes, I understand. I didn't even get a clear look at her face. When I took off the towel, I just placed it on the nearby shelf and didn't hand it to her. I understand. From start to finish, I didn't say a word to her.
She only said thank you to me.
Wu Ling felt helpless and looked seriously into his eyes. Don't listen to what others say. When I went to see Jiang Ying, I wasn't there to settle scores. I was just curious. You don't need to explain so much. It's also impolite not to say anything. She already said thank you, so you should show some politeness. Chu Mu was a bit surprised. That I nodded. That's polite enough. Wu Ling didn't take it seriously at all. Chu Mu should have felt relieved, but even as he felt reassured, he also felt a little uncomfortable. Why did she not care at all? Was she trusting herself too much? That's good, but she could also be a little nervous. Soon, Chu Mu realized he was overthinking. He called Xia Yong to his house to discuss the work application for the technical research in the study. Wu Ling watched nearby, finding it interesting. At some point, Xia Yong had replaced Yan Zhenjiang's previous role. Now, Chu Mu mostly discussed work and study matters with Xia Yong. But Xia Yong often came to her house and Dong Meili would occasionally visit. She rarely came before, mostly hanging out at Xiao Wanqing's place. Now she was willing to visit, but there was no real reason. She just came to see what Xia Yong was doing. That wasn't surprising. As long as she didn't cause trouble, she could sit there. Wu Ling kindly offered her water. Of course, she wouldn't feed her. Xia Yong had somehow gotten a glass straw for Dong Meili, solving the problem of her not being able to drink water on her own. Dong Meili looked at Wu Ling, who was leaning against the window reading a book, slightly tilted to one side. She looked different. Her hair hung down, her face glowing in the sunlight, calm and peaceful. Even the person watching seemed to settle down. She wasn't as unworthy as she used to think. In the study, if tea was needed, Chu-mu would go and pour the water himself. How did I ever think Wu Ling was trying to seduce Xia? Dong Meili took a sip of water. She felt that Wu Ling's water tasted sweeter than her own, a clear difference. She was just there to drink water. When Xia came out of the study, he saw Dong Meili and felt a sudden jump in his heart. He quickly went to look for Wu Ling. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Wu Ling honestly replied, No, I just finished talking about work. Did you finish? I only gave some suggestions. Mainly Chu-mu is in charge. Xia took Dong Meili back home, closed the door, and looked at her with a subtle attitude. What are you going to do? Are you spying on me? Why do you care? I didn't go bother Wu Ling. Can't I just sit here? I warn you, you'd better just sit. Chu-mu's research project is very important. He wants to work with me. If you mess this up, I have no future either. I might as well apply to retire and go back to farming. Does he really want to work with you? I'm not someone who doesn't know my place. Why would I interfere? Have you interfered enough before? Wu Ling has never bothered you. You keep gossiping about him and causing trouble at his school. Luckily, he's a good person and doesn't argue with you. I keep my promises. If you cause trouble again, we're done. I can't afford to lose face over you. Dong Meili rolled her eyes. She only threatened herself. She decided not to cause trouble. What does she mean by being high quality and not bothering her? Who will speak up for her arm? Is she really that easygoing? But she was also too impulsive. Why did she rush to the school? Does she really have such a big grudge against Wu Ling? The next night, Yan Zhenjiang came to see Chu-mu. He had been visiting often lately, seeming very concerned about the research project. How's it going? Do you need help? How can you handle such a big task alone? You don't need to be polite with me. We're friends. Chu-mu didn't hold back and spoke directly. You can't really help much. It's almost done. I asked Lao Xia to help organize some materials. Xia? Wu Ling's husband? Why did you ask him? Yan Zhenjiang couldn't understand Chu-mu's approach. Didn't you forget how much trouble his wife caused her sister-in-law? He just arrived and he can't help you much. That's separate. I told Wu Ling about this. She doesn't oppose. Lao Xia learns quickly and has grasped the basics. He's helped me a lot. Chu-mu really admires Xia. Aside from other qualities, he's very dedicated to research, patient, eager to learn, and willing to work hard. If there's something you don't understand, you're willing to ask openly and insist on understanding it clearly, rather than acting on your own. New technology requires this kind of spirit. Although Xia may still lack some skills, Chu-mu believes he will improve quickly. However, Yan Zhenjiang is unhappy. I've been waiting for you to ask me for help, but you went to someone else? We've known each other for so many years, and we have a good understanding. Isn't what you did a bit unfair? I already told you. I can't ask for your help because it's not your strong area. If it were suitable, I would definitely ask you. Why isn't it suitable? If I'm not good at something, can I learn? Are you upset because Wanqing said some things to you before? But isn't Xia wife doing something even more wrong? I said it's nothing to do with that. I know how to separate work from personal matters. Chu-mu wanted to explain calmly, but Yan Zhenjiang wouldn't listen. He thought Chu-mu was doing it on purpose, not being a good friend or loyal. When Wu Ling returned, she saw him leave with a bad expression. When she saw Chu-mu ignoring her, she almost got hit by the door. Inside, Chu-mu also looked upset. Did you argue with your teammate? About the research project. How do you know? Wu Ling put down her bag and said, guessing. Didn't the project team show signs of trouble before? As long as it's your responsibility, he thinks he can interfere without question. Isn't that obvious? Chu-mu was stunned for a moment. Is that true? Old memories slowly came back. Amid all the chaos, he also tried to do his best. But his energy was limited. Fortunately, Yan Zhenjiang was always there to help, which was a small comfort in the chaos. In the end, those results belonged to Yan Zhenjiang. Chu-mu didn't think it was a problem. He believed that without Yan Zhenjiang's help, the work wouldn't have been possible. But now, thinking carefully, he realized he could have done it himself, just more slowly and with more difficulty. Am I sometimes not good at judging people? Chu Mu reflected deeply.
Wu Ling smiled and said, Not really.
For example, your judgment of me is pretty good. Chu Mu felt even more frustrated. That's because you came to me first. It's all the same. So, when Yan Zhenjiang came back aggressively, you didn't agree? This is quite surprising. Last time, when I was part of the research team, I wanted to ask, don't you really like being with your comrades? You even share a room. Why did you refuse such an important thing? Because it's important. That time he was really angry at Yan Zhenjiang. His wife came up and mentioned a marriage arrangement with Wu Ling. Isn't it obvious who suggested it? He was annoyed just thinking about Yan Zhenjiang. But this time is different. Yan Zhenjiang's skills are so limited that he can't really contribute anything valuable. After returning, Yan Zhenjiang was furious and looked at Xiao Wanqing strangely. Who told you to talk nonsense with Chu Mu? What are you, meddling in other people's affairs? You messed up my relationship with Chu Mu. Are you happy now? Xiao Wanqing was confused and scolded him. Why are you angry at me? Are you upset because of Chu Mu? If you're not with Chu Mu, what does it matter?
Is he your wife, or am I?
Yan Zhenjiang, do you understand? What nonsense are you talking? Do you know how important the research project Chu Mu is working on is? If he succeeds, it will be a great achievement with a bright future. Do you understand? But he excluded me and let Xia Yong join the research. It's obvious he's still upset with you. Xiao Wanqing thought it was nothing and leaned back. That lousy research project isn't worth you caring so much. Don't worry, it won't succeed. This part of the story isn't in the original plot. Yan Zhenjiang was furious. This woman didn't understand anything. Jiang Ying and Wu Ling started to interact more frequently. Wu Ling realized she was proud deep down. When she noticed someone disapproving of her, she didn't care or respond. She wouldn't hide away and live a quiet life. My husband is on a confidential mission. He's been gone for almost a year. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I haven't received any news. I might not stay in this family residence much longer. Jiang Ying smiled, but her smile was bitter and full of helplessness. You're educated. You can apply for a different position and life might be easier. That's not so simple. Just saying I want a job doesn't mean I can get one. My husband isn't here either. What can I apply for? Wu Ling thought of a good idea. You can take over my job at the school. I'll go talk to the school leaders tomorrow. Jiang Ying didn't understand her meaning and instinctively shook her head. No, I can't. I don't have any. What are you talking about? Once she understood, she almost shook her head off. Don't talk nonsense. Can a job position be casually replaced? What are you thinking? Why not? If you're willing, I'm willing too. Of course not. Jiang Ying didn't see any need to explain further. Anyone with a normal mind wouldn't think this was appropriate, right? But Wu Ling kept thinking more and more that she was really clever. Listen to my analysis. Because Dong Meili had caused trouble once before, her reputation at school seemed unaffected on the surface, but secretly, people would talk. Such things always attract interest, and it's hard to stop them. Another reason was that Wu Ling felt she could now relax. She wanted to make up for the hard times in the end of the world, where she couldn't even sleep peacefully. She just wanted to lie around all day and pass time. Since she could travel into this book, she decided to slack off and be a lazy person with no goals or big dreams. This job wasn't even something I asked for. It's more like a reward. But I don't really want this kind of reward, do you understand? Jiang Ying shook her head. She didn't understand. That's okay if you don't understand. Just know that I sincerely want to give you this job. I have no regrets. Doing this is good for both of us. It's a win-win situation. The next day, Wu Ling really went to see the school leader, explained Jiang Ying's situation, and then exaggerated her reasoning. Her husband is on a tough mission, and his life is uncertain. The organization should take care of their family. We can't let them feel abandoned. I volunteer to transfer the job to her. Please approve. Things went more smoothly than expected. After Wu Ling's righteous speech, the school leader met with Jiang Ying, and the matter was settled. When others in the staff housing heard about it, they discussed it openly. They thought Wu Ling was a bit naive. School teachers. So many people want that position, and she probably was threatened. Most likely. Otherwise, how could she agree to this? But I often see them visiting each other. They seem to get along well, not like they're being forced. Besides, if Wu Ling really didn't want to do this, it wouldn't have happened. That's right. Xiao Chu is currently in the spotlight. It's probably not hard for her to keep her wife's job. Then what do you think she's after? Wu Ling, standing proudly in front of Tian Ling and Fong Yanhong, held her head high. Of course. I want to prevent the soldiers who defend our country from feeling disappointed. Since I was recognized as an outstanding person, I should have this awareness. Put others before myself. Sacrifice for others. Tian Ling's nose felt a bit sore as she listened. Wow, such noble character. She really didn't judge wrong. Fong Yanhong also cared about her. But you shouldn't risk your own job. You're doing well at school, and your job is very stable. Why is this girl so carefree? Wu Ling was very happy. She gained fame, Jiangning benefited, and she could finally relax and do nothing, killing multiple birds with one stone. Everyone happy. But when talking to Chu Mu, she wasn't so boastful. The previous events had some bad effects. Also, compared to working day after day, I prefer a more relaxed life, growing vegetables and doing some odd jobs, giving my voice a rest. Chu Mu had no objection.
Just do what you like.
I'm here at home. You look really handsome when you talk. Then what about normally? Still handsome. Come here. Give me a kiss. Wu Ling was never stingy with praise for Chu Mu. When he did well, she praised him loudly. Their communication was smooth. Wu Ling's decision to give up her job didn't cause any trouble at her home. But there was a disturbance elsewhere. It stirred up at Xiao Wanqing's house. Is she crazy?
Who's got a bad brain?
Chu Mu should be the one taking her to the hospital for a checkup. Xiao Wanqing couldn't believe it. Was Wu Ling really that clueless? If she didn't want the job, why did she just hand it over to others, you idiot? Xiao Wanqing believed that the position in the story was supposed to be hers. Who allowed Wu Ling to casually give it to someone else? Does she still think she's so great and honorable? She's just a fool. Xiao Wanqing cursed herself, but it didn't feel satisfying. She even asked Dong Meili to help scold her. Her man was seduced and lost his job. She's useless. Meili, don't you think so? Dong Meili pulled at the corner of her mouth. She handed over her own position. Why are you so angry, Wanqing? Farming water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. How come she didn't think of that for us? She got a good deal just because she recently met someone. Is she crazy? However, Dong Meili didn't follow her feelings to scold Wu Ling. She still looked blank. Anyway, it's her job. What's wrong with you? Aren't you usually the one who can't stand Wu Ling? Dong Meili also wondered. What's her problem? She seems to have no desire to join Xiao Wanqing in criticizing Wu Ling because, honestly, it has nothing to do with her. Why does Xiao Wanqing think she should follow her lead and scold Wu Ling? Isn't that strange? Wanqing, do you really dislike Wu Ling? Why do you always find her actions annoying? But she hasn't harmed your interests. Why do you dislike her so much? Dong Meili always speaks straightforwardly, asking directly. Xiao Wanqing's expression gradually changed, her eyes narrowing slightly. What do you mean? When did I dislike her? Any time. Xiao Wanqing gently tugged at her lips. Meili, you're wrong. I don't dislike her. I'm just angry that she doesn't try harder and feel sorry for her. Then she can just choose to do what she wants. Xiao Wanqing suddenly felt like something in her mind snapped, and her previously restrained patience disappeared completely. How do you know she wants to? Has she told you herself? If you think you're close to her, go talk to her. I didn't know you could guess what she's thinking. Then go. See if she responds to you. Don't come back crying to me later. Xiao Wanqing was furious. She was already annoyed about Wu Ling's work, and Dong Meili's attitude made her even more upset. Every word seemed to challenge her. Dong Meili also got angry. Fine, I'll go. Even if she ignores me, I won't come back crying. That was so hurtful. What did I say to make her so angry? I didn't say anything wrong. Dong Meili stormed out, turned left, and went straight to knock on Wu Ling's door. After knocking, she finally calmed down a little. Wait, what am I here for? Before she could figure it out, Wuling opened the door. She paused, surprised. Brother Xia isn't here. They haven't come back yet. I know. I came too. Dong Meili froze, her mind racing. Then she stammered. Can I come in for some water, Wuling? Well, if you don't want it, forget it. During the apocalypse, water sources were polluted, and millions of people died from thirst or drinking contaminated water. If Dong Meili had a different reason, she wouldn't agree, but she said she just wanted a sip of water. Come in. Wuling closed the door, poured her some water, and carefully placed the straw back in her pocket. Drink up. Dong Meili drank a whole cup, looking a bit thirsty. Your water seems different from others. Wuling nodded slightly. How do you make it? Wuling pointed to her chest. Made with care, Dong Meili. She looked around. Your place is so tidy. If you're not working, what do you do at home? Wuling saw that she seemed eager to talk, so she put down her book. Read books, right? Or go for a walk when tired. See those flower pots outside? I planted some things. In the past, she used her special ability to water crops in the shelter, which gave them some benefits. The pumpkins and potatoes she grew in the village garden were very filling, lasted long, and stayed good for a long time. Chumu thought eating them made him feel energetic. She wanted to grow other plants, so she asked Chumu to help her get some flower pots. She planted some chrysanthemum seedlings and garlic. Dong Meili nodded. That's pretty good. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Dong Meili was worried Wuling might kick her out, but she didn't. She happily watched her reading. Even without talking, she didn't feel bored at all. When her water was finished, she even refilled it for her. Earlier, I misunderstood you. If I hadn't gone to your school, would you have given your work to someone else? Wuling was surprised. Dong Meili's attitude toward her before was mostly resistant, as if she naturally disliked her from the first time they met. Now she was apologizing? Wuling found it interesting and started to observe her more carefully. Maybe. Dong Meili felt even more guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't understand what was happening at the time. Sister Wanqing said that all men like women who are fair and gentle, well-mannered and refined. I just lost control, but now, looking back, she felt as if she had been under a spell. Every time Xiaoyong came over, Chumu was at home. Why did she still think there was a problem? Xiao Wanqing told you that? Did she also say that I gave my job to someone I just met, which is simply unfair? Dong Meili nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, yes. How did you know? Were you listening at her door just now? Not a single word was wrong. Wuling smiled lightly and said casually, just a guess. In her story, her role as a teacher was filled by Xiao Wanqing, and she was proud of her identity as a teacher. She spoke as if she naturally had some authority. Now that she knew she had given her position to Jiangying, she wouldn't be angry. She and her male lead, Yan Zhenjiang, were alike, thinking everything good should come to them. Dong Meili admired Wuling's accurate guess. You're really impressive. Wanqing was so angry about this that she even kicked me out. Why? Because I thought it didn't matter who you gave the job to. Sister Wanqing just got mad. Dong Meili still hadn't figured out why Xiao Wanqing was angry with her. Was it just because she didn't join in criticizing Wuling? She didn't want to criticize. Wuling's eyes grew more interested. There must be a problem. Do you want some water? I'll pour some for you. Xiao Wanqing is pregnant, so her mood swings are normal. If she doesn't want you to go, you can come sit with me. Wuling's gentle smile made Dong Meili want to nod. But when she caught sight of her tied hand, she hesitated and didn't say yes. Maybe later. But Wuling's place was really comfortable. Everything was fresh and clear to see. She didn't talk much, but no matter what Dong Meili said, she responded and even offered her carefully brewed water. So every day, as soon as Dong Meili reached the corridor, she instinctively headed here. She could stay for a long time because there was a radio she could listen to. This was created by Chumu, probably because he was worried Wuling would be bored. He set up more radios with news and music. Wuling often turned them on, which was more interesting than Dong Meili sitting at home daydreaming or visiting Xiao Wanqing. Every day, Xiaoyong asked her if she was up to something, which annoyed her. I was just listening to the radio and drinking water. What could I be doing? Stop making excuses to divorce me. Xiaoyong was suspicious. Really no trouble? I always boil water for you in the morning. Can't you drink at home? Your hand is better now, right? There are radios at home too. The radios you set up are few and boring. Wu Ling's husband is quite capable. He does better than most. You should build a good relationship with him. That way, you won't go wrong. Xiaoyong looked at her with a disgusted face. You're saying this to me. She had ignored him when he first told her, but now she was giving him advice? Mind your own business. Besides Xiaoyong, Xiao Wanqing was also very upset. She couldn't understand why she was so impatient and angry every day. Dong Meili had done something wrong and dared to betray her? She actually went to find Wu Ling, and Wu Ling was surprisingly getting along with her. Had they forgotten what had happened before? Can they just forget about it? Is Wu Ling some kind of saint reborn? Xiao Wanqing couldn't understand, but after her anger cooled, she realized she couldn't let things go on like this. Dong Meili was a rare helper who listened to her. Although she hadn't succeeded much, she caused Wu Ling a lot of trouble. Wu Ling gave up her teaching position, probably for this reason. So, she decided to take the initiative and visit Dong Meili, bringing her favorite orange soda. Meili, are you going out? Dong Meili nodded. You want to see me? Xiao Wanqing smiled gently and raised her soda. I know you like this. I left it for you. Why haven't you come to talk to me lately? In the past, when Xiao Wanqing smiled and spoke to her like this, Dong Meili thought she was kind and beautiful, like a fairy fallen to earth. But now, she couldn't stop thinking. How could Xiao Wanqing suddenly change like this? Was her mood too unstable? Xiao Wanqing. That's really good. I was worried about her before, so I might have spoken a bit too excitedly. You won't be mad at me, will you? Not at all. That's good. Xiao Wanqing smiled warmly, her eyes narrowing. Let's go.
Come to my place.
After we finish the soda, I'll make you some malted milk. Unexpectedly, Dong Meili felt a moment of hesitation in her heart. She was stunned when she realized that Wu Ling's place in her heart was now just as important as Xiao Wanqing's. Dong Meili still went to drink the soda and malted milk. Listening to Xiao Wanqing kindly talking to her, she absent-mindedly thought that maybe this sweet soda wasn't that great after all. It was sweet at first, but then it left a dry feeling in her mouth, with a slightly bitter aftertaste. But the plain water from Wu Ling's place was refreshing and even a little sweet, cleaner than the mountain spring water she used to drink. Meili, why are you spacing out? What have you been doing at Wu Ling's these days? Did she tell you anything? Dong Meili snapped back to reality. Not much. She doesn't talk much. She just likes reading books, and she can sit and read for hours without moving. Xiao Wanqing didn't believe her. Impossible, she wouldn't say a word. Even though I'm pregnant now, and can't move around much, I care a lot about her. Besides reading, does she do anything else? Think carefully. Really, she doesn't do anything else. Her life is very simple. She mostly just takes care of a few green onions and garlic in the small courtyard outside. She doesn't have children, and Chu Mu is busy. She has very little to do. Sometimes, Dong Meili looked at her with envy. Especially after her two debt collectors came home from school, she couldn't find a moment of peace. The quiet she felt at Wu Ling's place seemed like it was stolen. Xiao Wanqing pouted. Such an useless person. She had such a good opportunity, but she didn't know how to use it. Even just encouraging Wu Ling and Chu Mu a little would be good. She did nothing, which was just stupid. Next time, you can care more about her. Since she doesn't talk much, you can try to talk to her. Maybe the misunderstanding between you two can be cleared up. Chu Mu has been so busy lately, and they don't have children. What if their feelings fade? Xiao Wanqing said as she touched her belly. She hasn't lost her job yet. Her family depends on Chu Mu. If she doesn't seize her man now, how will she survive? Dong Meili saw that Wu Ling was living a good and peaceful life, feeling content and not anxious at all. She was busier than those who have children to take care of. Also, she has a good relationship with Jiang Ying. You should be more careful. Who knows what kind of gossip people are spreading? Don't let your husband, Xiao Xia, be tempted. Dong Meili immediately shook her head. No, that can't happen. My husband, Xiao Xia, said I should be more obedient. Besides, does Jiangying even look at him? Even if Jiangying had any thoughts, Xiao Xia wouldn't be interested. I think Wu Ling is very careful in her actions. Since she can get along with Jiangying, maybe those rumors aren't true. Xiao Wanqing felt uneasy. She clearly sensed that Dong Meili had changed. Before, she would agree with anything she said and do whatever she asked, never doubting or opposing her. Now, what's wrong with her? It's like she's grown a new brain. Why would a tool person need a brain? What has happened to her world? Fang Yanhong knocked on Wu Ling's door. Xiao Wu, can you give my sister-in-law a few scallions? Soon. Wu Ling opened the door, holding a few scallions still covered in dirt, and handed them over. Fang Yanhong gratefully took them.
Thanks.
Jiming is so sensitive to cold. Before it gets hot, he starts taking off his clothes. The scallions you grow are best for boiling water to make him sweat. Earlier, Jiming caught a cold, and Fang Yanhong pulled out all the scallions from her garden, but it didn't help. She borrowed some from neighbors. Wu Ling, knowing this, took the initiative to pick some scallions from her yard and give them to her, which turned out to be very effective. Later, Fang Yanhong casually mentioned it in a chat, and some people who came to ask for scallions found that Fang Yanhong wasn't exaggerating at all. Wu Ling urged her from behind. Sister-in-law, go back quickly and take care of Jiming. If this doesn't work, take him to the clinic early and get some medicine. It will definitely work. Okay, I'll go now. When that little rascal gets better, I'll definitely come to thank you. Fang Yanhong hurriedly left with the scallions. Wu Ling saw Dong Meili standing in the corridor, holding vegetables, looking at her with a strange expression. Is there something on my face? No. Sister Wanqing will be back tomorrow. She had a baby boy. Wu Ling nodded. She already knew this before the birth. She also knew they named the boy Yan Jigang, hoping he would be strong-willed. Unfortunately, she was a bit too stubborn, which caused many problems later. She also refused to get married, becoming a source of worry for Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing. Can I come to your house to pick vegetables? No one is at my place, and it feels pretty lonely. Wu Ling didn't refuse. Dong Meili often came when she was free, but she was polite and quiet, doing her own work, either sewing, knitting, or writing accounts. When she didn't understand something, she would ask during her breaks. Did Brother Yen forget to give red eggs to the neighbors around? Sister Wanqing said they didn't count carefully, and the number was a bit low. But they thought you wouldn't mind, so they didn't give you any. Dong Meili spoke hesitantly, mainly because she felt that Xiao Wanqing and Yan Zhenjiang's actions were really ungraceful. Even she couldn't stand it. Why was it just 2 eggs short? Was it intentional to annoy people? And they still wanted her to explain for them. Dong Meili looked at Wu Ling and smiled awkwardly. Sister Wanqing means that when she has another son, you will definitely be involved. It's okay. Sharing the red eggs is sharing happiness. Chu Mu and I are quite lucky, so this small thing doesn't matter. Wu Ling truly didn't mind. Their family never lacked eggs. Some people who came to borrow a few scallions or ginger from her insisted on giving her 2 eggs or a plate of egg pancakes. Chu Mu and she couldn't finish them all. Chu Mu even said that although she didn't work, it seemed like she was the one supporting the family, which made him feel a bit frustrated. He really wanted to be the main pillar. Tell Xiao Wanqing not to worry about this. After she has her baby, resting well is the most important. Overthinking can lead to health problems. Dong Meili was silent for a long time, silently learning and memorizing her words. Her open-minded and generous attitude looked truly carefree. She even cared about Xiao Wanqing's health and didn't hold a grudge over this matter, which made her seem quite impressive. If the same thing happened to her, she would definitely get angry and go ask for an explanation. But now, she saw that it really wasn't necessary. Actually, those eggs are just SSO. They are far from the tea eggs Brother Chu made last time. Next time you make some, I can trade you for some cured meat from my family. Dong Meili said this not to comfort her. She wasn't good at comforting people. She was just genuinely craving them. As the wife of the team leader, I don't crave eggs, but Chumu doesn't want to waste the tea leaves used to make tea eggs. They smell so good. Wuling didn't care much about giving red eggs as a gift, but Chumu felt a bit upset. He understood Yan Zhenjiang's situation. Since he wasn't allowed to join the project, he hadn't even greeted him in months. I've explained the reason clearly to him. If he doesn't accept it, there's nothing I can do. Just keep a distance in the future. He finally realized that Yan Zhenjiang's previous friendliness was based on getting benefits from him. Although Chu Mu was embarrassed to admit it, his eyes had been blind in his past life. Wu Ling felt somewhat comforted by his words. What good could come from entangling with the male lead? Got it, I'll listen to you. The next day, Xiao Wanqing wore a hat on her head. Yan Zhenjiang carried the baby, and the Xiao family members returned home happily together. Neighbors in the yard came to congratulate them, praising the baby's good looks and sharing in the joy. When Wu Ling passed by the Xiao house, she deliberately slowed down, hoping the lively scene would stay in front of her door a little longer. Coincidentally, Wu Ling was about to go out for a walk. Staying at home all day isn't healthy. Seeing Xiao Wanqing at the door, Wu Ling politely smiled and was about to leave. Xiao Wanqing called her, her face showing a faint pride despite her weakness. Why didn't you come to see me after I had the baby? I was hoping you'd meet my son sooner. Wu Ling held a polite smile. What do I need to see your son for? You can look at him yourself. Look at what you're saying. I was actually going to ask you to be the godmother of the child. That's not necessary. I don't like being a godmother for others. Wu Ling spoke softly, but firmly refused. We're just neighbors. There's no need. Congratulations, I have other things to do. Are you angry with me? Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly became softer. I didn't mean to upset you. I just thought that since we're good friends, you'd understand. Yan Zhenjiang, standing nearby, frowned. Are you two being so petty? It's just 2 red eggs. Xiao Wanqing just had a big event. She didn't ask for help or anything. Wu Ling's eyes widened. That's your wife, who gave birth to your son. Do you expect others to help out? So, in the future, will that child call me mom or Chu Mu dad? Yan Zhenjiang looked unhappy, but Wu Ling was not used to his attitude. Who in this place is short of eggs? I won't say who's being stingy. She was too tired of arguing with these people and turned to leave. It was fine to clear things up openly, but she was already fed up with the constant fuss between the main characters. It was bad luck. The hallway felt awkward. Yan Zhenjiang's cheeks trembled slightly, and he forced a smile. Thank you all for coming to celebrate. Let's go, everyone, to my house. However, not many followed him home. Some said they had other things to do, and some just left without saying anything. Compared to Xiao Wanqing, Wu Ling was more popular among the residents. Usually, she greeted everyone with a smile and could chat with anyone outside. Plus, her planted herbs like scallions and ginger really worked. When she had a headache or fever, she would take a small piece to boil in water, and it worked immediately. Other remedies didn't have the same effect. Since Chu Mu was a key member being trained, everyone knew that people with brains shouldn't interfere now. Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing were both proud and stubborn. Since Wu Ling said so, they decided not to pretend anymore and cut off contact. Wu Ling was living her life normally. Sometimes at night, she heard the children crying, but she just turned over and kept sleeping. Chu Mu's project was at a critical stage. He was almost always at school, so he was rarely seen and not affected. But Xiao Wanqing was about to break down. I have to take care of the kids during the day. When he wakes up at night, can you go comfort him? I haven't had a full night's sleep in so long. How can I comfort him at night if I have to teach during the day? You said I wasn't studying hard enough and kept urging me to be diligent. So, is taking care of the kids only my responsibility?
Why?
I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him with all my effort. What have you done? Studying, supporting the family. Do you think everything you eat and drink just appears out of nowhere? While they argued, Yan Zhigang started crying loudly again. Xiao Wanqing couldn't cover his mouth, so she just used a blanket to block her ears and cried silently inside. Yan Zhenjiang tried to soothe him, but gave up after a while. He sighed. Can't you find someone to help? There are so many experienced women in the neighborhood. Why not ask them for advice? Today you ask this one, tomorrow that one. Just get some help. Xiao Wanqing cried out loud. It's easy to say, but she never had a good foundation since she first came to the family compound. Taking over the literacy class made her offend some people.
Who can she turn to?
If that doesn't work, let Wu Ling help you. She's not working right now and stays at home all day with nothing to do. Give her a chance to learn how to take care of children. Maybe after spending more time with them, she might even get pregnant. Yan Zhenjiang thought his idea was pretty good. When it comes to having children, he believes he's better than Chu Mu. Being good at it doesn't matter much. The most important thing is to have a son. It's also a good way to improve relations with the other side. Remember to bring a few eggs and say some nice words. Yan Zhenjiang is flexible. Seeing Chu Mu's project gaining more attention and leaders asking about it often, he starts to regret having a conflict with Chu Mu. Fortunately, he knows Chu Mu well. If he softens and says some sincere words, Chu Mu usually won't hold a grudge. Xiao Wanqing doesn't wanna. Why does she have to apologize to Wu Ling? Isn't Mei Mei still around? The next day, she went to find Dong Mei Mei. Please help me. You've had 2 babies, right?
I'm exhausted. Dong Mei Mei did refuse.
She lives nearby, and since it's her first child, helping her isn't a big deal. But she didn't expect Xiao Wanqing to treat her like a servant. Jigang is crying again. Go check if his diaper is wet. It needs to be changed quickly, or there won't be a clean one later. Let me sleep for a while. Watch him for me. If he cries, give him some rice soup to soothe him. I'll feed him when I wake up. Oh, so noisy. Just hold him and soothe him. Jigang loves being held, and he won't cry when you do. Zhenjiang bought vegetables from the cafeteria. I don't like them. Can you cook a carp soup for me? It won't take much time. Dong Mei Mei was ordered around all day and was exhausted. When she got home, she saw her own clothes and bed sheets hadn't been washed yet. Her arms ached from holding the baby, and rubbing them didn't help. The next day, Xiao Wanqing came to knock on the door again. Dong Mei Mei struggled for a while, but finally opened it. Outside, Xiao Wanqing smiled kindly. You do have experience. With your help, I feel much easier. I'll trouble you again today. Dong Mei Mei thought Xiao Wanqing wouldn't be so inconsiderate, but it turned out she really was. It's like she thinks it's only natural to do this and that, acting like she's in charge. She just holds the baby while feeding him, then hands him back and says that as long as Jigang is in her arms, he won't cry. She really has her ways. That evening, Xiao Wanqing boasted to Yan Zhenjiang, I'm popular too. I've only started to feel a bit better these days. Why should I still apologize to them? Anyway, you're going, so I won't go. She was tired of being told what to do by Dong Mei. Having someone help take care of the kids made life seem a little easier. But the next day, when Xiao Wanqing went to knock on the door with Yan Jigang, there was no sound inside. Mei, please open the door. Jigang has been crying for a long time. Hurry and think of a way. She held Yan Jigang in one arm and knocked on the door with the other, her ears filled with the sharp crying of the child. The crying made Xiao Wanqing lose her patience. Dong Mei, what are you doing inside? Dong Mei wasn't inside. She was at Wu Ling's house. Wu Ling looked at Dong Mei, who had come early in the morning, now hiding by the door like a thief, listening carefully for sounds outside. Why are you hiding from her? Wu Ling was still finishing her breakfast, sitting at the table eating porridge and tearing her bun into small pieces. She didn't understand what Dong Mei was doing. Dong Mei tiptoed back from the door. If I don't hide, I'll be exhausted. Look at my arms. I can't lift them anymore. My wrists just got better, and I can't take this anymore. Dong Mei was feeling very upset, complaining to Wu Ling about her troubles. What does she think of me? I have to take care of everything for the kids, feeding, changing, and so on. She just sleeps there. If she wants to eat something, I have to make it for her. Even the baby's diapers, I have to wash. Now old Xia helps me wash my clothes. I'm not her mother. Isn't she going too far? That was really hard. Just listening to it made Wu Ling feel tired. But she was also confused. Can't you refuse? If she asks you to wash diapers, you do it. If she wants you to hold the baby, you do that too. Why are you so obedient? I'm too embarrassed to say no. We usually get along well. Dong Mei sighed, feeling upset, and leaned on the table. That's why she ran to Wu Ling's house early in the morning to hide. Wu Ling finished her porridge and said calmly, "Then why don't you go out quickly? How long can you hide?" "But I have no other way." "Aren't you saying you get along well with her? Really well? If you truly have a good relationship, can she confidently treat you like a servant?" Dong Meili didn't respond and stayed silent. Wu Ling, while tidying up the dishes, said, "You feel embarrassed to refuse, but she's happy to boss you around. So, it's only fair you're treated like a servant. You don't even care about yourself, and you expect others to have a conscience." Just as she finished tidying the dishes, there was a knock at the door. It was Xiao Wanqing outside. Dong Meili suddenly jumped up from her seat, as if a spring had been activated beneath her, and waved her hands at Wu Ling. Waving her hands was useless. Avoiding the issue wouldn't solve anything. Wu Ling gently flicked her hand, causing the water on it to splash into the sink. She then calmly went to open the door. "Xiao Wu, do you know that Meili?" Before Xiao Wanqing could finish speaking, she saw Dong Meili inside the room, smiling awkwardly as she looked at her. "Meili came to see me this morning about something. Did you look for her?" Xiao Wanqing hurried into the room, holding the crying Yin Jigang, and said sternly, "I knocked on the door outside for so long, didn't you hear? Look at Jigang, he's crying so much. You really are heartless." Dong Meili's tone sounded a bit stiff. "I didn't hear you. I was talking to Wu Ling. Look, is his diaper dirty? Change it for him. I don't have time for that. I haven't even had breakfast yet, just waiting for you to help me change him. Is he done? If so, let's go back quickly." Xiao Wanqing was getting a headache from the noise, and her tone was full of impatience. Dong Meili's eyes instinctively looked for Wu Ling, seeing Wu Ling standing calmly, not avoiding her gaze, and not offering to help. She felt completely ignored. "What are you hesitating for? From now on, just come directly in the morning. Jigang wakes up early, and I can sleep a bit longer while you feed him." Xiao Wanqing carried the baby toward the door. When she looked back and saw Dong Meili hesitating and the baby crying nonstop, she impatiently urged, "Hurry up, go back and change his diaper. He wet himself again last night. The sun's out now, so wash and dry it quickly." Dong Meili hesitated reluctantly, stopping in place for a moment, as if gathering her courage. "I have plans today. You take care of the child yourself. What do you want?" "How can I watch alone? He's crying so much, so don't hesitate. If there's really a problem, you can call your mom to help. I can't always focus on your family matters. I need to take care of my own life." "What do you mean, Dong Meili?" Xiao Wanqing's face darkened. "I only asked you to help take care of the kids, and you're so unwilling? You won't even help with this small favor? Are you asking me to help? You're just leaving the kids to me. How is that asking for help?" Once the conversation started, it didn't matter what was said next. "I'm willing to lend a hand, but you can't throw everything on me. Changing diapers, washing clothes, cooking and cleaning, then crying and expecting me to comfort you. You're the mother. Why don't you comfort her?" Dong Meili's own 2 children weren't as exhausting. They cried sometimes, and everyone's kids cry. Back then, no one helped, so they had to manage on their own. "Is this what you call helping me? Have you forgotten what you said when you flattered me before? I only asked you to help for 2 days, and now you're unwilling. Dong Meili, you're really like that." Dong Meili felt cold and speechless. "I told you, I can help, but I can't do everything myself. So, you just don't want to help?" Xiao Wanqing cut her off sharply. Seeing Wu Ling standing by the kitchen door, she said, "Did you encourage her? You're so mean. Provoking her to bully me, a new mother. No wonder you can't have children." Wu Ling raised an eyebrow. "Is there such a good thing?" Dong Meili's face flushed. "What does that have to do with her? Is there anyone else besides her?" Fine, I just had a baby and you all teamed up." "Dong Meili, do you really think she likes you? Think about what you've done before. Would she be so kind otherwise? She's just trying to make you stay away from me so you'll be all alone." Wu Ling had to defend herself. "If I wanted to deal with Dong Meili, I wouldn't bother with all this. I prefer to be straightforward." Dong Meili. She silently pulled her arms behind her back, having to admit she was right. God knows how she's been surviving these past 6 months. She doesn't need to sow discord. She doesn't even like herself much. I told you this has nothing to do with Wu Ling. I'm just too tired and can't help you. Since you live close to your parents, it's best to ask them for help if you really can't manage. How could Xiao Wanqing not know? Yan Zhenjiang had already mentioned this to her. But her mother was upset with her over Xiao Wenhao's matter, and her second sister-in-law had just had a baby. She wanted to take care of her grandson. Her son was just a grandson-in-law. Who cares more about their own grandchildren? Her loyal supporter dared to disobey her orders. Xiao Wanqing felt so angry she almost exploded. Her reason suddenly broke apart, and she started speaking harshly to vent her anger. Without me, Dong Meili is nothing. I asked you to help because I respect you. Who do you think you are bargaining with me? Think carefully. If you insist on being ungrateful, don't even think about entering my house again. Xiao Wanqing's sharp voice scared Yan Zhigang, who cried even more loudly, his face turning red and his voice sounding hoarse. Dong Meili was frightened by her fierce look and briefly considered doing anything to calm her down. But that thought disappeared quickly. Dong Meili was also angered by her words. Thank you so much. If I'm nothing, why are you asking me for help? She became more furious. Ungrateful? Yes, I broke my wrist, and you took care of me. Did I not repay you? I had old Xia bring you many things to thank you. You only looked after me for a few days, and Yan Zhenjiang warned me not to bother you. Didn't I stop going afterward? Honestly, old Xia and her family was the hardest working, doing laundry, cooking, and caring for the children. Xiao Wanqing kept mentioning this all day, but they had already repaid her kindness many times over. Who asked you to think so highly of me? If I don't go, I don't go. I'm not going to die without you. Dong Meili was quick-tongued, talking non-stop, making Xiao Wanqing's neck bulge with visible veins, looking very angry. Remember what you said today? Xiao Wanqing threatened fiercely, then turned and glared at Wu Ling, angrily grabbing Yan Zhigang and slamming the door as she left. Dong Meili felt her legs weaken. She reached out to steady herself on the table and sat back down, a strange expression slowly appearing on her face. It's like having done something wrong, but feeling surprisingly relieved afterward. A mix of complicated feelings swirls inside her, leaving her mind blank. Wu Ling had previously poured her a glass of water to calm her down. It seems taking care of children is really hard. It has pushed everyone to their limits. Dong Meili quickly drinks a few sips from her cup, her mind gradually clearing. If she were a bit more polite, I wouldn't mind at all. Did you hear what she said? Asking me to serve her or lift her up. Can you believe that? Wu Ling tilts her head and looks at her, thinking, isn't this how it is in stories? If the supporting character had a mind of their own, how could the story move forward? Supporting characters shouldn't be allowed to do whatever they want, listen to everything, or believe everything. Otherwise, how could the main character's charm be shown? In stories, because of Dong Meili, Xiao Wanqing's childbirth seems elegant. She looks healthy, her mood is steady, and everyone in the yard envies her. It feels like her having a baby is different from others. She carries herself with natural grace no matter what she does. And Dong Meili is willing to do it. She isn't happy if she's not asked to work. Why are you looking at me like that? Dong Meili feels a bit uncomfortable under Wu Ling's gaze. Wu Ling smiles at her. We've talked openly now, so you don't need to hide from me anymore. Isn't there still a lot to do at home? Oh, right. Sorry for bothering you. That's good to realize. Wu Ling smiles warmly as she sees her off, then lazily leans back in her chair to rest. Earlier, Xiao Wanqing's son was crying so loudly it hurt her ears. She needs to relax. Inside the room, the clear sound of water flowing cleans away the dust under her control. Wu Ling's mind drifts to Dong Meili's strange behavior. At first, it was just like in the story. She was walking the plot randomly, dutifully playing her role as a supporting character. Even after breaking her wrist, she still resisted her role with firm determination. Suddenly, one day, something changed. Dong Meili's gaze toward herself shifted. Why did that happen? Wu Ling hadn't paid much attention to Dong Meili before, and now, thinking back, she has no idea when she stopped resenting her. She can't quite remember when she stopped feeling hostile. If she can't remember, then so be it. It doesn't matter. Wu Ling slightly turns her head. The faint sound of a baby's cry comes from the door crack. No matter what Dong Meili's feelings are, she respects others' destinies. At this moment, Dong Meili's complicated feelings disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief. Although there were things to do at home, compared to constantly being ordered around at Xiao Wanqing's place and having endless chores, she now felt so relaxed that she could even take a nap. No wonder everyone says Wu Ling is a cultured person and speaks so well. Feeling shy about refusing, Xiao Wanqing decided to speak up. Maybe their good relationship was just her wishful thinking. Perhaps Wu Ling only saw her as a fool. Dong Meili hummed a song as she started tidying the house. She slowly washed the clothes she had accumulated, thinking about what to cook for old Xia and the two kids tonight. Compared to her relief, Xiao Wanqing seemed to fall back into a muddy pit. She hated filth. Even the dirt caused by her own child made her feel sick. She didn't even want to touch the soiled diapers. She also disliked babies who didn't understand words. Even when the diapers were dry and she had fed him, why was he still crying? What was he crying about? Although cuddling and soothing could calm him down, she couldn't hold him all the time. Soon, her arms would ache and swell, but as soon as she put him down, he would start crying again as if challenging her. Xiao Wanqing couldn't take it anymore. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Did I give birth to you just to pay off some debt? When Yan Zhenjiang came home in the evening, the house was a mess. A pile of dirty diapers reeked, and Yan Zhigang's voice was hoarse from crying. Xiao Wanqing sat there with a cold face, looking at him with a chilling gaze. Hurry up and think of a way, or I'll leave the kids with you and go back to my parents' house. What's going on? Didn't you say Dong Meili was coming? She didn't come today. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's face darkened further. Your so-called comrade's wife persuaded Dong Meili not to come help me. Now you want me to go and apologize to her. Is that true? Wait here, I'll go ask and find out. Yan Zhenjiang stormed out angrily and knocked on Zhumu's door. The door opened, and the aroma of delicious food wafted out. Under the warm yellow light, the scene looked even more cozy and peaceful. Thinking about how he had just opened the door and seen the scene inside, Yan Zhenjiang couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. I'm here to see Wu Ling. She's being unreasonable. Wanqing just had her baby and doesn't understand anything. She asked Dong Meili to help, but she went and persuaded her to leave. Is this how you do things? Inside, Wu Ling heard a sound and walked over, smiling as she looked at him. You and Xiao Wanqing really are a perfect match. What do you mean by that? Is that how it is? You come up here and start questioning us without asking anything first. Do you think you're a real man for defending your woman so fiercely? Hearing this, Yan Zhenjiang wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. Wu Ling saw Chu Mu frowning and about to speak, so she raised her hand to stop him. Still smiling slightly, she looked at Yan Zhenjiang. If you're accusing me of encouraging Dong Meili, then go call Dong Meili over and ask her if I did. We don't need anyone to stir things up. Just then, Dong Meili's door opened. She was carrying a bowl and stepped out. When she saw Yan Zhenjiang standing at Wu Ling's door, she paused for a moment. What are you guys doing? Old Xia asked me to bring you some pickled vegetables. I didn't make them. They were sent from his hometown. His mother made them herself. Yan Zhenjiang smirked sarcastically. Your families are really close. You even send pickled vegetables. Looks like your research is going well. Dong Meili couldn't stand his sarcastic tone about Xia Yong. She quickly handed the bowl to Chu Mu. What do you mean by these pickled vegetables? Xia Yong's mother went through a lot to send them. What does it have to do with research? Wu Ling didn't want to listen to their arguing. You came just in time. He's here to ask why I encouraged you not to help his wife. Did I encourage you? Why didn't you go? Earlier, Dong Meili had been arguing with Xiao Wanqing at Wu Ling's place. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she hadn't done well. She reviewed everything all day and was surprised to find she might get a second chance. She immediately started explaining how Xiao Wanqing asked her to help, her attitude toward her, and how she viewed her. She even asked me to wash her sweaty shirts and underwear because she said she couldn't get them wet. I raised my kids myself, Xia Jun and Xia Hua, doing laundry and cooking. No one expected me not to. She's a rich girl, just because she had a child. She thinks she doesn't have to do anything. How can I help with that? Dong Meili spoke so quickly that Yan Zhenjiang couldn't interrupt. When she said Xiao Wanqing wanted her to wash her sweaty clothes, he was about to lose his temper. Especially with Chu Mu and Wu Ling present, Yan Zhenjiang wished there was a crack in the ground to hide in. I don't know if it's like that, but Miss Capitalist, you shouldn't say such things casually. Wanqing is just physically delicate, and she thinks she has a good relationship with you, so she believes you won't mind much. Dong Meili was shocked and widened her eyes. Because she thinks I won't mind, she can just boss me around? Is that how you and your wife treat others? Oh, look, you're misunderstanding again. That's not what I meant. I mean, I don't care what you mean. I was thinking about whether I should go see her, but forget it. I can't reach that level. Your wife told me I am not allowed to step into your house anymore. Dong Meili rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Wu Ling asked Chu Mu to take the pickled vegetables to the table. She then rested her hand on the door handle. Anything else?
No.
Well, we're going to eat now, so we won't bother you. Wu Ling smiled politely, but she closed the door quickly and decisively with a sharp bang.
Eat.
Today I was lucky and bought a fish to make soup. It smells so good. At Wu Ling's dining table, there was fish soup, stir-fried cucumber with meat, scrambled eggs, and pickled vegetables with steamed buns. The meal was quite filling, and Chu Mu couldn't help but feel that there was nothing more satisfying than days like this. After eating, Chu Mu accompanied Wu Ling for a walk to help digestion and asked about the chrysanthemums she was growing in the garden.
Qin Gong asked me about it.
He said your plants are growing so well, green leaves, thick stems. What method are you using? Who is Qin Gong? He works in the school's logistics team. He specializes in growing these. Some are supplied to the health clinic and service cooperative, and others are used to generate income for the school. He said he saw your chrysanthemums by chance and asked me to ask you about them. Wu Ling's chrysanthemums were indeed well cared for. She was also paying attention, planning to brew some water with them after harvest to help clear heat and improve eyesight.
I just planted them like that.
Maybe I don't plant many, so I take extra care. She didn't have much experience to summarize. Walking slowly side by side with Chu Mu, they chatted casually, saying little. Suddenly, a sharp woman's voice came from a house window, followed by the crying of a baby. They stopped and looked. It was the house of Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing. After Yan Zhenjiang returned home, he started arguing with Xiao Wanqing, saying she didn't know how to behave. Dong Meili is close to you, but you can't just let her do whatever she wants. You even made her wash my sweatshirts, and what are you thinking? He couldn't say a word. He felt uncomfortable all over. Xiao Wanqing coldly said, "Then you do it yourself. I just had a baby and you still change your clothes and toss them there. Do you think the clothes can clean themselves? But you also can't. Then you do it. Starting tomorrow, you handle the housework. If Jigang doesn't have diapers, he can go without. If you don't do it, then let your son be covered in pee and poop." Xiao Wanqing let out a desperate scream. Why was she so unlucky? Not to mention Chu Mu, who always rushed back to cook when he was free, and he often took the basket to buy groceries or take out the trash. Even the clueless Dong Meili, her husband Xia Yong, had taken on almost all the household chores in the past 6 months. Only Yan Zhenjiang refused to do any housework. He often said he was a man meant to defend the country and do big things, not chores. He said he was responsible for supporting the family, and Xiao Wanqing doing housework was just a case of men and women working together, without tiring. If Yan Zhenjiang had really been a hero in the stories she read, earning praise and rising star-like, she might accept it. But he hadn't shown any impressive performance so far, just talking big with fancy words. Why was she stuck with such a male lead? Why does he get to be the hero? Xiao Wanqing suddenly burst out with terrible emotions. Yan Zhenjiang could only step back first, pinching his nose to hurriedly wash the diapers, and then holding Yan Jigang to soothe him all night. Seeing Xiao Wanqing really wanted to give up and stop caring, Yan Zhenjiang could only get up early the next day, holding the baby and going to Zhao's family for help. Zhao's mother came to the community to help again, still nagging. "I told you earlier to learn more." "Who has a baby?" without starting from scratch. You're so impatient, Xiao Wanqing ignored her. She was in a bad mood, feeling down, her skin dull and lifeless, not even wanting to move. But with her mother's help, Xiao Wanqing's collapsing emotions gradually calmed down, soon replaced by another kind of frustration. Don't tie his legs. He's uncomfortable. He's just finished eating, not hungry. Don't always make me feed him. He is still crying. You can hold him for a little longer. He will stop crying after a while. However, Mother Xiao is not like Dong Meili. She only needs to glance over and say, "You don't understand," to completely ignore Xiao Wanqing's opinion. You have a child, not a broken arm or a leg. Why are you lying there enjoying your comfort every day? I brought my grandson here, and you don't even help take care of him. Why are you always giving orders and bossing around? Mother Xiao cares about her grandson, so she doesn't have much patience for Xiao Wanqing. Most of the time, she just helps with chores, and she still takes care of the children herself. This is just the first child. Won't you have more in the future?
Get used to it.
It will be good for you later. Xiao Wanqing can speak freely to Dong Meili, but she has to hold back her irritation with her mother. If she drives her away, she will have no hope left. She holds Yan Jigang and goes outside to enjoy the sun. She sees Dong Meili hanging the quilt and chatting happily with someone, her tone light and cheerful, full of joy. Why does this tool person get to enjoy such freedom? A strong feeling of dissatisfaction rises in Xiao Wanqing. She walks over with the child and asks, "Meili, are you hanging the quilt?" Dong Meili sees her and stops talking abruptly. She awkwardly nods and says, "Yes, you're so diligent. Are you going shopping later? Shall we go together? It's a good chance to keep each other company. I already went shopping this morning. Then, what are you going to do later?" Dong Meili doesn't understand. She knows she's not the smartest, but she doesn't think she's stupid. Especially when it comes to social interactions, she believes she has some talent. But she really can't understand Xiao Wanqing. How can she act as if nothing happened after saying she's nothing without Xiao Wanqing, and still speak to her in a friendly tone?
I'm Buse.
I need to check the fields, mend pants for the kids, and listen to a report. She responds casually and picks up the basin on the ground, ready to go home. However, Xiao Wanqing, holding the child, follows her closely, as if she intends to go home with her. Dong Meili. She feels she might not be able to handle this, so she turns her steps and stops at Wu Ling's door. Xiao Wanqing stops a few steps away. "Are you looking for Wu Ling?" "Yes, I am." Dong Meili knocked on the door, trying to keep her expression natural. "I want to ask you something." Wu Ling looked down and saw the large basin in her hand, then noticed Xiao Wanqing standing nearby. She slightly curved her lips. "What is it? Can I come in and talk?" Wu Ling moved aside and looked at Xiao Wanqing. "You also have something to say?" Xiao Wanqing didn't speak, just stared directly at her. Wu Ling judged the situation herself. "Then it's nothing." She closed the door. Once the door was shut, Dong Meili clearly relaxed. She placed the basin on the ground and sat down on a stool to catch her breath. Wu Ling looked at her with a smile. "Are you hiding here again? Do you think you're growing on Xiao Wanqing's menu?" "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm afraid she'll eat me? You're so good at talking." "I really do feel that way." Dong Meili felt Wu Ling was right on point. Why am I so afraid of her? Why does she seem so strange? Last time, she seemed like she didn't want anything to do with me, but just now, she was smiling and wanted to go grocery shopping with me. How could she not be scared? She even couldn't tell if Xiao Wanqing had a problem or if she did. Wu Ling didn't understand her fear either. "What are you afraid of? She can't really eat you. She even came to be friendly with you." "What does that mean?" Dong Meili's mind was spinning. "It means maybe she thinks she went too far last time. It means you still have value to her." Wu Ling thought about Xia Yong. All those over-the-top words only show what's really in that person's heart. They just couldn't control their words in the moment. The apology afterward wasn't because they felt guilty, but because they regretted not controlling themselves. Dong Meili poured herself a glass of water, thinking over Wu Ling's words several times. She had to admit Wu Ling was right. No wonder I've been feeling so uneasy. Luckily I came here. Otherwise, after a few words from her, I'd be confused and caught up in it again. Dong Meili felt very scared inside. She didn't know if Xiao Wanqing was still outside, so she decided to stay with Wu Ling for now. She saw Wu Ling reading a book again and couldn't help asking, "What are you always reading? You're almost a teacher now. What's the use of reading all this?" Reading more books is never a bad thing. This is Wu Ling's hobby. Even during the end of the world, she often collected supplies to find all kinds of books. She read all types, which is how she came across this novel. Now that she has time and the ability, acquiring books costs much less than during the apocalypse. She wants to enjoy herself. Some of the books at home were bought from bookstores, others borrowed. Wu Ling doesn't choose. She spends most of her free time reading and never feels bored. Dong Meili thinks Wu Ling's special aura might be because she loves reading. So, in the evening, when Xia Yong saw Dong Meili holding a book and sitting next to the children, pretending to read seriously, he was surprised. "What's wrong?" Dong Meili looked up and glared at him. "What's wrong? Don't bother me while I read. Did something upset you? Where did you find this book?" "I borrowed it from Wu Ling." "Do I look like a cultured person now?" Xia Yong heard she borrowed it from Wu Ling, so he didn't ask more but nodded. "It does have some meaning, just a little meaning. How much can you change after just one day of reading? Keep reading, it will only do you good." Xia Yong turned to Chu Mu and handed him 2 cans of fruit. "Thanks to Comrade Xiao Wu. Thanks for forgiving past grievances and being willing to interact with Mei Li." He also hopes she keeps reading. If it weren't inappropriate, Xia Yong would want to go thank Wu Ling in person. The effect is so good. Seeing their mother reading has slightly changed the attitude of the 2 kids at home. They are more studious now. Xiao Wanqing still occasionally shows kindness to Dong Meili, always approaching her and saying a few words, even matching her preferences. Dong Meili responds, saying something back. But her attitude is very different from before, polite but not warm, not resisting but not enthusiastic. Xiao Wanqing is very dissatisfied with this. If she, as the main character, can lower her guard, why can't she? Don't always hold that book. What good can it do? I tell you, Jigang is doing very well now. He even sucks his thumb and often smiles at me. Xiao Wanqing hands Jigang over to Dong Meili to show her happiness. With her mother's help, Xiao Wanqing gradually got used to life with children and started to feel some happiness as a mother. However, for Dong Meili, who has already raised 2 kids, this is not exciting at all. She has no interest in it. That's good. The children will become more adorable as they grow, but there is a limit. When they start teasing chickens and dogs, I hope Xiao Wanqing can still smile. Right now, Xiao Wanqing is smiling happily and even wants to show off to Wu Ling. She specially waits for Wu Ling to go out for a walk, then follows with the baby in her arms, saying, "Xiao Wu, wait for me. I want to take Jigang out to get some sun. It's good for us to keep each other company." Wu Ling walks at her usual slow pace, still taking her own path. "Don't you feel bored wandering around every day? Even if you don't have a job, you could find something to do, or I could come to talk to you more often, keep you company?" Wu Ling politely declines. "I'm not bored. I have a bit of nervous weakness and can't stand the sound of children crying. That's not good. Do you plan not to have children in the future? By the way, why haven't you and Mu done anything about it? Is something wrong?" Xiao Wanqing looks worried. This is not a small matter. Whether before or now, not being able to have children is a serious issue. It might even lead to divorce. You need to take it seriously. This is one of the few things that can comfort Xiao Wanqing. If she could have children early, Wu Ling would probably be pregnant by now, which shows she cannot conceive. In Xiao Wanqing's view, a woman who can't have children isn't really a woman. Even if Wu Ling and Chu Mu seem fine now, if they can't have children, a breakup is inevitable. Wu Ling responds indifferently. "Thanks for your concern. Don't worry too much. I heard that some women who can't have children just need to be around children every day, and they might get news soon. Maybe I can bring Jigang to you." "That's not necessary." Xiao Wanqing notices Wu Ling's calm expression, as if she doesn't care at all, but she's not in a hurry. She's sure Wu Ling is just pretending to be strong. Right now, everything seems fine, but behind her, she might be panicking. Regarding children, Wu Ling has thought about it before. She faintly feels that she probably won't have children anytime soon. Although there is no solid evidence, she just has this feeling. To her, this place is still just a novel she has read. As a reader, how could she have children? This understanding makes Wu Ling feel somewhat at ease, but she also thinks she should consider Chu Mu's feelings. Later, she honestly brought up the topic of children with Chu Mu. Xiao Wanqing is right. We've been married for so long and still don't have children. Maybe I just can't have kids. You're still young now, and it shouldn't be hard for you to find someone who can. Wu Ling kindly explained her thoughts, but unexpectedly, Chu Mu, who usually has a good temper, suddenly got angry. Am I the kind of person you think I am? Wu Ling was taken aback. Why did he get so upset? I didn't say what kind of person you are. I'm just discussing with you. Having children is a big matter in life. Calm down first. What I said might sound harsh, but it's from the heart. I want us to be honest. Having the desire to have children isn't shameful. It's natural, especially in this era.
Don't most men want to have more children?
Instead of hiding things, it's better to be open. That way, it's good for both of us. Wu Ling doesn't like to avoid problems. Facing issues early gives more options and prevents regrets later. She believes she has no problems, but Chu Mu's face looks very unhappy. Are you suggesting I find someone else to have children with? Yes, Wu Ling's meaning is just that. If he wants children, he might really have to divorce her and find someone else. Wu Ling thinks Chu Mu understands quickly and hits the point, but his gaze on her makes her feel like she shouldn't praise him too much. What I mean is, you need to be clear about this first. Whatever you decide after knowing, no one can blame you. Do you think I will do what? Wu Ling blinked. How would she know? Seeing her hesitate and not speak, Chu Mu got even angrier. He stood up silently and went back to his room, curling up on the bed like a ball, looking like a puffed-up pufferfish, motionless. No, if he has complaints, he can just say them. What does this mean? She sat on the edge of the bed, poked Chu Mu with her finger. Get up first. Whatever you want to say, just say it. I will listen carefully and take it seriously. We can discuss anything. Chu Mu was just poked in the waist by her. He suddenly flipped over like a carp jumping out of water, then quickly pulled her down with him. This matter ended without any fuss. As long as Wu Ling mentioned it, Chu Mu would become childish and refuse to listen. Wu Ling didn't care anymore. She had said what she needed to say. If he regretted it later, that was his own problem. One day, Yan Zhenjiang came over carrying a small basket filled with eggs. When Wu Ling opened the door and saw his cheerful smile, she turned around and called Chu Mu to handle the situation. Yan Zhenjiang said with a smile, "It's rare to see you at home during your day off. It's been a while since we had a good chat. How about we play a few rounds of chess today?" He reached out to put his arm around Chu Mu's shoulder, but Chu Mu avoided it by opening the door wider. Sorry to spoil your fun, but I already have plans. I'll be going out with Wu Ling soon. Yan Zhenjiang's smile stayed the same. I see. That's unfortunate. Well, I won't bother you too. But you should keep this, he said, holding out the basket. You know it's my first time having a child, so I'm not very experienced. But in my heart, our friendship with you has always been the most important. I don't want you to misunderstand. Although Wu Ling retreated to the living room, she kept her ears open, feeling like clapping for Yan Zhenjiang's words. She had seen many shameless people, but someone with a face full of skin who could sincerely say such nonsense was truly talented. Wu Ling glanced at Chu Mu, thinking that if he couldn't handle it, it wasn't his fault. He was honest and loyal by nature. How could he compare to someone like Yan Zhenjiang, who was full of false sincerity? Chu Mu looked at the basket in his hand for a moment. It held about 20 eggs, stacked in layers. It wasn't a small amount to give away easily. Don't worry, I won't misunderstand anymore, Chu Mu said. Hearing this, Yan Zhenjiang's smile grew wider. He pushed the basket into Chu Mu's hands, but Chu Mu didn't take it. Take the eggs home. Your wife needs to nourish herself now. It's not appropriate to give them away, Yan Zhenjiang said. Can I really not have some for her? This is my little gesture. If you don't accept it, I'll always feel guilty, Yan Zhenjiang insisted. I can't accept it either, Chu Mu replied seriously, refusing to take the basket. Slyly, Yan Zhenjiang set the basket down and left. You go ahead and do your work. I'll come back tonight when you're free. He was just asking Chu Mu to set aside his evening for him. Wu Ling looked at the basket on the ground, thinking Chu Mu would be worried. But Chu Mu simply moved the basket aside, acting as if he didn't see it, and took it out when he left, placing it at Yan Zhenjiang's door. Let's go. Today, I can spend more time with you. Wu Ling didn't say much. She went with Chu Mu to the park and bookstore, watched a movie, and then went to a state-run restaurant to eat a bowl of noodles with meat before returning home. When they got back, Chu Mu checked the time. I'm going to visit old Xia. I might be a little late. Wu Ling raised an eyebrow. Okay, go ahead. She remembered Chu Mu telling her this morning that he was inviting old Xia to their house, but now he was going to Xia Yang's place. He really didn't want to see Yan Zhenjiang. It was surprising he was so firm this time. Not long after Chu Mu left with his bag full of books and documents, Yan Zhenjiang knocked on the door. You're back? Where's Chu Mu? Look what I brought him. He raised his hand, holding a small box of tea. Someone gave this to me. I thought Chu Mu would like it, so I kept it for him. He's not here. He went out. Wu Ling opened the door confidently, showing that what he said was true. Yan Zhenjiang's expression changed slightly. Where did he go? Didn't you just get back? He spent the whole day with me. Doesn't he need to do his own things? Is there something you want to see him about? Well, it's not that urgent. Yan Zhenjiang pursed his lips. He had clearly told Chu Mu he would come to see him tonight. Given Chu Mu's personality, even if he didn't agree, he would try to free up some time or at least say hello. But this time, Chu Mu didn't care at all and even sent the basket of eggs back. Maybe I'll come another day. Old Chu probably misunderstood and is upset with me. Yan Zhenjiang sighed. Can you help me talk to him? I really don't want things to be like this. Finding a true friend in life isn't easy. Wu Ling chuckled. Are you sure you want me to persuade him? Yan Zhenjiang. He twitched his lips, quickly dismissing the idea of trying to persuade him with emotion. Better not. Xiao Wanqing was still worried about Dong Meili. Wu Ling's achievements were clear. It was better not to try to persuade him. Yan Zhenjiang felt quite regretful. He originally thought it was just a small project, but unexpectedly, Chu Mu managed to make it successful on his own, gaining recognition. Several key team members also received attention. But he didn't benefit at all. In the past, Chu Mu would never argue over credit, even when others took credit for his work. Their relationship was so close that he should have been able to gain fame and success together. So, why has it come to this now? After Yan Zhenjiang returned home, he sat quietly for a long time without moving. Xiao Wanqing came over holding Yan Zhigang. What are you daydreaming about? My mom is in a hurry to leave. Go wash the dishes, or take Zhigang with me to wash. Yan Zhenjiang picked up his son. Xiao Wanqing pouted and complained as she worked, having to take care of the kids and do housework all the time. I'm so busy. Look at Wu Ling. She's so free, always doing nothing. She doesn't even care if she has children. I wonder what Chu Mu is thinking. With Chu Mu's conditions, finding a woman who can have children isn't hard. It must be Wu Ling refusing. Chu Mu is gentle and patient, so he can only endure it. Yan Zhenjiang listened quietly. When did he and Chu Mu start to have a gap? Thinking carefully, it seemed to begin after he married Xiao Wanqing. From her inexplicable proposal of an arranged marriage to her quietly taking over the literacy classwork, Chu Mu and Wu Ling were so close. How could he not care? That's why the research team overlooked him, kept him out of secret missions, and excluded him from the project. In the kitchen, Xiao Wanqing was still talking about how Chu Mu and Wu Ling wouldn't last long. He'll regret it someday. Xiao Wanqing wiped her hands clean and turned around. She saw Yan Zhenjiang holding the child at the door. Only a little while, and you're already tired? I carried him all day. Yan Zhenjiang looked at her steadily. I'm the one who regrets. What do you regret? Xiao Wanqing asked, then suddenly realized what he meant. Her expression turned fierce. Yan, what do you mean? Yan Zhenjiang silently went back to his room. Soon, loud arguing erupted from his house, and neighbors in the apartment building peeked out to watch. Dong merely cracked the door slightly to listen. Xia Yong, speechless, told her to close the door. What's so interesting? Haven't you heard people arguing before? Wu Ling could hear the noise from the other side, not because she wanted to, but because it was too loud. She slowly turned a page of her book. Let them argue, she thought. Maybe a bit of chaos was good. If the main characters had to experience some turmoil, that would be fair. After that, as Chumu's research went more smoothly, Yan Zhenjiang and Xiao Wanqing argued more and more often. One day, Wu Ling happened to see Yan Zhenjiang coming home in high spirits. When he saw her, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. What have you been up to? Did you see Chumu? You should really comfort him a bit. Who would have thought? He stopped mid-sentence. Wu Ling followed his lead and asked, what happened? Is it about Chumu? It's his research. Something went wrong. There's been a change in policy, funding cuts, strategic adjustments. More importantly, some parts are missing.
The project might.
Yan Zhenjiang shook his head as he spoke, but there was a trace of hidden satisfaction in his eyes. Even if they let him find his own way, he won't be able to get those parts. That evening, when Wu Ling saw Chu Mu, his brows were tightly furrowed. He had been in the study with Xia Yong for a long time, and when he came out, he still looked tense. Is there a problem with the project?
She asked. Humu nodded.
The team is anxious about it. I've managed to calm them down for now. I can try to find more funding, but the missing parts... I heard Yan Zhenjiang say you're allowed to look for them yourself. Maybe you could ask around? They did give me permission, hoping there's still a chance. But I went out with old Xia today to check. It's difficult. Chumu didn't want to sound so discouraged, but the team had put so much effort and energy into the project. Now that it suddenly couldn't continue, the blow was hard to take. Wu Ling asked, which parts are missing? Do you need many? Could you find them somewhere unofficial? Not too many, Chumu said. It depends on luck. He patiently explained the details to Wu Ling. Meanwhile, at home, Yan Zhenjiang unusually offered to cook dinner himself, saying he wanted to show off to Xiao Wanqing. Didn't I tell you? I always thought that research was unreliable. Chumu may be smart and experienced, but at his age, leading a successful project like that? It's nearly impossible. Xiao Wanqing wasn't surprised at all. It was exactly what she had expected. Yan Zhenjiang felt a sense of satisfaction. All that time wasted, and maybe people would even laugh at them. Luckily, he hadn't been involved. This time, Chumu really suffered a big setback. Tomorrow, I need to comfort him properly. At such times, it's the best way to see who truly cares about him. But before that, I must make sure he fully understands his situation. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhenjiang was surprised to see that Chumu didn't look defeated. He still left early every day and continued to focus on his research. Yan Zhenjiang sneered at this. He's really stubborn. Keep pushing him. The longer he keeps going, the more he'll regret it later. Xiao Wu, are you going out? Fang Yanhong saw Wu Ling heading out of the school and asked curiously, where are you going? Just to browse the bookstore. To the bookstore again? You go there so often. Come back early. Today I'll make dumplings and save you a bowl. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Wu Ling smiled and finished speaking. She left the school gate, but didn't go to the bookstore. She was heading to the black market. She hadn't been there before. Because of the rules, she couldn't go earlier. Now, she could use helping Chumu find parts as an excuse to see more. The black market, in fact, isn't as strict as it sounds. It's said that since 2 years ago, regulations on such markets have loosened a bit, so markets run by the production teams still exist in the village. But in the city, the control is very tight, especially for soldiers and their families. It's forbidden for anyone to find out. Wu Ling was confident about this. She wandered around the West Market, but couldn't find where the black market was. Does it take some special connection to find it? She circled around a few times, but she didn't see the black market. Instead, someone blocked her path. She sneered inwardly. She couldn't find a place, and her mood was already bad. Just as she squinted, the other person looked happy. You're the person who sent me to the police station, Wu Ling? Such a rare way to greet someone. She looked for a while, but didn't recognize the person. At that time, Chu Mu was being taken away, so she didn't remember what they looked like. But she remembered this incident. Do you need something? I want to thank you. Wu Ling silently took a step back. Tung De quickly explained, my brother Tung Er told me that it was because of your help that he survived. You didn't let him go down the wrong path. You're like a benefactor to both of us. He spoke excitedly, just like Tung Er did before, almost eager to bow down to him. Wu Ling quickly pulled him aside. Stand still. No more of this gratitude nonsense.
What kind of society is this?
That old way is no longer useful. Wu Ling didn't expect that the skinny Tung Er really managed to stay in the city using his own skills. It doesn't matter much to me. I just talk and he figures out his own way. That's because you showed him the right path. I was worried I'd never see him again. But it turns out he's doing well and has even settled here. Tung De now thinks it all might have been a dream. Back then, he never imagined he'd live to see today. By the way, how did your benefactor come here? I see you've been wandering around for a while. Are you trying to enter the black market? Do you know how to get there? And call me Wu Ling. Most people wouldn't come here for no reason. Maybe they're just curious. If Wu Jia wants to talk to me, I'll find a way to help. Your boyfriend isn't a soldier, right? If he sees you here, it might not look good. When Ting Da's brother failed to find relatives in the city and couldn't go back, he managed to survive here. That's not something just anyone can do. Unfortunately, he fell into Chu Mu's hands. Afterward, he was happy to hear Tung Er found a proper way to make a living. He didn't want his brother to go down the wrong path, but because of his criminal record, he couldn't get a legitimate job. So he started working in the black market. Tung De claimed he wasn't bragging. Anything that could appear in the black market, he could get. If it wasn't there, he might still find a way. You're pretty confident. Help me see if you can find these things. If you do, I'll owe you a favor. Tung De immediately waved his hand.
No.
I'd be grateful just for the chance to repay you.